Chapter 5581, The Chance Has Come. Atop a craggy mountain, Long Chen and Mo Nian sat dejectedly. Mo Nian grumbled, "Brother, what is going on? This time, we really messed up. Not only did things go sideways, but we also ended up being looked down upon. We've lost all our faces." They had just endured a grueling battle, fighting off a bunch of 5 vain heaven saints. The sheer number of enemies had pushed them to their limits. To make matters worse, Zhang Yue's aloof attitude after saving them had been infuriating. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "What can we do about it? I still haven't met the conditions to condense heaven vein dragon chi. I assume it's the same for you." "Exactly," Mo Nian exclaimed bitterly. "I haven't found the limitless source yet. That's the treasure of the limitless palace. Without it, I can't condense the heaven vein dragon chi unique to my lineage. I've been searching underground for days, and I only came up for a bit of air when this group of lunatics saw me and started chasing me. I don't even know them." Long Chen raised an eyebrow, his skepticism apparent. That excuse might have worked coming from someone else, but not Mo Nian. The heaven vein mystic realm was filled with opportunities, so who would give up their chances to obtain treasures and hunt down someone they didn't even know? Knowing Mo Nian's tendency to stir up trouble, Long Chen found it hard to believe his innocence. After all, during the opening of the heaven vein mystic realm, Mo Nian's voice already caused a lot of people to shout furiously at him. It was no stretch to imagine he'd done more to incite such fervent pursuit. "And you?" Mo Nian asked, deflecting. "What did you do to provoke so many people?" "The same as you. Just bad luck running into a bunch of maniacs," Long Chen replied dryly. Mo Nian instantly turned red, knowing that Long Chen didn't believe his story. Still, he suspected Long Chen had also caused his fair share of trouble. Neither of them had the moral high ground to laugh at the other. "Fine, I'll head out. I need to keep searching for the limitless source underground. If I find anything good, I'll save it for you," Mo Nian said as he stood, still visibly fatigued from their battle. Mo Nian actually needed to rest, but to find this limitless source as soon as possible, he had to set off soon. "Wait, your limitless palace's inheritance is underground?" Long Chen asked curiously. "Exactly," Mo Nian sighed. "That wretched old master of mine said my fortunes lie beneath the earth. He even joked that I'm destined to live in darkness forever. I've been searching blindly, with no leads other than the fact that the limitless source is surrounded by countless treasures. How am I supposed to find it based on that? There are already countless treasures popping up all over the place. Finding it is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Am I supposed to scour the entire heaven vein mystic realm? Underground, you say?" "Wait a moment." Long Chen retrieved a compass from his belongings and handed it to Mo Nian. Mo Nian's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Years of treasure hunting experience allowed him to instantly grasp its value. "You're a lifesaver, brother. This is exactly what I need," Mo Nian said, his hands trembling as he accepted the compass. With his unique abilities, Mo Nian could traverse underground with ease and detect traces of treasures from subtle clues. However, pinpointing their exact locations still required time and effort. Hence, this compass was a game changer for him. In his hand, the compass not only identified nearby treasures but also revealed their attributes and shapes through its rune fluctuations. This was something impossible for Long Chen to achieve. Mo Nian was so ecstatic he nearly hugged Long Chen. This was just what he needed. "Don't rush off just yet," Long Chen advised. "Take a moment to recover first. If you run into enemies like this, you'll be in trouble." "Hee, I was just caught off guard. It won't happen again," Mo Nian replied with a grin. "But your right time is of the essence. Zhang Yue is already a 7-vein heaven saint. If we don't condense our heaven veins soon, there won't be a place for us here. By the time others reach 9 veins, we'll be left picking scraps." Long Chen nodded solemnly. Zhang Yue was indeed terrifying. Even though they hadn't exchanged blows, he felt immense pressure coming from her. It was practically suffocating. The stronger the heavenly genius, the stronger the heaven veins they condensed. Hence, the more Mo Nian and Long Chen delayed their cultivation, the more dangerous it would be for them. After exchanging a few more words of encouragement, Mo Nian sped off, vanishing into the distance. Long Chen, on the other hand, wasn't in such a hurry. He found a secluded spot, set up an illusion formation, and began to recuperate. The recent battle had drained him completely. His dragon blood, violet blood, 7-color supreme blood, and astral energy were all depleted. The endless waves of enemies had taken their toll, especially since Mo Nian's specialty wasn't close combat. Because of it, Long Chen had borne the brunt of the attacks. Fortunately, their enemies' disorganized assaults had worked in their favor. Long Chen and Mo Nian only had to block a few attacks at once while dodging the others. If those experts hadn't been so hasty and had coordinated well, Long Chen and Mo Nian would have been done for. In truth, Long Chen didn't know that those experts wanted to capture the two of them alive, especially Long Chen's enemies. Capturing him alive was equivalent to capturing a mountain of treasures. Their greed ended up saving Long Chen, but that battle was still incredibly dangerous. After calming himself down, Long Chen focused his mind and closed his eyes. Starlight started to gather around him. He prioritized recovering his astral energy first. It was both his most powerful resource and the quickest to replenish. To his astonishment, as his starry sea manifested, it started to fluctuate intensely. Pure astral energy poured toward him, far purer than anything he'd encountered before. But what truly shocked him was its source. This energy wasn't descending from the heavens, it was coming from his front right. Long Chen's heart raced. It seems my chance to condense Heaven Vein Dragon Chi has finally arrived. Chapter 5582, The Black Rock Python. Long Chen eagerly recovered his astral energy, clutching a violet crystal in his hand as he gazed in a specific direction. This crystal was the Violet Crystal Heavenly Eye, a treasure he rarely used. When Long Chen saw a sea of stars with the Heavenly Eye, he shook with excitement. A breathtaking sight unfolded before him, an immense blue lake stretching endlessly. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, but its depths revealed a starry sea that seemed to connect directly to the cosmos. It was like a window of the world. Through it, it was possible to see the vast starry sky. Immortal mist swirled on top of the lake, and heavenly Tao energy nestled around it. Long Chen could see the laws of heaven and earth flowing around it with the naked eye. Countless figures sat around the lake, absorbing the fluctuations coming from the lake. Their Heaven Vein Dragon Chi swirled around them, and Long Chen vaguely saw starlight flickering in their Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. Long Chen was stunned by that sight. This astral lake, was it not his opportunity? Whatever, everything is mine. Long Chen muttered. Without hesitation, he focused on recovering his strength. Hours passed, and once his astral energy was restored to 80%, he could no longer hold back and charged toward the lake. Previously, the Earth Cauldron had told Long Chen to find his own opportunity before condensing his Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. Long Chen had asked what it was, but the Earth Cauldron only said that he would know once it appeared. Now Long Chen understood. This astral lake was his chance to condense his Heaven Vein Dragon Chi, and he was sure of it. Yet, something puzzled him. If this is my opportunity, why didn't I feel a summons sooner? Long Chen muttered, his brows furrowing. The lack of any prior indication seemed strange, but he set aside his doubts. His priority was reaching the lake. Long Chen rushed over, using the Heavenly Eye as he did. Although the lake looked near, it took him 6 full hours before he saw the border of the astral lake. When he finally arrived, the lake's vastness surpassed even his wildest imagination. From here, it seemed like an infinite expanse. Scram! This is the demon race's territory. Intruders will be killed. A harsh voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Space trembled as a barrier shimmered into view, blocking Long Chen's path. It seemed that they had set up a formation just to block intruders. Long Chen's response was swift and decisive. With a single strike, the barrier crumbled. After all, it had been designed more as a deterrent than an actual defense. If other experts wanted to approach this lake, they had to go around. Thus, it wasn't actually too strong. However, by shattering the barrier, Long Chen was warning the demon race experts that a challenger had come. Foolish human, you are courting death. A furious roar rang out, and a demonic expert covered in black scale armor flew up. Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he asked, the Black Rock 9 Underworld Pythons. So your kind is part of the Heaven Demon Alliance now. Long Chen recognized this race from past encounters, but the individuals before him were far stronger. As sentries guarding the lake, they had already condensed 3 heaven veins and radiated intimidating auras. One of them sneered, "Fool, the Black Rock 9 Underworld Python race is one of the founding members of the Heaven Demon Alliance. We are its core." Another snarled, "Enough talk. He's broken the barrier. Kill him." Without warning, a trident shot toward Long Chen with lethal intent. With a single step, Long Chen bypassed the attacker. His movements were so swift that the python's head separated from its body before anyone realized what had happened. His hands remained empty, no weapon in sight. Die! The other guards roared, launching their attacks. In response, Long Chen's figure flickered. One by one, his enemies froze mid-attack, blood gushing from precise wounds on their heads. After all, their bodies crumpled lifelessly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Well done, Long Chen praised Lei Linger. Her thunder force had grown even stronger and more condensed. At this moment, the finger-sized little lightning dagger in his hand vanished. It's thanks to Big Brother Long Chen providing so many corpses for me, said Lei Linger, naturally happy to receive his praise. Long Chen had been constantly gathering corpses and tossing them into the primal chaos space. As Lei Linger absorbed the thunder force lingering within their bodies, her power surged continuously. Though these creatures weren't inherently lightning element beasts, their bodies retained a trace of thunder force from their lightning tribulations. While the quantity was modest, its purity was unmatched. After absorbing so many of these remnants, Lei Linger's thunder force underwent a remarkable transformation. It grew denser, more concentrated, elevating her power to a new level. As a result, the lightning weapons she created were sharper and more devastating than ever. The abrupt deaths of the Black Rock 9 underworld python sentries caused a massive uproar. Countless figures emerged, swarming out in response. At that moment, Long Chen's gaze locked onto the stars within the astral lake. To his astonishment, they flickered as though responding to his presence. A powerful summon surged through him, igniting his blood, but as his eyes fell on the Black Rock 9 underworld python experts brazenly drawing power from the lake, his killing intent ignited like wildfire. You filthy insects dare defile this astral lake. None of you deserve to live. Long Chen's voice boomed with wrath, shaking the air. When Long Chen raised his hand, a blinding divine light burst forth, resembling a miniature sun in the grip of his palm. Its destructive aura rippled outward in waves. A sphere of concentrated lightning shot toward the Black Rock 9 underworld python experts. Its sheer speed and ferocity caught them off guard, giving them no chance to react. The sphere tore through their ranks, erasing their existence in an instant. Unstoppable, the lightning sphere continued on its path of destruction, disintegrating everything in its wake. Flesh and bone were powerless before its might. Suddenly, an explosion erupted as the lightning sphere collided with a golden trident. A towering figure emerged from the smoke and sparks, his roar echoing like thunderclap. Damn human, who gave you the audacity to challenge the great? Before the words could fully escape his mouth, a hand shimmering with starlight struck him across the face. The sound reverberated through the battlefield, cutting his roar short. 1. The Eye of a Heavenly Eye Race Elder. Chapter 5583, Hindrance. A five-vein heaven saint stood before Long Chen, exuding an immense aura that marked him as a true powerhouse. He was truly powerful, or he wouldn't have been able to block Long Chen's lightning sphere. Yet, before the dissipating lightning could scatter, a hand shimmering with starlight mercilessly slapped this expert's face. The strike was so sudden that even his senses failed to detect any danger beforehand. The force of the slap sent him flying through the air like a meteor. The experts behind him were caught in the impact, their bodies blown apart as he crashed into them. After sending him flying, Long Chen shot after with a lightning spear in his hand. Thunder roared as countless lightning runes coalesced into the spear, radiating a power that made heaven and earth tremble. Wild lightning battle soul spear, Long Chen bellowed, hurling the weapon with unrestrained fury. This was a simple technique, but Long Chen's thunder force had reached a shocking level. So, even the most straightforward move became devastating under his command. Long Chen's combo was very smooth. He had used a slap with no killing intent behind it to knock his enemy off balance and then launched his killing blow. 9 Underworld Blood Slash, roared the five-vein heaven saint, opting to counterattack rather than defend. Boom! The lightning spear clashed with the golden trident in a cataclysmic explosion. Long Chen staggered back a few steps, gritting his teeth, while the heaven saint coughed up blood. Long Chen's heart shook. This opponent, though also a five-vein heaven saint, was far stronger than the ones he and Mo Nian had encountered earlier. Long Chen had clearly taken the advantage, but his full-power attack still couldn't deal a serious injury to this guy. He had underestimated the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. With a flash, lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he teleported right beside his target. The heaven saint swung, his trident in panic, trying to ward him off. But to his horror, the blow passed through an afterimage. Before he could react, a lightning spear pierced his back, erupting from his chest. His vaunted scale armor failed to withstand its force. Die! Long Chen spat coldly, detonating the spear. The 5-vein heaven saint of the Black Rock 9 underworld python then collapsed, his body reduced to ashes. Damn human, you'll pay for that. Angry roars echoed as over 10 powerful auras surged toward Long Chen. A group of 5-vein heaven saints was bearing down on him from the edge of the astral lake. Fuck, do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chen snarled, his fury blazing. The astral lake was right there, yet these pests refused to let him reach it. Long Chen charged forward with a lightning spear, his wrath manifesting in raw destruction. He tore through the blockade, killing one of them outright, but the effort came at a cost. In order to get past them, Long Chen had to endure a slash to his back. Even the starry sky battle robe couldn't effectively block the might of a 5-vein heaven saint. Just as Long Chen was about to reach the astral lake, huge waves exploded out of it. A colossal tail surged forth, whipping toward him with terrifying speed. A suffocating aura accompanied the attack, and 6 heaven veins swirled around its owner. Long Chen's eyes widened in shock. A 6-vein heaven saint. Worse, this wasn't a newly advanced one. Their blood chi and heaven vein dragon chi had merged seamlessly. So, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race actually hid such a terrifying expert. 1000 lightning shield. Long Chen formed hand seals, and a massive lightning shield materialized in front of him. It split into 1,000 thin layers, each shimmering with crackling energy. The tail's devastating power shattered one shield after another. But in the end, 23 shields remained intact, halting the attack completely. The astral lake surged violently as a monstrous python's head emerged. Its sheer size dwarfed everything around it, and its icy, vertical pupils locked onto Long Chen with predatory intent. The python opened its jaws, releasing a bolt of blood-colored divine light that tore through the air. Long Chen's instincts screamed danger. In response, his lightning wings flared, and he vanished. An enormous hole was left in the ground, its edges unnervingly clean. Everything within it had been erased from existence. Long Chen felt a chill creep up his spine. He had seen such power before. It was an annihilation technique like the one in Cloud's arsenal. A single misstep would have spelled his end. Damn human, do you only know how to run like a coward? An icy voice rang out as the python's massive form disappeared, replaced by a black-robed woman. Her vertical pupils gleamed with malice, and just looking at her would make a person feel like a poisonous fang was hanging right over their throat. To block Long Chen, she had returned to her human form, but 6 heaven veins were still swirling around her, along with a transparent fluctuation. She had started condensing her 7th heaven vein. You aren't pretty enough to have such a foul mouth. The Black Rock 9 underworld pythons are really easy to hate, sneered Long Chen. As Long Chen spoke, thunder force surged around him, forming crackling lightning chains that subtly burrowed into the earth, stretching toward the astral lake. Report your name. I, Yan Tong, don't kill nameless trash, the woman declared coldly, summoning a pitch-black broadsword. Around them, tens of millions of experts from various races closed in, their eyes filled with hostility. Before Long Chen could respond, a familiar voice roared with fury. Long Chen, you bastard. Let's see where you will run this time. Chapter 5584, Besieged. Dense killing intent filled the air as this voice reverberated through the surroundings, each word seething with hatred. Long Chen looked around and quickly found the source. It was Sha Feng of the Heaven Demon Divine Phoenix race. Long Chen smirked as he recalled their last encounter. Back then, he had struck Sha Feng on the back of the head with the Heaven Flipping Seal and snatched his golden sword. For Sha Feng, this was the ultimate humiliation, a disgrace he had vowed to avenge. When Sha Feng saw Long Chen again, flames almost burst out of his eyes. The 2 women of the Heaven Demon Divine Phoenix race were also present, glaring at Long Chen with murderous intent. Sha Feng had since advanced to a 6-vein heaven saint, while the 2 women had become 5-vein heaven saints. Their rate of progress was astonishing, but Long Chen barely spared it a thought. His attention was more on the encircling group of experts. 7 6-vein heaven saints and hundreds of 5-vein heaven saints surrounded him, forming an impenetrable wall of hostility. Long Chen, is this the one senior apprentice brother Hu Yong warned us about? The voice came from Yan Tong of the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. Her gaze shifted between disbelief and curiosity as she scrutinized Long Chen. That's him, Sha Feng shouted, his tone laced with venom. He's a sinister and cunning thief. His specialties are sneak attacks and running away. But today, there's no escape. Everyone, stay alert. If he even twitches, attack immediately. Sha Feng was especially wary as he had experienced the touch of the heaven-flipping seal. Everyone immediately drew their weapons and locked onto Long Chen with their Doyan power. If Long Chen made any suspicious movements, they would instantly attack. They wouldn't even let him take out a divine weapon. Despite this, Long Chen remained calm. His expression was flat as thunder force and astral energy swirled faintly around him. He returned their glares with icy disdain. I heard you're a 9-star heir. Is that true? Asked Yan Tong. What do you think? Long Chen replied indifferently. At this moment, Long Chen was stealthily channeling his astral energy through his lightning chains into the ground, directing it toward the astral lake. While everyone's attention was on the surface manifestation of his thunder force, his subtle maneuver went unnoticed. A 9-star heir, gasps rippled through the crowd. He's a 9-star heir. The legendary strongest warriors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Is that a joke? If he's a 9-star heir, why hasn't he condensed a single heaven vein? Is he a fraud? Suspicion and skepticism grew among the gathered experts. Though most of them were sealed heavenly geniuses from ancient times, they had only heard of 9-star heirs in legend. When they looked at Long Chen, their gazes were doubtful. It didn't seem like Long Chen matched their impression of a 9-star heir. Although Long Chen's thunder force was strong, he lacked any heaven vein dragon chi, making him unable to draw upon the power of the heavenly Taos. He couldn't beat them like this. One expert from the Black Rock 9 underworld python race broke the silence. He's incredibly strong, even without heaven vein dragon chi. He managed to break through a blockade of over 10 of us. If he condenses heaven vein dragon chi, he will definitely be a monster. Perhaps he really is a 9-star heir. TCH, that's just because you guys are weak but keep acting strong. A defeat is a defeat. Stop acting like it's a reflection of his strength. Don't you think it's even more embarrassing? A mocking voice retorted. What your Black Rock 9 underworld python race is a low-tier race. If not for Yan Tong cozying up to senior apprentice brother Huyong, becoming his maid, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here. The one mocking the Black Rock 9 underworld python race was an incredibly ugly woman. Her face was as big as a tray, and her copper-colored eyes and fuzzy skin looked hideous. When she spoke, her uneven yellow teeth were clear for everyone to see. Long Chen didn't know what race she was from, but he could see 6 heaven veins swirling around her. She was another 6-vein heaven saint, and the fluctuations of her blood chi were not weaker than Yan Tong's. Furthermore, she sounded jealous, and her disdain was just to cover up her jealousy. Long Chen glanced between Yan Tong and that woman with an odd expression. He quickly pieced together the underlying dynamics of their interaction. The Black Rock 9 underworld python race was considered a low-tier existence within the Heaven Demon Alliance. But in this generation, a genius like Yan Tong had emerged, catching the attention and possibly the favor of someone called Huyong. Long Chen doubted she was truly a maid, as the hideous woman had implied. It seemed far more likely that she was a trusted follower or subordinate. Thanks to Yan Tong, the Black Rock 9 underworld python race had risen from the bottom ranks to become one of the Alliance's more prominent members. This rapid ascent naturally drew resentment, particularly from those accustomed to looking down on them. The ugly girl seemed to be one of them and was happy to find a chance to mock Yan Tong. Yan Tong's expression darkened, her voice cold as she retorted, "Xing Yu, are you declaring war on me and my race? If that's what it takes, then so be it. I've had enough of looking at your smug face. How did a lowly insect like you manage to seduce senior apprentice brother Huyong? You're nothing but a shameless slut." The ugly Xing Yu stepped forward, her movements brimming with hostility. As she spread her arms, her body started to swell grotesquely, transforming into a hulking, gorilla-like form. In her hands, 2 massive hatchets gleamed ominously. Xing Yu's sudden actions made everyone jump. While many felt this wasn't the time or place for such a confrontation, they also understood the long-standing enmity between the 2 races. For Xing Yu to so brazenly and openly challenge Yang Tong, perhaps this clash was inevitable or even premeditated. Resolving it peacefully now seemed impossible. Yan Tong coldly said, "How did a fat, smelly ape like you end up with a name like Xing Yu? What part of you resembles the moon?" 1. Yan Tong refused to take the insults lying down. Each of her retorts landed like a dagger, striking Xing Yu in her most vulnerable spots. After all, which woman didn't want to feel beautiful? For most races, the journey through the human emperor realm brought a shared influence from human aesthetics, shaping their perceptions of beauty and worth. While Yan Tong's own looks were not that great, standing next to Xing Yu, she seemed almost radiant in comparison. Xing Yu's face twisted with rage, her composure shattered by Yan Tong's barbed words. But before she could launch her counterattack, Long Chen unexpectedly stepped onto their battlefield. "You're wrong," he said, his voice calm. "Who says she's not like the moon?" His sudden interjection caught everyone off guard. The crowd turned toward him, waiting for an explanation. "Are you blind?" Long Chen continued, his tone laced with mockery. "Do you not see her wide, saucer-like face?" For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then, suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd, particularly from the Black Rock 9 underworld python race. Their snickers and guffaws only fueled Xing Yu's fury. "Die!" Xing Yu bellowed, her rage reaching its peak. With a thunderous roar, she swung her enormous hatchets at Long Chen. 1. Yu means moon. Xing is ape. Chapter 5585, The Secret of the Lake. Xing Yu attacked ruthlessly, her hatchets tearing through space like weapons of a wrathful guardian deity. "If you can withstand 3 attacks from me without dying, I'll acknowledge that you're a 9-star heir," roared Xing Yu. Long Chen sighed dramatically. "I don't need your acknowledgement. Honestly, I never thought I'd fall so low. Bullied by a group of trash. But everyone faces hard times, right? Just wait until I condense Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. I'll show you what a real expert looks like." "He's trying to run. Kill him," shouted Sha Feng. In an instant, Sha Feng fired a ray of divine light at Long Chen, while Yan Tong and others unleashed their own attacks. They had been waiting, ready for his escape attempt. "If I want to leave, can the likes of you stop me?" mocked Long Chen. With a hand seal, Long Chen crushed the earth beneath him, and a torrent of astral water burst out. The moment all the attacks struck the water column, Long Chen vanished. "He's going underground," someone yelled. They attacked the ground furiously, creating explosions of dirt, rock, and water. However, despite their efforts, Long Chen had already disappeared. There were no spatial fluctuations. "He can't have gone far. Search," shouted Sha Feng. These people immediately started a wide-scale search. But even then, they couldn't even find a trace of Long Chen. What they didn't realize was that Long Chen had cleverly used his thunder force to direct his astral energy into the distant astral lake. When Long Chen's astral energy entered the lake, he immediately sensed an incredibly vast reserve of astral energy. If given time, he could control the entire lake. But time wasn't on his side. Instead, he channeled the lake water to create an underground passage. When Xing Yu had attacked, Long Chen drew upon the lake water, not to block their strikes but to distract them while he slipped away. The lake water contained an incredibly vast astral energy, and thanks to Long Chen's astral energy, it released shocking power when he drew it out. Just like that, Long Chen smoothly escaped down the underground channel. Within the underground waterway, Long Chen moved like a fish in water, racing through the current. Above, his enemies continued to bombard the ground, but Long Chen was long gone. Despite his success, blood trickled from his lips. The shockwaves from their combined attacks had left him injured. This time, it really had been dangerous. "You trash, just you wait," Long Chen muttered, seething with anger. If he were a 6-vein heaven saint, would they still dare to act so arrogantly? At the same time, he realized why the heaven saint realm was such a major dividing line. In the past, even a rank 1 divine emperor's presence had been enough to suffocate him. But now, he realized that individuals like Sha Feng, Yan Tong, and Xing Yu could rival a rank 1 divine emperor even with an ordinary heaven saint cultivation base. Then there were cultivators like Fantian De and Li Changjing. Their heaven vein dragon chi radiated an intensity far surpassing even Sha Feng's. It was clear that not all heaven veins were created equal. Through careful observation, Long Chen discerned that a heaven vein wasn't just a reservoir of karmic luck, heavenly Tao energy, or Doyan energy. It also encapsulated the power of laws, the essence of the 5 elements, and other, more enigmatic forces. In this realm, some people's heaven vein dragon chi resembled a straw, while for others, it was as resilient as a steel wire. The most terrifying individuals had dragon chi akin to millions of fused steel wires, unyielding, durable, and immensely powerful. Hence, even amongst heaven saints with the same number of veins, the disparity in strength could be as vast as the heavens and the earth. That was why Long Chen could have fought across realms easily, but now, as a heaven saint, he couldn't even beat 6 Vein Heaven Saints. If this new generation ascended to the human emperor realm, Long Chen feared he wouldn't even have the courage to challenge them. The benchmarks of the old era had become obsolete, replaced by the terrifying standards of this new age. While feeling anxious, Long Chen sped toward the center of the lake. Suddenly, a sensation of mortal danger struck him, and his hair stood on end. He felt like an ancient desolate beast had just set its sights on him. Long Chen was shocked. There was actually a terrifying existence hidden within the lake. At the same time, an irresistible call echoed in his mind, drawing him deeper. There is something off with this lake, Long Chen muttered. As Long Chen's astral energy gradually merged with the lakewater, he realized that this lakewater not only contained astral energy but also something sinister. These two forces were clashing and restraining each other. As they fought, they formed a powerful suction force drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. The astral lake was like a giant spirit-gathering formation that concentrated the power of heaven and earth. This was why so many experts had given up searching for treasures and just cultivated here. They stayed at the shore. After all, the sinister energy grew stronger the further in, making the center perilous. Ignoring the sinister energy, Long Chen pressed onward. He was being drawn by something, and the sinister killing intent also piqued his curiosity. Without bothering to heal, he rushed to the lake at full speed, and for 2 hours, he swam through it without reaching its center. At this moment, it seemed that some powerful life form noticed him, and a wave of willful suppression tried to force him back. However, it couldn't suppress Long Chen and only made him more curious. He had to figure out what was going on. The further he went, the stronger the will grew. The lakewater turned black because of the sinister energy, and the void itself seemed to twist with malice. Without hesitation, Long Chen dove into the depths of the black lake. The water rippled as he entered, and suddenly, the world around him shifted. Long Chen found himself in a strange space, face to face with a sight so terrifying it defied comprehension. Chapter 5586, Six-Horned Fiend Fly. This was an enormous, isolated space. At its center, a woman radiating starlight plunged an astral sword through the head of a fiendish devil. The devil was a grotesque creature, having 2 wings, 6 spider-like arms, and horns protruding from its head. Its sharp limbs were embedded in the woman's body, and black venom oozed from the wounds, corroding her flesh. As Long Chen entered this space, the woman turned toward him and smiled faintly. Long Chen instantly recognized her as a 9-star heir. Without hesitation, he thrust his lightning spear at the devil. The lightning spear exploded before even reaching its target. The devil's wings trembled, and Long Chen coughed up blood, staggering from the backlash. Long Chen was shocked. Even with the 9-star heir suppressing it, he couldn't pierce the devil's basic defenses. Just what kind of monster was this? HMPH, after trillions of years, the 9-star line has declined to this pathetic state. It seems your luck ran out the day the 9-star master perished, mocked the devil. Every syllable was like the sound of death, and its voice was icy and deep, dripping with bloodlust. Even Long Chen was shaken by it. However, Long Chen's fury instantly seethed. If he couldn't even deal with a suppressed devil, he really would be trash. Just as he was pondering how to attack it, the 9-star heir transmitted a message to him. There's no rush. It's a rank 9 devil emperor. With your current power, you cannot break the protective divine light of its emperor crown. A rank 9 devil emperor. Long Chen's heart shook. This was a rank 9 devil emperor from the primal chaos era. No wonder it was so terrifying. Feng Xingyue had mentioned that only ancient experts of the primal chaos era could manifest emperor crowns externally. After the primal chaos war, the world changed, making it impossible for anyone to externalize these crowns. Though Long Chen couldn't see this devil's crown, he understood why. Countless years of battle against the 9-star heir had drained its crown's power, leaving it invisible and weakened. Yet, even in this state, the devil's aura was overwhelming. It's a 6-horned fiend fly, the 9-star heir explained. A lieutenant general among the devil creatures from beyond the heavens. They slaughtered countless lifeforms during the primal chaos era. I was drawn into the chaotic spatial flow during our fight and ultimately wound up here with it. Its power exceeds mine, so I've had no choice but to bind it here, preventing it from unleashing calamity upon the world. Her tone softened as she continued, my innate star seed transformed into this lake to channel the power of the stars. However, whenever people absorb the lake's energy, it drains my reserves. This time, the drain is particularly severe. If you hadn't arrived, I wouldn't have lasted much longer. Though you haven't fully grown into your power, I believe in the strength of every 9-star heir. You must have a way. But first, calm yourself. Her gentle voice, like that of a caring elder sister, soothed Long Chen's raging emotions. Long Chen quickly pieced things together. The 9-star heir's innate star sea absorbed heavenly Tao energy alongside astral energy, creating a lake that radiated potent heavenly Tao energy. However, this time, the influx of strong experts had drastically increased the drain on her reserves. Unwittingly, they had been siphoning her strength, weakening her barrier and putting the world at risk. You can't seriously believe that this ant could possibly help you, sneered the 6-horned fiend fly, looking at Long Chen with complete disdain. Although it couldn't hear their conversation, it was smart and could guess that the two of them were conversing secretly. Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the creature. 2 black lumps protruded from its forehead, resembling the compound eyes of a housefly, and each of its 6 limbs possessed a strange horn. It was clear how the name, 6-horned fiend fly, came to be. As Long Chen examined it, he didn't let a single detail escape him. His sharp vision made this 6-horned fiend fly feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the 9-star heir and the 6-horned fiend fly were suppressing each other, and neither of them dared to make any rash moves. Long Chen's mind raced as he assessed the situation. He searched for a weakness and thought about a way to deliver a fatal blow to the creature while protecting the life of the 9-star heir. Ignore me. As long as you kill it, it's all worth it, muttered the female 9-star heir. Long Chen's jaw tightened as he replied, how is it worth it? Big sister, you're a god-like existence. Sacrificing yourself for this wretched thing isn't worth it. Trust me, I'll figure something out. The 9-star heir froze momentarily, her eyes widening in surprise. Then she smiled, a rare, gentle expression breaking through her battle-hardened exterior. Ever since I was born, I've been fighting, she said. I don't remember anyone ever praising me. Thank you. Even in death, I can be at peace. Her words startled Long Chen. Then, he remembered that 9-star heirs were normally solitary existences or fanatical madmen. To hear her speak of such a life left him with questions. Who had guided her on such a path? However, this wasn't the time to dwell on such mysteries. If he wanted answers, he had to save her first. Just then, the barrier around them started to shudder, and the entire astral lake was bubbling. They've absorbed too much energy. She transmitted urgently. My barrier is going out of control, and I won't last much longer. Little brother, you have to kill it, don't worry about me. Even then, Long Chen hesitated. Sacrificing her was unthinkable for him. Just then, Long Chen heard something from within the primal chaos space, causing his eyes to light up with hope. The Earth Cauldron, Evil Moon, the Demon Moon Cauldron, and the Heaven Flipping Seal had come out of seclusion. Wow, a primal chaos era monster. What a feast. Let me at it, shouted Evil Moon, its voice brimming with excitement. It's alive and even restrained. Why not use the Heaven Soul Blood Curse art and refine it into a puppet? Suggested the Earth Cauldron. Hearing this, Long Chen slapped his leg in realization. How had he not thought of that earlier? The Earth Cauldron's suggestion made perfect sense. The Heaven Soul Blood Curse art was far more effective on a living, restrained target. A wicked grin spread across Long Chen's face as he approached the 6-horned fiend fly. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Chapter 5587, Sealed 6-horned fiend fly. Long Chen walked toward the 6-horned fiend fly with an evil smirk, his confidence soaring because all his trump cards had awoken. Foolish creature, do you even comprehend how insignificant you are before me? What could you possibly do? Sneered the 6-horned fiend fly, its tone dripping with contempt. After all, Long Chen's cultivation base was just too low, and his astral energy was fatally weak. In that first clash, this devil had figured out his power, feeling confident that he couldn't do anything to it. While it remained vigilant, it only focused on the female 9-star heir, not Long Chen. Despite its overwhelming advantage and its impending freedom, the closer it got to liberation, the more cautious it became. From its point of view, Long Chen had only come to distract it. As long as it stayed steady, it would be its victory. Foolish little fly, do you think I was joking? You're wrong. Bring out your full power to face Boss Long San's judgment, declared Long Chen. Fool, the 6-horned fiend fly sneered. Long Chen's bravado only confirmed its belief that he was merely a distraction. Big-headed pest, your boss Long San has arrived. Long Chen taunted before launching himself at the creature like a bolt of lightning. Die! The six-horned fiend fly hissed, its wings vibrating to unleash a devastating ripple. This wave of force was even stronger than before and seemed certain to obliterate Long Chen. But just as it was about to touch Long Chen, he vanished. What? The six-horned fiend fly and the female 9-star heir were both shocked. Neither had seen how Long Chen disappeared. My turn. Long Chen's voice echoed from behind the six-horned fiend fly. He reappeared, wielding a rune-covered brick that glowed with an ominous light. The lake exploded as the heaven-flipping seal smashed into the six-horned fiend fly's head, sending a towering column of water into the sky. This move never gets old. Long Chen shouted excitedly. The awakened heaven-flipping seal's runes amplified his strike, imbuing it with enough force to shatter mountains and divine weapons. For a moment, Long Chen felt like he might shatter this monster's head if he wasn't careful. However, his worries were for naught. The six-horned fiend fly quivered from the impact, but it didn't die. The sword lodged in its head quivered as if it might fall out. "Draw your sword," shouted Long Chen. The 9-star heir hesitated. Removing the sword would mean losing her ability to suppress the creature. Before she could act, a sinister black blade appeared in Long Chen's hand. "Hurry up," Long Chen urged. Just like that, Evilmoon's tip struck the tip of the sword with pinpoint accuracy. The sword was dislodged instantly, and Evilmoon embedded itself in the creature's head in its place. The two weapons swapped positions perfectly. The female 9-star heir was shocked, not expecting Long Chen to have something like this up his sleeve. Ah! The six-horned fiend fly roared in fury. Its grotesque limbs bulged, and a torrent of devil chi erupted from its body. "What are you screaming for? In front of Boss Long San, whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'll kneel all the same," Long Chen sneered. The moment Long Chen stretched out his hand, the heaven-flipping seal jumped off of the six-horned fiend fly's head, leaving a blood-colored concave. Long Chen's hand accurately landed on that spot, and a blood-colored rune merged into the creature's head. The six-horned fiend fly stiffened. "Damn insect, you think you can enslave me? Fuck off." The six-horned fiend fly shrieked, its body erupting with countless runes as it fought back. Seeing this, the woman gritted her teeth and was about to charge forward. "No need. Leave it to me," Long Chen transmitted hastily. Long Chen's grin widened as he mocked the six-horned fiend fly. "What Boss Long San wants, he gets. You can't run away. Just obediently become my puppet." Suddenly, Evilmoon flew out of its head. Evilmoon suddenly shot out of the six-horned fiend fly's head. It joined the heaven-flipping seal and the demon moon cauldron, forming a triangular formation around the creature. Freed from Evilmoon's suppression, the six-horned fiend fly's power surged. Its aura became so terrifying that the lake itself started to boil, sending massive waves throughout every corner of the lake. Seeing this, countless people cried out. The waves instantly devoured them, reducing any bodies of flesh to fragments. Fresh blood dyed the lakewater. Many experts had gathered in the vicinity of the lake, and this one wave annihilated all experts below 5 Vein Heaven Saint Realm. "What's going on?" one of the survivors cried out. His group had been composed of over 20 million experts, but fewer than 100 survived this wave. The astral lake turned into a blood lake. After that, the blood formed currents flowing toward the center. In just a few seconds, the lake turned clear once more, as if what had just happened was nothing more than an illusion. At the heart of the lake, the blood of countless experts was flowing toward the six-horned fiend fly. Runes blazed across its form as its primal chaos aura grew more terrifying by the second. This primal chaos devil seemed to be on the verge of revival. Long Chen, however, looked excited. In fact, the stronger the devil became, the happier he was. Despite the escalating danger, Long Chen remained calm, his hand firmly pressed against the creature's head. He poured his spiritual strength into it, exploiting the fact that its soul had been eroded over trillions of years. Its soul was its greatest weakness, and this was why Long Chen had such confidence that he could turn it into a puppet. The six-horned fiend fly quivered violently, its wings and horns trembling as if ready to break free. More and more blood poured into it from all directions. Finally, the last drop of blood merged into its body, and its runes flared with blinding light. "Now," Long Chen shouted. Evilmoon, the demon moon cauldron, and the heaven-flipping seal unleashed their power simultaneously, forming countless chains that bound the six-horned fiend fly. "We're still missing a bit," Long Chen called out. In response, the earth cauldron materialized above his head, radiating divine light. As the light cascaded over the six-horned fiend fly, its violent struggle ceased. Bound by the combined might of the artifacts, the primal chaos devil was finally sealed. Chapter 5588, Qing Yi. The earth cauldron's divine light didn't directly shine upon the six-horned fiend fly. Instead, it shone on the heaven-flipping seal, Evilmoon, and the demon moon cauldron. The three of you really are shady. The earth cauldron couldn't help but scold them. While the three of them had locked down the six-horned fiend fly, they refused to bring out their full power, waiting for the earth cauldron to do something. HMPH, only your sacred energy can restrain its evil energy. Otherwise, we'd just be wasting our strength, Evilmoon retorted smugly. The earth cauldron scoffed but didn't argue further. It was true its sacred energy was the perfect counter to the fiend's evil essence. However, had Evilmoon, the demon moon cauldron, and the heaven-flipping seal used their full strength, they could have sealed the fiend themselves. They just wanted to share this burden with it. Since the demon moon cauldron and the heaven-flipping seal were too pure to have this idea, it was definitely Evilmoon's evil plan. With the earth cauldron's intervention, the six-horned fiend fly couldn't move a finger. After that, Long Chen's spiritual strength surged forth, extinguishing its withered soul and sealing a spiritual mark deep within the corpse. This heaven soul blood curse technique required the target's soul to be erased before the spiritual mark could be planted. Moreover, its timing was crucial. Placing the mark immediately after the soul's demise would give the user the highest odds of success. The six-horned fiend fly's corpse didn't move even after Long Chen had placed his spiritual seal. Long Chen tensed as he waited for the judgment of fate. After half an incense stick's time, the six-horned fiend fly quivered, and a rune appeared on its forehead. Success. Long Chen was delighted to see this rune. He felt a spiritual connection with his new puppet. This once terrifying creature would now follow his commands unconditionally. You actually turned it into a puppet, muttered the female nine-star heir with disbelief. Long Chen hadn't condensed even a single heaven vein, but he had managed to seal a rank 9 ancient devil emperor. Patting the six-horned fiend fly's hardened shell, Long Chen marveled at its power. The essence blood it had absorbed earlier had revitalized its withered body, and its previous wounds had mended completely. With this trump card, Long Chen felt a newfound confidence. Big sister, how are your wounds? Long Chen asked, suddenly turning toward the female nine-star heir. Her pale complexion made him uneasy. Me, I'm fine, but you're amazing. I've never seen a nine-star heir with so many techniques, said the female nine-star heir. Ah, that's right, I'm Qing Yi. What's your name? I am Long Chen. You're older than me, so I'll call you Big Sister Qing. You can just call me by my name, replied Long Chen. As fellow nine-star heirs, he felt an immediate bond with her. Qing Yi nodded and said, you are a very peculiar nine-star heir. You are different from us, but I'm happy to see you. Big Sister Qing, will you be able to recover from your wounds? Asked Long Chen. The six-horned fiend fly's venom has corroded my body for a long time. Although I won't die, recovery will be difficult. If it weren't for this venom, I could draw upon the astral lake's power to recover at least 30% of my strength. But the venom has tainted this lake water, making it unusable. I can't absorb more of the venom. You, however, might be able to absorb it for your cultivation, Qing Yi explained. Then won't you? This lake water is a transformation of my core energy. If you absorb it, it will greatly benefit you. Otherwise, it will simply dissipate, Qing Yi said. I might be able to purify the water for you. You can then reabsorb it to recover, Long Chen suggested. Shaking her head, Qing Yi said, there's no time. Look, the lake water was starting to surge. Motes of light were flying from the surface of the lake and floating into the sky. I drew upon the power of the stars to keep the devil contained. Now that the task is complete, this power is returning to its origin. If you can absorb it, do so quickly. Otherwise, it will vanish, Qing Yi urged. In that case, thank you Big Sister Qing. Absorb it in peace. I will guard you. Suddenly, the earth cauldron interrupted, no need. This is the heaven vein mystic realm. There are countless treasures and special locations. Qing Yi, you might find a place more suitable for recovery. The world is changing rapidly, and you need to get stronger. Only then did Qing Yi take note of the earth cauldron. Her expression shifted to one of shock. You're the... Qing Yi's voice trembled, her disbelief obvious. Go. Long Chen has enough power to protect himself, said the earth cauldron. Suppressing her shock, Qing Yi bowed reverently to the earth cauldron. She then nodded to Long Chen, reminding him to be cautious, before vanishing in a flash of starlight. After Qing Yi left, Long Chen put away the earth cauldron, Evil Moon, the heaven-flipping seal, the demon moon cauldron, and the six-horned fiend fly. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his astral manifestation. His starry sea covered the astral lake. After that, the two identical powers merged, making Long Chen the master of the astral lake. All of a sudden, he gained control over 1,000 times his original power. The energy was overwhelming. One misstep could destroy his manifestation. Damn Long Chen, it was you. At this moment, Sha Feng, Yan Tong, Xing Yu, and the others appeared. Their eyes turned scarlet upon seeing Long Chen. They had been cultivating peacefully by the shore when a sudden wave annihilated their comrades. Driven by fear and curiosity, they ventured deeper into the lake. They had been shaking in fear the entire time, but when they spotted Long Chen, they howled and charged at him. Although they weren't sure what exactly had happened, they knew Long Chen was behind everything. A group of ants dared to act arrogantly in front of boss Long San. Ha ha ha, let me show you true power, Long Chen said with a sinister chuckle, preparing to summon the six-horned fiend fly. Don't be foolish, who would waste such a trump card on them? Focus on absorbing the astral energy. Ling it's your turn to shine, the earth cauldron advised. Immediately, the demon moon cauldron emerged. Its runes blazed with light as it grew larger and smashed toward Sha Feng and the others. Chapter 5589, One Vain Heaven Saint. Sha Feng and the others struck the demon moon cauldron. With an explosive sound, both they and their weapons were sent flying. Long Chen was shocked by what he saw. Just when had the demon moon cauldron become so powerful? It was still in an illusory state, yet it possessed such terrifying force. After repelling the attackers, the demon moon cauldron didn't stop. It began to spin, gathering the astral lake into its core. Big brother Long Chen, absorb the energy in peace. I'll block all your enemies, declared Yao Ling confidently. Sha Feng and the others returned furiously, unleashing a crazy storm of attacks on Yao Ling. However, her transparent body had formed a barrier, and their strikes only caused tiny ripples, unable to shake her. It wasn't just the Heaven Demon Alliance's experts attacking now. Other forces had joined the fray, targeting the demon moon cauldron. Yet, it remained unrattled, standing resolute against their combined assault. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Yao Ling had grown to such a terrifying level. If she had reached this stage, there was no need to doubt the strength of the heaven-flipping seal, Evil Moon, and the earth cauldron. As absorbing the astral energy was more pressing, Long Chen took a deep breath and refocused. With his manifestation, he took control of the astral lake. He couldn't waste the lake water containing Qing Yi's astral energy. As Long Chen drew in this astral energy, he could sense an enormous amount of Doyan energy pouring toward him. Delighted, Long Chen drew in this energy to condense his heaven vein. However, the earth cauldron interrupted his action. Don't absorb this power. Doyan power is the power of the heavens, and it will only become a burden for you in the future. Right now, you should absorb the astral energy, advised the earth cauldron. Why? Questioned Long Chen, puzzled. With this influx of Doyan power, condensing a heaven vein would be easier and faster. But the earth cauldron wanted him to give up on that. Stop asking so many questions. Just absorb the astral energy, you will understand in time, replied the earth cauldron firmly. Long Chen heeded the earth cauldron's words, albeit reluctantly. He focused on absorbing the astral energy of the lake while rejecting the Doyan energy from the outside world. As the lake water merged with his manifestation, Long Chen noticed something curious. Controlling this immense energy should have been difficult, but somehow, the astral lake felt minuscule within his starry sea manifestation, which devoured it effortlessly. Furthermore, the astral energy in the lake was strangely gentle. It listened to his orders and slowly flowed into his stars. Just like that, the starry sea underwent a massive transformation. Each star gained a mist-like layer, shimmering with rainbow divine rings. Long Chen watched in amazement as the transformation unfolded. Now covered in this divine mist, the stars seemed to exude a mysterious power. He just patiently waited for them to complete their merger. In any case, with the demon moon cauldron protecting him, he felt no rush. Time flowed on, and as Long Chen absorbed the astral energy, the lake water steadily receded. Meanwhile, the demon moon cauldron continued to shrink. The attacks from the experts never stopped. Misinterpreting the shrinking cauldron as a sign of exhaustion, the attackers redoubled their efforts. Tens of thousands of experts were going all out, but the demon moon cauldron's interior was so peaceful. Inside, Long Chen was sitting amidst a vast starry sea with his eyes closed, focused on the transformation occurring within his dantian. With every influx of astral energy, the starry sea in his dantian underwent profound changes. Each star seemed to awaken, radiating a mist-like halo that glimmered like a rainbow, as though a new power was germinating within. Hours passed. By the time the lakewater was completely absorbed, the demon moon cauldron had diminished to a compact form, steadfastly shielding Long Chen. No matter how ferocious the attacks outside grew, it refused to yield even an inch. At this moment, the starry sea in Long Chen's dantian shuddered, and a new aura came out of every star. Each star started emitting dragon chi, vivid strands of heaven. Vain dragon chi. Yet, these stars had absorbed no power from the heavens, so how could they produce such a phenomenon? Would it still be called heaven vain dragon chi? 180.000 heaven vain dragon chi. Long Chen was dumbfounded. In that instant, the earth cauldron's earlier insistence on rejecting the external Doyan energy finally made sense. It had foreseen this outcome. However, these strands of dragon chi were still fragile, so weak that a single breath could crush them. Without warning, the heaven vain dragon chi vanished from his dantian, re-emerging in his manifestation. Outside, the experts attacking the demon moon cauldron froze, their expressions turning to shock. The Doyan power they had been relying on disappeared entirely, leaving them vulnerable and disoriented. Before they even understood what was happening, the void collapsed, birthing an enormous vortex that unleashed an overwhelming suction force. The experts scrambled in terror as all the energy of heaven and earth surged toward Long Chen's starry sea. Within this maelstrom, the dragon chi strands rapidly expanded, transforming into colossal dragons that greedily devoured the surrounding energy. Scales started forming on their bodies, and their auras grew more intimidating with every passing moment. What is that? The sight of hundreds of thousands of dragon images coiling through Long Chen's starry sea left the onlookers stunned. Never before had they witnessed such a phenomenon. All the heaven vein energy in the world is gone. I can't summon my heaven vein dragon chi anymore. What kind of monster is he? Panic spread among the attackers as their connection with heaven vein energy was gone. Meanwhile, the starry sea around Long Chen slowly contracted, but the dragons still grew, filling the heavens with their suffocating presence. Kill him, shouted one of the peak experts. Sha Feng exchanged a look with Yan Tong and Xing Yu. At some point, the demon moon cauldron had vanished, so they all charged at Long Chen. However, before they could get close, the dragons vanished, and an explosive wave struck them. The attackers were sent flying, coughing up blood as the sheer force overwhelmed them. When the wave subsided, the wounded experts gazed at Long Chen with a mixture of awe and disbelief. One Vein, Heaven Saint. Chapter 5590, The Power of One Vein. The hundreds of thousands of dragon images ultimately merged into one, becoming Long Chen's heaven vein dragon chi. It coiled gently around him, emanating a serene, unshakable aura. Unlike other people's heaven vein dragon chi that stretched miles long, Long Chen's was only 3 feet long, appearing minuscule. However, his little heaven vein dragon chi was completely unique. It sparkled with astral light, and wherever it moved, a profound stillness followed. There could be no ruckus around it. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen clenched his fists and laughed crazily. I also have heaven vein dragon chi now. Born from the fusion of energy within his stars, this heaven vein dragon chi had fundamentally changed Long Chen's aura. With its emergence, he felt as though the fabric of reality itself was within his grasp. One thought could birth life and another could extinguish gods. This feeling was indescribable. Long Chen realized that he had condensed dragon chi unique to the 9-star line. Perhaps it should be called astral dragon chi. Its presence had completely transformed his astral energy, elevating it to an unfathomable level. After all that effort, you only condensed that tiny thing? Scoffed a gigantic 6-vein heaven saint, his voice dripping with disdain. 6 massive heaven vein dragon chi swirled menacingly around this man as he stepped forward. He shouted, "Don't think you can fool us. This changes nothing. You're going to die here." The man's spear lunged toward Long Chen's head, carrying the full might of a 6-vein heaven saint. His killing intent was overwhelming, fueled by grief and rage over the death of his kin by the astral lake's eruption. He had placed the blame on Long Chen. However, just as the spear neared its target, it froze midair, stopping precisely 3 feet from Long Chen. What? Gasps rippled through the onlookers. Long Chen hadn't moved a muscle, nor had his expression changed. Long Chen simply stared at the spear in front of him. It was shaking as the burly man tried to push it forward. However, despite his immense effort, it wouldn't budge. The burly man stared in horror as a thin, crystalline membrane shimmered faintly in the air before the tip of the spear, nearly invisible save for the specks of starlight flickering within it. Long Chen looked at the barrier calmly, though inwardly, he was astonished. A single heaven vein dragon chi allows my astral energy to flow through heaven and earth as I please. This feels incredible. The astral dragon chi vibrated subtly, causing the space in front of Long Chen to erupt. Just like that, the spear disintegrated into countless fragments, which tore through its master's body like a hailstorm. As a result, the six-vein heaven saint was sent flying and reduced to a bloody pulp. No one knew whether he lived or died. A stunned silence descended. No one had seen Long Chen lift a finger, yet a six-vein heaven saint had been crushed as though he were nothing. Just how strong was Long Chen now? Sha Feng, Yan Tong, Xing Yu, and the other peak experts immediately retreated. As combat veterans, they knew they had to run the minute things turned sour. Do you think you can leave? Long Chen sneered, wondering where they threw away their arrogance. Raising his hand, Long Chen allowed his astral dragon chi to coil around his arm like a serpent. With a slow but sure motion, he pointed a finger at the trio. The moment he did so, a chill ran through their souls. Death itself seemed to loom over them. Panicking, they scattered, fleeing in three separate directions. This way, Long Chen's attack would only hit one of them, and it would depend on their luck. Long Chen's finger twitched, and a flash of astral energy coalesced into an arrow. It shot forward with blinding speed. No, shouted Xing Yu the unlucky as she smashed her hatchets behind her. Xing Yu accurately struck Long Chen's arrow, but her hatchets simply exploded. After that, her surrounding space warped into a void, and a bubble filled with countless stars appeared where she had been. It expanded briefly before collapsing with a pop, unleashing a whirlpool that devoured everything in its vicinity. Sha Feng and Yan Tong paled, their bodies trembling. Xing Yu's power was comparable to theirs, yet she had been annihilated easily. When her full power attack struck the astral arrow, it didn't even cause the slightest ripple. This is the dragon chi of the 9-star line. Long Chen muttered, equally astonished. Its power, this is far beyond what I expected. Long Chen had known that his astral energy had gone through a huge transformation, enough to one-shot Xing Yu. However, he hadn't expected his simple attack to be enough to wipe her out dozens of times over. The Earth Cauldron's voice rang in his mind. Don't waste its energy. Your heaven vein source hasn't matured, and recovering this strength will take time. Noticing the faint depletion in his astral dragon chi's aura, Long Chen lowered his hand. He was tempted to eliminate the remaining two opponents, but he then chose to conserve his newfound strength. Feigning another attack, Long Chen raised both hands, and starlight glinted ominously around him. He pointed at the two of them. No, Sha Feng screamed in terror, losing all composure. In his blind panic, he even peed himself as he fled, leaving a small stream behind him. HMPH, even if I can't kill you, I'll scare you to death, muttered Long Chen. His disdainful gaze swept over the now empty battlefield. Everyone else had already fled, leaving him alone in the dry lakebed. Chapter 5591, Rank 2 Divine Emperor. Ha 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 ha, I finally got to vent, exclaimed Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely satisfied to see his enemies piss themselves and flee. He also hadn't expected his astral energy to go through such a transformation. His astral dragon chi appeared to act as a bridge between his Dantian's astral sea and the starry sea above the 9 heavens. Yet, at the same time, it seemed to possess a world of its own. With this astral dragon chi, Long Chen had the ability to harness both the energy of heaven and earth and his Dantian's astral energy in unison. Alternatively, he could rely solely on the power of his astral dragon chi. However, after just a brief test of his newfound strength, the Earth Cauldron issued a warning, indicating that he should refrain from using it for now. You were lucky this time. This 9-star heir's inheritance helped pave the way for you. In truth, this method is a unique tradition of the 9-star line, explained the Earth Cauldron. The Earth Cauldron revealed that, during the Primal Chaos era, 9-star heirs would often rely on their supreme experts to aid them in condensing their astral dragon chi. After all, they were simply too powerful. If they relied purely on absorbing the natural energy of heaven and earth, it would take too long to condense their astral dragon chi. Thus, this was the best method for them. Most importantly, Long Chen's cultivation of the 9-star hegemon body art was different from everyone else's, and it demanded an even greater amount of energy than usual. In ancient times, the human emperors of the 9-star lineage would help their heaven saints condense astral dragon qi. However, Qing Yi, a divine emperor, had provided Long Chen with a vast reservoir of core energy from the astral lake. For most 9-star heirs, this energy would suffice for thousands or even millions of advancements. Yet, for Long Chen, it had only managed to condense the embryonic form of his astral dragon qi. It was still far from maturity. The embryonic astral dragon qi had not only absorbed the lake's energy but also the surrounding world's energy. Even the earth cauldron was shocked by how much energy Long Chen needed, though it didn't say anything. It was terrifying how such an enormous amount of energy had condensed into just a tiny embryonic dragon. No wonder you didn't let me condense heaven vein dragon qi earlier. So you knew that Qing Yi was here, said Long Chen. The earth cauldron was speechless. It had been in seclusion, so how could it have known that Qing Yi was here? The real reason it had held Long Chen back was that the surrounding natural energy had been too sparse to support his needs. Attempting the process earlier would have been a waste of effort. Nevertheless, fate had guided him to Qing Yi's energy-rich domain. Since the deed was done, there was no point in dwelling on it. The outcome had been favorable, and that was all that mattered. That's right, Senior, can you tell what level this fellow has reached? Asked Long Chen, referring to the sealed 6-horned fiend fly. Aside from condensing his astral dragon qi, Long Chen had made another enormous gain this time. Using the primal chaos era's standards, it should be on par with a rank 2 divine emperor of this era, answered the earth cauldron after inspecting it. Only rank 2. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. After all, this creature had consumed an enormous amount of blood from the slain experts. Only, understand that I am referencing the primal chaos era's standards. Just consider the disparity between those condensing heaven vein dragon qi in the outside world and those doing it here, the earth cauldron retorted. Hearing this, Long Chen understood. However, he grew even more puzzled. He had never encountered the primal chaos era's divine emperors. Why would the earth cauldron use them as a benchmark? Let me put it to you this way. Without Evilmoon, even if this creature just stood still, you wouldn't be able to destroy it with your current power. Its killing power surpasses yours by over 100-fold. You've picked a true treasure this time, said the earth cauldron. Over 100-fold, Long Chen was shocked to hear that number. Did this mean he was now unrivaled within the heaven vein mystic realm? However, you cannot grow dependent on this puppet. If you encounter someone skilled in puppet arts, they might find its weakness and destroy it, warned the earth cauldron. RAOS. Long Chen nodded solemnly. He had always been cautious about over-reliance on external power. Ultimately, he had to depend on his own strength. Your astral dragon qi is immensely powerful, but it has a glaring weakness, its energy consumption. Now that its core has been condensed, you must nurture it until it reaches its limit before attempting to condense a second vein, advised the earth cauldron. Most treasures here have hidden themselves, but the peak treasures won't. As peerless treasures, they are sustained by the karmic luck of heaven and earth. They reside in places with the best feng shui. Your goal is simple: seek out these treasures and claim them. If you cannot take the treasure itself, then absorb the natural power of heaven and earth in its vicinity. Either way, you will gain. Hearing this, Long Chen realized that the earth cauldron had long since made a roadmap for him. He felt immense gratitude for its guidance. There was no need for him to even use his head. HMPH, you made one mistake, said Evilmoon arrogantly. What do you mean by treasures we can't take? All treasures under heaven and earth belong to us. Having made another breakthrough, Evilmoon became even more domineering. However, it seemed to have learned a little about concealing its power. Unlike the demon moon cauldron and the heaven flipping seal, Evilmoon's transformation was not immediately evident. Hehe, I like that. I'm taking the treasures, the karmic luck, and the power of the heavens all for myself. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. Everything is mine. Long Chen laughed wickedly, fully embracing his greedy nature. Up ahead to the right, there are strong karmic luck fluctuations. There's definitely a treasure there, Evilmoon exclaimed. Evilmoon stayed on Long Chen's back, pointing him in a certain direction. You can sense karmic luck fluctuations now? Long Chen asked, astonished. It can sense blood, interjected the earth cauldron. Did I ask you to comment? Go back to your retirement, snapped Evilmoon, irritated by the interruption. The earth cauldron ignored the jab and returned to the primal chaos space, its runes flowing in mysterious patterns as it started to do something. No more sneaking around. We'll use brute force to blast through and claim everything. It's all ours, declared Evilmoon. Long Chen's blood heated up after hearing Evilmoon's declaration. The Heaven Vein mystic realm was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but now, it was time to see who the real dragon was. With a surge of power, Long Chen transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting toward the treasure's location. Chapter 5592, Long Chen's Condition. Angry roars rang out in this mountain range, and numerous figures were flying about. A squad of tens of millions of experts was charging at a massive army of the devil race. When Long Chen arrived, he was shocked by what he saw. This squad was wearing quite a few different robes, indicating they were from various factions. Their leader was a beautiful woman with a spear in hand and her hair tied in a ponytail. She was surrounded by 8 heaven veins, looking extremely formidable. Moreover, she exuded a unique aura that made her seem trustworthy and likable. At this moment, killing intent surged out of her as she slaughtered the devil race's experts. She charged left and right, untouchable by her enemies. However, despite her fierce efforts, the human army seemed powerless against the devil race's forces. The devil race had locked down the surroundings with 3 outer and 3 inner layers, forming a massive, impenetrable sea of soldiers. Even as the woman furiously charged at them, she could break through the encirclement. The sheer number of devil race experts was simply overwhelming, and their movements ground away at the human forces, slowly but surely. In such a large-scale battle, a lack of concentrated power spelled certain defeat. Recognizing this, the woman immediately gave the order to retreat. If they continued charging forward, their group would inevitably be divided and devoured one fragment at a time. How hateful, she cursed furiously as she worked to maintain the army's integrity. Senior apprentice Sister Su Yu, it's no good. We don't have the numbers. Without reinforcements, there's no way we can stop them, shouted a man guarding her back. That's right, it's not that we're not strong enough but that the human race simply isn't united. No one is willing to fight alongside us, added another. It's not just a lack of unity, it's sheer foolishness. We already told them that the devil race has a peak expert relying on the unique terrain here to cultivate his 9th heaven vein. Once he becomes the heaven vein mystic realm's first 9-vein heaven saint, his wrath will be directed at the human race. Yet, they refused to help us and even accused us of trying to trick them. It's enraging, cursed another. Su Yu gloomily led her forces back. Thanks to her, they quickly managed to retreat to the edge of the battlefield. Foolish humans, you thought you could interfere in the devil race's affairs? Are you dreaming? When Tiantong comes out as a 9-vein heaven saint, it will mark the day of your race's calamity. A mocking voice rang out from the depths of the devil race's army, brimming with disdain for Su Yu and her forces. This bastard, Su Yu cursed, enraged at being mocked by the devil experts. All of you can retreat. I'll charge in and deal with that Tongtian myself. Her companions hastily moved to block her path. They knew Su Yu was their strongest warrior and believed she might have a chance to breach the blockade. However, they also knew that once she reached the enemy's core, there was no way she could escape alive. Faced with so many devil experts, even she would be worn down to death. Su Yu seemed beloved by the people around her, and none of them wanted her to take that risk. Those petty bastards didn't even bother to help. We should just do the same. When the time comes, at least we won't be the only ones targeted, said one person through gritted teeth. The fact they had not received any reinforcements in all this time angered him. In truth, it angered everyone here. They were risking their lives here, not for fame, treasure, or any selfish desire. However, they didn't get any support. Every human is their own person, said Su Yu firmly. Each of us must act according to our conscience. Whatever others do is irrelevant. Everyone, we must stick to our principles. Her words silenced the group. It was this steadfast righteousness that had won their loyalty and admiration. Brothers, sisters, charge with me again. If we really can't break through, I hope you'll allow me to be selfish, said Su Yu, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Clearly, if they failed to charge through again, she would do it herself, even if she wouldn't be able to leave. Even if you charged 100 times, it would be useless, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted, catching everyone off guard. The speaker's tone was infuriatingly dismissive. Was this person intentionally trying to dampen their morale? When Su Yu turned to see the speaker, she was startled. A black-robed man with a sinister-looking saber had somehow appeared among them unnoticed. What if he was an enemy? Would that not be a calamity? Yes. However, he didn't seem hostile. In fact, he appeared completely nonchalant, almost lazy, yet his face carried an inexplicable air of trustworthiness. "Who are you?" asked a human expert. Everyone's guard went up, and they clenched their weapons, their auras locking onto him. "Who I am isn't important," replied the man. "What's important is that even if you charge 100 times, the result will be the same. Although you might be a bit foolish, you're brave, and I admire that. So, I don't mind giving you some pointers." Foolish pointers. The group seethed in fury. This man didn't have a single heaven vein dragon chi, but he dared to belittle them. Just as they were about to curse him out, Suyu raised her hand to stop them. She asked, "Friend, do you have a way to charge in?" "Of course. That would be something effortless to me," Long Chen replied with a shrug. His casual tone was infuriating. They had risked their lives repeatedly without success, and yet he claimed it was effortless for him. Did he see them as mere trash? "Are you willing to help us?" asked Su Yu. "Of course, but I do have a condition," replied Long Chen. Hearing this, Su Yu's wariness deepened, and her companion's suspicions flared. "What is your condition?" Chapter 5593 Four Cardinal Alliance. "My condition is very simple. I'll bring you into the core of the devil race, and you have to guard me for 1 incense stick's time," said Long Chen. "Guard you? What do you plan to do?" asked someone, their guard instantly going up. "They've set up an enormous formation to gather the natural energy of the world, and my goal is to absorb that energy," replied Long Chen. However, these people refused to believe it. "You want to absorb it? You're crazy. The natural energy there has been branded with the devil race's power. How can someone like you absorb it? This is impossible. You definitely have ulterior motives. Tell us the truth." Their disbelief was understandable. After all, the devil race had crafted this grand formation to warp the laws of heaven and earth, corrupting the heavenly Tao energy into something unusable by others. In fact, only the devil race's supreme expert could absorb it. Expecting these experts to believe otherwise was like asking them to deny fundamental truths. They just didn't know about the existence of Long Chen's astral vein. As long as he had enough energy, he could condense another. The devil race's mark, it would be crushed and erased as soon as it entered his body. "If you don't believe me, that's fine. Go ahead and keep charging on your own. I won't disturb you," said Long Chen, pretending to leave. "Hold it," Su Yu said, looking at Long Chen with a determined expression. "I believe you, but I can't promise much." "Oh, why, it seems I'm only asking one thing of you," remarked Long Chen. Su Yu answered, "We'll be throwing ourselves into the devil's nest to prevent the advancement of a 9-vein heaven saint. This mission is likely a one-way trip, and we'll go all out. However, defending you for an incense stick's time might be beyond us. All I can promise is we'll guard you to the best of our abilities." Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. Such courage and righteousness were very hard to find. He had seen countless people in his lifetime, but he didn't think he had met a heroine like her before. Most importantly, her gaze was clear and unwavering. She was clearly someone who wore her heart on her sleeve, as only someone with such sincerity could possess such a pure gaze. This courage was no facade, it was genuine. "It seems I misjudged. I didn't think the human race still had such great warriors," Long Chen remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Based on Su Yu's calculations, there were likely multiple 8-vein heaven saints within the enemy ranks. Right now, their goal was to at least deal a heavy injury to the enemy's top expert, interrupting their advancement, and buying more time for the human race. "All right, then it's decided. Help me buy as much time as you can," said Long Chen. He genuinely liked these people and wanted to be friends with them. Yet, he also didn't dare to. After all, his endless entanglement with world-shaking enemies made such relationships dangerous. To befriend them would be to paint a target on their backs. Although Su Yu was a powerful 8-vein heaven saint, she was nowhere near capable of fending off Long Chen's adversaries. Just the likes of Li Changjing and Fantiande were not existences Su Yu could compare to, let alone Nether Dragon Tianfeng, who had the Nether Emperor backing him. When Long Chen agreed to the plan, Su Yu smiled and extended her hand, forming a fist. Long Chen returned her smile and mimicked the gesture. Their fists met lightly, sealing the pact. A verbal agreement might be trivial in the grand scheme of things, but for some people, it held enough weight to entrust their very lives to another. Move out, Long Chen commanded. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen took the lead. The devil race's army moved like a massive vortex, ever shifting and dangerous. Seeing Long Chen and the others approach, they prepared for battle. "We're going in the wrong direction," reminded someone as Long Chen led the way. Long Chen simply ignored them. With a black spear in hand, he charged toward the devil race's army diagonally. "Ah!" Su Yu gasped, her eyes lighting up with understanding. "Kill!" 8 heaven vein dragon chi erupted around her, obliterating the devil race's experts in her path. Su Yu was smart and instantly understood Long Chen's strategy. However, she cursed himself for not realizing it sooner. The devil race's twister formation was designed to scatter their power, grinding them down as they pushed forward. However, Long Chen took a different approach. Instead of charging directly, he angled their advance to follow the whirlpool's spin. While the frontal impact was intense, the brunt of it was absorbed by the vanguard, leaving the center relatively unaffected. This tactic would preserve the group's cohesion, preventing them from being scattered. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, their group had penetrated deeply into the devil race's army. Although progress was slow, they were undoubtedly drawing closer to the core. This glimmer of hope reinvigorated everyone. "Friend, I misjudged you earlier. If we survive this, we'll welcome you into our Southern Alliance. From now on, you're one of us," declared a warrior who had previously voiced skepticism about Long Chen. Their dislike of Long Chen mostly stemmed from his arrogant act. But when they saw how effortlessly he guided them through the devil race's ranks, their opinions changed dramatically. "The Southern Alliance," Long Chen echoed, baffled. The name sounded a bit familiar, though Long Chen dismissed it as another tribal coalition, akin to the Heaven Demon Alliance. Although this one consisted of humans, was it even an alliance? Alliances were something Long Chen had low opinions of. Human hearts were notoriously fickle, and uniting them was an arduous task. Even within alliances, personal ambitions often led to infighting and discord. But as Long Chen observed the camaraderie of these Southern Alliance experts, he was reminded of the martial Heaven Alliance, stirring a wave of nostalgia. "Our Southern Alliance is one of the 4 cardinal alliances," Su Yu explained with pride. "We're comprised of over 3,000 factions. While we may not be the strongest among the major powers, we are the most unified. Even in the Heaven Essence world, not many dare to provoke us." Her tone softened as she added, "Ah, we were so focused on fighting the devil experts that we forgot proper introductions. I'm Su Yu. May I ask your name and where you are from?" "I'm Long Chen," he replied. After a brief hesitation, he added, "I'm from the High Firmament Academy." He had almost mentioned the Wind God Sea Pavilion but refrained from doing so. After all, he wasn't truly one of its disciples. The High Firmament Academy felt like a more fitting answer. The High Firmament Academy. Su Yu and her comrades exchanged confused looks. The name was unfamiliar, as it was a relic lost to the sands of time. Before they could delve further, a warning cry interrupted. "Careful, experts incoming." Dozens of powerful devil auras surged toward them, cutting through the air like a storm. "Humans, don't even think about getting any further." A devil spear materialized from the void, its chilling tip aimed directly at Long Chen. Chapter 5594 Protect Long Chen. "Careful, it's a 7-vein heaven saint," shouted Su Yu. She immediately stepped in front of Long Chen, her hand rising to summon a shimmering barrier of divine light. The barrier expanded rapidly, pushing back the devil experts who had converged on Long Chen with a single, fluid motion. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's refined control. The power of her 8 veins flowed effortlessly, shifting between hardness and softness as needed. To neutralize all those attacks at once was not as easy as she made it look. Su Yu was not only a valiant leader but also a meticulous tactician. Her allocation of power was flawless, nothing wasted, nothing excessive. 8 squad leaders, follow me. Up ahead is the core region. Make sure to stay in formation," shouted Su Yu, charging to the very front with her spear. As an exceptional commander, Su Yu remained calm even in this critical moment. With her taking the lead, she inspired her forces and boosted their morale. She refrained from reckless attacks, focusing instead on maintaining order and ensuring her group remained in peak condition. The closer they drew to their target, the steadier Su Yu became. This trait set her apart as a leader. Thanks to her, everyone's morale was high, and their formations were solid. Under her leadership, Long Chen found himself securely protected within their ranks. At this stage, the group no longer required Long Chen's direction. Instead, their priority shifted to safeguarding him. Years of fighting side by side had forged their cohesion, making them a formidable unit. Introducing a stranger into their formation would just disrupt their synergy. Long Chen was impressed. Even as they charged through enemy lines, they retained their composure, displaying their combat experience and unity. Individually, they weren't that strong, but their teamwork more than compensated for any individual shortcomings. While their coordination didn't quite reach the level of the Dragonblood Legion, it was far superior to the average assembly of fighters. "The altar's up ahead, they're conducting some kind of ceremony," shouted a seven-veined human heaven saint. Long Chen focused his gaze and saw an immense altar ahead. It was teeming with figures seated in deep concentration, and blood-red energy swirled through them, converging at the heart of the altar. At the altar's center sat a tall, muscular man with long hair and ram horns. 8 heaven-veined dragon chi spiraled around him, radiating immense power. Everyone else on the altar directed their heaven-veined dragon chi toward him, creating an unending flow of energy. Just as Su Yu said, this man was using the terrain, the power of the heavens, and the power of his comrades to condense his 9th heaven vein. Heavenly Tao energy churned in the sky like a furious sea, while immortal chi surged from beneath the altar. The forces of heaven and earth converged upon this man. Countless experts on the altar ignited their heaven-veined dragon chi, sacrificing their core energy to fuel this man's transformation. The scene was both awe-inspiring and ominous. Suddenly, the manifestation behind the man trembled violently. A translucent heaven vein started to take shape, radiating an explosive force that scoured the heavens and earth. The sheer pressure made Su Yu and the others shudder. That must be Tiantong. He's at a critical juncture. This is our chance to stop him right here, right now. Su Yu shouted, her voice ringing with resolve. Her 8 veins ignited and crushed the surrounding devil experts. Since their target had appeared, Su Yu no longer hesitated. Following Su Yu's lead, the others ignited their heaven-veined dragon chi, burning their core energy in exchange for a temporary surge of strength. Although they knew this action would damage their cores and they wouldn't be able to maintain this state for long, their objective was clear: disrupt the devil race's ceremony at all costs to save more human lives. A thunderous roar erupted as tens of millions of human warriors surged forward, unleashing their full might as they charged toward the altar. They had reached the heart of the storm and were determined to destroy its core. Humans, do you think you can interfere? Slaughter them all. From the heart of the altar, a figure rose, his voice carrying a chilling command. What shocked Su Yu and her companions was that this figure was also an 8-vein heaven saint. He was accompanied by 3 others of the same cultivation, and they were stationed as guards around the central figure. While 3 of them remained seated, channeling their energy to aid Tiantong's breakthrough, this one stood, prepared to engage. In a flash, he appeared before Su Yu, his devil sword descending in a lethal arc. The devil sword struck Su Yu's spear with such force that it bent the spear slightly. But then, the devil expert's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. Su Yu's spear whipped forward like a serpent. The bent center acted as a springboard, sending the tip streaking straight for the devil expert's face. Caught off guard, the devil expert hastily raised his sword to block. He spat out blood as he was thrown backward. Su Yu's spear was extremely flexible. The bending motion had absorbed and redirected the devil expert's power back at him. In essence, the devil expert had been struck by his own force and Su Yu's power. Block him, I'll go. Su Yu's voice rang out as she issued decisive orders. She was about to charge toward the altar when her movement halted abruptly. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. Somehow, Long Chen had already appeared on the altar, standing right in front of the man at the center of the ceremony. Unbeknownst to anyone, Long Chen had used the heaven-flipping seal's spatial transportation power to silently appear there. Before anyone could process his sudden arrival, Long Chen nonchalantly slapped the man across the face. In front of countless shocked gazes, the impact sent the man flying like a comet. He was like a humanoid weapon piercing through the devil race's formation, leaving behind a line of broken bodies. The entire formation ended up broken. Both the devil race and the human race's experts were stunned at this sight. Before they could recover, Long Chen calmly sat down in the spot vacated by the man he had struck. He started to form hand seals with practiced ease, his divine ring appearing behind him. The moment he did so, starlight illuminated the sky. The energy of heaven and earth started to crazily pour toward him. He had begun absorbing all the energy meant for the ceremony, as though it were his own. Shaken from their meditative states, the devil race experts erupted into action. Enraged by the audacious interruption, they swarmed toward Long Chen in fury. "Protect Long Chen," shouted Su Yu. Seeing that Long Chen had interrupted their ceremony, Su Yu charged forward with her spear to fulfill her promise to Long Chen. Chapter 5595 Gallant. "Humans, I'll kill you all." The man Long Chen had slapped jolted awake from his meditative state, his face twisted in fury. The slap itself wasn't particularly powerful. After all, Long Chen hadn't aimed to kill this man. It was just a calculated move to swap positions with him without ruining the altar's formation. At this moment, Long Chen was sitting at the heart of the altar with his divine ring hovering in the sky. Like a whale drawing water, it devoured the surrounding energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing speed, far surpassing anything Tiantong had achieved. "Master Tiantong, please calm down. Maintain your heaven vein fluctuations, or your 9th heaven vein is going to dissipate." One of the 8 vein heaven saints hastily shouted. Tiantong had been interrupted at a critical moment in his advancement. Even so, if he calmed himself, there was still a chance to salvage the process. "Master Tiantong, just wait a moment. We'll slaughter these foolish humans," shouted another 8 vein heaven saint. The next moment, 4 8 vein heaven saints shot at Long Chen together. Before they could reach him, a spear tore through the void. 2 of them were forced to block hastily, only to be blasted back by the sheer force of Su Yu's attack. Su Yu's aura was quite a bit stronger than these 4. Although they were all 8 vein heaven saints, her energy was far more concentrated. Even after igniting their heaven vein energy, they weren't a match for Su Yu. Perhaps they had used up too much of their core energy in the ceremony. However, Su Yu's attack only managed to repel 2 of them. The remaining power of her strike was insufficient to continue the assault. Thankfully, Su Yu wasn't alone. The 8 squad leaders of the Southern Alliance stepped forward, forming a human wall in front of Long Chen. However, they were quickly overwhelmed. After all, the gap between 8 vein and 7 vein heaven saints was just too great. Despite their bravery, they were clearly outmatched. Su Yu was busy holding back the other 2 8 vein heaven saints and couldn't lend her support. Seeing one of them breaking through and charging straight at Long Chen, she cried out, "Long Chen, watch out." Long Chen remained seated, fully absorbed in devouring the altar's energy. His focus was so deep that he couldn't sense the impending danger. The devil expert's sword gleamed with malevolent energy as it descended toward Long Chen's head. Just as it seemed his life would end, Su Yu, in a panic, hurled her spear with all her might. The devil's sword halted less than 3 inches from Long Chen's head as Su Yu's spear struck it, knocking both the weapon and its wielder aside. "Kill this woman." Seeing that Su Yu had lost her weapon, the other 2 8 vein heaven saints charged at her in unison. At that moment, the Southern Alliance's reinforcements arrived in force. Tens of thousands of 6 vein heaven saints surged onto the battlefield, their combined momentum forcing the 2 devil experts into retreating. This bought Su Yu time to call back her spear. The crisis was temporarily averted, but the battle was far from over. Displaying their immense combat experience and bravery, the Southern Alliance experts quickly formed layers of formations around Long Chen. The 4 8 vein heaven saints were gradually forced back. Watching this, Tiantong roared in frustration, "Kill them all. Don't let them succeed." Tiantong's aura was the strongest on this battlefield, but he refrained from joining the fray. His 9th heaven vein, still in its budding stage, was too fragile. Any direct confrontation could cause it to collapse completely. He had spent an incalculable amount of time and effort condensing this 9th heaven vein, and he wasn't willing to risk losing it. Meanwhile, Long Chen's absorption reached a fever pitch. The altar's immortal qi that had been painstakingly gathered over many days was rapidly draining. Even the altar's runes dimmed as the energy was devoured. Su Yu fought heroically, driving off 2 8 vein heaven saints on her own. The 8 squad leaders fought gallantly as well. Half of them were soaked in blood. By using practically suicidal techniques, they managed to hold back the other 2 8 vein heaven saints. Meanwhile, the enormous devil race army furiously assaulted the Southern Alliance's defenses under Sha Tiantong's command. However, their efforts were disorganized, like a swarm of headless flies. No matter how they charged, they couldn't break through the Southern Alliance's defenses. Instead, their wild attacks disrupted the rhythms of their top experts, throwing their strategies into chaos. "Damn humans, You dare interfere with Sha Tiantong's affairs. None of you will leave here alive. He roared, his voice a thunderous proclamation of his intent. Unable to hold back any longer, Tiantong finally attacked. Despite the risk of losing his ninth heaven vein, he could not tolerate the situation any further. Space shuddered as his sawtooth saber tore through the air, radiating overwhelming devil chi. Su Yu stepped forward, hastily intercepting the attack with her spear. However, the impact was devastating. Her arms shuddered violently, and her spear was knocked from her hands. Blood sprayed from her lips as the force drove her back. Big Sister Su Yu! Cries of alarm rose from the Southern Alliance experts. Sha Tiantong's power was far beyond their expectations. Even after igniting her heaven vein dragon chi, Su Yu could not withstand his might. Ignore me. Focus on guarding Long Chen. As long as he absorbs enough energy, Tiantong won't be able to condense his ninth heaven vein. It will be a failure, commanded Su Yu. Her unwavering determination stirred the Southern Alliance. Though they longed to rush to her aid, they understood their mission. Their goal was clear: prevent Sha Tiantong from becoming the devil race's first nine-vein heaven saint. Even if it cost them their lives, they could not let him succeed. Die! Shouted Sha Tiantong. Seeing their determination to stop him, Sha Tiantong seethed with fury. His sawtooth saber sliced through the air once more, shrouded in the faint aura of ninth heaven vein dragon chi. Though still an eight-vein heaven saint, he was already on the verge of breaking through, his power overwhelming. Despair rippled through the Southern Alliance experts as they watched the deadly saber arc toward Su Yu. None of them had the strength to intervene in time. Just as all seemed lost, a dazzling light burst forth. Su Yu's spear, which had been knocked aside, suddenly shot back into the fray, enveloped in radiant starlight. It intercepted Sha Tiantong's saber with unrelenting force. Sha Tiantong grunted in pain as he was blasted backward, his attack thwarted. Gasps of astonishment echoed among both allies and enemies. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Chapter 5596 Unkillable. Sha Tiantong had not shown any mercy with this attack. Yet, to his utter shock, he was sent flying. His hand bled profusely, and he nearly lost grip of his saber. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look past Su Yu at Long Chen. His pupils contracted in terror. An enormous dragon chi swirled behind Long Chen, shimmering with starlight. Each loop it made seemed to absorb the very essence of heaven and earth, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Though still shaken from narrowly escaping death, Su Yu couldn't help but be awestruck. Even with her vast experience, Su Yu had never encountered a heaven vein dragon chi of this nature. It resembled an astral dragon, pulsating with cosmic energy, as if the very stars themselves had taken form. Su Yu then grabbed her now glowing spear. While the starlight on it had dimmed, it still pulsated with power. Just then, an eight-vein heaven saint launched a sneak attack on her. Su Yu instinctively raised her weapon to block, resulting in a deafening explosion. The enemy's weapon shattered, and he spat blood, severely injured. Su Yu stared at her spear, astonished at the residual power it held. Long Chen stood tall, his divine ring pulsating behind him and his astral dragon chi coiling protectively. He looked like an unrivaled battle god. Yet, despite this incredible display, he had a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. This is ridiculous. That much energy only allowed me to fully condense a single astral vein. I couldn't even start on my second astral vein, Long Chen muttered, visibly perplexed. Given the vast energy gathered here, he had anticipated forming at least 2 astral veins, if not 3. However, when his first astral vein reached completion, it actually opened its insatiable maw and devoured all the remaining energy here. After that, it fell silent, and there was no sign of his second astral vein. You shouldn't complain about a blessing, the earth cauldron scolded him. The more energy it requires to condense, the stronger your astral dragon chi will be. Before Long Chen could respond, Sha Tiantong recovered from his shock and charged at Long Chen with murderous intent. Although Long Chen's astral dragon chi looked shocking, its fluctuations were extremely odd. It looked extremely powerful and weak at the same time. Unsure about what was going on with Long Chen, Su Yu stood in front of him. "Scram, you worthless ant!" Sha Tiantong exclaimed, furiously changing his target to Su Yu. Just as Su Yu was preparing to block his attack, space quivered, and Long Chen appeared in front of her. Long Chen. Su Yu was shocked to see Long Chen looking so unprepared. His hands were clasped behind him, not defending at all. Sha Tiantong's devastating attack landed on Long Chen's shoulder, but that was it. It failed to injure Long Chen at all. The starry sky battle robe enveloping Long Chen absorbed the impact, allowing the saber to penetrate only an inch before halting entirely. The overwhelming devil saber had failed. Su Yu covered her mouth in shock, her disbelief mirrored by everyone present. Long Chen had only condensed a single astral vein, yet Sha Tiantong's full-force attack couldn't harm him. Was this man even human? Friend and foe alike froze, retreating in shock. Sha Tiantong was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. Blood dripped from his hand as his failed attack left him injured instead of his target. At this moment, Long Chen was gauging the power of his astral vein. He wasn't fighting back because he wanted to test its power. Thus, while he managed to keep a calm expression, he was indescribably excited inside. In front of countless shocked gazes, Long Chen tilted his head back and looked at Sha Tiantong disdainfully. Long Chen said, "Sha Tiantong, you won't be killing anyone today. You are the worthless ant. I refuse to believe this." Sha Tiantong roared, retreating momentarily to gather his strength. As his 8 heaven vein dragon chi ignited, his aura swelled to terrifying heights. His reckless gamble pushed his 9th heaven vein to the brink of collapse. In exchange, he unleashed a suffocating pressure that even forced Su Yu and the others to retreat. The squad leaders exchanged grim looks, awed by the oppressive devil energy. "What a terrifying devil pressure!" exclaimed one of the 8 squad leaders. "To stop such a monster, even at the cost of our lives, would be worth it," another squad leader declared solemnly. "We won't die," another leader countered with conviction. "This Long Chen is more terrifying than this devil. Trust me." Following their instincts, the squad leaders regrouped their forces behind Long Chen, who stood resolute. As combat veterans, although they had misjudged Long Chen before, they would truly be fools if they still couldn't tell just how terrifying he was. Sha Tiantong's heaven vein dragon chi was burning crazily, climbing as if there was no limit. The devil experts retreated as well, but they formed a huge enclosure to make sure no humans could escape. At this moment, Sha Tiantong was no longer thinking about any plans or strategies. He only wanted to kill. If the other devil experts let these people escape, Sha Tiantong's anger might be unleashed on them instead. "Long Chen, I'll distract him. Use the opportunity to finish him off," Su Yu transmitted, noticing Sha Tiantong's vulnerability amidst his reckless power surge. While Sha Tiantong was a terrifying existence, his head was no longer working right. He was arrogantly igniting his heaven vein dragon chi without thinking about the possibility of being sneak attacked. That would instantly cause this power to go out of control and kill him. Long Chen, however, shook his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "No need, let him bask in his fleeting hope." His eyes gleamed with an icy resolve as he continued, "Then, I'll teach him what despair truly means." Chapter 5597 Fighting Sha Tiantong. Heaven and earth trembled violently as a massive ripple of energy erupted from Sha Tiantong. His aura finally stabilized, no longer climbing, but what followed left everyone in shock. A 9th heaven vein shimmered into existence behind him. This 9th heaven vein was translucent, unlike the fully condensed 8 veins that preceded it. Still, its appearance was enough to cause Su Yu and the others' hearts to sink. How is this possible? He still managed to condense his 9th heaven vein. "Were we too late?" shouted one of the squad leaders, his voice filled with despair. The translucent heaven vein was the same size as the other 8, a clear sign it had already formed. Though incomplete, it was only a matter of time before it fully condensed. In other words, their desperate efforts had merely delayed Sha Tiantong, not stopped him. "How hateful!" exclaimed one of the squad leaders through gritted teeth. He knew that Sha Tiantong would complete his 9th heaven vein within a month, and then he would unleash a calamity upon the human race. After condensing his 9th heaven vein, Sha Tiantong raised his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. I've actually condensed my embryonic 9th heaven vein. The heavens favor the devil race. Humans, prepare for your annihilation." Sha Tiantong had ignited his heaven vein dragon chi in desperation, expecting the process to destroy his 9th vein for a temporary surge of power. Instead, this reckless act had the opposite effect, stimulating the vein into condensing successfully. Clenching his fist, Sha Tiantong radiated such overwhelming power that spatial tears appeared around him. The sight left Su Yu and the others in utter despair. A 9-vein heaven saint, even at the embryonic stage, was a force leagues beyond their comprehension. Su Yu and the others had been willing to sacrifice themselves to stop his advancement because they were aware of how catastrophic it would be. Unfortunately, fate played with people. With the devil race's cruelty, Sha Tiantong's success meant devastation awaited the human race. The devil experts erupted in cheers, their savage smiles directed at Long Chen and his allies. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," Long Chen said calmly. "Long Chen, you're strong and brimming with potential. You can't die here," Su Yu declared, her voice resolute. "We'll ignite our blood souls to activate the devil-trapping grand formation. It'll only buy you a single breath of time, but you know what you have to do." Su Yu took a deep breath, her determination unwavering. She had already accepted her fate. A nine-vein heaven saint was beyond them, but if Long Chen survived, there was hope for the future of their race. Whatever happened, they had to make sure Long Chen escaped safely. "What are you talking about? If you keep talking like that, I might fall in love with all of you," replied Long Chen, shaking his head. His words weren't transmitted spiritually but spoken aloud, leaving Su Yu momentarily stunned, her cheeks turning red. No one had ever said something like that to her face. But then, she realized he'd said, "all of you," not just her. Angrily, she snapped, "This isn't the time for jokes. Run and avenge us later." Slamming her hands together, she began forming seals. The other Southern Alliance experts followed suit, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. "Don't even think about escaping," Sha Tiantong sneered as he vanished into the void. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her soul shuddered as an oppressive heavenly Doyan power froze her in place. She couldn't move, let alone complete her seals. A devil claw emerged from the void, reaching for her throat. Unable to move, Su Yu could only watch as that devil claw closed around her neck. However, just as it was about to touch her, a hand slapped the void, forcing Sha Tiantong out of it. Sha Tiantong's fingernail was only an inch away from Su Yu's throat, but Long Chen was there to slap his face away. "Are you treating me as nothing more than empty air?" asked Long Chen. Sha Tiantong was fast, but Long Chen was even faster. Even when Sha Tiantong hid himself in the void, Long Chen could still track him. In an instant, the pressure on Su Yu vanished, and she stared in shock. "Thank you, but just leave this to me," Long Chen remarked. He smiled at Su Yu and the rest of the Southern Alliance experts. Although they weren't that strong, they were true warriors he could respect. "I'll kill you," Sha Tiantong roared, his face burning with both pain and humiliation. A clear handprint flickering with starlight could be seen on his twisted face. The stinging pain and burning embarrassment were unbearable for him. The void exploded beneath Sha Tiantong as he vanished again. The next moment, the space in front of Long Chen tore open, and Sha Tiantong's claws lunged for his shoulders. Devil Chi swirled around them, the power of his heaven-vein dragon Chi making heaven and earth tremble. With hands encased in starlight, Long Chen simply caught Sha Tiantong's devil claws. "Die!" Sha Tiantong bellowed, channeling all his strength to tear Long Chen apart. But despite his overwhelming power, Long Chen's hands barely quivered. "Is that all you've got? What a foolish little shit." Long Chen spat in Sha Tiantong's face, provoking him to the limit. Sha Tiantong's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face twisted in rage. All of a sudden, a blood-colored sphere appeared in his mouth. But before he could unleash it, Long Chen's knee shot up, slamming into his chest, followed by a devastating kick to his jaw. Sha Tiantong was launched skyward, black smoke spewing from his mouth as fragments of teeth rained down. "Do you think you can imitate Boss Long San's moves?" Long Chen sneered, clasping his hands behind his back. His arrogance was overwhelming as he watched Sha Tiantong writhe in the distance. When the surrounding experts saw fragments of teeth falling out of Sha Tiantong's mouth, they were frozen in shock, staring at the scene as if time itself had stopped. Chapter 5598 Sacrifice. Everyone fell deathly silent. The only sound was the clatter of Sha Tiantong's broken teeth hitting the ground. Su Yu and the others could only stare in stunned disbelief. Behind Long Chen, his divine ring shimmered with an ethereal light, projecting a vast starry sea. Within that cosmic expanse, a majestic starry dragon swam, its movements resonating with an ancient and profound rhythm. Its aura seemed to change with every breath from Long Chen. Everything bathed in the starlight seemed to be under Long Chen's control. The 10,000 laws, the 10,000 Taos, and the lives of all who lived within them were under his command. As his astral dragon Qi circulated, Long Chen felt unprecedented power flowing into him. For the first time, he felt the unrestrained joy of mastery over this immense energy. So, this astral vein connects the starry sea in my dantian to the stars beyond the 9 heavens, Long Chen murmured, a revelation dawning upon him. This was one of the secrets of the 9-star hegemon body art. Correct. Only now can you be considered a true 9-star heir. Your cultivation of the 9-star hegemon body art has deviated, causing a mutation. While this mutation strengthens you for now, it will make future breakthroughs exponentially more challenging. Be prepared for the trials ahead, said the Earth Cauldron. Since their souls were connected, it naturally knew what Long Chen was thinking. To prevent Long Chen from getting lost in his delight, it gave him a warning. Long Chen chuckled, unbothered by the warning. The future can wait. Right now, I'll savor this moment and act as arrogantly as I please. The transformation brought by a single astral vein was staggering, to the point that even an 8-vein heaven saint was no longer able to compete with Long Chen. The fake 9-vein heaven saint in front of him couldn't threaten him either. Let's test the true might of my astral dragon chi, Long Chen said, stepping forward. He shot toward Sha Tiantong like a streak of starlight. Devil flame slash. Sha Tiantong roared, his devil saber releasing a torrent of primordial fury. Backed by his ignited heaven vein dragon chi, this blow tore the heavens apart. However, Long Chen didn't even flinch in front of it. Starlight flared on his fist as a dragon diagram spun upon it, and he met the saber's devastating strike head-on. The void exploded, and the impact forced both Long Chen and Sha Tiantong back several steps. He blocked a devil weapon with his bare hands. Su Yu and her companions were shocked. The battle unfolded at a pace beyond their comprehension. Long Chen's figure seemed to flicker in and out of existence. All of a sudden, he had struck the devil saber. Is Long Chen a monster? He clearly has a giant saber on his back, so why is he fighting barehanded? Isn't he looking down on Sha Tiantong? Exclaimed one of the squad leaders. Even someone as powerful as Sha Tiantong wasn't qualified to make Long Chen take out his weapon. Just how arrogant and domineering was that? At this moment, Sha Tiantong roared and started to swing his saber like a madman. In response, Long Chen used his fists to fight back. Terrifying saber chi sliced the void, leaving giant cracks in the air. One stray slash veered toward Su Yu and the others, and Su Yu parried it. However, it was simply too much for her. The impact caused her to spit out blood, and she was knocked back several steps. I'm fine, Su Yu reassured them, though her voice wavered. This saber chi originated from an attack Long Chen had shattered, and it had traveled a large distance before reaching them. Yet, it still possessed such power. Thinking about the powerful attack, Su Yu felt a chill. Their power had exceeded her understanding. Long Chen and Sha Tiantong collided and were blown back once more. In a few blinks of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Long Chen stood in the sky, his hands clasped behind his back, looking like the war god of the starry sky. In contrast, Sha Tiantong was slightly out of breath. There was a wild but also frightened expression in his eyes. He could not believe that a 1-vein heaven saint could be this strong. I don't believe it, Sha Tiantong roared. Blood gushed out of his whole body and gradually condensed into various diagrams. In an instant, a bloody scent filled the air. Su Yu and the others' souls shuddered when they smelled it. An intense sensation of death enveloped their hearts. This is a curse art, shouted a squad leader. No, it's not a curse, it's a sacrifice. Su Yu cried out in shock. Su Yu wasn't sure what kind of technique this was, but she knew Sha Tiantong was planning on unleashing a major technique. Once he successfully cast it, his power would reach an unprecedented height. Su Yu tensed. She wanted Long Chen to hurry up and interrupt his technique, but Long Chen was just standing there. Rather than looking nervous, he actually seemed expectant of it. After swallowing her words, Su Yu turned back to her comrades and said, "This is a rare chance to see a battle between peak experts. Many people never get such a chance in their lives. Focus and immerse yourselves in this feeling of death. If we survive, it will greatly aid our future breakthroughs." Before this, they had been too frightened to think about gaining experience from this battle. But using the will of these two peak experts to stimulate their potential was indeed the smart thing to do. With Su Yu's reminder, they immediately pushed aside their fear, using their heart to sense the changes in the heavenly Taos. They listened to the sound of the 10,000 Taos and tried to comprehend the will of these supreme experts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime lesson. Devil Ancestor Blessing, 10,000 devil manifestation. Sha Tiantong's roar shattered the heavens, and countless devil figures appeared in his manifestation. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed and blew apart the surrounding void. Sha Tiantong's saber descended, and a devastating slash reached Long Chen with blinding speed. The space around Long Chen erupted, consumed by chaos as Grand Dao runes filled the air. Long Chen, Su Yu and the others cried out. Chapter 5599 Unmatched Long Chen. Sha Tiantong's saber seemed to slice apart the fabric of spacetime itself. Dodging such an attack was beyond impossible. It's over, murmured Su Yu, her heart sinking as despair gripped her. The space where Long Chen had been standing was obliterated, leaving behind a void of shattered existence. No one had expected Sha Tiantong to be this terrifying, capable of unleashing such a powerful attack in an instant. Long Chen's death filled them with pain. If only he had heeded their warnings and withdrawn earlier. Given time, he could have become one of humanity's greatest pillars of strength. But regret was futile. With Long Chen's death, their hope had perished as well. Wow, that attack wasn't bad, said a lazy voice, shattering the heavy silence. The battlefield froze, and all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, their expressions shifting from disbelief to shock. When the chaotic void settled, Long Chen's figure gradually emerged, unscathed and standing in his original position. What? Sha Tiantong's pupils shrank in disbelief. Long Chen stood with his left hand raised, his astral shield hovering in front of him. Though intact, the astral shield was cracked. It seemed that the saber had penetrated the astral shield and struck Long Chen's palm, causing blood to trickle from the wound. I'm impressed. It's surprising that you can injure me, remarked Long Chen lightly. As he spoke, the wound on his palm healed in an instant, leaving no trace. The overwhelming strike had done little more than graze his skin. Long Chen's words were like poisonous arrows stabbing Sha Tiantong's pride. The quiet contempt in his tone was the ultimate humiliation. You goddamn human, I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Sha Tiantong roared. As he raised his saber again, the 10,000 devil figures behind him quivered. Runes flowed along the devil saber, and a deafening roar of 10,000 devils reverberated through heaven and earth. The weapon seemed to carry the blessings of ancient devils, and its descent made the stars themselves tremble. Don't say such big words, Long Chen taunted. If you truly believed you could kill me, you wouldn't have resorted to a sneak attack. You are masking your fear behind your anger and shouting. With a calm motion, Long Chen raised his hand. The starry sea behind him dimmed as astral energy condensed into his palm, forming a radiant sphere that exuded the majesty of an entire cosmos. One star fall. Long Chen hurled the astral sphere into the descending devil saber. The impact was cataclysmic. The devil saber's fearsome image shattered into fragments. The weapon itself exploded, and Sha Tiantong's arm was obliterated in the process. Blood sprayed from his mouth as terror overtook him. His weapon and pride had actually shattered. All of a sudden, a jade talisman appeared in his hand. He's running, shouted Su Yu. However, before he could activate it, a hand shrouded in stars gripped his wrist and wrenched his arm from its socket. Sha Tiantong screamed in agony. Long Chen's foot slammed into his back, sending him hurtling towards Su Yu. Startled, she instinctively thrust her spear forward and pierced Sha Tiantong's head, ending his life. As Sha Tiantong fell, his eyes were filled with fear and regret. He realized that Long Chen didn't kill him because he wasn't worth the effort. That final humiliation weighed on him as his life force faded, reducing the once mighty heavenly genius to a lifeless corpse. Even Su Yu was stunned. She had just killed Sha Tiantong, one of the devil race's most terrifying existences. Warriors of the Southern Alliance, raise your weapons. Cut down your enemies. Use their devil blood to forge humanity's glory. Kill. Long Chen's thunderous voice echoed. Across the battlefield, the Southern Alliance's warriors were electrified, their blood boiling with newfound spirit. Long Chen wasn't their leader, yet his words inspired them to action. The next moment, their weapons rose, slashing into the stunned devil race's ranks. The devils were paralyzed with disbelief, unable to accept that their paragon of power had actually died. They felt like they were in a nightmare. But then, the human race's weapons swinging toward them were like a cruel alarm clock. In the end, they sorrowfully realized that it was not a dream. The Southern Alliance experts fell upon them. After they had seen Long Chen's battle, their morale was at an even higher level. Warriors of the Southern Alliance, go ahead and release your anger. There is no need for pity or compassion on the battlefield. The battlefield only needs your courage and self-confidence. When our weapons are in our hands, we are unrivaled. Not even gods or devils can stop us. Heaven and earth will bless us. Our Tao is the Tao of the heavens, and my enemies are the shackles on our cultivation path. Kill them for humanity's future. Charge, kill. Long Chen's words ignited a frenzy, putting the Southern Alliance experts under a spell. The heaven vein dragon chi around them blazed with such intensity that it seemed their bodies might explode. Each enemy they felled felt like breaking a seal within themselves, unlocking limitless potential. Long Chen, Su Yu muttered amidst the chaos, sensing something extraordinary. She turned to look at him, and he winked. Before she could speak, powerful auras erupted around her. She watched in astonishment as her companions started breaking through to higher realms. 4 vein heaven saints advanced to 5 vein, 5 vein to 6 vein, and 6 vein to 7 vein. In mere moments, hundreds of thousands of warriors advanced. And the advancements didn't stop. Su Yu stared at Long Chen in speechless awe. His mere presence had turned the tide of battle, elevating their army to unparalleled heights. Chapter 5600A Gift for Warriors. Slaughter them. This is the gift that the devil race is giving you, brave warriors. There's no reason for you to not take it, Long Chen transmitted telepathically. The devil race's gift? Asked Su Yu, baffled. She suddenly noticed that after Sha Tiantong's death, the fluctuations of heaven and earth had changed. The natural energy he had absorbed to condense his 9th heaven vein was released to the surroundings. Furthermore, as these devil experts were slain, Su Yu vaguely felt more Doyan energy merging with these fluctuations, only to be absorbed by everyone's heaven veins. Realization struck her. The grand formation set up by the devil race was now benefiting them. Though she didn't fully grasp the details, she understood that killing these devil experts was a rare opportunity for everyone to break through their bottlenecks. At this moment, Su Yu practically viewed Long Chen like a god. Without hesitation, she charged toward one of the devil race's 8 vein heaven saints. This 8 vein heaven saint had been desperately trying to escape, but the chaos in their ranks slowed his retreat. Gritting his teeth, he started killing his own comrades to clear a path. However, Su Yu caught up to him and, after a fierce battle, managed to slay him. After killing him, Su Yu clearly felt her own heaven vein dragon chi fluctuating. There were signs of a breakthrough. This validated her hypothesis and fueled her determination. Without pause, she targeted another 8 vein heaven saint. The battlefield was a sea of chaos. The devil race's strongest experts formed the inner ring, while the weaker ones occupied the outer ring. When the stronger devils tried to flee in panic, they slew the weaker ones, causing confusion among their ranks. As chaos reigned, the Southern Alliance warriors seized the chance to deliver devastating blows. 2 hours later, the battle ended. The massive encirclement of the devil experts had thinned, and pursuing the remaining devils was no longer feasible. At this moment, the ground was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Seeing this scene, Su Yu gave the order to retreat. The enemy's forces were too scattered, and chasing them further could lead to unnecessary casualties. In any case, victory was already theirs. There was no need to turn a victory into a tragedy. What astonished Su Yu the most was the overwhelming progress made by their forces. Almost every member of the Southern Alliance's 30 million strong army had advanced. The 8 squad leaders had all become 8 vein heaven saints, and Su Yu herself could sense her next bottleneck approaching. It felt like a dream, and she was afraid of waking up. The others were similarly overwhelmed. Many pinched themselves to confirm this fact. In this bloody battle, over 30 million people had advanced a feat beyond anyone's imagination. As they regrouped, they saw Long Chen seated in the air, adjusting his aura. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of reverence and worship. Though they didn't know the full details of what had happened, they all understood one thing: their incredible breakthroughs were thanks to Long Chen. To them, he was no longer just a powerful ally, he was a godlike figure. When Long Chen opened his eyes, he greeted them with a casual smile. "Congratulations, everyone, and don't forget to congratulate me too. Our collaboration this time was a resounding success. We've all reaped immense rewards." Long Chen started to act casual again. Now, he seemed less like a peerless expert and more like the playful boy from the neighborhood who always found a way to surprise someone. "Yes, our collaboration was truly a success," Su Yu said hesitantly, though she felt a pang of embarrassment as the words left her lips. Collaboration? She knew better. This victory was entirely thanks to Long Chen's brilliance. Her role had been negligible in comparison. Sensing her unease, Long Chen waved dismissively. Don't be so stiff. Let me clear up the mystery for you. The reason you could break through is, ironically, thanks to the devil race's efforts. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Long Chen chuckled and continued, Sha Tiantong sacrificed his blood-soul power to draw on the karmic luck of their ancestors. When he died, that karmic luck ignited, releasing the energy he had absorbed. Killing those devils allowed that energy to flow to you, blessing your bodies with its power. It was a heaven-defying stroke of fortune, but credit to you all for being strong enough to seize it. So, how does it feel? His explanation cleared their doubts, but they knew the true credit belonged to Long Chen. Without his guidance, they wouldn't have recognized the opportunity, let alone capitalized on it. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu said, Long Chen, this victory is entirely thanks to you. We will never forget this favor. Though you may never need us, if you do, our lives are yours to command. The 8 squad leaders and countless others echoed her sentiments with reverent gazes. They understood that Long Chen's strength far surpassed theirs, and the likelihood of him requiring their aid was slim. Nonetheless, they were resolved to repay this debt, even at the cost of their lives. You're talking like an outsider, Long Chen chuckled. The strong will always be surpassed one day, and the weak can transform at any moment. Fate is not set in stone. Even if the heavens decree your destiny, who says you can't? Defy them, work hard, opportunities favor the prepared, otherwise, even if fortune smiles upon you, you'll lack the strength to seize it. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. With a final smile, Long Chen vanished, leaving them to ponder his words. Fate is not set in stone. Who says you cannot defy the heavens and change your fate? Long Chen's words resonated deeply, shaking the very foundations of their beliefs. For the first time, they dared to imagine a future where they could rise beyond the limitations they had long accepted as unchangeable. Everyone wanted to be stronger, but reality had always been unforgiving. Becoming a true expert required an intricate combination of talent, relentless effort, proper guidance, luck, a powerful background, abundant resources, connections, and more. Missing even one of these elements would stop them on their paths. Although they could already be considered strong, they were still far too lacking compared to the peak experts in the heaven-vein mystic realm. Many had quietly resigned themselves to their fates, believing they could never overcome such an overwhelming disparity. But today, Long Chen's words ignited a spark within them, giving them the courage to challenge fate itself. Being called warriors by someone like him, there's no way we can undervalue ourselves again, Su Yu said, her voice tinged with emotion. She sighed deeply before adding, to do so would not only disrespect Long Chen but also betray ourselves. Only now did they fully remember how Long Chen had addressed them, brave warriors. The thought sent a new surge of determination coursing through their veins. If even someone like Long Chen saw such potential in them, how could they ever look down on themselves again? Let's go. From now on, we have to work even harder, declared Su Yu. Long Chen promised we'd meet again. When that time comes, we must be ready, we can't let him down. With a wave of her hand, Su Yu led the group away from the battlefield. For every one of them, this place would forever be remembered as the turning point of their lives. Long Chen's parting words had flung open the doors to a world they had only dared to glimpse, inviting them to step into the realm of true experts. Chapter 5601 Heavenly Doyen Divine Marrow. This is incredible. I still have at least 50% of my astral energy left. After leaving the battlefield, Long Chen found a secluded place to examine his astral energy more closely. When he did, he couldn't help but cry out excitedly. The power contained within his astral vein was truly amazing. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. His single astral vein was more potent than Sha Tiantong's 8.5 heaven veins combined. Qualitatively, the difference was vast. Sha Tiantong's heaven vein dragon chi was like fragile blades of grass, while Long Chen's astral dragon chi resembled steel wire, unyielding and dense. To make matters worse for Sha Tiantong, Long Chen's steel wire was thicker than all 8 of his strands combined. Their battle had been less of a clash and more of a one-sided display of force. Although it's strong, I can't maintain it for too long. If I ignite my astral dragon chi for the 8-star battle armor, it will only last for a single breath, Long Chen muttered. He didn't let this joy get to his head and immediately thought about this astral vein's weakness. Because Long Chen had just gained the astral vein, his control over the new energy was far from perfect, and too much energy was wasted during combat. Moreover, he was limited by a single astral vein. If he could condense more, his endurance and efficiency would multiply exponentially. Senior, didn't you say the heavenly star daffodil would help me condense astral energy? Has the time come? Asked Long Chen. After all, the heavenly star daffodil's fruit had matured, and Long Chen needed more astral veins to stand a chance against multiple experts of Sha Tiantong's caliber. No, to fully harness the heavenly star daffodil's power, you must first condense 9 astral veins, the earth cauldron replied. What? Why? Long Chen was baffled. If he needed to condense 9 astral veins first, what was the point of the fruit? The earth cauldron explained, if you were an ordinary 9-star heir, 1 astral vein would suffice. But your astral vein is far too powerful, containing an overwhelming amount of energy. If you use the heavenly star daffodil too early, it could be rejected by the heavenly Taos, and toward the end, its supportive energy may sharply diminish or vanish entirely. To use the heavenly star daffodil optimally, I recommend waiting until you've condensed 9 astral veins. Better yet, 10. With careful planning, you could use its power to directly condense 13 astral veins and advance to the human emperor realm in a single breakthrough. If you fail to break through in one go, the heavenly Taos will erect a barrier, making further progress significantly more challenging and time-consuming. You know how crucial time is to you. Through the earth cauldron's explanation, Long Chen realized that using the heavenly star daffodil was not so simple. While the heavenly star daffodil could accelerate his growth, using it would alert the heavenly Taos, possibly sabotaging his progress. To maximize its effects, he had to wait until the perfect moment. For now, Long Chen couldn't use the heavenly star daffodil and had to rely on himself. However, condensing a single astral vein used up a terrifying amount of energy. Based on the cultivation world standards, condensing the second heaven vein required at least double the energy of the first one. But don't fret, the earth cauldron consoled. Your first astral vein will exponentially increase your devouring speed. As long as you find large enough energy reserves, your rate of advancement will outpace 99% of cultivators. Long Chen smiled bitterly. That's easier said than done. Finding such resources is no simple task. What are you afraid of? Scoffed Evilmoon. If you can't find them, take them from others. The Heaven Vein Mystic Realm is a land of countless treasures. As long as you're strong enough to claim them, the opportunity is yours. Long Chen's spirits lifted. Evilmoon was right. If Sha Tiantong could find a high-energy area to condense his 9th heaven vein, then Long Chen could find similar treasures or seize them if necessary. He already had an astral vein, while the Earth Cauldron, the Demon Moon Cauldron, Evilmoon, and the Heaven Flipping Seal had also awoken. What was there to fear? With renewed determination, Long Chen launched himself deeper into the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. As he was flying, an enormous head broke out of the ground, its mouth snapping shut around him. The creature was a centipede-like monster, its head alone the size of a small mountain. Its mouth was lined with countless barbs, ensuring no prey could escape once devoured. You idiot, you want to eat me? What were you thinking? Long Chen cursed. This bug was as strong as a rank 5 divine emperor from the outside world. In principle, Long Chen wouldn't even be enough to fill the crack between its teeth. If the creature had merely warned him off with its aura, he might have let it live. But lying in wait trying to eat him like this was unforgivable. Long Chen swung Evilmoon, starlight blazing as his astral energy smoothly surged. The saber carved through the centipede's head with ease, splitting it in two. Black blood erupted into the air, and the saber's momentum continued, slicing through its massive body. The terrifying bug couldn't withstand a single strike. Even Long Chen was surprised by the sheer power of Evilmoon after its awakening. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen dragged the massive corpse into the primal chaos space. There's something underground. Long Chen peered into the exposed underground cavern. A dark red divine light flickered faintly within, drawing his attention. Oh, this stupid bug actually found a treasure land, Long Chen muttered. After entering the cave, he discovered a divine magma pool glowing with dense heavenly Doyan fluctuations. What are you planning to do? Asked the earth cauldron. I was going to absorb the heavenly Doyan energy, Long Chen replied. The earth cauldron explained, why? This is a heavenly Doyan divine marrow. It might possess its own heavenly Doyan energy, but if you absorb it directly, you won't get much. However, you can use it to draw over 1,000 times the heavenly Doyan energy from the surroundings. You mean like Sha Tiantong? asked Long Chen. Correct. Sha Tiantong built an altar on top of a similar divine marrow and then gathered the power of millions of devil experts to aid him in condensing his ninth heaven vein. But I don't know how to build such an altar, replied Long Chen. Who needs an altar? You have me. I will teach you how to condense the four guardians heaven merging formation. It takes only the time of an incense stick to complete. Information flowed into Long Chen's mind as the earth cauldron's runes quivered. Without hesitation, Long Chen started forming hand seals. Hundreds of seals coalesced into 4 radiant runes, which expanded to the 4 corners of the divine pool. The runes detonated, transforming into towering heavenly pillars. The divine pool boiled, and a tremendous surge of heavenly Doyan energy started converging from every direction. Summoning his divine ring, Long Chen sat in midair, and a massive whirlpool formed around him as he devoured the energy. Behind him, the stars ignited one by one, their flames converging in one spot. Long Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed upon seeing that. His second astral vein was on the verge of forming. A streak of blood-colored divine light suddenly shot toward Long Chen, accompanied by a crushing pressure that made his chest tighten. Chapter 5602 8 Stars Full Power. A streak of blood-colored light shot through the air. Though not particularly large, it exuded an overwhelming pressure, rivaling even Sha Tiantong's aura. The problem was that the attack arrived without warning, catching Long Chen off guard. By the time he sensed it, it was already upon him. A bronze cauldron appeared in front of Long Chen, shattering the blood-colored streak of light. Though the demon moon cauldron was forced back several meters, it stabilized almost instantly. Long Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The demon moon cauldron had easily withstood such a powerful attack. At this critical juncture, Long Chen's second astral vein was condensing. He couldn't afford any distractions. Foolish human, the divine objects of heaven and earth are not for the likes of you. Either leave or die, choose. A cold voice echoed. A group of people appeared before Long Chen. There were only a few hundred of them, but every single one possessed an imposing aura. 8 of them were 8 Vein Heaven Saints, while the rest were 7 Vein Heaven Saints. Their leader was a half-step into the 9 Vein realm. These figures radiated powerful demonic blood chi, creating a suffocating atmosphere. They were massive, with blood-colored crystals covering their bodies like armor. Even their hairless heads were adorned with crystals. This aura is familiar, Long Chen muttered. Long Chen's heart trembled. He recalled how they had come across a battlefield with Feng Xinyue on the way here. There, they encountered remnants of blood-colored crystals and learned of the blood crystal demon lizard race. Now, members of this race stood before him, exuding immense power. Although there were only a few hundred of them here, every single one of them was a powerful expert. It was the strongest lineup he had seen in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. The leader of this group glared at Long Chen. When he saw that Long Chen wasn't moving, his expression darkened. Waving his hand, he ordered, "Kill him. I will gather the divine marrow." He retrieved a mysterious clay jar, placing his hand on it. Countless blood-colored runes lit up, exuding a terrifying aura. Meanwhile, his subordinates charged toward Long Chen, their crystalline armor gleaming menacingly. "Ling block them for me. I'll be done soon," said Long Chen. At this moment, his second astral vein was forming. Any interruption would undo all his efforts. Even an incomplete embryonic vein would suffice for now, as full growth was merely a matter of time. But if he was interrupted in the process of forming the vein, his astral energy would flow in reverse and damage his stars. This kind of injury was serious. It would harm his core and make it harder for him to condense more astral veins. Seeing these people act so arrogant, Long Chen was enraged. However, even as fury bubbled inside him, he stayed calm. At this moment, he couldn't fight. "Don't worry, big brother Long Chen, I can deal with them," Yao Ling Er's voice echoed confidently. The demon moon cauldron expanded, forming a translucent barrier around Long Chen. It protected him while allowing him to continue absorbing natural energy. The blood crystal demon lizard's weapons clashed against the cauldron. Spears and hatchets unleashed explosive booms, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Their attacks were devastating and released terrifying ripples that made the world rumble. Yet, the demon moon cauldron stood firm. No matter how those people wildly attacked, it remained as stable as a boulder. Strengthened by the earth cauldron, Yao Ling had grown incredibly powerful. Though the demon moon cauldron was a counterfeit, it had inherited much of the earth cauldron's strength. The blood crystal demon lizards were stunned. Their combined attacks couldn't even dent the cauldron. They had never encountered such a terrifying divine weapon before. "You trash, scram," their leader roared, stepping forward. Irritated by his subordinates' incompetence, he brandished a massive golden warhammer. The lizard leader had fully activated the runes of his jar and pointed it in Long Chen's direction, where the divine marrow was. He was already ready, but his subordinates couldn't even handle a single weapon. The golden warhammer in his hand was as big as a table, covered in intricate runes that started to glow. When it appeared, the ground sank beneath its immense weight, and the surrounding space distorted slightly. The leader hurled the warhammer, a golden bolt of destruction tearing through the void. The impact was deafening. Long Chen felt as if his head had been struck by a massive hammer. His ears rang, rendering him momentarily deaf. Though it absorbed much of the blow, the demon moon cauldron was sent flying, unable to withstand the full impact. Long Chen's concentration wavered. Furious, he quickly checked his divine ring and saw a faint, 3-foot-long astral vein shimmering within. "You brats almost ruined everything for me," Long Chen muttered, relieved that the vein had formed. Had the attack landed a second earlier, the consequences would have been disastrous. He stared at the blood crystal demon lizards with icy killing intent. As the formation collapsed, the energy of heaven and earth surged toward the clay jar. The lizard leader sneered, "Foolish human, prepare to die. Return the heavenly Doyan energy you have tainted." Gripping his golden warhammer with both hands, the lizard leader prepared another devastating strike. All 8 of his heaven veins, along with a half-formed 9th, lit up, amplifying his power. 8-star battle armor, Long Chen roared, his voice shaking the heavens. His divine ring quivered, and his 8 stars blazed like miniature suns. 2 astral veins, one large and one small, appeared within his starry sea, radiating unprecedented astral energy. In response to the blood crystal demon lizard's full-power attack, Long Chen summoned Evilmoon. The pitch-black blade gleamed with starlight as it sliced through the air to meet the warhammer. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Starlight and golden dust filled the sky as the golden warhammer disintegrated upon impact. Chapter 5603 3 slashes. The golden warhammer directly exploded alongside the lizard leader's arm. Although Long Chen had known that his 8-star battle armor's power would rise to a terrifying level thanks to his new astral vein, he hadn't expected a casual attack would be enough to blow apart the golden warhammer. The leader of the blood crystal demon lizards hastily fell back. However, Long Chen gave him no chance to take a break and swung Evilmoon at his head. The lizard leader detonated into a bloody mist, his body and soul annihilated in an instant. Waning moon heaven shaking slash, Long Chen roared. Evilmoon swung horizontally, releasing a black saber image that cleaved through space. The remaining blood crystal demon lizards barely had time to gasp before being blown apart. 3 slashes. The first destroyed the warhammer. The second obliterated their leader. The third annihilated the rest. The ground caved in, and the sky itself fractured, as though it might shatter entirely under the weight of his power. As Long Chen retracted Evilmoon, his starry sea flickered, dimmed, and vanished entirely. As expected, I can't maintain full power for long, Long Chen sighed. The overwhelming power of the 8-star battle armor, bolstered by his astral dragon chi, came with a cost. His astral energy was drained in mere moments. Amid the ruins, Long Chen's gaze fell on the clay jar. Its master was gone, yet it continued to absorb heavenly Doyan energy. When the last trace of energy was consumed, its lid sealed shut. Oh, Long Chen's eyes narrowed as he approached the jar. It offered no resistance as he picked it up, almost as if it were a masterless object. Curiosity piqued, Long Chen sent his divine sense inside. His eyes widened as he felt the dense, pure heavenly Doyan energy contained within. What the fuck, I've struck gold. Long Chen hadn't expected this jar to contain such an enormous amount of pure heavenly Doyan energy. You really did, the earth cauldron chimed in agreement, its tone almost amused. Long Chen quickly calmed himself down as his suspicions rose. This makes no sense. That lizard was already half a step into the 9-vein realm. This is precisely when he'd need heavenly Doyan energy to ascend further. Why store so much instead of using it? Unless this energy wasn't meant for him. The thought unsettled him. If true, then whoever this energy was intended for must possess unfathomable strength strong enough to compel such a powerful expert to act as their servant. Ah, that's right, Long Chen muttered. Suddenly, Long Chen's mind descended into the primal chaos space. Rows of new heavenly Dao fruits greeted him, their surfaces rippling with violet, scale-like Patterns. Each fruit pulsed with immense earth energy. Long Chen plucked the strongest fruit and examined it, his brow furrowing. It's not him. On his way to the heaven vein mystic realm, he had sensed a terrifying aura left behind by an expert of the blood crystal demon lizard race. When Long Chen examined that battlefield, he was extremely shocked. He had never sensed such a strange earth energy, a variant he'd later learned was called crystal energy. At the time, he predicted that the attacker must have been an extraordinary expert. However, the heavenly Tao fruit in his hand from the lizard leader didn't give off the same fluctuations as what he sensed on the battlefield. So there was a stronger lizard out there. Long Chen's instincts told him the recipient of this stored heavenly Doyan energy might be that lizard. Someone as powerful as this lizard was willing to work for someone else. Then, this person has to be terrifyingly powerful. He can't be weaker than Fan Tian or Li Changjing, Long Chen muttered. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he became. He then eyed the heavenly Tao fruit in his hand. Long Chen said, Li Qi, Ming Yuan, I'm not going to give you this fruit. I'll get you something even better. Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan's earth energy possessed unparalleled strength, embodying the full spectrum of the earth's elemental might. As the foundation of all life, the earth exuded a nurturing and selfless power. Its immense defensive capabilities and sustainability stood in stark contrast to its offensive might, as destruction was contrary to its essence. As a result, while Li Qi and Song Ming Yuan were formidable in their own right, their specialization in defense often left them struggling to keep up with the Dragonblood Legion's aggressive, offense-oriented style. However, the crystal element heavenly Tao fruit offered a solution. If the duo could harness its power, they would gain a sharp and deadly offensive edge, complementing their already impenetrable defense. Long Chen couldn't even estimate how great their combined power would be at that time. Thinking of that, Long Chen grabbed the mysterious jar and flew for a bit until he found a secluded location. There, he opened the jar, releasing an overwhelming torrent of heavenly Doyan energy. The next moment, his divine ring flared to life, and 2 astral veins spiraled within it, eagerly devouring the potent energy. The first astral vein had already fully matured, so the energy it was devouring was transported to the starry sea as the reserve to condense the 3rd astral vein. As for the smaller astral vein, it was rapidly growing thanks to this energy. In the blink of an eye, it grew from only 3 feet to miles long. According to the Earth Cauldron, as long as Long Chen had enough energy, his rate of growth would be astounding. And as expected, in just 2 hours, his 2nd astral vein reached its full capacity. Yet, the jar's heavenly Doyan energy showed no signs of depletion, and the 2 astral veins continued their ravenous consumption, leaving not a single wisp wasted. After that, the 3rd astral vein quickly condensed. With no one disturbing Long Chen, it went smoothly. But as the 3rd astral vein emerged, the rate of growth noticeably slowed. The heavenly Doyan energy supply was insufficient to sustain it. By the time the jar was emptied, the 3rd astral vein only grew to half the size of the other 2. Unwilling to leave things there, Long Chen expanded his manifestation to devour the energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding energy was sucked dry, but the 3rd astral vein didn't grow at all. Seeing this, Long Chen had no choice but to give up. Indeed, it was impossible for him to condense astral veins through ordinary means. He had to look for areas with more energy. Even so, the accomplishment of condensing 3 astral veins filled Long Chen with newfound vigor. His astral energy now surged with abundance, granting him extraordinary power. With lightning wings on his back, Long Chen flew off into the depths of the heaven vein mystic realm. Chapter 5604 That Little Pretty Boy. The earth exploded, sending fragments of rock and dust flying in all directions as a figure shot out of the ground. Haha, my 3rd vein is complete. Long Chen laughed crazily. He had discovered another special energy-rich area, one without an owner. In just an hour, his 3rd astral vein had been successfully condensed. Just as the Earth Cauldron said, as long as he had enough energy, his rate of advancement would be astonishing. Still, the process of forming astral veins was grueling. The 1st vein required the least energy, the 2nd required twice as much, and the 3rd required double that again. Yet, despite the immense energy consumption, the power these veins granted Long Chen left no room for disappointment. His strength multiplied with each completed vein. The transformation brought by his 3rd astral vein was stunning. Not only had his astral energy reserves grown immensely, but his control over that energy had also improved exponentially. Each new vein increased his control over astral energy by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, His astral energy reserve had grown by a lot. He could now sustain an all-out battle for an incense stick's time, which gave him a better sense of security. No matter how many enemies he faced, with such thick reserves, he would be able to attack and defend stalwartly. Evilmoon's promise back then still held true. No matter how terrifying Long Chen's astral energy became, it could contain it. This assurance emboldened Long Chen further. If he could channel the power of all 3 astral veins into a single attack, who in this realm could possibly stand against him? Suddenly, faint rumblings reached Long Chen's ears. Although distant, they were unmistakable. With 3 astral veins now complete, his senses had grown sharper than ever. Without hesitation, Long Chen transformed into a streak of lightning and sped toward the source of the commotion. After traveling for a couple of minutes, Long Chen arrived at the scene. Towering pillars of divine light pierced the sky, their radiance illuminating the battlefield below. Angry roars echoed throughout this region, a sign of an intense battle. As Long Chen drew closer, he was shocked by the sight before him. Countless experts from various races clashed in a ferocious melee. The human race, the blood race, the devil race, the demon race, dozens of factions were locked in a brutal struggle. When Long Chen looked at the heart of the battlefield, he saw a pillar of light forming a barrier. Within the barrier was a resplendent suit of battle armor. It seemed almost alive, its energy pulsating within the pillar. Surrounding the barrier was a golden tide of armored warriors mounted on powerful warhorses. Their disciplined movements and unyielding formations immediately caught Long Chen's attention. "It's them," Long Chen muttered in surprise. These cavalry troops were the same ones who had stood beside the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts before the opening of the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. Long Chen had thought they looked very cool. One of them, a woman named Xianxia, had even acknowledged him with a response. In a way, it could be said they were acquaintances. Long Chen quickly spotted Xianxia amidst their ranks. What caught him off guard was the sight of 9 Heaven Vein Dragon Chi swirling behind her. Even her warhorse was an 8-vein Heaven Saint Spirit Beast. With her horse, she led her troops back and forth, cutting through the battlefield with a ferocious precision that no one could halt. The fluctuations from that armor. They're so similar to their blood chi. It must be a relic from their ancestors, Long Chen surmised, instantly pinpointing the crux of the matter. Without hesitation, Long Chen plunged into the fray. With a single point of his finger, he pierced the head of a 6-vein Heaven Saint from the devil race. After that, his spiritual strength erupted as he did a brutal soul search. Fragmented memories from his victim flooded into his mind. From what he gathered, this treasure had appeared several days ago, shielded by a formidable barrier that no one had been able to breach. However, just 2 hours earlier, the barrier shattered, throwing the gathered experts into a frenzy as they all wanted to take the battle armor for themselves. It was then that the Golden Horsemen made their move. Unstoppable and deadly, they charged straight to the location of the battle armor. Yet, to everyone's dismay, a second barrier had manifested around it, just as impenetrable as the first. However, based on their prior experience, these experts believed this second barrier could break at any moment. When it did, it would be their chance to seize the armor. Even through the barrier, the golden armor's aura was suffocating. It promised unparalleled power to whoever could claim it. If they could master this armor, they would be able to dominate the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. As Long Chen charged forward, he could hear the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. The experts of various races were killing each other like madmen. However, Long Chen ignored the chaos around him. Any obstacle in his path was obliterated with a single blow as he carved his way toward the heart of the battlefield. Long Chen's rapid advancement quickly drew the attention of the real experts. An 8-vein Heaven Saint from the blood race descended, swinging at Long Chen with a blade imbued with terrifying power. As the leader of the blood race's forces, this expert had been leading the charge until Long Chen's sudden intrusion forced him to intervene. With starlight encasing his arm, Long Chen raised a hand and caught the blade. All the blood race experts cried out in shock. Their leader was an 8-vein Heaven Saint, but his full power attack was actually caught by a human. Long Chen's grip tightened, shattering the sword into fragments. The blood race leader staggered back, his arm numb. He stared at his broken sword, too stunned to move. "Careful," his subordinates cried out, but it was too late. Long Chen hurled the broken sword back at its owner, infusing it with his astral energy. Unable to withstand the immense power, the blade exploded mid-flight, sending fragments of astral light ripping through the blood race's ranks. The 8-vein Heaven Saint perished instantly, along with everyone in the blast radius. Just like that, Long Chen passed through the Blood Race's camp. His devastating display of power drew the attention of every faction on the battlefield. At the core of the battlefield, Qingxuang noticed Long Chen and her eyes widened in recognition. "It's him," she exclaimed. "It's that little pretty boy," exclaimed one of the warriors by her side. "Don't spout nonsense," Qingxuang snapped, her expression darkening. She hadn't forgotten what had happened to the last person who called him that. But there was no time for distractions. Glaring at Long Chen, she shouted decisively, "The dark golden battle armor is our ancestors' relic. We must claim it, no matter the cost. Anyone who dares to stand in our way is our enemy. Kill." Her frosty determination filled the air as she turned her full attention to Long Chen. Chapter 5605 Sacred Light. Divine Sect's Golden Armor Horseman Legion. Qingxuang unleashed a blow at a rank 9 heaven saint of the devil race, sending the latter hurtling through the air. Whether she intended to intimidate Long Chen or simply assert her dominance, the sheer force of her attack was undeniable. "TCH, is that a warning for me?" Long Chen mused, his lips curling into a faint smile as he heard her voice ring across the battlefield. It was clear she wanted him to back off, but her loud declaration only amused him. "Young lady, there's no need to shout. I'm not interested in this battle armor, but if you keep threatening me, I might just change my mind," Long Chen retorted lazily. "About turn," shouted Qingxuang, leading her troops to turn around. Borrowing the force from blowing back a 9-vein heaven saint, Qingxuang turned to face Long Chen and charged through the ranks of enemies in her way. "What do you want?" she demanded, her lance striking down foes even as she addressed him. "Just call me Big Brother, and I'll help you get that battle armor," proposed Long Chen. Qingxuang's expression froze for a moment before twisting in outrage. This man truly didn't know how to control his mouth. How was he so frivolous? "Who the hell do you think you are? Foolish humans, you can all die," shouted a devil expert. Before Qingxuang could respond, a giant figure appeared in front of Long Chen. Overwhelming devil qi filled the sky, causing the entire world to darken. The sudden appearance of this hidden threat shocked everyone, including Qingxuang. The devil expert had been concealing his aura, waiting for the perfect moment. Now, with Long Chen in his sights, he unleashed a devastating attack. "Careful," Qingxuang shouted instinctively, despite her irritation with Long Chen. The devil expert opened his mouth, and the 9-heaven vein dragon qi behind him instantly dissipated. After that, a blazing pillar of light, formed by 9 intertwining dragon figures, erupted from his maw. This attack wasn't just powerful, it was insidiously calculated. The devil expert had been biding his time, silently gathering his strength. Now, he unleashed it all in a sudden strike, leaving Long Chen with no chance to react. But while the devil expert was fast, Long Chen was faster. A starry hand swung through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages before it struck the devil expert in the face just as the pillar of light shot out of his mouth. The devil expert's head twisted violently from the impact, sending the pillar of light careening off course. It streaked past Long Chen and tore through the battlefield, annihilating countless members of the devil race. This was the full, unrestrained might of a 9-vein heaven saint. Even the formidable 8-vein heaven saints were reduced to ash in the light's destructive path. The pillar of light eventually struck the distant barrier and shattered. The next moment, the devil expert coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body started to swell unnaturally. It seemed the backlash from his attack had sent his internal energy spiraling out of control. His eyes widened in terror as he tried to scream, but no sound came out. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected this outcome. It was clear now that the devil expert's mastery over his 9 veins was far from complete. In his desperation to kill Long Chen, the devil expert had recklessly unleashed his full power. The backlash, combined with Long Chen's precise strike, had ignited the volatile energy within him. "Foolish," Long Chen muttered. With a swift kick to the devil expert's stomach, Long Chen sent him hurtling toward the barrier. Now powerless to resist, the devil expert collided with the barrier just as Long Chen retreated to safety. The devil expert erupted in a massive explosion. Waves of wild devil qi surged outward, throwing all nearby combatants off their feet. Everyone was stunned. The devil expert's detonation was a result of his internal power spiraling out of control. Yet, even an explosion of that magnitude failed to leave so much as a scratch on the barrier. The barrier's time to open had not yet arrived. No matter how powerful they were, breaking it by force was impossible. When the surrounding experts realized this, the frenzied attacks from all sides eased slightly, and the combatants started conserving their strength. Why would a little devil act arrogant in front of Boss Long San? TCH, truly clueless about their own strength, said Long Chen disdainfully, his tone filled with mockery. With just a single slap and a kick, Long Chen had ended the life of a 9-vein heaven saint. While there was undoubtedly some degree of luck and coincidence involved, it was enough to leave everyone present in shock. The top experts of the various races stared at the black-robed figure before them, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Who exactly was he? If you can help us obtain the dark golden battle armor, our Sacred Light Divine Sect's Golden Armor Horseman Legion will forever remember your favor. As long as you say the word, then I, Lu Qingxuang, will not hesitate to walk through fire for you," shouted Lu Qingxuang. Though Long Chen's strike had seemed casual, Lu Qingxuang recognized his immense strength. The way he had dispatched a 9-vein heaven saint so effortlessly made her determined to have him by their side. To her, it was clear that it was a display of Long Chen's true power. His composed demeanor and casual movements showed he had complete control of the situation. Even though Lu Qingxuang was still irritated by Long Chen's earlier remarks, she had no choice but to reevaluate him. His strength demanded respect. "Who wants your favor?" Long Chen replied lazily, flashing a faint smile. "I told you you have to call me big brother." Just like that, he walked toward the barrier. "You." Lu Qingxuang's voice caught in her throat, her anger flaring. Long Chen's carefree demeanor and sloppy appearance didn't reflect his overwhelming power. Lu Qingxuang had revealed her identity and invoked the name of the Sacred Light Divine Sect, of force renowned throughout the Heaven Essence world. Moreover, the Golden Armor Horseman Legion was their elite unit. It was a symbol of unparalleled honor and glory. A favor from the Sacred Light Divine Sect was invaluable, and yet Long Chen brushed it aside. Instead, he wanted her to call him big brother. Even with all her experience, Lu Qingxuang had never encountered such a fool. "This idiot," muttered some of the experts on her side, outraged on her behalf. They felt Long Chen was blatantly mocking Lu Qingxuang, but she raised her hand to stop them. She coldly said, "If you have the ability to get the dark golden battle armor, then I will call you big brother 10,000 times." Even though she was angry, she still retained her calm. This way, even if Long Chen couldn't help her obtain it, he wouldn't be so shameless as to compete with her over it. At the very least, there would be one less enemy. 10,000 times? That's too much. I don't have the time to hear all that. Once will do, Long Chen replied with a chuckle. Amused by his own words, Long Chen strolled toward the barrier. In front of countless astonished gazes, he casually placed his hands on the barrier. Chapter 5606, each getting what they want. Everyone was shocked when they saw Long Chen's actions. After all, this barrier was unshakable. The full power attack of a 9-vein heaven saint from the devil race had shattered on contact with it, and the backlash had caused that devil expert to explode. After that, even the explosion failed to leave a mark on the barrier. Yet, Long Chen dared to touch it with his bare hands. People held their breaths as they watched Long Chen. If Long Chen tried to destroy the barrier with brute force, he would be blown to pieces instantly. When Long Chen's hands touched the barrier, countless runes flowed out of his hands and spread throughout the entire barrier. Following that, his astral dragon chi appeared behind him and charged into the barrier. The chi swirled and danced over the surface, causing the barrier to dim rapidly. As the 3 astral dragon chi entered the barrier, a translucent, another 3-foot-long dragon chi materialized behind Long Chen. He smirked. This barrier's power is beyond expectations. In a single breath, his 4th astral vein emerged, which showcased just how powerful the devouring speed of his 3 astral veins was. The moment they entered the barrier's light faded, and its aura plummeted. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Not only had Long Chen revealed himself to be a mere 3-vein heaven saint, but his ability to absorb the barrier's power was beyond their imagination. Behind him, the 3-foot-long dragon chi rapidly swelled, its translucent form glowing brighter as stars started to shimmer across its surface. Its sudden explosive increase in power made everyone jump. Finally, they realized that Long Chen was absorbing the barrier's energy to raise his own realm. As the barrier rapidly withered, fine cracks spread across its surface like a spiderweb. The barrier is about to break. Quick, grab the battle armor. A desperate shout rang out, and countless experts rushed forward. Among them, Lu Qingxuang had already prepared herself and dashed in with lightning speed. The barrier shattered, and Long Chen stepped through the crumbling remnants, his gaze fixed on the battle armor. Without hesitation, he reached out to claim it. "Stop, it's dangerous," Lu Qingxuang hastily cried out. As a priceless treasure of the Sacred Light Divine Sect, the armor required the activation of a legacy bloodline and a specific secret art to secure it. Otherwise, its ancient formation would awaken and obliterate anyone who dared touch it. But her warning came too late. Long Chen's hand was already on the armor. A burst of divine light erupted as the formation activated. Lu Qingxuang's heart sank with regret. She hadn't expected Long Chen to break through the barrier so quickly, and now it seemed too late to save him from the armor's backlash. The moment Long Chen's hand made contact, a violent force surged into his palm, sending a sharp, burning pain coursing through his body. He struggled to hold on, his grip faltering. "Catch!" Long Chen shouted. With a swift motion, he threw the armor toward Lu Qingxuang. The dark golden battle armor streaked through the air, leaving a trail of divine brilliance in its wake. Its power was so overwhelming that it tore through the void as if splitting reality itself. Lu Qingxuang's surprise turned to delight. Wasting no time, she bit her fingertip and sketched 16 blood-colored runes into the air. "It's mine," someone else shouted, casting a net toward the armor. Lu Qingxuang didn't even glance at the attacker, but a faint smirk of disdain crossed her face. The battle armor pulsed with divine light, obliterating the net and its owner at the same time. A powerful 8-vein heaven saint died without even understanding what was happening. Countless others attempted to claim the armor, only to meet the same fate. No matter their strength or approach, anyone who touched it perished. The dark golden battle armor finally reached Lu Qingxuang and merged with her blood runes. It quivered briefly before rapidly absorbing her bloodline energy. "Stop her! The human race doesn't deserve such a treasure," an expert from another race roared. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. The Golden Armor Horseman Legion became the focus of countless attacks. The experts throughout the battlefield flooded toward them. Lu Qingxuang had said more than once that this dark golden battle armor was the treasure of the Sacred Light Divine Sect and no one else could take it. However, who would believe such a thing? In this world, over 90% of the divine weapons were forged by humans, but so what? Which race didn't have the divine weapons of the human race? As long as they could subdue the weapons, they would own them. After all, history was rife with examples of humans being slain by divine weapons forged by their own race. Hence, these experts refused to believe that they couldn't subdue this divine weapon. To them, the only barrier to claiming this treasure was strength. Meanwhile, Long Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I've struck gold again." When the barrier burst, it revealed an enormous heavenly Doyan divine marrow. Just as Long Chen had predicted, such a priceless treasure required immense energy to sustain its existence and resist the ravages of time. The marrow was his true target. Long Chen formed hand seals, and 4 heavenly pillars rose around him. The 4 Guardians' heaven-merging formation activated, igniting the marrow and drawing the world's natural energy toward it. As Long Chen hovered in midair, his dragon chi devoured the energy greedily. His 4th astral vein expanded at a shocking speed, leaving him astonished. Thanks to the aid of the other 3 astral veins, the 4th vein quickly reached full saturation, its energy flowing seamlessly into the other 3, balancing their power. But the energy wasn't exhausted yet. A few breaths later, a translucent 5th astral vein started to take form. Long Chen was overjoyed by this. However, this 5th astral vein required far too much energy. In the end, it barely reached a tenth of the size of the other veins before the energy was depleted. "The 5th astral vein's consumption is terrifying," he muttered, his heart pounding. Suddenly, a shout from Lu Qingxuang drew his attention. Her voice carried a terrifying aura that made Long Chen whip his head toward her. The dark golden battle armor was now on Lu Qingxuang. "Now there'll be a good show," Long Chen said, a smile tugging his lips. Chapter 5607 Yu Changfang. The Golden Armor Horseman Legion was surrounded and attacked by countless experts. However, when Lu Qingxuang put on the dark golden battle armor, an incredibly ancient and vast aura erupted, stunning foes and friends alike. The intensity of the Divine Emperor's aura shook the very souls of those present. At this moment, Lu Qingxuang seemed possessed by a Divine Emperor of old, and her lance thrust forward with unstoppable might. Golden divine light tore through the dome of the sky and crushed the 9-vein heaven saints surrounding her. The golden light surged across the horizon, annihilating everything in its path: mountains, powerful experts, and even the terrain itself. The power was so overwhelming that 9-vein heaven saints, who once seemed indomitable, couldn't withstand even a single blow. What ferocious battle armor, Long Chen muttered, his eyes narrowing as he observed the destruction. Although he knew the armor was supported by formations and protected by a sacred spirit, he hadn't anticipated that a single casual strike from Lu Qingxuang could unleash such catastrophic power. It is a powerful divine emperor saint armor, the earth cauldron explained. Every rune on it carries the blessings of her ancestors. In any case, this girl has barely earned its recognition. She's far from mastering it and can only utilize 10% of its full power. 10%, Long Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. For a moment, regret flickered in Long Chen's heart. Why did he have to give the armor to Lu Qingxuang? If Guo Ran had obtained the armor, he might have figured out a way to subdue it completely. The earth cauldron continued. This attack contained the remnants of a divine emperor's power. It's equivalent to a casual strike from a rank 1 divine emperor of the primal chaos era. A rank 1 divine emperor's casual attack. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Then correct. You have a rank 2 devil emperor puppet in your hands. Now you know how strong it is, right? Long Chen nodded fervently. If a rank 1 divine emperor from the primal chaos era could unleash such a terrifying attack, then his puppet's power could destroy the entire heaven vein mystic realm. However, the earth cauldron warned, you shouldn't get conceited. Who knows how many treasures on par with the dark golden battle armor exist within the heaven vein mystic realm. If this girl can become the master of the armor, she can unleash up to 30% of its power, making her almost equivalent to a rank 1 divine emperor of that era. The devastating power of Lu Qingxuang's attack caused the battlefield to erupt into chaos. Terrified, the surrounding enemies scattered in all directions, unwilling to face an enemy of such unparalleled strength. However, Lu Qingxuang didn't bother hunting down those people and led her troops back to Long Chen. Removing her helmet, she revealed an unexpectedly delicate and pretty face. The fierce-looking helmet had concealed 2 charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. Her warm, innocent expression was a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Thank you, I will remember this favor. If you ever need assistance, I, Lu Qingxuang, will go all out to help you, Lu Qingxuang said, bowing slightly to Long Chen. Hearing this, Long Chen thought, this girl's looks are really deceptive. She is actually quite shrewd. Previously, Lu Qingxuang had tossed out the name of the Sacred Light Divine Sect, but now she framed this favor as personal. Long Chen's smile deepened, causing Lu Qingxuang to blush. It was as though his gaze could pierce through all secrets of heaven and earth. Indeed, she really was shrewd. If this favor were tied to the entire Sacred Light Divine Sect, she wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. Earlier, she hadn't considered this angle, so now, regret crept into her heart. She had decided to use her name instead of implicating her sect. There was no malice in her decision, nor was she trying to shirk responsibility. If it was a personal favor, she could repay it even at great risk to herself. But if it involved the sect, whose interests were guided purely by profit rather than emotions, they could easily refuse to acknowledge this favor if it didn't serve their goals. Such a situation would put her in a difficult spot. Now, Lu Qingxuang didn't quite dare to look Long Chen in the eye. From his knowing smile, she could tell he had long since seen through her. I'm not interested in the Sacred Light Divine Sect, nor am I interested in any favor. Just fulfill your promise, and that will do, said Long Chen with a laugh. Lu Qingxuang's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. As a heavenly genius who had always swept through her enemies, her dignity was her greatest treasure. How could she call a stranger, big brother? Yet, if she remained silent, wouldn't she be seen as untrustworthy? Her face flushed, as red as a ripened apple. Hey, even though you helped us, don't push it too far. We would have obtained the dark golden battle armor even without your help, one of Lu Qingxuang's warriors interjected. However, even as he spoke, his confidence faltered. Deep down, he knew the truth. Many powerful experts in the vicinity had held back their full strength, waiting for an opportunity. If not for Long Chen's timely intervention, they might have made their moves. Who could then guarantee that none of them had any strange treasure capable of suppressing the dark golden battle armor? Long Chen merely shrugged, nonchalantly stretching his arms and brushing dust off his robes. He turned away as if the entire matter was of no concern to him. Wait, fine. Lu Qingxuang's voice trembled as she called out to him. She couldn't bear the thought of being seen as dishonorable. Yet, the words she needed to say stuck in her throat, refusing to come out no matter how hard she tried. Gritting her teeth, she said, the dark golden battle armor belongs to the captain of our golden armor horseman legion, Yu Changfeng. His power is 10 times greater than time, and he will definitely repay this favor. Long Chen stared at her in surprise. Seeing the reverence in her eyes when she mentioned Yu Changfeng, Long Chen suddenly realized something. It seemed that Lu Qingxuang cared deeply about this Yu Changfeng, and this person was 10 times stronger than her. That was rather frightening. Long Chen replied, "It was just a joke. You don't need to take it so seriously. Again, I don't need your favor. Goodbye." Long Chen waved his hand and walked off. "I will definitely repay this favor." Lu Qingxuang called back to him. "If you really want to repay it, then when you see kind-hearted humans being bullied, remember to help them out. That will count as repaying this favor," said Long Chen before he vanished. Lu Qingxuang stared in the direction he had gone, her emotions swirling. Although Long Chen said that it was a joke, she still felt as though she had broken a promise. At the same time, she realized that Long Chen had helped them because they were all members of the same race. As one race, they should be helping each other out. However, since when did the human race ever work together? Plenty of humans here had attacked them more ferociously than any other races. Yet, Long Chen had emphasized it was only for kind-hearted humans. In other words, Long Chen also believed she was a kind person. "Lieutenant Qingxuang, ignore this weirdo. We should hurry up and join Captain Changfeng. With the dark golden battle armor, the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm will definitely become our domain," said the warrior who had helped speak up for her. Lu Qingxuang looked back in the direction that Long Chen had gone one last time before sighing and leaving with everyone else. Chapter 5608 Sovereign Sprout. 10 times, is she serious? Long Chen asked, his tone laced with disbelief. Even after leaving the conversation behind, Long Chen couldn't shake off his doubts. Lu Qingxuang was already a 9-vein heaven saint. If someone were 10 times stronger than her, wouldn't that make them a half-step human emperor? What's so unbelievable? Some geniuses carry the karmic luck of an entire race on their shoulders. Once they reach the 9-vein heaven saint stage, they can use karmic luck divine weapons to awaken their core energy. This allows their heaven vein energy to merge with their core energy, amplifying their power by at least 10-fold. For some, it can even be 100-fold. Don't underestimate others, the Earth Cauldron explained. A merger between core energy and heaven vein energy. What exactly is that? Long Chen asked. Think of Tang Wan. What color was her heaven vein dragon chi? It was translucent. Isn't everyone's heaven vein dragon chi the same? Long Chen asked, puzzled. Aside from his own, it seemed all others shared this characteristic. The Earth Cauldron answered, that's only because she hadn't reached the 9-vein heaven saint level at the time. Once she does, the karmic luck planted by Feng Xinyue will erupt, transforming her into a true powerhouse. Feng Xinyue has concentrated the entire Wind God line's karmic luck on her. Tang Wan-er's potential is limitless. The entire Wind God line's karmic luck. Long Chen's heart trembled. He had always known that Feng Xinyue deeply cared for Tang Wan-er, but to gamble the entire Wind God line's karmic luck on her. That was a love that transcended the bounds of a master and disciple relationship. This karmic luck support is essentially a form of creating a sovereign sprout, continued the Earth Cauldron. It's a method of gaining heaven and Earth's acknowledgement in advance, essentially reserving a spot for sovereign-level talents. When the inherited karmic luck of countless years is concentrated on one person, it's enough to shake the heavenly Taos and rewrite destinies. The term sovereign sprout resonated deeply in Long Chen's heart. Tang Wan-er's path had been carefully paved by Feng Xinyue, showcasing just how precious she was to her mentor. Don't forget, the Earth Cauldron warned, the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm is brimming with exceptionally talented individuals. Stay vigilant. Just because you can overpower a 9-vein heaven saint doesn't mean you're invincible. What's wrong with feeling unrivaled? Evilmoon interjected. Why do you always try to undermine Long Chen? Just whose side are you on? Long Chen doesn't need your concern. He's not fighting alone, he has me. Together, we're unstoppable. Name one person who could match us in battle. The Earth Cauldron remained silent, infuriating Evilmoon further. I've fought many life and death battles with Long Chen since our time in the Martial Heaven continent, Evilmoon snapped. Where were you back then? Buried in some kind of hole. An expert requires an unshakable heart to stand unrivaled. Do you know any heroes who achieved greatness by living in fear? Long Chen, don't listen to this old cauldron. It doesn't even fight alongside you. If you listen to it, it will drag you down sooner or later. Stick with me, and we'll dominate this realm. Not even the gods can stop us from sweeping through this world." Hearing this, Long Chen couldn't help but smile. The Earth Cauldron's cautious nature clashed sharply with Evilmoon's aggressive demeanor, but neither perspective was wrong. Evilmoon was like a fiery child and often argued with the Earth Cauldron, while the Earth Cauldron carried the weight of ancient wisdom. Yet, it wasn't that the Earth Cauldron feared Evilmoon, it simply found such arguments beneath it. It warned Long Chen because it understood his fearless nature and foresaw the dangers he might face. Otherwise, who knew what reckless path he might take? He could end up in a state where even the Earth Cauldron wouldn't be able to save him. The Earth Cauldron was constantly calculating many things, trying to predict every possibility. On the other hand, Evilmoon didn't bother doing anything like that. Evilmoon believed that constantly defeating powerful enemies was the quickest way to get stronger. There were no shortcuts. To prevent them from arguing further, Long Chen immediately rushed off. At this moment, he was a 5-vein heaven saint, his heightened perception allowing him to detect the surging concentrations of heavenly Doyan energy around him. The heaven vein mystic realm's Doyan energy was spread out like a giant whirlpool. The closer one ventured to the center, the more concentrated and potent this energy became. At first, Long Chen had been unable to sense this phenomenon. His strength had not been sufficient, and the outer region's Doyan energy was too sparse. A distant rumbling caught his attention but failed to distract him. The commotion stemmed from a group of cultivators locked in battle with a ferocious beast. However, Long Chen paid them no mind and focused on finding lands of feng shui to condense more astral veins. Flying through the mystic realm, Long Chen identified several locations resonating with the faint fluctuations of heavenly fate divine marrow. However, these fluctuations were so weak that Long Chen ignored them. At this moment, Long Chen no longer wanted the smaller heavenly fate divine marrow spots. After all, he would need 100 of those to complete his 5th vein. Having just obtained a big piece of meat, Long Chen was no longer interested in snacks. His sights were on bigger things. As he delved deeper into the heaven vein mystic realm, the true nature of this dangerous domain revealed itself. The inner regions teemed with formidable experts and colossal beasts. It was indeed a land of treasures and dangers. Previously, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to approach this close to the core. But now, armed with 5 astral veins, the Earth Cauldron, and Evilmoo, he was fearless. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation struck him. His 7-color supreme blood began to circulate frantically, a dazzling 7-color radiance erupting from his body. Long Chen was momentarily stunned. His 7-color supreme blood was activating on its own. Before he could comprehend the phenomenon, he felt an intense summoning force pulling him to the right. Without a second thought, Long Chen altered his course, racing toward the source of the call. After flying for a bit, he saw countless experts rushing in the same direction as he was. There were tens of millions of them. However, they weren't going too fast. After all, they were moving as a group and had to maintain their formation. Long Chen quickly caught up to them. When Long Chen caught up, they tensed slightly. Their leader was about to give a warning when he saw that it was just one person. Their attire caught Long Chen's eye. The robes bore a striking resemblance to those worn by Su Yu and his allies, but these carried a distinct emblem, the northern character prominently embroidered on their chests, cuffs, and collars. "The 4 Cardinal Alliance," muttered Long Chen. The alliance's divisions were well known. The Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern alliances each claimed vast territories and resources. Su Yu hailed from the Southern Alliance, but these cultivators belonged to the Northern Alliance. Their leader was a powerful 9-vein heaven saint, and he looked at Long Chen coldly. Uninterested in conflict, Long Chen bypassed them without a word, his speed leaving them behind in moments. Ahead, another group came into view. This one was smaller, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, but they looked more hostile. As Long Chen approached, they gripped their weapons, their postures tense and ready for battle. It was clear they wouldn't hesitate to attack if provoked. Long Chen was irritated. Did they truly think they could stop him? Just as he was about to pass, an intense radiance exploded in the distance. It was as though a new sun had risen, its blinding brilliance forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Amidst the dazzling light, a voice filled with arrogance rang out like a leopard's roar. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Yue, just give up. You're no match for me. If you refuse to accept your loss, don't blame me, Long Zai, for being ruthless." Chapter 5609 He's come. Zhang Yue, Long Chen was surprised to hear that voice here. Zhang Yue was here. Divine light filled the sky up ahead. Even divine sense was being suppressed. But this light quickly became gentle, and then Long Chen saw an enormous wasteland. At the center of this wasteland was an enormous stone stele. Countless runes swirled on top of this stele. It was emitting a blinding and sacred light. It was its light that made Long Chen lose his sight. But this blindness lasted only for a moment before he recovered. When Long Chen saw the runes on the stele, his heart shook. Those were truly immortal characters. Long Chen had read through countless ancient texts. He essentially knew all third-generation truly immortal characters. Second-generation truly immortal characters were harder. As for first-generation truly immortal characters, he recognized only 2 handfuls. This stele's runes had the air of truly immortal characters. But every stroke contained completely different feelings. It felt like a heavenly book, something that contained secrets that would shake the whole world. Long Chen was unable to recognize a single character. The stele was completely covered in runes. It was quivering and constantly rising out of the ground. As it rose, it revealed more and more runes. No one could tell just how deep it went. There was already a sea of people in the surroundings. The experts of the various races had all come. There were easily thousands the number of people that had fought over the dark golden battle armor. At the very heart of the stele, there were 4 separate camps. Looking over, Long Chen instantly recognized them as the Long, Yi, Zhao, and Zhang divine clans. The 4 divine clans had tens of millions of experts gathered here. Every single one of them possessed a powerful aura. They possessed a powerful divine aura, as well as the aura of time. The majority of them were ancient sealed heavenly geniuses. The 4 divine clans had perfectly surrounded the divine stele. But at the moment, there were 2 people in front of the stele. One of them was a peerless beauty who he knew. She was the lofty and proud heavenly genius of the Zhang clan, the one known as war goddess Zhang Yue. She had 9 heaven vein dragon qis flowing behind her. However, what shocked Long Chen was that 4 of them were actually a light blue color. Heaven vein dragon qi that has merged with karmic luck. Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected to see the karmic luck heaven veins that the earth cauldron had warned him about so soon. Her aura was incredibly powerful. Terrifying divine energy fluctuations came from her that made people's souls shake. Just her aura alone was 10 times greater than an average 9-vein heaven saint. Long Chen finally believed what Lu Qingxuang had said. Yu Chengfeng had to have also merged his heaven veins. Zhang Yue was facing an extremely muscular man. This man was enormous for a human. His blood qi was so strong it felt like the world couldn't contain it. This man's face looked unkempt. He looked like a savage. His face was wide and his mouth was large, making him look ugly. His copper eyes had a demonic red flame flickering inside of them. This person looked like a beast in human form. He was like a humanoid fiend. Just looking at him inspired fear in people's hearts. He had 9 heaven vein dragon qis, but 5 of them were the color of fresh blood. Just like his own appearance, these 5 dragon qis were like bloodthirsty beasts. They looked like they would devour all life from this world. Upon seeing this savage man, a name instantly rang out in Long Chen's mind. Long Zai, the one said to be the Long clan's #1 monster, an unrivaled existence. Both of their auras were clashing in front of the stele. The ground beneath their feet cracked. The 2 of them were clearly competing. However, this was just a probing competition. Neither of them was going all out. Zhang Yue was staring at Long Zai with her starry eyes, her aura continuously rising. Zhang Yue had 4 karmic luck heaven veins, but Long Zai had 5. In terms of realm, Zhang Yue was losing. However, even with this realm disadvantage, Zhang Yue showed no signs of giving up. Her icy gaze showed her solid determination. There were countless experts gathered in the surroundings, but they were all silent. They were also swept up in the atmosphere. They couldn't even breathe. Zhang Yue, your current self isn't a match for me. I can't be bothered to fight you. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for ignoring the relationship of the 4 divine clans and crushing a beautiful flower, said Long Zai coldly as he stared at Zhang Yue's rising fighting spirit. You call yourself the #1 expert of the junior generation of the 4 divine clans. You have previously provoked me as well. Even if my realm is lower, we still have to find an outcome today, said Zhang Yue frostily. Back when Long Zai first come out of seclusion, he arrogantly declared that all the other experts of the divine clans were inferior to him. He had belittled them, including Zhang Yue. That had instantly enraged Zhang Yue. Although the Long clan had sent people to apologize for this insult, saying that Long Zai had misspoken and hoped that this wouldn't harm the relationship between the two clans. Everyone knew that this apology lacked any sincerity. The Zhang clan accepted this apology due to their own personal interest, but Zhang Yue couldn't accept it. When she entered the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, she crazily raised her power. But she hadn't expected Long Zai to still surpass her. Even with this realm suppression, she refused to give up. In a clash between experts, it wasn't necessarily whoever's realm that was higher that would win. There were many variables. The Zhang clan's experts were extremely anxious over this. If their realms were equal, they would definitely have confidence in Zhang Yue. However, there was a realm difference. Furthermore, Long Zai was the Long clan's #1 expert of the junior generation. He had made a name for himself back in the Primal Chaos era. This realm difference guaranteed that Zhang Yue essentially stood no chance. At this time, Feng Fei stepped forward from the Zhang clan's camp. Big sister Yue, you're wrong. Long Zai is the #1 figure of the Long clan's junior generation. Letting him take advantage of an extra Heaven Vein Dragon Chi is essentially insulting the entire Long clan. The Zhang clan's disciples all nodded inside. Feng Fei truly was worthy of being Zhang Yue's #1 strategist. Just like that, she trapped Long Zai with her words. Even if he won with 5 veins against 4, he still wouldn't gain any face for such a victory. But if he lost, it would be even more embarrassing. To Zhang Yue, this kind of challenge was not good for the unity of the 4 divine clans. Just like that, Zhang Yue wouldn't maintain this challenge as it wasn't in the benefits of the Zhang clan, and Long Zai also had a way to step back. Just like that, their battle would easily end. You're wrong. That person hasn't appeared yet. He can't be considered the Long clan's #1 expert of the junior generation. Just then, a clear voice rang out from amongst the Long clan's ranks. When Long Chen heard that woman's voice, Long Chen shuddered. He almost directly turned and fled. Shut your mouth. That Long Chen of yours is just a piece of trash. This gutless coward still doesn't dare to show himself, roared Long Zai. A beautiful woman stepped forward from amongst the Long clan's ranks. She smiled brightly. He has already come. Chapter 5610. A group of ugly melons and cracked dates. Long Tianrui. She was one of the Long clan's greatest heavenly geniuses, and was also supported by her clan's karmic luck. She also had 3 karmic luck heaven veins. It was rumored that Long Tianrui's status was special. There had been branches in the Long clan's history, and Long Tianrui's branch had placed all their karmic luck on her. She was exceptionally talented and powerful. She didn't lose to anyone. But in terms of this karmic luck support, she was clearly not as blessed as Long Zai, who was from the main bloodline. Back then, Long Tianrui had crossed the endless desolation and found the Heaven Essence World's Long clan. The entire clan was shocked by her arrival, and she was praised as the greatest heavenly genius at that time. It was only after Long Zai came out that her position was suppressed. However, even in the midst of all the monstrous heavenly geniuses from the Primal Chaos era, Long Tianrui still shone brightly. Amongst the Long clan's strongest heavenly geniuses, she was ranked a solid 3rd. Other than Long Zai, the Long clan had another powerful heavenly genius. He was named Long Zemo. The reason he was able to suppress Long Tianrui was thanks to his branch of the Long clan. Someone as peerlessly talented and beautiful like Long Tianrui naturally had countless suitors. This included Long Zai and Long Zemo. Both of them had expressed their intentions to her. However, Long Tianrui was not moved by them. She even said that she had found her most suitable mate already. She would only consider marrying someone who could beat that person. Long Chen's name immediately spread throughout the Long clan. Many people refused to accept it. Long Chen was someone from outside of the Heaven Essence world. The place he came from was basically a wasteland in comparison, with sparse resources. Later, Long Zontian arrived and left with the Jewel Blood Devil. At the time, he only had a Heaven Saint cultivation base, so the Long clan hadn't paid much attention to him. At the time, Long Zontian did not reveal that he was Long Chen's father. After having his Julie bloodline tested, he was accepted as an ordinary disciple of the Long clan. At first, Long Zontian was very low-key, and didn't expose his power. It was only when he seized the Jewel Blood Devil that the Long clan had been suppressing that the Long clan realized just how frightening an existence he was. The Jewel Blood Devil was an undying existence. The Long clan had been suppressing it non-stop, weakening it with their karmic luck power. However, Even the Jewel Blood Devil that had been weakened as much as possible was still equivalent to a rank 6 Divine Emperor from the Primal Chaos era. Just how terrifying was such a thing? The Long clan instantly descended into a panic. If the Jewel Blood Devil definitely hated the Long clan, now that it was freed, the Long clan might face a calamity. However, the Jewel Blood Devil simply vanished after being freed by Long Zontian. The Long clan had used every means at their disposal, but had been unable to find either of their tracks. According to their deduction, the Jewel Blood Devil had to have either left the Heaven Essence world or been hidden in some minor world. Otherwise, there was no way that they would fail to find even a trace of it. Although it had already been some time since that matter occurred, the Jewel Blood Devil's existence was still like a sword hanging over the Long clan's head. The Long clan hated Long Zontian to the bone. Then Long Tianrui confirmed that Long Zontian was Long Chen's father. The Long clan practically instantly exploded, and demanded to know why Long Tianrui hadn't told them earlier. Long Tianrui's response was simply that they hadn't asked. Furthermore, when Long Zontian first came to the Long clan, he did so stealthily, and Long Tianrui hadn't known of his arrival. The Long clan's junior generation already hated Long Chen because of Long Tianrui, while the elder generation hated Long Zontian. To sum up, this father and son duo had already become wanted criminals in the Long clan. Now that Long Tianrui actually said that Long Chen had already arrived here, everyone followed the direction of her gaze. Zhang Yue and Feng Fei were also shocked, and looking where she was looking, a familiar figure was reflected in their eyes. When Feng Fei saw this black-robed man, she instantly felt a wave of disappointment. Why had this fool come here? To send himself to his death? Just now, someone as strong as Zhang Yue had been at a disadvantage. Long Zai was absolutely a monster. She had already informed Long Chen that Long Zontian had taken away the Jewel Blood Devil. Was there any chance that Long Chen could leave here alive after that? Oh, Fairy Yue, Beatty Feng Fei, and Miss Tianrui, are you doing well? Seeing he had been noticed, Long Chen frankly waved and walked over. Long Tianrui smiled upon seeing him. She had known that he would definitely come. The moment Long Chen arrived, she sensed it. For some reason, from the moment she first saw him, she felt a special aura from him. This aura was something vague and unclear. But it was something that only Long Chen possessed. This aura was firmly imprinted into her memory from their first meeting. Thus, the moment that Long Chen arrived, while everyone's attention was concentrated on Zhang Yue and Long Zai, she still immediately sensed him. Originally, there were countless experts surrounding this area that would have been blocking Long Chen's path. But now they actually squeezed together to open a path for him. Just like that, Long Chen walked in, his footsteps light but firm. He still seemed completely at ease even facing countless experts. This fellow really is foolish. Upon seeing Long Chen smiling and waving at him, Zhang Yue's heart sank. She didn't particularly care about Long Chen, but she knew that Feng Fei had only him in her heart. Feng Fei had already secretly told her that she wouldn't marry anyone, because there was already someone else in that position in her heart. Zhang Yue and Feng Fei were like sisters after knowing each other for so long. She knew that if Long Chen died here, Feng Fei would definitely receive a large blow. It may even affect her future cultivation. For Feng Fei, she couldn't let Long Chen die just like that. If this was somewhere else, she could help him. However, she couldn't here. For him to appear here, it was a clear internal affair of the Long clan. An outsider like her wasn't qualified to interfere. Seeing Long Chen acting so casual about it, as if he didn't sense any danger, Zhang Yue was outraged. She looked at Feng Fei and saw that she was pale and frantic. However, in comparison to Zhang Yue and Feng Fei's worry, Long Tianrui looked extremely at ease. She smiled as Long Chen walked over. Your guts are as big as ever. You knew that this place was a den of tigers and dragons. Why did you still charge in? Long Chen seemed to be practically swaggering in. But his speed was surprisingly fast. He reached them in just a few steps. Everyone was startled by this speed. Starlight vaguely flowed between his steps. But there were no spatial fluctuations or gusts of wind. Of these countless experts, there weren't many who saw how he did this. The Long clan's side instantly grew ferocious upon seeing him. Murderous gazes locked onto him. Quite a few of them were already holding their weapons, looking like they would draw them at any moment. Long Zai's copper eyes were locked onto Long Chen. He slowly smiled cruelly. It was like a wild tiger had just watched its prey walk into its domain. Long Chen's gaze swept over Long Zai, the Long clan's disciples, and then over the Zhao clan and the Yi clan. Lady Tianrui, are you calling this group of ugly melons and cracked dates a den of tigers and dragons? The moment Long Chen said this, countless gasps rang out from the experts in the outer regions. Chapter 5611 Long Zimo. Long Chen was definitely too arrogant. He actually called the experts of the 4 divine clans a group of ugly melons and cracked dates. His tone was as if he didn't place any of them in his eyes. The Long clan's experts were instantly enraged. Long Chen was already a wanted criminal in the Long clan. The experts of the Long clan had been gathered here, and there were even terrifying monsters like Long Zai and Long Zimo here. Long Chen was practically courting death. Furthermore, even the Zhao and Yi clans were outraged. They all looked like they would tear him apart with their teeth. When Feng Fei first arrived at the Zhang clan, she had previously told them about Long Chen's troubled past with the 4 divine clans. The reason that Feng Fei did this was to raise his opinion in the Zhang clan's eyes. The conflict between the 4 divine clans and Long Chen had always been forced. Long Chen had never had any choice in that matter. Other than that, she wanted to use her own experiences to tell them that Long Chen's potential was limitless. No one knew where his limit was. The Zhang clan shouldn't provoke him for nothing. That was not favorable to the Zhang clan's development. Although Feng Fei was worried that after entering the Heaven Essence world, Long Chen's unmatched light would be stripped away, but even then, there was no need for the Zhang clan to get involved in the Long clan's conflicts. Most importantly, Feng Fei was there. Thus, Long Chen's relationship with the Zhang clan couldn't be considered too bad. She hoped that the Zhang clan could at least preserve that. When Feng Fei told them about Long Chen, the Zhang clan's higher-ups mostly treated it indifferently, feeling like this matter was entirely insignificant. They brushed it off as a trivial thing that she had brought up. As long as Long Chen didn't provoke the Zhang clan naturally wouldn't target him. That meeting of the Zhang clan was secret, but not every higher-up had kept their mouths shut. The matter of Long Chen had been spread to the other 3 divine clans. When they learned that Long Chen had once crushed their heavenly geniuses and trampled them beneath his feet, even though that was a matter from a lower world, they were still unable to accept it. The Long clan in particular was outraged. When they learned that Long Chen had destroyed branches of the Long clan more than once, they felt that he needed to die. Now that Long Chen appeared, other than the Zhang clan, the other 3 divine clans were all hostile. The Long clan's disciples clenched their teeth. Youngsters shouldn't be so arrogant. Trouble comes from the mouth. A bearded, middle-aged man with a sword on his back spoke from within the Long clan's ranks. This middle-aged man was one of the Long clan's peak experts of the junior generation, Long Zimo. Long Zimo was famous in the Long clan, but compared to his big brother Long Zaiwei, he was still lacking immensely. Long Zaiwei swept through his enemies in the Primal Chaos era. His reputation was not inferior to Long Zaiye's, but he died in the Primal Chaos War. The Long Zaiwei that Long Chen had met in the Long clan was actually named after Long Zimo's big brother. His parents had heaped to pass on the name of this peerless heavenly genius, just like how in the Long clan, there were countless people named Long Zai. Long Zaiwei soared like a shooting star in his youth, making a name for himself at a young age. On the contrary, Long Zimo was different. His cultivation speed was much slower. He had always been a nameless figure. Just advancing to the eternal realm took him 3,000 years. However, it was once he reached this realm that his terrifying potential showed itself. Originally, the Long clan viewed him as trash, but unexpectedly, he was a genius that only matured after he was given time. When he advanced to the Heaven Saint realm in particular, his power actually looked like it was catching up to his big brother. But at that time, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were changed, and they directly sealed Long Zimo. He was only woken up now. Long Zimo was terrifyingly powerful. He had fought Long Zai 3 times in the past. Although they were all defeats, he was the only one capable of exchanging over 1,000 blows with Long Zai. As a fellow peak heavenly genius, Long Tianrui had never exchanged blows with Long Zai. She had challenged him several times, but had been rejected every time. He declared that if she wanted to fight him, she had to first defeat Long Zimo. Long Tianrui and Long Zimo had fought 3 times. There were 2 losses and 1 win. It could be said that the 2 of them were very closely matched. However, before they could continue any challenges, the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm's opening approached, and they were forbidden to fight amongst themselves. They had to enter the Heaven Vein mystic realm in their best condition. Long Zemo was older, and thus had greater maturity. However, Long Chen's arrogance had angered him as well. Youngsters shouldn't be so arrogant. Then would they still be called a youngster? Oh, senior, you're very mature. Long Chen only noticed Long Zemo's appearance at the end. He really was a senior. To Long Zemo, this was the most toxic curse. There was no way to cover up his age. Although he was shockingly powerful, countless people in the same realm still looked at him oddly. They didn't say anything to his face, but they talked about him behind his back. Many people said that his power was all thanks to his age. That angered him. Unexpectedly, Long Chen directly struck his weak point. Long Chen was also quite sinister, striking directly where it hurt. Long Zomi instantly turned dark. Killing intent surged in his eyes. His hand reached back for his sword. Seeing this, Long Tianrui almost burst out laughing. To turn Long Zemo, who was a steady and reserved person, into this state with just a word, Long Chen's ability to anger people could be called number one beneath the heavens. Long Chen didn't even look at Long Zemo. He turned to Long Zai. After eyeing him for a while, he turned to Long Tianrui. This fellow is a bit stronger, but his looks, you can't pick him. Otherwise, your next generation might be a monkey. This sudden turn of his words caused Feng Fei, Zhang Yue, and Long Tianrui to burst into laughter. Although they covered their mouths, the sound still came out. This tense atmosphere instantly became odd thanks to Long Chen's warning. The more that people looked at Long Zai, the more he resembled Long Chen's description. Holding back laughter, Long Tianrui said, "Since you refused to have children with me, I had no other choice. I have to find a powerful expert to continue my bloodline." Well, there's no need to defile yourself, is there? It would be a waste to put a beautiful flower on a turd. Just wait, and you might encounter someone better, urged Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't like Long Tianrui, seeing such a beauty end up with a monster like that gave him goosebumps. Foolish fellow, did you think that you could anger me like that? However, what shocked everyone was that Long Zai didn't seem angry at all. His icy gaze was locked onto Long Chen. Tell me, are you a 9-star heir? Chapter 5612 Long Zai's Ambition. When this name rang out, it was like thunder through their ranks. Everyone instantly fell silent. He is a 9-star heir. Zhang Yue was also shocked. She couldn't help looking at Feng Fei. Feng Fei had never mentioned this to the Zhang clan. Feng Fei shook her head. Didn't I already say it? Long Chen cultivates the starry river of the sky art. Furthermore, he managed to add his own insights into it, giving him immense astral energy. Under his guide, the fully declined Starry River sect was reborn and is rising rapidly. Its disciples are spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Starry River sect's disciples all view Long Chen like a god. Thanks to him, the Starry River sect has been brought back to the proper path and has continued its legacy. Long Chen is in possession of astral energy, dragon blood, 7-color supreme blood, and violet blood. You understand. Zhang Yue nodded inside after hearing that. She understood what she was doing. At this time, all the experts here were shaken by the name of a 9-star heir. 9-star heir were called the strongest warriors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This name was a symbol of being unmatched. Why are you asking? Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Long Zai smiled. I was born in the primal chaos era. I swept through my realm. I've killed 17 9-star heirs. Other than a few people of the 4 divine clans, people were completely shocked. 9-star heirs were unrivaled existences. But Long Zai had actually killed 17 of them. Was this fellow a monster? Long Zai pulled open his leather armor, revealing a hairy chest. There was a wound on his chest that looked like a starry river. I killed 16 9-star heirs without being injured in the slightest. But the 17th fellow was strong. That sword of his almost cut me in two. But in the end, I still won. I cut off his head. The strongest warriors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands are nothing in front of me, sneered Long Zai. Seeing that wound, Long Chen clenched his fists. That wound's astral energy had already faded, but a powerful will remained, a will full of fury and resentment. Long Chen sneered. Don't act like you're the one who's unrivaled. If the 9-star heir that injured you wasn't killed because of a sinister trick on your hands, I'll give you my head. Long Chen's words shocked everyone once more. That was very bold. Could it be that the last 9-star heir really had been defeated thanks to trickery, not real skill? Long Zai's expression sank. He gloomily said, 9-star heirs are all solitary and arrogant existences. They never work with others. But I hear that you've built some Dragonblood Legion. That's off from the legends. Furthermore, 9-star heirs never play tricks or waste words, but you're constantly spouting nonsense from that mouth. Most importantly, 9-star heirs always have starlight around them, but you don't. Thus, I suspect that you are using the name of a 9-star heir to spread rumors about yourself. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Long Zai had killed 17 9-star heirs, but was still unable to tell that he was a 9-star heir. If it was someone else, Long Chen would suspect them of being up to some scheme, wanting to test out his bottom line. However, Long Zai looked too arrogant to bother with something like that. Of course, it also seemed like his intelligence was not high enough to do that. Your path has already deviated. Other than true 9-star heirs, it is basically impossible for people to recognize you. Even the silver hair void crusher was confused by you, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen's cultivation path had changed ever since the 5-star battle armor. Now he had already reached the 8th star. His aura was completely different from orthodox 9-star heirs. Most importantly, he had so many different energies within his body that were all affecting each other. It had to be known that 9-star heirs purely used astral energy. They didn't use any other powers. This was common sense. This common sense was known by all. Thus, when Feng Fei told Zhang Yue about Long Chen possessing many kinds of energy, there was no need for any further explanation. Long Chen clapped for Long Zaiye's words. Not a bad deduction, but I have to tell you that I am a real 9-star heir. What a joke. Even at this time, you're still acting tough. Scoffed Long Zai. The more Long Chen acted this way, the more he confirmed his thinking. What do you mean, acting tough? I can control the astral energy of heaven and earth. If I'm not a 9-star heir, what could I be? Responded Long Chen. Long Zai snorted. You really are ignorant. Before the 9-star master appeared, there were many races capable of controlling astral energy. The heavenly elephant, the astral serpent, the flying horse, the voracious monkey, they all were skilled in astral energy. The number of people in the human race capable of using astral energy was also uncountable. However, following the decline of the 9-star line, those races and factions that used astral energy were also affected, and were wiped out along with the 9-star line. Even though they were wiped out, the inheritances that they left behind aren't fully severed. There are still quite a few people secretly cultivating them. You are one of them. Long Chen smiled. Long Zai really was nice. He was intentionally helping him cover up his identity. He seemed intent on saying that he wasn't a 9-star heir. Don't think that a big head makes you smart. Your head is full of shit. Why are you saying that I'm not a 9-star heir? Could it be that you're already planning for when you lose to me? Or was it all nonsense about you beating 17 9-star heirs? Asked Long Chen disdainfully. At this time, he no longer cared about having his 9-star heir status exposed. After all, he had already killed the silver hair void crusher. The death of one of the 8 divine commanders would definitely shake Lord Brahma. Although Lord Brahma might not personally take action, he just had to send out his other divine commanders. Long Chen's status would instantly be exposed. Furthermore, even if nothing happened on Lord Brahma's side, what about Nether Dragon Tianfeng? The Nether Emperor had possessed his body. The Nether Emperor had also been slain by the 9-star master, but had come back. How could he not recognize Long Chen's status? Thus, there wasn't much point to hiding his status. He might be able to dodge one person, but not all of them. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more effort on that. Long Zai sneered at Long Chen's question. In my eyes, you are only an ant. You'll die to my hands. But I won't permit you to elevate yourself with the title of a 9-star heir, or people will think that the 9-star heirs that I killed were all trash like you. Then I'd be turned into a laughingstock. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Long Chen began walking towards Long Zai just like that in front of everyone's gazes. Chapter 5613 30% chance. Fairy Zhang Yue, may I be so bold as to ask you for some favor? Could you leave this monkey to me? I'll treat you to a meal later, said Long Chen casually as he approached, his steps light. He wore a faint smile as he addressed Zhang Yue, putting her in an awkward position. Her battle with Long Zai was not something she could easily abandon. It wasn't just a matter of personal pride, it was related to the balance of power among the 4 divine clans. The 4 divine clans might say to everyone else that they were one united family, but in truth, they were locked in constant competition. Among them, the Long and Zhang clans held a slight edge over the other two. The rivalry among their younger generation was not just about talent but also about authority and dominance. Because of this, even knowing she was at a disadvantage, Zhang Yue had no choice but to fight. As an expert, she couldn't make excuses. Yet, Long Chen had interrupted and clearly intended to challenge Long Zai himself. In theory, Long Chen's intervention could be advantageous for Zhang Yue. Even if Long Chen couldn't defeat Long Zai, forcing the latter to reveal a few trump cards would give her a better chance in her next challenge. However, Zhang Yue was far too proud to rely on such a tactic. Moreover, she valued Feng Fei as a younger sister. If Long Chen died here, Feng Fei would likely suffer a blow from which she could never recover. "Have you thought this through?" asked Zhang Yue seriously. This was her final warning for Long Chen. Challenging Long Zai was not a joke. Once the fighting started, no one else could help him. What is there to think about? You and Fairy Feng Fei should just drink some tea and have some refreshments. When I start beating up this fellow, make sure to cheer for me, replied Long Chen casually. Zhang Yue was infuriated by his nonchalance. Before she could say more, Feng Fei spoke up. Big sister Yue, just let him do as he pleases. At first, Feng Fei had been worried about Long Chen. She knew exactly how terrifying Long Zai was. But when she saw the confidence in Long Chen's gaze, her fear began to dissipate. Zhang Yue hesitated but eventually retreated to the Zhang clan's camp, her actions watched by countless astonished onlookers. She was also a peak heavenly genius with countless subordinates. However, she only trusted Feng Fei because the latter was truly sincere in following her. Other than her loyalty, Zhang Yue respected her little sister's intelligence. "Are you really not worried about him?" asked Zhang Yue. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't," said Feng Fei, sighing. "But no one can change his mind once it's made up. If you didn't step back, he would still attack Long Zai, putting you in an awkward position. Let him fight if he wants. Do you think he can win?" "I'd give him a 30% chance," Feng Fei replied as she watched Long Chen swagger toward his opponent. "That high? Are you sure?" "I'm not, but I've noticed that no matter who he fights, he always seems to have at least a 30% chance of winning. He's full of tricks and wouldn't send himself to his death for nothing. If he didn't think he had that chance, he wouldn't be here." Feng Fei smiled wryly at the mention of Long Chen's tricks. Only those who truly knew him would understand what they were. Now, Long Chen stood where Zhang Yue had been, facing off against Long Zai. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The smile on Long Chen's face slowly faded, replaced by a cold killing intent. The closer he got to Long Zai, the hotter his fury burned. This was a man whose hands were stained with the blood of 9-star heirs. All 9-star heirs Long Chen had encountered were heroic figures who had fought for the human race. He refused to believe they could have been villains. The two men stared at each other in utter silence. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating, and the crowd held its breath. When he's not being a fool, he really does have the presence of an expert, Zhang Yue murmured, surprised by the change in Long Chen's aura. "This fellow is a master of deception," said Feng Fei, her heart pounding. "Many people have underestimated him and paid the price with their lives." Feng Fei had seen countless powerful experts and heroes from the mortal world and immortal world. But no one had ever shaken her like Long Chen had. Perhaps the reverence she had for him was closer to adoration. What Feng Fei idolized the most about Long Chen was his mentality, the drive to not retreat or lower his head no matter what difficulties or dangers he faced. Feng Fei knew Long Chen's history very well, and that was why she was especially impressed by his drive and life force. A child robbed of his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone had clawed his way to the top by defeating countless experts. Among the myriad heavenly geniuses of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who else could do this? Her admiration for Long Chen was a mixture of awe, pity, and something she couldn't quite define. Whether it was love or not, she couldn't say. But no one else stirred her heart the way he did. What she felt wasn't necessarily romantic love. Liking someone didn't always mean possessing them. Sometimes, silently cherishing someone from a distance was enough. Long Chen and Long Zai stood face to face. One was a peerless heavenly genius from the primal chaos era, known for his brutal victories over the legendary 9-star heirs, while the other was a warrior who had clawed his way up from the bottom rungs of the mortal world, creating one miracle after another against impossible odds. Both were peerless heavenly geniuses who had defied fate. Both men radiated brilliance, their halos illuminating the era. As their sharp gazes locked on each other, a palpable killing intent emanated from their bodies. This was the calm before the storm. Interesting, Long Zai said, his mouth curling into a sinister grin that revealed rows of sharp teeth, giving him the appearance of a demonic monkey. I had no real desire to fight you, but now I feel like you might offer some amusement. I'm curious how much of my power can you withstand? This guy is about to suffer, murmured Feng Fei, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. Her words caught Zhang Yue off guard. Just as she was about to ask what Feng Fei meant, a sharp, resounding noise erupted, silencing everyone. It was a familiar sound to Feng Fei's ears. The crisp sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the battlefield. Zhang Yue froze in stunned disbelief, her eyes widening as the scene unfolded. Chapter 5614 Long Chen vs. Long Zai. Long Chen was like a phantom, striking so quickly that no one could react. And yet, his movements seemed so slow that everyone saw them clearly. However, even though everyone could see it clearly, Long Zai was somehow unable to dodge it. It was only when Long Chen's hand was about to strike his face that people saw Long Zai's head start moving. But it was too late. Long Zai flipped through the air 3 times before stabilizing. There was a clear handprint on his face now. Countless eyes almost popped out of their sockets. People were unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the peak experts like Zhang Yue and Long Zimo were stunned. They were unable to comprehend it. How did this seemingly ordinary slap manage to hit Long Zai? Of all of them, only Feng Fei shook her head helplessly. This fellow has always opened with this move. She understood Long Chen far too well. In truth, from the moment that Long Chen had taken Zhang Yue's spot, she had noted that Long Chen was starting to move forward while speaking. Long Chen had been judging the optimal distance to attack. Feng Fei had already predicted this outcome. This technique of Long Chen's never failed. Zhang Yue looked from Long Chen to Feng Fei in shock. Feng Fei had already told her about the illustrious history of this move. Zhang Yue had been speechless. Who would train and refine a technique that had no killing power and that only humiliated the opponent? However, thinking about it, sometimes the pain of the physical body simply couldn't compare to the pain of mental humiliation. This theory was already proven right here and now. Long Zai's eyes instantly became bloodshot. There even seemed to be a viper wriggling into his pupils. He looked terrifying. As for Long Chen, he looked at his hand and praised, "What a thick face. I've slapped countless people, but I've never seen someone with such a thick face." Somehow, this praise sounded extremely off. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was so thick that it felt solid. People could only hear the sound of their own heartbeats. Countless eyes locked onto Long Zai. Ignoring everything else, "This courage is quite rare," whispered Zhang Yue. "Big Sister Yue, you should distance yourself from him," said Feng Fei suddenly. "Why, are you afraid that I can't beat him?" Zhang Yue was a bit displeased by that. She was also a peak heavenly genius who had never tasted defeat from ancient times to now. Other than Long Zai, no one was able to give her any sense of pressure. Even the Zhao clan and the Yi clan's 2 peak heavenly geniuses were unable to enter her eyes. "It's not a matter of whether or not you can beat him. It's just that, well, never mind." Feng Fei smiled bitterly. Zhang Yue was baffled for a moment. Looking at her expression, she suddenly laughed. "Are you afraid that I'll fall for this fellow?" Feng Fei nodded. Now it was Zhang Yue's turn to be speechless. "I've seen countless people in my lifetime. Even in the primal chaos era, despite the countless monstrous heavenly geniuses there were, none were able to enter my eyes. You think that he can?" Feng Fei simply smiled and shook her head. She and Zhang Yue were like sisters. It was not easy to find such a peerless expert as a backer. In the future, she would do everything to help her reach the peak of the 9 heavens. She was worried that Zhang Yue would end up on the same path as her. She had told Long Chen back then that it was because of how strong Long Zai was that she had lost her desire to continue competing for the position of number 1 on the martial path. In truth, only she knew that it was because of her own concerns disturbing her Dao heart that resulted in her giving up this path, causing her to change to supporting Zhang Yue. This is a 9-star heir. Someone who uses lowlife sneak attacks. With the 9-star line's pride, there is no way that they could do such a thing. You definitely aren't a 9-star heir. Unexpectedly, after a few breaths, Long Zai suppressed his anger and spoke calmly. What a frightening fellow. Long Zaiye's words interrupted Feng Fei and Zhang Yue's conversation. Both of their hearts shook. They had always felt that Long Zaiye was an explosive, wild fellow with no control. But unexpectedly, he was still able to retain his cool after being slapped in the face. Even Long Chen was startled. He had actually misjudged. This Long Zaiye was not just some brute. The 9-star line numbers in the trillions. For a variant like me to appear as normal. Don't be so close-minded. Since you have the blood of 9-star heirs on your hands, it is fated for us to be enemies. Let's not waste more words. After saying that, he looked around at everyone and announced, "My friends, can you all back up a bit? I don't want you to get splattered with blood when the fighting starts." Countless people almost spat out. Blood. This was a legendary unrivaled warrior. This is a 9-star heir. I just can't believe it. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a legendary warrior be so second-rate? He doesn't seem at all like some peerless expert. He's definitely a fake. Just watch, his disguise will soon be torn apart. He could have disguised himself as anyone, but he just had to choose the 9-star line that is mortal enemies with the Brahma line. Was he tired of living? Countless people began to discuss it. Some people even began to jeer at Long Chen, saying that he was shameless in wasting everyone's time. Long Chen ignored them. His gaze had turned back to Long Zaiye. Although he acted frivolous, he was now getting serious. Long Zaiye gave him a sense of immense pressure. In truth, that slap of his was also a probing blow. Long Chen sensed that he hadn't even pierced his instinctive defenses. In that case, he still couldn't tell his true power. It could be said that he had truly encountered a powerful enemy this time. I was really angry just now. I almost lost control and just killed you with my full power. But I held myself back. Do you know why? Asked Long Zaiye. Do you think that I'm your long-lost daddy? Asked Long Chen in shock. This sudden turn almost made Zhang Yue and Feng Fei burst into laughter. They endured with all their might. This bastard. Even Zhang Yue couldn't help cursing him. At this serious time, he was still in the mood to make such a joke. Long Zaiye's expression sank. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He was clearly reaching the limits of his control. However, he still managed to endure. He coldly said, "That's because I will drag out the full power of each 9-star heir that I meet before slowly tormenting them to death. I like seeing those arrogant fellows suffer like dying dogs. If you are a 9-star heir, then I'll do the same. But if you aren't, then I'll make sure to make you suffer 10 times what a 9-star heir does." Long Zaiye's figure suddenly shook, and what remained was only an afterimage. He appeared right in front of Long Chen and smashed his fist at him. Startled cries rang out. Feng Fei's heart tensed. She knew that this battle might not end until one of them was dead. In front of this sudden attack, Long Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he unleashed his own punch. Chapter 5615 A Clash of Physical Bodies. Though fists met, but no stunning explosion occurred. It looked so simple that it defied expectation. For a moment, everyone was baffled. Just what were the two of them doing? The expected immense opening exchange became nothing more than a fist bump. However, the two of them then suddenly blew back, each taking several steps back. With every step, the void beneath their feet exploded. They each took 7 steps. They left 7 footprints in the void. Countless heavenly Dao runes swirled around there as the world tried to repair the damage to the void, but their footprints didn't fade for a long time. A startled cry rang out. This kind of phenomenon was beyond their understanding. Both of their powers were perfectly concentrated and received by the other without the slightest slip. Their control is absolutely terrifying, said one expert, filled with disbelief. The strong ones like Zhang Yue, Feng Fei, and Long Zimo were naturally able to tell what had just happened. But they were still shocked. They all saw that in this clash, Long Chen and Long Zaiye had both only used the most basic power of their physical bodies. But their most basic power was still so powerful that it broke the laws of heaven and earth. It could be seen just how strong their physical bodies were. Feng Fei was delighted by this. This simple exchange showed her hope. It was a simple probing blow. It was not just a test of the opponent's power, but also over their control. If either of them unleashed a blood chi fluctuation or summoned their manifestation, it would show that they were unable to endure the other side's power. Currently, the two of them were even. At the very least, it meant that Long Chen's most basic power and control were not inferior to Long Zaiye's. Feng Fei finally relaxed slightly. As for the ones who were familiar with Long Zaiye like Zhang Yue and Long Zimo, they were all shocked. Long Ziwei was exceptionally talented. The power of his physical body could be considered unmatched. In the divine clans, the physical body wasn't especially cultivated. Long Zai could be considered a special case. His terrifying physical body was like adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to unleash more bloodline power and unleash stronger divine abilities. However, Long Zai, whose physical body had always been unmatched, had met his match in Long Chen. Seeing those footprints in the void, the powerful experts were especially shaken. Long Zai was also slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Long Chen to dare to fight him purely with the power of his physical body. Long Chen's power was causing a stinging pain in his abdomen. As for Long Chen, he no longer looked the slightest bit frivolous. At this time, his blood qi was flipping inside of him. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Chen had condensed 5 astral veins. Every single one of them had nourished his physical body, as only a powerful enough physical body could endure their power. It could be said that the power of his physical body was at least 10 times greater than when he first entered the Heaven Vein mystic realm. Long Chen had always been extremely confident in the power of his physical body. But he found no advantage today. You have some ability. You truly are qualified to pretend to be a 9-star heir. However, physical power is only the most basic thing. It doesn't mean that you have any chance of winning. I cherish opponents that can fight me. I hope you don't accidentally die. First I'll use 10% of my power. Long Zai smiled savagely. He was like a beast playing with his prey. Long Zai took a step, leaving a streak of divine light through the air. He appeared right in front of Long Chen. His fingers stretched out like claws. 5 tears were ripped open in the void. This attack was as fast as lightning. He appeared right in front of Long Chen the moment he attacked. There weren't many people amongst the countless experts gathered here that were capable of seeing his movements clearly. However, this incredibly fast technique missed. Long Chen was already far away. Long Zai was fast, but Long Chen was faster. He was like a phantom, easily dodging this attack. Zhang Yue, Long Zimo, and the others were even more shocked by this. Someone as powerful as Long Zai would definitely lock down his opponent before attacking, forcing them to receive his attacks head-on. If they were to dodge, it would be sensed and taken advantage of. They would be struck down while running. With these 2 exchanges, Zhang Yue understood that Long Chen was announcing to Long Zai that he couldn't look down on him. He was telling him that he could dodge his attacks if he wanted to, and he could block them if he wanted to. To dodge just now indicated that Long Chen's essence, qi, and spirit were not inferior to Long Zai's. The real experts saw this, while the weaker ones didn't. But they still stared in shock at the 5 tears in the void. They couldn't believe it. Someone could actually break the laws of the world just with the power of their physical bodies. It had to be known that the current Long Zai wasn't using his Doyan power. He wasn't unleashing the slightest blood qi fluctuations. Now they realized one thing. When Long Zai said that he was only using 10% of his power, he wasn't lying. This 10% was already so powerful that others could only look up to him in despair. Will you die if you stop bragging? Has your face already stopped hurting? Asked Long Chen. Long Zai's face twisted at that. With a roar, the void beneath his feet shuddered. He shot forward, compressing space in a line in front of him. Ignorant fool, first I'll break that mouth of yours. Using just the power of his physical body, Long Zai compressed space, forming a locking power like a magical art. The surrounding experts were all stunned by this. This kind of thing was beyond their knowledge. You should look after your own face first. With space compressed, Long Chen couldn't dodge. Nor did he want to dodge. Long Chen's foot stamped down, and the void exploded. He shot down the compressed space that Long Zai had made. The 2 of them were like 2 meteorites crashing into each other. The spatial channel exploded, and a terrifying qi wave crashed over everyone, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. Long Chen and Long Zai both retreated at the same time, before roaring and charging back at each other. The 2 of them vanished from sight, and a ripple exploded in the void. The 2 then appeared and vanished once more. Another ripple exploded. The 2 of them were so fast that people couldn't track them with their eyes. They only saw ripples appearing in the void. Just their physical bodies are so terrifying. What would happen if they went all out? People stared at this scene, pale as paper. They knew that they were bearing witness to a truly unmatched battle. Chapter 5616 My Arrogance. Their figures seemed to be teleporting, leaving spatial explosions in their wake. Thunderous explosive sounds shook the world. Countless afterimages flickered, making it look like there were thousands of Long Chens and Long Xias. Just watching gave people chills. This speed was beyond them. They had never seen such terrifying physical strength. One expert swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. This person was actually the strongest heavenly genius of his sect. When he arrived here and saw the 4 divine clans occupy the divine steel, he refused to accept it. But their lineup was too strong for him to dare to make a move. However, he had long since decided that he wanted to compete with the top experts of the 4 divine clans. But the moment that he saw Long Zai fight, that desire was extinguished. Long Chen and Long Zai had not used any of their real power. Not even their bloodline power, let alone Doyan power of Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. It was purely a battle of their physical bodies. Even ignoring their explosive power, just their lightning speed would make it impossible for him to fight them. The difference was just too big, so big that there was no way to estimate it. Their most basic power was already countless times greater than him at full power. The majority of the experts here were the greatest monsters sealed away in ancient times. Anyone qualified to be sealed away for the coming of a great era had to be the greatest heavenly genius of that time. However, at this time, they all felt despair. If they were witnessing a battle between experts who were only one level higher than them, they would still be able to gain some experience and comprehension. However, Long Chen and Long Zai's battle gave them a merciless blow. They couldn't even see them. What could they possibly grasp from this battle? The explosive sounds grew more and more concentrated, and louder. Wild chi waves continuously exploded like volcanoes. Long Chen really hid his true power. I actually misjudged. Zhang Yue was shocked. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be this powerful. Others were unable to track the two of them, but Zhang Yue was able to see them. After all, she was an expert on that level. It was because she could see it clearly that she was so shocked. Every single one of Long Chen's movements flowed smoothly and naturally. It felt like it was only natural for him. He looked just like an unbeatable battle god. The Long Chen in combat was practically a completely different person from the normal Long Chen. Zhang Yue was unable to understand why someone as strong as Long Chen would normally act so frivolously. I don't think that anyone can see through that fellow, said Feng Fei with a bitter smile. Suddenly, 3 explosive sounds rang out, and the ripples vanished. A wild chi wave blasted through the air. Everyone felt a burst of pain in their abdomens. Long Zai's arrogant voice rang out within the twisted space. You really do have some power. You're worthy of me taking it a bit more seriously. A figure shot out of the twisted space. People were shocked to see that it was Long Zai. 5 red fingerprints were embedded on his face. Their jaws dropped. The previous handprint hadn't fully faded before another one appeared. Someone as powerful as Long Zai was consecutively slapped in the face. Had the world gone crazy? If Long Zai didn't go crazy, they would go crazy. They had never seen someone humiliate a person like this. This was practically worse than killing them. This fellow, Feng Fei almost laughed. This technique of Long Chen's was truly wicked. Whoever became his enemy would definitely suffer. This technique was just too divine. No matter how good someone's temper or self-control was, they wouldn't be able to endure this kind of humiliation. As expected, Long Zai seemed to go crazy. Blood-colored lines appeared in his eyes. He seemed like a provoked beast. A chilling killing intent unfurled, one that changed the color of heaven and earth. It was like the world was growing uneasy because of Long Zai's killing intent. Long Chen appeared as well, his hands clasped behind his back. Why act like some big shot? I, Long Chen, swept through the world. I've never met someone who could match me. From the mortal world to the immortal world, I don't even know how many powerful enemies I've slain. In terms of physical strength, no one in the same realm has ever beaten me. Did you think that you could be the exception? And to think that because our physical strength was closely matched you would try to use your combat experience to suppress me. You're truly incredibly naive. Although I am young, I have spent a lifetime either fighting or going towards my next battle. The blood that has stained my hands can turn the heavens red. The enemies that I've killed could fill the entire Heaven Vein mystic realm. So what if you're from the primal chaos era? I don't care about those ancient people. The only sad thing is that they never got to see my arrogance. Long Chen's voice rang out with such wild demeanoringness that it shook countless people's souls. Furthermore, his arrogant words were even more impactful when people saw the handprints on Long Zai's face. Are you sure this fellow is the same one as before? Zhang Yue stared at Long Chen in shock. She thought back to when they had saved Long Chen and Mo Nian. At that time, both of them had seemed like typical second rates. They didn't seem at all like experts. Zhang Yue was unable to match the current Long Chen with the Long Chen that she had met before. The difference was just too great. The other experts of the Zhang clan who had been with her were the same. They felt like they were dreaming. "Are you intentionally provoking me to make me kill you in one blow?" roared Long Zai. Long Zai's roar shook the void. It was so powerful that some people's ears bled. There were even some that directly passed out. Everyone was shocked by this. At this time, Long Zai was on the verge of going crazy. But that was very normal. No one would be able to endure this kind of humiliation. Long Chen raised 2 fingers. "First, I slapped you because your mouth was begging to be slapped. Second, you can't beat me, let alone kill me in one blow. Don't elevate yourself so much. What arrogant ignorance. I want to see how long your mouth can still be so tough." Long Zai raised his arms, and an explosive sound rang out. Black chi suddenly wrapped around him, and a heaven-shaking blood chi exploded out of him like a tsunami. Chapter 5617 Mutated Bloodline. Black Bloodline Power. "How can this be?" exclaimed someone. When black chi gushed out of Long Zai along with a heaven-shaking bloodline power, everyone was shocked. Startled cries echoed among the spectators. Even the experts from the 4 divine clans were forced back by the overwhelming pressure radiating from Long Zai. Long Zai's divine blood is mutated. "The originally rainbow bloodline contains dark energy as well," said Zhang Yue, her gaze fixed on Long Zai's surging power. This was something she had learned from the Zhang clan's higher-ups. After all, as descendants of the Zhuli race, the 4 divine clans shared the same origins. In the Zhuli race's prime, they had unified the 9 heavens and 10 lands, ruling over the 10,000 races and earning the title of the divine race. The Long, Yi, Zhao, and Zhang clans had always called themselves the divine clans, but most of the younger disciples were unaware that they were descendants of the Zhuli race. The 7 colors of their bloodlines symbolized 7 distinct powers and laws. Yet, Long Zai's bloodline was not among the 7 colors, it was dark. Within the darkness, faint 7-colored chains of divine light flowed, confirming his status as a member of the divine clans. As his bloodline erupted, the world trembled, and many felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. "Long Chen, don't waste words with him. You also shouldn't use your 7-color supreme blood against him, or you'd only be bullying yourself," warned the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded. Even without the Earth Cauldron's advice, he had no intention of using his 7-color supreme blood or dragon blood power against Long Zai. The latter's strength left Long Chen with only one viable option, his astral energy. With a wave of his hand, astral light surged around him as the starry sky battle robe materialized. However, compared to Long Zai's erupting blood chi, Long Chen's aura seemed subdued, as though he were being suppressed. "I knew you were a fake. How could someone with such weak astral fluctuations be a 9-star heir? You're a waste of my time," snarled Long Zai, further enraged by Long Chen's weak energy fluctuations. Long Chen took a step forward, and astral light flowed beneath his feet, turning the world into a starry river. In an instant, he arrived in front of Long Zai. Long Zai's expression shifted as he crossed his arms in defense. But his reaction wasn't fast enough. A deafening slap echoed through the battlefield. Long Zai spun through the air, and when he stabilized, gasps of shock erupted. Now, half of his face was a bloody pulp, the wound so deep that bone was visible. Moreover, starlight glowed within his wound. "How did he do that?" shouted Zhang Yue. Even Zhang Yue was stunned. Long Chen's speed was terrifying, but Long Zai had clearly defended in time. How did he still end up slapped in the face? It was likely a spatial displacement, Feng Fei deduced. Long Chen's mastery over spacetime allows him to suppress its flow. By the time we perceived his movement, he had struck Long Zai. Zhang Yue was even more shocked when she heard that hypothesis. Although she could manipulate spacetime, doing so required immense effort and power. Yet, Long Chen had achieved a similar effect with a casual move. Even though Feng Fei's deduction was logical, Zhang Yue still couldn't believe it. Astral light continued to flow around Long Chen as the starry bridge behind him slowly faded. His cold gaze locked onto Long Zai. Long Chen mocked, "What a fool. If I'm not a 9-star heir but can still beat you like this, doesn't that make your claim of killing 9-star heirs a joke? Fine, since you refuse to show your real power, I'll take the initiative. Let's see the strength you are boasting about. Killing 9-star heirs my ass. As starlight flowed beneath Long Chen's feet, he reappeared in front of Long Zai again. Ever since he had condensed his astral vein, his control over astral energy had reached an unprecedented height. Starlight flowed into his hand, condensing into an astral sphere that grew explosively. The astral sphere smashed toward Long Zai, initially causing no visible reaction. But the moment it left Long Chen's hand, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield. No one had expected Long Chen to be able to release such a terrifying attack so effortlessly. The astral sphere struck Long Zai head-on, unleashing a devastating explosion. A panicked cry echoed as the 4 divine clans scrambled for safety. Zhang Yue, Long Zimo, and the other top experts hastily summoned barriers to protect their people. When the wild chi storm subsided, a thick layer of earth had been stripped away, leaving the battlefield scarred and barren. Even from a distance, the onlookers felt an ominous chill from the lingering pressure. The astral winds affected even those standing far away, blowing them into the air and causing them to cough up blood. Thankfully, the power of the winds had diminished enough by the time they reached the weaker experts. Looking at the battlefield, the stunned spectators could no longer see Long Zai's figure, only astral light flowing. Did Long Zai die? That terrifying attack isn't something a body of flesh and blood could endure. Even from this far away, it almost killed us. A direct hit would have turned our bones into dust. Bearing witness to the destructive power of the peak experts of the world, the experts in the distance were all amazed. However, what shocked them the most was how fast Long Chen had unleashed such a devastating attack. It didn't require storing up energy at all, meaning this wasn't his strongest attack. Even the experts of the 4 divine clans stood frozen, despair flickering in their eyes. This attack had shaken their very souls. Looking at the cloud of dust, Long Chen coldly said, "Get the hell out. This little attack can't hurt you. What are you acting for?" As his words faded, the starlight lingering on the battlefield burst apart, revealing Long Zai's figure. Long Zai now had 5 black heaven vein dragon chi swirling ominously behind him, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Chapter 5618 Divine Wings. Surrounded by deep black fluctuating runes, Long Zai seemed like a devil king incarnate. 5 black strands of heaven vein dragon chi swirled behind him, while the 10,000 Daos wailed in front of him. The horrifying power that had torn the earth asunder hadn't even scratched him, stunning everyone. "You're fast, but your power is far too weak. Scheme against me, HMPH, how naive," muttered Long Zai. Long Zai's voice was no longer human, it was a death god's murmur interwoven with a devil's growl. It resonated deep within the soul, shaking even the most resolute hearts. The man before them had transformed entirely. His aura was freezing cold and more sinister, like a feral beast awoken from a long hibernation. Shaking his head contemptuously, Long Chen sneered, "The naive one is you. With your power, you aren't even worth scheming against. I just can't stand your arrogance and decided to force you to show your real power. That attack didn't even use my heaven vein dragon chi, but you had no choice but to reveal yours. That's your loss. Acting superior after that, CK, you're not just naive, you're downright stupid." Long Chen's claim rang true. He hadn't unleashed his heaven vein dragon chi, while Long Zai had been forced to do so to withstand the attack. Didn't that mean, in some sense, Long Zai had already lost? Thinking of that, people were shocked. Could Long Chen be stronger than Long Zai? Long Zai simply smiled. "No, there's still time to play. It's been far too long since I fought a 9-star heir. My expectations for this battle are high. I want to savor the angry roar of a 9-star heir on death's door. I told you I'm a 9-star heir, but you refused to believe it until I slapped you in the face 3 times. Tell me, don't you think you're the stupid one here?" asked Long Chen, his tone laced with derision. Yet, even this mockery failed to anger Long Zai. He simply replied, "Keep talking. The more you try to anger me, the more cruelly I'll deal with you. You have a father, don't you? He's a mere thief who stole from the clan, but that's fine. I'll balance the scales by taking your head. And what about your Dragonblood Legion? Quite a few people there, right? I hear you have some women too, beautiful ones. They'll amuse me well enough after I've dealt with you." Ha ha ha. Long Chen's expression grew calm as he took a deep breath. He muttered, "It seems my weakness is far too obvious." Observing from afar, Feng Fei felt her heart tighten. Turning to Zhang Yue, she said urgently, the real battle is about to start. Victory or defeat might be decided in just a few moves. Long Chen is angry. His greatest weakness is his friends and family. If anyone threatens them, Long Chen will go crazy. Zhang clan disciples, hear my orders. Retreat. Without waiting for Zhang Yue's consent, Feng Fei issued the command. The Zhang clan's disciples immediately started pulling back, leaving the battlefield behind. This action caught the other three clans off guard. They had no idea what was happening. The Earth Cauldron's voice echoed in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen, calm yourself. He's terrifying and sinister. He's provoking you deliberately. I want to calm down, but I can't. If I could ignore this, I wouldn't be Long Chen. He's already found my weak point. Letting him continue will only make me angrier. I don't have the patience to test his strength any longer. It's time to end this. Suddenly, 5 astral dragon chi surged around Long Chen, 4 fully formed and 1 still embryonic. Despite its incomplete state, the 5th dragon chi magnified his power exponentially. Long Chen's 8-color divine ring appeared, along with a sea of stars, casting the world in a layer of mysterious light. When his starry sea manifestation emerged, ripples of astral energy spread outward, locking everything in place. Even those observing from afar were frozen by the suffocating pressure. The sky shattered, the earth split apart, and the entire world seemed to crumble under Long Chen's astral might. The experts of the 4 divine clans were horrified. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power before. Just then, Long Chen charged forward, his astral energy rippling as he unleashed a devastating punch. Ha ha ha, now this is interesting. Bring out your full power. Satisfy me, and I might leave you with an intact corpse, Long Zai roared with laughter. The void behind him exploded, forming a black domain. Within it, a pair of enormous wings unfurled. It's the legendary divine wings. An expert from the Zhang clan cried out. These wings were a manifestation of the divine clan's ancestral blessings, a sign of unparalleled genius. After they emerged, black chi engulfed the heavens as Long Zai unleashed his own punch. The earth disintegrated beneath them, and everything but the Julie divine steel was reduced to rubble. The clash tore apart the heavens, scattering fragments of spacetime. The Long, Yi, and Zhao clans were caught in the aftermath, and they scrambled to erect barriers. Long Zemo hastily summoned a massive barrier, but its power was spread too thin. As a result, the barrier shattered instantly, sending him flying as he spat blood. The weaker experts of the 3 clans were thrown back, coughing blood but clinging to life. Had it not been for their barriers, many would have perished outright. Previously, they had remained at the heart of the battlefield, asserting their status as the masters of the Julie divine steel. It was not just a show of dominance but also a demonstration of their strength, proving they were worthy of claiming the steel. But now, faced with the overwhelming clash of powers, they could no longer maintain their position. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan had wisely chosen to steadily withdraw under Feng Fei's orders. By the time the rippling shockwaves reached them, the destructive force had diminished significantly, allowing them to easily withstand it. Their experts exchanged grateful glances, silently praising Feng Fei's foresight. Keep retreating, don't stop. Feng Fei's urgent voice broke their momentary relief. The Zhang clan quickly resumed their retreat, sensing the gravity in her tone. Just as they pulled back further, a thunderous roar shattered the air. 1. If you are not sure what the steel is, reread Chapter 5529. Chapter 5619 Blood Hell. Heaven and earth twisted, and everyone's vision turned dark. They couldn't even see the people in front of them. Following that, an unmatched pressure crashed down, and it felt like they turned into statues. Just moving was incredibly difficult. Their bodies were as stiff as corpses. People were horrified. They had no idea what was happening. But they knew that if they didn't get away from this region, they would no longer be able to see tomorrow's sun. Under that immense pressure, everyone unleashed their full power, unleashing their bloodline power and summoning their manifestations. Only then did they become able to move. They fled for their lives. When they finally escaped the core region, their vision returned, and the pressure lifted. They now saw Long Chen had 8 stars behind him, stars as bright as the sun. This starlight twisted the world. There were millions of whirlpools clashing with each other. The sound was like grating iron. They heard a heaven-shaking explosion. The void blew apart, but they were unable to see the 2 people fighting. All they saw were wild chi waves that were like a crazy tsunami spreading in every direction. Feng Fei's expression changed when she saw this. Although she had already ordered the Zhang clan's experts to retreat, she also hadn't expected the range of their battle to spread so far. They were still caught within it. Those in the top 100 of the battle god rankings joined forces to defend. Shouted Feng Fei. 100 experts of the Zhang clan lined up. All of them summoned their manifestations in heaven vein dragon chi. They were no longer daring to be the slightest bit careless. An enormous barrier rose. The enormous barrier then shrank. As it shrank, its defensive power rose. But eventually, it reached its limit. Any smaller and it wouldn't be able to protect everyone. As for the rest of the Zhang clan's experts, they hastily hid behind the shield. They didn't need to do anything. As long as they lived, it would be a win. Raise barriers. Just as the Zhang clan's side finished summoning their barrier, the other three clans also shouted. However, they clearly lacked Feng Fei's leadership. Their cooperation couldn't compare to the Zhang clan's. One barrier after another rose, but they were all only defending themselves. They weren't working together. When the wild chi waves of Long Chen and Long Zaiye's battle reached them, they instantly collapsed. Stronger ones were able to endure the impact. The average ones spat out blood when their shields shattered, but they survived. However, the weaker ones were directly blown apart. Wherever the chi waves went, flowers of blood bloomed. Every one represented the death of one of the experts of the four divine clans. Even if you were to say that they were the weaker ones, that was only in comparison. No one that could enter the heaven vein mystic realm was actually weak. The weakest experts amongst the four divine clans would be considered the top experts of an average sect. However, even such powerful existences were instantly killed like ants in front of Long Chen and Long Zaiye's violent clashes. The Long, Yi, and Zhao clans took heavy losses. They lost at least 10% of their experts from their clash. It had to be known that the four divine clans had each brought tens of millions of experts. 10% of that was still millions of heavenly geniuses. They were killed like ants. This scene gave people goosebumps. Of the four divine clans, only the Zhang clan managed to preserve all its people. Not one person died. The barrier raised by the top 100 of the battle god rankings shattered. Their chests ached from the backlash. They couldn't help being shocked. Even at such a distance, these shockwaves were still so powerful. Those two were absolute monsters. The Zhang clan's ordinary disciples were shaking. They practically prostrated themselves towards Feng Fei. Without her, they would have likely died. As for the top experts of the Zhang clan, they were even more impressed by Feng Fei. Feng Fei had accurately predicted their destructive power. The barrier raised by the top 100 strongest experts was perfectly enough to block their power. It not only protected everyone, but also allowed them to experience the clashing wills between Long Chen and Long Zaiye. Most importantly, she accurately predicted that there was no need for Zhang Yue to personally take action, letting her preserve her power. Having such a powerful trump card guaranteed that the Zhang clan was in an unbeatable position. In comparison to the other three clans, deaths, the Zhang clan managed to profit safely. Everything went smoothly, showing the grace of a noble clan. It went without saying that Feng Fei's decisions this time were impressive. Even Zhang Yue felt grateful that she had such a capable support. Having her by her side let her feel much safer. With her supporting her from the rear, she could charge forward to the peak of the martial path without worry. In the distance, there were countless other human experts as well. They didn't dare to get close to the Julie Divine Steel in the first place. They were afraid of causing a misunderstanding from the four divine clans, so they intentionally stayed far. When the battle erupted, they were already far away. Seeing three of the divine clans take such heavy losses, they couldn't help looking at each other. They were all thinking the same thing. At least the weak had the blessings of the weak. They weren't even qualified to die. Raise the barrier again. Use your core runes. Feng Fei's shout rang out once more. The Zhang clan's experts now viewed her like a god, and the top 100 experts quickly formed hand seals. Another barrier rose. Thanks to their previous cooperation and the addition of their core runes, this barrier's power was many times greater than before. As for the other three divine clans, after just taking such immense losses, they hastily fled without even looking around. Fools. Zhang Yue watched as those experts ran away like headless flies. Zhang Yue felt an urge to warn them, but she held back in the end. Just then, another heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Astral light and black chi gushed out in the form of wild chi waves once more. This time, their power was even greater than before. The experts of the other three divine clans were horrified. By this time, joining forces to defend. It was too late. That devastating power washed over them. It was like the crusher of the universe. Countless experts were obliterated once more, their personal barriers unable to have any effect in front of this power. Blood filled the air, screams of despair rang out. This time, over half of the 3 divine clans, experts were killed by the chi waves. Blood mist dyed the world red. The entire battlefield became a blood hell. The Zhang clan's experts stared in horror. How could so many people be dying just from this? It felt like they were in a nightmare. The top 100 managed to block it for them, but quite a few people felt like their insides were flipping from the impact. They were dazed and almost unable to keep standing. Feng Fei directed everyone to retreat once more. This time, they only had to go a bit further before the twisting space around them faded, as did the suffocating pressure. They knew that they had finally escaped the territory of their domain. At this time, they saw those 2 figures standing in the sky. Chapter 5620 Dark Demon Spear. Now free from the oppressive pressure, the onlookers gradually regained their vision and divine senses. Finally, they could once again see the battle unfolding before them. The sky was split in 2, a sea of stars and an endless expanse of black mist, forming a stark boundary. Above Long Chen stretched a starry sea, while beneath him roiled starry clouds. With his starry sky battle robe fluttering and 5 streams of astral dragon chi swirling behind him, he looked unspeakably domineering, like the war god of the starry sky. Opposing him was a figure shrouded in the aura of death. Its massive black wings filled the heavens, constantly emitting thick black chi. It tainted the sky, turning the world beneath it into a hellish domain. Behind Long Zai, 5 streams of black dragon chi merged into a black ominous clump that connected to his enormous wings, creating an endless supply of power for them. A sea of stars clashed against a pair of heaven-shrouding black wings. As the 2 domains collided, the world trembled, unable to bear the weight of their power. The scene was so overwhelming that it left the onlookers in stunned silence. Now, the Zhang clan's top experts finally understood why their peerless war goddess had warned of Long Zaiye's strength. She had admitted she couldn't guarantee victory against him, a confession that had seemed impossible at the time. After all, the Zhang clan's top experts knew just how terrifying Zhang Yue was, and they refused to believe there was someone in this world who could beat her in the same realm. But now, seeing the monstrous wings and sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Long Zai, they realized Zhang Yue hadn't exaggerated. Long Zaiye's power was suffocating. His presence alone suppressed their souls, snuffing out any flicker of courage in their hearts. Zhang Yue herself was stunned. She gazed at Long Chen, whose body was surrounded by flowing astral light. This time, she knew she had underestimated him. His power rivaled both hers and Long Zaiye's. The 2 combatants were like gods facing each other, their domineering auras compelling even the strongest experts to feel a primal urge to kneel. Good. You've finally unleashed your full power. Only by defeating you at your peak can I feel a shred of satisfaction, said Long Zai. Now that he had summoned his wings, his aura and voice had changed. It was like the voice of a fiend, each word awakening the primal terror in people's hearts. Long Chen sneered, is watching your own people die part of your satisfaction? It seems the so-called divine clans, other than the Zhang clan, are no better than beasts. The Yi, Long, and Zhao clan experts seethed with rage, but under the suffocating pressure, they couldn't even muster the strength to curse him. It was as if one word from Long Chen could end their lives. Long Chen's gaze swept across the battlefield. Any of the top experts here could have saved their people with just a fraction of their power. But instead, they chose to stand by and watch as their clansmen perished. All to preserve their strength for the Julie divine steel. To them, everyone else, even their own kin, is nothing but an expendable pawn. What cold-blooded monsters! After Long Chen had said this, everyone couldn't help but look toward the 4 divine clans. Other than the Zhang clan, all the divine clans had taken hideous losses, about half of their experts. However, it wasn't due to the overwhelming power of the battle but because their leaders had chosen not to act. The onlookers were filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend how they could do such a thing. Were they not afraid of being condemned when they returned to the clan? Zhang Yue was shaken by his words as well, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, their clans had explicitly ordered them to prioritize the Julie divine steel above all else. They were to do everything and anything to obtain the original runes on the Julie divine steel. In front of those runes, anyone's life could be sacrificed. If they had to choose between the Julie Divine Steel or their comrades, perhaps the only one to choose their comrades would be Feng Fei alone. Zhang Yue wasn't emotionless, but as a clan grew to a certain size, its interests inevitably overshadowed individual feelings. They couldn't afford to use their emotions here, and each clansman had to sacrifice themselves for the greater good of the clan. Hearing Long Chen call them cold-blooded, Zhang Yue felt a jolt of realization. At some point along her path, she too had become a cold-blooded monster. Long Zai sneered, "What childish thinking. The path of cultivation is one that inherently defies the heavens. The weak are nothing but a waste of resources. It's better for them to die early, leaving those resources to the strong. Survival of the fittest is the natural law of the world. Soft-hearted fools will only die sooner." Surprisingly, some experts found his words reasonable and felt less disgusted by their actions. Wasn't it true that sects and clans prioritized their own interests above all else? Wasn't survival of the fittest the driving force behind every sect's growth? But Long Chen's disdainful sneer cut through the air like a blade. And who decides who is weak and who is strong? Who can guarantee that today's strong won't be overtaken tomorrow? Who can say the weak won't rise beyond imagination one day? If your pursuit of strength means abandoning all feelings, all sense of right and wrong, if you simply strip away your humanity, then no matter how powerful you become, you're nothing but a cold-blooded beast. Have you ever thought about the trust it takes to leave your back to someone else? Have you ever thought about what it feels like to use your life to protect what you believe in, to the point that you wouldn't regret it even if your body is crushed to dust? Well, I suppose these things are meaningless to a cold-blooded animal. You won't understand no matter what I say. Zhang Yue was especially shaken this time. She had always lived a solitary life, her high realm placing her far above most. Few people ever earned her notice, let alone her friendship. Aside from Feng Fei, she had no true companions. Zhang Yue suddenly recalled a conversation with Feng Fei about Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion. Feng Fei had told her that every single member of that group was a true warrior. They were bonded to Long Chen as life and death brothers. Back then, Zhang Yue almost laughed at that. It was simply impossible. Cattle and sheep formed groups, but wild beasts roamed alone. How could a peerless expert share their life and death with a group of weaklings? Feng Fei had seen through her skepticism and let the matter drop. But now, Long Chen's words stirred something within Zhang Yue. Could what Feng Fei had said be true? Was it possible that this man's strength came not from isolation, but from an unbreakable bond with those who followed him? She suddenly thought of how calm Long Chen had been before, only for him to go all out when his people were threatened. No matter what you say, this is the nature of the world. This is fate, and you are only an ant. Don't you think it's so arrogant to speak about defying fate? Long Zaiye's tone sharpened with irritation. With a wave, he raised his hand and a black spear materialized, its dark tip aimed at Long Chen through the space. Long Zai had finally taken out his strongest trump card. The Dark Demon Spear, said Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue's heart skipped a beat. The Dark Demon Spear's appearance was a clear sign. Long Zai was no longer holding anything back. At the same moment, Evilmoon appeared in Long Chen's grip. Black flames erupted from the blade, distorting the air with their malevolent heat. Chapter 5621 Divine Wing Flames. The moment Long Chen took out Evilmoon, a black flame burst out of its body. This mysterious sinister blade emitted a pressure that made the 10,000 Daos terrified. This fellow should be the same as me. Once he goes all out, he can't maintain that state for long. When this battle starts, it will end quickly. Evilmoon, are you prepared? Asked Long Chen. Just now, all their consecutive blows were just probing blows. Both Long Chen and Long Zai were hoping to beat the other without exposing their own trump cards. However, after exchanging those probing blows, they became aware that they were facing a powerful opponent, and they would have to go all out to beat them. Long Chen couldn't maintain his peak state for long, thus he had been holding back. But now that the other side had taken out his weapon, it indicated that he was also getting impatient and wanted to end this battle. Victory or defeat might be decided in just a few moves. Neither Long Zai or Long Chen had the luxury to continue probing the other. Furthermore, by their level, there was no need to continue probing the other. Long Chen could tell that Long Zai's spear was a terrifying divine weapon. It contained its own destructive power. He would need to use Evilmoon to fight against it. In a clash between experts, there couldn't be the slightest slip, or that would lead to death. Don't worry, leave this little toothpick to me. Evilmoon chuckled, its own hot blood heating up. Then, we're going. The starry sky quivered, the 8 stars revolved, stars flashed on Evilmoon's body, and it slashed down on Long Zai like a river of stars. Just as Long Chen attacked, Long Zai's spear also quivered. His divine wings suddenly spread, and divine light flowed into the dark demon spear. Dark Void Breaker. Long Zai and Long Chen shouted at the same time. An enormous heavenly spear and a heaven-slashing divine saber shattered the void. It was like 2 heavenly weapons clashing. The entire world shuddered and twisted. Primal chaos runes exploded. 4 saber images and 4 spear images shot out of the core of the battlefield. In this terrifying collision, leftover power suddenly shot out, bringing with it the air of death. How are we so unlucky? Zhang Yue sighed. A saber image was headed straight towards the Zhang clan. Zhang Yue was prepared and stepped forward. Ignite your blood runes to summon the divine blood shield, shouted Feng Fei. The Zhang clan's tens of millions of experts ignited their bloodline power at once. The power of tens of millions of experts condensed into an enormous shield. This technique was one of the divine clan's strongest formations. It was not necessarily some secret. All disciples of the main bloodline understood how to use this technique. However, the greatest difficulty in using this technique was uniting everyone's hearts. Otherwise, even if the barrier formed, it would be too weak to be of use. However, the current Zhang clan viewed Feng Fei like a god. Her orders were executed without execution. In this life and death juncture especially, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless or secretly slack. The blood-colored shield had only just formed when a saber image covered in stars struck it. The saber image and the shield exploded at the same time. All the Zhang clan's experts spat out a mouthful of blood. They couldn't help being shocked. The power of this attack was essentially equally shared between them all. Every single one of them had received only 1/10,000,000th of its power, but they were still injured. Just how strong was this attack? Most terrifying of all, this was the result of Long Chen's attack being split in 4 and crossing an immense distance. The Zhang clan managed to block this attack without using up Zhang Yue's power. The Long and Zhao clans were lucky and weren't struck by these attacks. But the Yi clan was unlucky. One saber image was headed towards them. The peak expert of the Yi clan actually immediately dodged. But the ones who didn't have time to dodge were unlucky. Even going all out to defend, they were blown apart by this attack. The saber image left a giant ditch in the ground. No life remained in that region. The Yi clan's experts were once more cut in half. When they saw those losses, the Zhang clan's experts couldn't help sighing. If they had joined forces from the start, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. In comparison, they were the luckiest. Whether it was Zhang Yue or Feng Fei, they didn't use them like pawns. The fact that Zhang Yue had been ready to save them if necessary was also seen clearly. Zhang Yue wouldn't let them die. She would rather use up her precious energy, which would affect her fighting for the Julie Divine Steel, than let her die. Terrifying power continued to rage. Other than the Zhang clan, every other direction was pierced by saber images and spear images. The world had long since lost its original appearance. Retreat more. The Yi, Zhao, and Long clan's experts shouted and pulled even further back. Just as the Zhang clan was about to fall back as well, Feng Fei shouted, "Do not retreat. We will stay here." A battle between experts is a rare experience. Sense their wills and taste the flavor of being so close to death. That will let you get stronger. Just then, another explosive sound rang out. Evilmoon and the Dark Demon Spear once more clashed, and a ripple of death spread. Feng Fei once more led the Zhang clan's experts in defending. This time, the impact left them dazed and bleeding from their 7 orifices. But they still managed to survive. They had no chance to breathe. Long Chen and Long Zai continued to clash crazily. The Zhang clan's experts held on bitterly. They were absolutely shocked. How were the two of them able to unleash such devastating attacks one after another? Was this not heaven-defying? Long Chen unleashed 18 slashes at once. His astral energy poured out. He wasn't holding back at all. However, Long Zai was also incredibly powerful. The Dark Demon Spear clashed with Evilmoon head-on. He didn't take a single step back. These 2 divine weapons both had sinister flames surging out of them. This was not just a clash between 2 people, but also a clash between 2 divine weapons. "Big Sister Feng Fei, we can't hold on." The Zhang clan's experts shouted, but spat out blood before he could finish and turned limp. Their minds were being crushed by this pressure. Seeing everyone was reaching their limit, she finally gave the order to fall back. Once they received this order, they sighed in relief and pulled back. Feng Fei was unwilling to go with them. She stood by Zhang Yue's side, watching the battle from close range. With Zhang Yue protecting her, there was no danger for her. Divine Wing Flame, Long Zai roared, and his wings suddenly ignited. Raging flames filled the sky. His aura once more leapt to a new level. He can still unleash more power at this time. What kind of monster is he? The retreating Zhang clan experts cried out in shock. Just as Long Zai summoned these flames, Long Chen clenched his teeth and ignited his astral energy. Both of their powers soared crazily. Once their auras reached their peaks, they stamped on the void at the same time and charged at each other like two violent meteorites. Chapter 5622 Vicious Means. Evilmoon struck Long Zai's dark demon spear. The two divine weapons once more unleashed an explosion of divine light. The immense impact caused both of them to spit out blood. Both of their hands were bleeding. Their blood dyed their own divine weapons. The sky of stars swayed. Massive eddies and whirlpools formed in the void. Astral winds raged, and chi waves collapsed upon each other. It looked like the very world was being destroyed. The core of the battlefield was a land of death now. Outside the core region were Zhang Yue, Feng Fei, Long Zimo, as well as an expert from the Zhao clan and the Yi clan. They were enduring the terrifying pressure to watch. Even someone as powerful as Zhang Yue was forced to summon her manifestation and heaven vein dragon chi. That was the only way she was able to resist these shockwaves. Feng Fei was behind Zhang Yue. Watching the two of them fight, she quivered. She had personally witnessed Long Chen create one miracle after another. He had managed to climb his way to the immortal world. When she first saw Long Zai, the immense difference made her despair and give up competing for the peak of the martial path. She had told herself more than once that she couldn't let Long Chen run into Long Zai, or Long Chen's miraculous legend would come to an end. However, Long Chen was still managing to fight a monster like Long Zai. His immense power caused Feng Fei to feel waves of emotion. Long Chen's potential seemed like it had no limit. No matter what kind of monstrous heavenly genius, whether it was someone from the current era or some sealed ancient monster, his light could never be eclipsed by anyone else. Long Chen and Long Zai retreated at the same time. Long Zai waved his hand, and 10,000 black chains condensed into an enormous net that collapsed upon Long Chen, giving him nowhere to run. Long Chen formed hand seals with one hand, and 4 astral pillars soared into the sky around Long Zai. Dark net binds the heavens. Long Chen and Long Zai shouted at the same time. The black net rapidly contracted on Long Chen's position. The 4 astral pillars also smashed into the center where Long Zai was. A saber image tore apart the dome of the heavens, and the net exploded. A demonic spear tore through the world, and the 4 astral pillars collapsed. Neither of their divine abilities was able to bind the other. Neither of them were able to obtain any advantage over the other. The two of them shouted once more and attacked. The two of them exchanged 3 blows, each more devastating than the last. By this level, it was very difficult to beat an opponent through technique. It was a true clash of power. Ear-piercing explosive sounds repeatedly echoed through the air. Just watching left people dazed. This power was enough to make them despair. In front of the two of them, they were practically less than ants. With another explosive sound, everyone saw a scene that they had never expected to see. Long Zai was actually sent flying by Long Chen. Long Zai's aura is falling, exclaimed Feng Fei. She clearly sensed her own blood heating up. In this clash of absolute power, Long Zai's inferiority was shown. Zhang Yue was also shaken. Both Long Chen and Long Zai were incredibly powerful. Their final few blows in particular had clearly consumed an unimaginable amount of energy. When she thought about herself, she estimated that even after igniting her core, she would only be able to unleash 3 such attacks. But the two of them had exchanged 5 blows on this level before the victor was decided. Their energy stores were far above hers. Long Zai's aura falling was the normal reaction. If it didn't fall, Zhang Yue would feel like she was going crazy. That would mean that the difference between her and Long Zai was simply incalculable. In truth, Long Chen and Long Zai's auras were both falling. But Long Chen's aura wasn't falling as much, while Long Zai's was falling off precipitously. Fuck, if you could have endured another attack, I would have been the one unable to hold on. After sending Long Zai flying, Long Chen finally sighed in relief. His heaven vein dragon chi had reached its limit. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. After blowing Long Zai away, Long Chen took 7 steps. With every step, another Long Chen appeared in the air. When Long Chen reached Long Zai, all 7 Long Chens merged into one. Evilmoon slashed down with an unstoppable air. This was a perfect merger of technique and power. Previously, it wasn't that Long Chen was unwilling to do such a thing, it was that he was unable to use it while facing Long Zai at that level of power. However, now, Long Zai was sent flying, and had revealed an opening. It gave Long Chen time to store up power. This was meant to go in for the kill when they're ill. Long Zai suddenly sneered sinisterly. He swept out the dark demon spear. His divine wings folded together. An explosive sound rang out. Long Chen's killing blow struck the dark demon spear. Blood sprayed from Long Zai's mouth, and his arms exploded. He shot back like a meteorite. Long Zai's lost. Feng Fei shouted excitedly. Not necessarily. Contrary to Feng Fei's excitement, Zhang Yue's expression changed. She suddenly thought of something. Long Chen's heart also shook after this. He instantly had a bad feeling. Long Zai's gaze made him feel uneasy. However, his feet stamped on the void. The space between them seemed to contract. Leaving behind an afterimage, he charged straight at Long Zai. At this time, Long Zai's body smashed into a mountain. The experts watching watched as he smashed into the ground beneath them. They hastily fled. Don't leave. Become my power. Long Zai smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, the sky darkened. His enormous wings covered the sky, and darkness descended. Those spectators didn't even understand what was happening before this darkness covered their bodies. All their essence blood was sucked away. Long Zai's plummeting aura instantly stopped falling and began to rapidly recover. Feng Fei was shocked to see this scene. Tens of millions of experts had just been instantly killed by him. The surrounding spectators hastily fled for their lives. Where do you think you're going? Long Zai laughed, and his wings spread out. Countless experts continued to be turned to dust under this darkness. There were originally countless experts watching. They had never expected death to come for them so suddenly. The Northern Alliance's people were part of the surrounding experts. Seeing those wings coming over them, they roared and raised their weapons. However, they knew that this wouldn't change their fates of being killed. But this would be a testament to their courage. However, just then, a saber sliced through the air, cutting off that wing. The deathly darkness instantly vanished. The Northern Alliance's experts were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief at the figure in front of them. Long Chen. Feng Fei was stunned to see this. Her heart instantly sank. Chapter 5623 Playing Dirty with Me. This fool. Feng Fei bit her lip. She clenched her hands, her nails digging into her palms so hard that she was bleeding. But she didn't even notice it. Why did he do that? Zhang Yue was baffled. Long Chen had cut off one of Long Zai's wings. That was entirely meaningless. It was unable to cause any substantive wound to Long Zai, but would exhaust Long Chen's own little remaining energy. At this time, Long Chen should be directly aiming for Long Zai's vital spot to deal a heavy blow before he could recover. She was unable to comprehend how Long Chen could make such a foolish error with all his combat experience. The Northern Alliance's experts were also stunned. Although they couldn't be considered the strongest experts, they had plenty of combat experience. They could all tell that Long Chen had just lost a chance to deal a heavy blow to Long Zai in order to save them. They had originally already given up any hope of living. Having just walked out from the shadow of despair, they didn't even know what to say. Long Chen spit out a single word before shooting towards Long Zai. Why did he save us? The Northern Alliance's experts were all dumbfounded. They were not friends or enemies with Long Chen. Why would he abandon his best chance to save them? He put himself into a passive position by doing this. The Northern Alliance's experts quickly fell back. Their leader shouted, "He saved our lives. If we have to, we will repay him with our lives. If he is in trouble, we will not stand by." The Northern Alliance's strongest experts instantly gathered. They were over 308 Vain Heaven Saints. The rest retreated into the distance. Just then, another heaven-shaking explosive sound rang out. Long Zai's arms had recovered after absorbing an unimaginable amount of essence blood. His aura was also still strong. The two of them were once more blown back. This time, the two of them were equal. Long Chen's previous advantage had just vanished. Most frightening of all, Long Chen's aura was still falling, while Long Zai's wings were quivering. And still devouring all the essence blood he had just absorbed. His aura was slowly climbing. Long Chen had gone from an absolute advantage to a complete disadvantage. Feng Fei couldn't help sighing. This fellow was always this foolish. In order to save a group of ants, he put himself in a state of despair. Was this really worth it? Long Zai raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, with my divine wings, the power of the heavens, the earth, and man are all mine to control. As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, as long as the 10,000 spirits still exist, my power is limitless. As for you, you had a chance to interrupt me, but lost it to save a group of ants. All that awaits you is death. Victory or defeat has been decided. How boring. Long Zai gazed at Long Chen contemptuously. The Northern Alliance's experts' expressions all changed. Only now did they realize that Long Chen had just used his own life to save them. After repeatedly losing, are you really feeling alright? Does your face not hurt? Long Chen lazily rested Evilmoon on his shoulder and said, if you were truly strong, why would you use such means? If you're going to be so shameless, then at least be honest about it. Where do you get the confidence to so wantonly brag when you use such dirty tricks? You, Long Zai was enraged, but had no argument. Although this divine ability of his was truly powerful, he knew it was not an honorable technique. Flaunting it only made him look like a petty person. HMPH, right now, we currently only have 70% of our power left. In terms of pure power, you lost. Now we are competing in technique and control. This area has always been my strongest point. Your wings are odd, but I won't give you a chance to kill more people and absorb their blood. Today, the one to lose is you, said Long Chen. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but every word was filled with immense confidence. No one could even question him. Feng Fei's heart stopped sinking. She saw hope again. If Long Chen can really beat Long Zai in this state, that would truly be heaven-defying, said Zhang Yue. In a competition of pure power, Long Chen had managed to win. This was inconceivable. It had to be known that Long Zai had 5 full karmic luck heaven veins, while Long Chen had only just started condensing his 5th one. In terms of realm, Long Zai was above him. Now, Long Zai had killed a huge amount of people and absorbed their essence blood to replenish his energy. It could be said that he had a huge advantage. In this state, if he still lost to Long Chen, then Long Chen would truly be terrifying. Zhang Yue looked at the current Long Chen. He had once more returned to his lazy appearance with Evilmoon resting on his shoulder. Then she looked at the nervous Feng Fei. She finally realized why Feng Fei had begged her more than once to help Long Chen if she had a chance. This fellow's potential was truly monstrous. His potential was like a bottomless well. Offending such an expert would give the Zhang clan a headache. At the same time, Zhang Yue couldn't help sighing over the workings of fate. Long Zai and Long Chen had the same surname. They both had the bloodline of the Long clan. But they were fighting to the death here. However, from the Zhang clan's standpoint, an internal battle within the Long clan was profitable for them. After all, while the 4 divine clans were said to be one family, each of them harbored their own selfish motives. Ha ha ha, Long Zai laughed in response to Long Chen. Fool, 70%, that's only you. My power has already recovered to 80%. How many blows can you possibly endure now? Long Zai suddenly shot towards Long Chen, reaching him almost instantaneously. The dark, demon spear whistled towards Long Chen's chest. Long Zai was quick as lightning. It seemed like Long Chen couldn't react. The dark demon spear pierced straight through his chest. Startled cries rang out at this sudden turn of events. Was this so fast that not even someone as strong as Long Chen could block? However, Long Zai's expression suddenly changed. Long Chen's body blew apart into lightning runes. Clone techniques were very common in the immortal world. However, they were considered lower-tier techniques. Most peak experts disdained using such things. However, this low-tier technique had just tricked all of them. Long Zai instantly had a bad feeling, and without hesitation, he swept the dark demon spear behind him. However, he hit nothing. Long Chen's figure didn't appear. A sinister voice rang out just then, and Long Zai suddenly felt a burst of pain in his butt. A blood-curdling screech rang out. You want to play dirty with me? Fine, I'll play. Long Chen's figure appeared behind Long Zai. He still had a sinister smile on his face. Chapter 5624 Beating Long Zai. At this moment, everyone watching turned to stone. They had no idea when Long Chen had appeared behind Long Zai. Evilmoon was stabbed into Long Zai's butt. Long Chen, you idiot. Before Long Chen could even feel pleased about this success, he heard Evilmoon's furious roar in his head. Just then, Long Zaiye's wings slashed down behind him. But Long Chen vanished. Long Chen immediately retreated after his attack. At this time, fighting Long Zaiye was truly difficult for him. Long Chen retreated far away. Don't get angry. This fellow's mouth is just very hateful. It's just a little lesson. Shut the hell up. If it's his mouth that's disgusting, what are you doing stabbing his butt? Demanded Evilmoon. It's called going in from the other side. Why are you feeling conflicted? Come on, let's kill him. Long Chen hastily changed the subject. Astral light flowed beneath his feet, and he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in front of Long Zaiye. He slashed Evilmoon at him. Long Zaiye felt a burning pain in his butt. However, what pained him the most was how he had embarrassed himself in front of so many people. He roared and smashed the dark demon spear at Long Chen. The void shattered. However, he didn't manage to strike Long Chen. Instead, Long Chen's body strangely shot past it like a fish in water. His saber slashed right at his throat. Long Zaiye was startled, and hastily dodged. But he was still the slightest bit too slow. The sharp tip of the saber cut his throat. Blood gushed out. Long Zaiye turned white. Long Chen's movement art was too bizarre. If he had dodged the slightest bit slower, his head would have flown off. The void beneath Long Zaiye's feet exploded. The dark demon spear continuously smashed through the air, sending wild ripples flying through every direction. Someone strong like Zhang Yue could instantly tell that Long Zaiye was afraid. He was scared of Long Chen's ephemeral movement art. He was trying to use his power to force Long Chen back. Long Zaiye was repeatedly unleashing enormous spear images, leaving no opening to attack. Everyone was shocked by this. To think that Long Zaiye still had this much energy left after all this. He was definitely a monster. As Long Zaiye crazily swung the dark demon spear to keep Long Chen back, Long Chen stuck to him like glue. Evilmoon seemed to dance through the air. He managed to maintain a set distance from him that was not too far or too close. At this distance, Long Chen didn't need to clash with him directly. He could use his technique to simply shed his opponent's attacks. With this, Long Zaiye's rate of exhaustion was far greater than his. If this continued, the advantage that Long Zaiye had gained from killing so many experts would vanish. With the battle having reached this point, it was already clear. In terms of absolute power, Long Zaiye had lost. In terms of fighting skills, he also wasn't a match for Long Chen. When both of them were exhausted, their senses, reactions, and judgment would no longer be in their peak condition. It was at this time that their combat experience became important. If in terms of power Long Zaiye was able to compete evenly with Long Chen, then in terms of skill and experience, they weren't on the same level. In an instant, Long Zaiye was caught in a difficult position again. Seeing that Long Chen had taken the upper hand again, Feng Fei finally relaxed slightly. Even with Long Zaiye's dirty tricks, Long Chen still managed to turn the tide. She slowly smiled. As for Zhang Yue, she was still in her top condition. She had promised Feng Fei that if Long Chen was in trouble, she would save him. Thus, Zhang Yue's nerves were tense. Seeing that Long Chen had taken control over the rhythm of the battle, she felt like Long Chen's odds of victory were growing higher and higher. Both of their physical energies were dropping. Seeing the black figure flickering through the mass of spear images, Zhang Yue couldn't help sighing. Feng Fei's vision was truly sharp. This fellow had truly hidden his power deeply. Amongst the Long clan, a pair of beautiful eyes were also watching proudly and with appreciation. Long Tianrui was smiling. Of everyone here, only she had never been worried for Long Chen. Although she hadn't spent nearly as much time with him as Feng Fei, as descendants of the same clan, as a fellow possessor of 7-color supreme blood, Long Tianrui was extremely clear on his power. Long Zaiye was being forced to continuously unleash wild attacks to keep Long Chen away. But Evilmoon continuously remained the Grim Reaper's sickle hovering over him. Long Zaiye was sweating. Keep acting arrogant. Keep bragging. You even said that I'm not a 9-star heir. I'm starting to question whether you really beat those 9-star heirs with your own power, taunted Long Chen as he fought. At this time, Long Chen had full control over the battle. Long Zaiye's rate of exhaustion was several times greater than his. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, he would lose the ability to fight back. Long Zaiye was truly strong. But he wasn't as strong as Long Chen had imagined. After all, someone who could kill that many 9-star heirs had to be exceptional. The 9-star heirs that I killed were the real thing. But in this current declined era, the primal chaos energy in the air is too sparse, restraining the power of my divine wings. If it was in the primal chaos era, you wouldn't even be able to block 3 attacks from me. Roared Long Zai, flames almost bursting out of his eyes. This made everyone look at his wings. Their hearts shook. These wings were already so terrifying, but they were actually not at their full potential. When I condense the power of 9 dragons and open the seal on my divine wings, you will only be able to kneel and weep beneath my feet. Roared Long Zai. Just then, Long Chen stopped avoiding his attacks and slashed Evilmoon into the dark demon spear. The distraction of speaking caused Long Zai to spit out a mouthful of blood. If I had condensed 9 heaven vein dragon cheese, there would have been no need for me to raise my hand against you. I could kill you with a fart. Who doesn't know how to brag? Long Chen sneered, and with a flash, he appeared right in front of Long Zai. Evilmoon pierced towards his chest like a bolt of lightning. Long Zai was horrified. What he was worried about the most was Long Chen getting close to him. The dark demon spear wasn't suited at this close range. Although Evilmoon was also huge and looked like it was too awkward to handle, it was incredibly agile and nimble in Long Chen's hands, piercing through the smallest openings. Suddenly, Long Zai's divine wings shrank and folded in front of him. After shrinking, these wings gave off an incredibly sinister aura. The wings folded into a shield in front of Long Zai. Evilmoon struck the divine wings. Long Chen was shocked to see sparks fly. Even with Evilmoon's sharpness, he was unable to pierce these wings. What shocked Long Chen the most was that Long Chen could sense fluctuations from the wings that did not belong to the laws of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Could it be that it? Long Chen's heart shook. Long Zai's divine wings shrank. It was like he had gained a pair of divine weapons. However, his aura instantly plummeted. Long Zai spat out blood from this attack. He was in a terrible state. Countless runes lit up on his wings. Trying to run, Long Chen snorted. Evilmoon vanished, replaced by a brick. Long Zai's wings unfurled. The space around him twisted. He knew that he couldn't beat Long Chen anymore. He had to run, or he would die here. Just as he tried to use spatial energy to flee, a brick struck the back of his head. Long Zai was smashed into the ground. Just as Long Chen was about to follow up, divine light shook the world. Countless runes lit up. The Julie divine steel had finally finished rising from the ground. Ignore him. Seize the Julie runes, shouted the Earth Cauldron. Chapter 5625 Julie Barriers. Are you joking? Kill him. Evilmoon roared furiously at the Earth Cauldron's words. Just as Long Chen defeated Long Zai and put him in a position where he would only need a few moves to kill him, he was supposed to stop. How could he do that? In theory, since it was the Earth Cauldron, he should listen to it. However, Long Zai was truly powerful. This opportunity was incredibly rare. After all, beating him and actually killing him were 2 entirely different concepts. Normally, even if he beat him, he would definitely run. However, this time, he had exhausted all of his energy. He had lost his ability to run. This was the best opportunity to kill him. If he lost this chance, what if he encountered him in the future? Long Chen naturally wouldn't be afraid of him, but what if he were to target the Dragonblood warriors? Long Chen, ignore him. Entering the Julie divine steel is more important, shouted Feng Fei. The Zhang Yue had already brought the Zhang clan's experts rushing back. The Long clan's Long Zemo was also charging over without caring about Long Zai's life or death. The Yi clan and Zhao clan's experts were the same. They were rushing towards the Julie divine steel with all their might. Long Chen's heart shook. He suddenly realized just how important the Julie divine steel was to these descendants of the Julie race. Although he didn't know what was so important about it, just from the attitude of the 4 divine clans, it was clear. Long Chen clenched his teeth and spread his lightning wings, abandoning Long Zai and rushing towards the Julie divine steel. Back then, Feng Fei had told him about it, but she hadn't explained the specifics. Considering his understanding of Feng Fei, it had to be that she was afraid that if she said too much, Long Chen would definitely be drawn over and be killed by Long Zai. Feng Fei still shouted for him to enter the Julie divine steel even though he was about to kill Long Zai. That showed that whatever was inside the Julie divine steel had to be even more important than Long Zai's life. Just as Long Chen left, the spot where Long Zai had been exploded. A black ripple spread, turning the region around him into a black hole. Fuck, he's still playing dirty. Long Chen's heart shook. Long Zai truly had many dirty tricks. In his peak condition, he might not care about this. But in his current state, it could be lethal. Long Zai came flying out of the ripples. His left hand was black as ink, and withered like a chicken's claw. He had most likely activated some kind of mechanism and paid a certain price to unleash this move. However, he didn't end up hitting Long Chen. Long Clan, block him. Don't let him enter the Julie Divine Steel. Long Zai roared and chased after Long Chen. However, Long Chen was already close to the Julie Divine Steel. Right in front of him were countless experts of the Long Clan rushing forward. Hearing Long Zai's roar, they turned back, their hands going towards their weapons. Long Chen was terrifying, but he was currently exhausted. If they joined forces, as long as they bought some time for Long Zai, there was a high chance that they could kill him. My enmity with Long Zai is a personal one. If you dare to attack, I guarantee that you won't see tomorrow's sun, snorted Long Chen. The Long Clan's experts quivered. Long Chen also had the blood of the divine clans in his body. He was a member of the Long Clan. Although because of Long Zantian he was a wanted criminal, that was because the Long Clan was unaware of his power. If they knew that Long Chen was this powerful, then they would do anything in their power to pull in such a heavenly genius. If Long Chen was successfully pulled into the Long Clan, then wouldn't the Long Clan soar beyond anyone's reach? After all, that was an existence that even Long Zai couldn't beat. To offend him now, were they giving up any hope of him joining the Long Clan? Furthermore, this battle between Long Zai and Long Chen wasn't something that they necessarily had to participate in. They suddenly recalled how when Long Zai was in danger, Long Zimo had not done anything to help. Clearly, he had already realized this. After realizing Long Zimo's attitude, they immediately stopped trying to block him. They even opened up a path, letting Long Chen enter smoothly. With this method, they expressed their goodwill towards Long Chen. This way, if Long Chen did return to the Long Clan, then even if he didn't treat them kindly, he at least wouldn't treat them too badly. When Long Chen got close to the Julie Divine Steel, he felt a powerful resistance. It felt like he was trying to move through a powerful current. Now he realized why everyone's speed dramatically dropped after getting close to the Julie Divine Steel. Just then, 7-color divine light flowed around his body. His 7-color supreme blood activated on its own. The pressure instantly lightened. Thanks to his supreme blood activating, Long Chen immediately withdrew his thunder force and astral energy. These energies were being repulsed harder. Once Long Chen circulated his 7-color supreme blood, he instantly became like a fish in water. Even within this current, he was moving rapidly. However, what surprised Long Chen was that at this time, the Julie Divine Steel had become its own world. Even after flying towards it for several breaths' time, it was still as far as ever. At the same time, Long Chen felt barriers appear in front of him. Those barriers were composed of countless runes. Passing the first one felt like passing a thin membrane. It was very flexible and tough. Despite its thinness, its elastic strength was so high that it almost knocked Long Chen back. He only managed to get through this layer by unleashing his 7-color supreme blood. Once he passed through, countless runes swirled into him. Those runes were deeply imprinted onto his mind. His heart shook. Passing through these barriers allowed one to absorb the runes on it. This was his first time encountering such a phenomenon. Looking forward, he saw countless experts of the divine clans charging through the barriers. He had long since lost track of Long Zimo. I have to be faster, or they're going to get everything good. Long Chen didn't know what secrets were hidden within the Julie Divine Steel, but considering that it was capable of driving the 4 divine clans crazy, it had to be something incredible. Long Chen passed through 4 barriers in a row. A huge amount of information flowed into his mind. However, he had no time to see what it was. He just continued onwards. At this time, 99% of the Long Clan's experts were blocked by the 4th barrier. Their hands were pressed against it, and their eyes were closed in concentration. They ignited their bloodline power, seemingly trying to form a resonance with the barrier. Long Chen couldn't tell what it was exactly. He simply condensed his 7-color supreme blood's power and continued charging in. Not good. I've exhausted too much energy. Even though I wasn't using the power of my 7-color supreme blood, I've used up so much energy that I can't effectively unleash my bloodline power. At the 5th barrier, Long Chen was suddenly forced back, his blood flipping inside of him. Over here. Just then, Long Chen heard Feng Fei. Delighted, Long Chen looked forward to see Feng Fei waving at him. Just as Long Chen was preparing to go towards her, a 7-color chain shot out from the depths of the Julie Divine Steel's world, piercing the barrier in front of Long Chen and wrapping around his waist. Long Chen cried out in shock. The chain suddenly dragged him into the barrier. Chapter 5626. Owing a child. Long Chen was dragged through 3 barriers in a row by this 7-color chain. Information poured into his mind as he passed through them. Even Long Chen felt a wave of dizziness from all this information. When Long Chen recovered, he saw a peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him. He smiled. Many thanks, Fairy Tianrui. I owe you a favor. Long Tianrui smiled at Long Chen and said, it'd be better to say that you owe me a child. Long Chen instantly felt a headache. Long Tianrui really was extraordinary. How did she manage to say such a thing so casually? However, her gaze was clear. She was not teasing him. It was something else. Long Chen normally felt like he had a glib tongue. But against Long Tianrui, he never knew what to say. Long Tianrui's smile widened upon seeing how ill at ease Long Chen was. She laughed. Long Tianrui rarely laughed, especially so sincerely. It was a beautiful sound. Even Long Chen couldn't help being a bit dazed by her. When she laughed, Long Tianrui really was beautiful. To think that someone who could crush a monster like Long Zai would be scared with some simple words. That's different. The difficulty is on an entirely different level. How about you take it back and I'll go out and beat up Long Zai again? Suggested Long Chen. Nice try. Do you think that something that I, Long Tianrui, have decided upon can be changed so easily? However, there's no rush. We can discuss this matter in the future. Discuss it in the future. Long Chen got goosebumps at the thought. But seeing that she didn't have any particular expression when saying this, he realized he was thinking dirty. There are 9 Julie barriers, and every barrier you pass will give you some Julie immortal characters. The barrier in front of us is the 8th. The first 7 could be passed through bloodline power, but not the 8th. You must comprehend the immortal characters on the barrier in order to reach the 9th level. After reaching the 9th level, you will be able to directly comprehend the original characters on the steel. It is said that the Julie Divine Steel is something that came from beyond the heavens, and is related to the greatest secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Legend says that all magical arts, divine abilities, talismans, pills, and all other techniques are descended from the original Julie immortal characters. Whoever can control original Julie immortal characters can also control the entire world. The Julie Divine Steel has 3,000 immortal characters on it. The Long clan's historical records say that they are related to the 3,000 worlds. Comprehending a single rune allows one to control one world's power. In the Long clan's history, the strongest expert managed to comprehend 17 immortal characters, and ultimately reached the half-step sovereign realm, reaching a realm high above others. However, regrettably, original Julie immortal characters cannot be recorded with paper or transmitted through the mouth, or shared with the soul. After that almighty expert died, the Long clan never managed to produce anyone who could comprehend more than 7 runes. That's why every time the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm opens, it is a major baptism in the 4 divine clans. Whoever can comprehend more original Julie characters will be the future leader of the 4 divine clans, explained Long Tianrui. Long Chen was incredibly shocked by what Long Tianrui was saying. The Julie Divine Steel had such implications. Comprehending just 17 characters was enough to reach the half-step sovereign realm. Sovereigns were supreme existences whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world. This was the true peak. Of 3,000 divine runes, comprehending just over 10 allowed one to become a half-step sovereign. Then what would happen if you comprehended all of it? Suddenly, the space not far from them quivered. Long Chen and Long Tianrui looked over to see Long Zimo with his hands on the barrier, runes swirling around him. He was advancing. We should also hurry up. Long Tianrui suddenly turned slightly pale. It's nothing. Long Tianrui shook her head. Long Chen suddenly recalled how Long Tianrui had used her own bloodline power to drag him in here. That had to have exhausted her bloodline power. Take this. Long Chen offered her a medicinal pill. Long Tianrui nodded and took it. When her hand touched Long Chen's hand, her body quivered slightly. To cover it up, she directly swallowed the pill and closed her eyes. Long Chen was surprised. This girl who kept saying she wanted children actually also had a bashful side. Who would have thought a simple touch would cause such a reaction? Long Chen, you are a wanted criminal of the Long clan, a lowly little thief. You aren't qualified to comprehend Julie immortal characters. Just you wait, once I recover, I'll wring your neck. Just then, Long Zai's roar rang out. Just like Long Chen, Long Zai was blocked at the fifth barrier. Seeing Long Chen had someone help him move forward, he howled. Shut your mouth. Does your face not hurt? I don't have time now, but once I'm free, I'll put you in your place. Long Chen gave him a cold reply before ignoring him. Long Chen looked around. His vision was restricted here. The only one he saw was Long Zimo. Just now, Feng Fei had shouted for him to come over. He believed that she had also reached the 8th level thanks to Zhang Yue. But he didn't see either of them. Long Tianrui had made her move first, dragging Long Chen to her side and making him owe her a debt. It seemed that the space here was likely twisted. It looked like they were all charging forward in a straight line, but perhaps they had already become spread out. Long Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Focusing himself, he placed his hands on the barrier. The barrier quivered slightly. Long Chen saw a world in his mind. This was an empty world of primal chaos. There were countless runes flowing around like lifeforms with their own spirits. However, amongst these roving runes were some that were still. Long Chen examined them closely, and found that the runes that were moving were the ones that had entered his mind while passing through the barriers. As he stared, he found that he could actually control the direction that those runes were moving. The runes slowly began to flow under his control. Long Chen found that it was like playing with sand. He piled up the runes, making them take different forms. There were countless transformations. Long Chen actually became so engrossed with playing with them that he forgot about himself. The runes were constantly changing, becoming mountains, tall pavilions, trees, rooms, flowing water. Under Long Chen's control, their transformations became more and more refined. They could even take human form. As Long Chen lost himself in them, he was like a child playing around. His whole attention was devoted to this. He didn't even know how much time passed before he suddenly recalled what he had come to do. He hastily looked towards those immobile runes. This rune, I feel like I recognize it. Long Chen suddenly focused on one of them. But when he looked more closely, he still didn't recognize it. There seems to be something missing here. If I were to add another stroke. Just as he said this, it seemed that his thought triggered something, and countless runes concentrated together to form one stroke in this immortal character. This seems to be the defend character, murmured Long Chen. The moment he said the name of this character, the world in Long Chen's mind vanished. The barrier in front of him shuddered, and he was suddenly drawn inside. Chapter 5627 Ninth Barrier. Long Chen didn't know what was happening. His first reaction was to grab the startled Long Tianrui's hand. Long Chen and Long Tianrui were sucked away into the barrier. Both Long Chen and Long Tianrui were startled. The disturbance ended up waking up Long Zimo. He watched as Long Chen and Long Tianrui entered. Long Zimo clenched his teeth. He was shocked that Long Chen broke through this barrier so quickly. He currently didn't have the slightest lead. This feeling of a setback was a huge embarrassment to a peak heavenly genius like him. Damn this. As for Long Zai, he had only just passed the 6th barrier. He was fuming. I still haven't taught you the mnemonic to break through. How did you open the barrier? On the other side of the barrier, Long Tianrui stared at Long Chen with wide eyes. She couldn't believe it. In order to help Long Chen, she had exhausted a great deal of her precious bloodline power. That affected her own efficiency. As for Long Chen, he had just fought an immense battle and had to be exhausted mentally. He should have needed to rest. At the time, both of them had consumed pills. Long Tianrui had assumed that Long Chen would rest as well, and was planning on teaching him the mnemonic once they were recuperated. However, before she was even done recovering, she was dragged through by Long Chen. Long Tianrui stared at Long Hen in astonishment. She suddenly turned red because Long Chen was holding her hand, and pulled her hand back. There's a mnemonic. Long Chen was surprised. He had no idea about anything like that. He thought the point was to use the mind to commune and comprehend the barrier, perhaps obtaining its approval or reaching some kind of set target. The redness on Long Tianrui's face slowly faded. She solemnly said, "How did you do it?" "I don't know." Long Chen told her about what he had seen. Long Tianrui sighed in amazement. "I don't know if you're just lucky or if your comprehension is just that high. But you deciphered an inner secret of the divine clans just like that." This technique was something only core disciples knew of. Furthermore, essentially all of them had been spelled to secrecy. If any one of them spoke of this secret, they would instantly die. Only the likes of Long Tianrui, Long Zai, and Long Zimo did not face such restrictions. But Long Chen somehow managed to figure it out on his own. After hesitating for a while, Long Tianrui asked, "Can I ask what character you comprehended?" "Defend." Long Chen pressed a finger on her forehead, transmitting the scene of him comprehending that character to her. Long Tianrui was even more shocked. Long Chen was passing such a thing to her. Such a thing could shake the heavens if it was revealed. In theory, such a thing was something she shouldn't have even asked, but she couldn't resist the temptation. The moment she said it, she wanted to take it back. If Long Chen refused to tell her, wouldn't that be awkward? Long Chen smiled. "I can still pass it down to you while it's just an embryonic form. Otherwise, it would probably be just like you said, and I'd be unable to pass it to anyone through written form or spiritually." Long Chen didn't know how to use the duly immortal character that he had comprehended, but he did owe Long Tianrui a favor. A child was out of the question, so this could be considered a replacement. Long Tianrui bit her lip and looked at Long Chen. "Even so, you still owe me a child." Long Chen was speechless. She really was attached to this idea. Long Chen continued onwards with Long Tianrui. On this level, the surrounding space became misty, and their figures vanished within it. "You're quite smart. The entire Long clan should have viewed you as a mortal enemy, but you managed to make all of them stay away from you other than Long Zai," said Long Tianrui. She was in an excellent mood now, and even chatted with Long Chen. According to what she knew, breaking through the 8th barrier was incredibly difficult. The fastest recorded time was 2 hours. Based on those records, getting through the 8th barrier normally took 6 to 10 hours. Now that Long Chen had broken through the 8th barrier, it instantly applied a large amount of pressure to Long Zai, Long Zimo, and the others. That would affect their speed as well. With Long Chen's power, recovering in these few hours should be more than enough time. Now no one could threaten him. From top to bottom, the Long clan is filled with trash. "I don't like them." Long Chen shook his head. "I also don't like them, but I need their resources. They also need me. We are each getting what we need. In this world, there is nothing that belongs to me. That's why I need something that does." Long Tianrui sighed. There was a rare helpless sadness in her voice. Long Chen's heart shook. Long Tianrui was an expert sealed away in ancient times. Now that she had been awoken, her family had long since vanished. She was alone. She didn't have that many desires. She didn't have wild ambitions. In fact, it seemed that she only had one goal left in life. Long Chen couldn't help sighing inside. Even a peak heavenly genius like Long Tianrui, someone who was envied and admired by countless people, also lived such a bitter life. Sometimes being alone was the most frightening thing. Compared to Long Tianrui, he was truly blessed. He had so many people he cared about, and who cared about him. With their company, Long Chen's world was bright and colorful. The barrier was right up ahead of them. Its immense force was suffocating, so strong that Long Chen actually took a few steps back. He saw one rune after another shuttling across it. This immense pressure was coming from those runes. Even Long Chen felt his soul shudder as he looked at those runes. It's just a rune, but it possesses the power to transform heaven and earth. It can become a divine ability that can reverse the 10,000 Taos. Long Chen was shaken. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the runes on the earth cauldron's body. He had never managed to understand them. Now he realized that those runes were most likely original duly immortal characters. Long Chen had never understood them before, and the earth cauldron did not permit him to study them, saying that he was wasting his time. Now he suddenly realized that this was a necessary process to learning original duly immortal characters. The 9th barrier's runes are the foundation of duly immortal characters. In truth, all formations, magical arts, talismans, and everything else come from them. It can be said that the entire cultivation civilization evolved from them. Even the divine clans can't say anything for sure about the 9th barrier. Some say that merging dozens of runes into one complete rune and saying its name will allow one to pass through and face the duly divine steel. Some say that by focusing on one rune and becoming one with it, treating it as a box of treasures that is opened and excavated, it is also possible to pass the barrier. There are also many who forget how they broke through the 9th barrier. Thus, there isn't much valuable information about the 9th barrier, said Long Tianrui. Ignore that information. There are 1,000 paths to the gate of the Grand Tao. What suits others might not suit us, said Long Chen. I'll start first. Long Chen sat down on the ground and formed hand seals. 7-colored divine light lit up around him, forming a hand that slowly stretched towards the 9th barrier. Chapter 5628 The Defend Character Divine Rune. At this time, Long Chen didn't need to intentionally focus on recovery. His energy had already recovered to 30 to 40%. His recovery speed was incredible. Long Chen knew that this had to be related to all these runes. Long Chen's spiritual strength transformed into a large hand that lightly pressed against the barrier. His head buzzed, and countless runes invaded his mind. A sharp pain struck his head. He felt like it would split open. But he didn't stop. He clenched his teeth and let those runes brand themselves into his soul. Long Chen didn't know what these runes were doing, nor did he know what he should do with them. He was like a spectator watching those runes form spiritual brands on his soul. Time slowly passed. There seemed to be endless runes coming out. Long Chen felt like his head would explode. Even with Long Chen's vast spiritual strength, he was almost unable to endure it. Up until now, he had never seen someone with stronger spiritual strength than him. However, even this vast spiritual strength was pushed beyond its limits. Veins throbbed on Long Chen's head. Just as he felt like he would explode, the torrent of runes came to a stop. There were now countless runes swirling in Long Chen's mind. There were as many of them as there were stars in the sky. Long Chen was too dazed to do anything with them. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He was soaked in sweat and pale. He felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Just then, Long Chen felt danger descend. His gaze turned cold. He contemptuously said, "You'll only have one chance. Do you want to try it?" Not far from him, space quivered slightly. A faint figure slowly appeared. Long Chen sneered inside. Long Zemo was truly a sinister fellow. He was actually planning on sneak attacking him while he was weak. Fortunately, he had woken up in time, or this fellow really might have attacked. His words scared Long Zemo off. He probably wouldn't dare to come back again for now. After all, Long Chen was with Long Tianrui. He would be fighting 1 against 2. He might even die from such a thing. Since he had missed his chance, he wouldn't try again for now. Long Chen looked at Long Tianrui. She was standing in front of the barrier, her hands in a seal. Countless runes were flitting around her head. It was as if she was searching for her own unique rune amongst all of them. She seemed to have long since decided upon her own path. Long Chen sighed and wiped off some sweat. He still had a splitting headache. If Long Zemo had really attacked, he would have been in trouble. Fortunately, this fellow's guts weren't that big. Most importantly, Long Tianrui was in the midst of comprehending these runes. If she was interrupted, it would be a major blow to her. Long Chen called out to the Earth Cauldron. However, he found that both the Earth Cauldron and Evilmoon were in a strange state. It was like he had lost his connection with them. Long Chen was startled. Back when he was sucked into that space-time channel and gone to the Primal Chaos Era's battlefield, it was the same. Some kind of power had blocked them off. Long Chen hadn't even been able to sense the Primal Chaos space. Long Chen was shocked. Could it be that he had entered another space-time channel? Or was it that these runes were blocking them off from him? He was originally hoping to get some pointers from the Earth Cauldron. He was like a headless fly when it came to these runes. He had no idea what he should do. Although Long Tianrui had told him about various methods, Long Chen's intuition told him that none of those methods suited him. He vaguely had a premonition that his path would definitely be different from everyone else's. He had to walk a different path to possibly gain anything here. Although he was also a Julie descendant, his bloodline was no longer pure. There was also dragon blood and violet blood. He definitely couldn't use the Long clan's methods. Countless runes danced in his mind, leaving him dizzy. He almost threw up. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to calm down. It was a stark contrast from the state he had broken through the 8th barrier in. At that time, he had been free and practically playing around, but had easily broken through. However, now because he was focused on breaking through, his mental state was completely different. The more he wanted to break through, the harder it became. Long Chen concentrated himself and entered a meditative state. He tried to think of nothing else. His heart gradually calmed. Once he calmed down, Long Chen didn't think about how to break through. Instead, he stared at the runes quietly. He watched them flow. He just watched without doing anything. He found that there was no pattern whatsoever in their movements. He was unable to grasp any clues. Eventually, his heart gradually became impatient once more. Once that happened, the countless runes also began to flow chaotically, and a sharp pain struck his mind. There has to be a way. Take it slowly. Long Chen took a deep breath and stopped staring at the runes that were flowing around like a chaotic sky full of stars. Once he calmed down again, he once more looked at them. Time passed by, but he still couldn't find a lead. Suddenly, he sensed danger. His eyes flew open. Long Zai's sinister face reflected in his eyes. Long Zai had also reached the 9th level. When he saw Long Chen in meditation, he immediately attacked. The dark demon spear was already right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen caught the tip of the spear. Astral energy exploded. It poured into the dark demon spear like a tsunami. The dark demon spear shuddered. Long Chen and Long Zai both grunted and were blown back. Their hands were bleeding. Long Chen was shocked inside. Long Zai's power seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. It was even more ferocious. Is it because of the Julie immortal characters? Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Had Long Zai obtained new strength by breaking through these barriers? A stupid idiot like you can't possibly comprehend Julie immortal characters. Just die. Long Zai roared and raised his hand. The dark demon spear returned to his hold. His divine wings appeared, quivering along with his spear. Countless runes flashed. Long Chen's pupils suddenly shrank upon seeing those runes. Those runes were ones that came out of the barriers. Long Zai was capable of using them. Just as those runes flashed, a spear image pierced towards Long Chen like a bolt of lightning. A terrifying sensation of death enveloped Long Chen, making his hair stand on end. The power of this attack was beyond his expectations. Furthermore, it was so fast that he had no time to summon the 8-star battle armor or ignite his astral energy. Just as Long Chen felt this mortal danger, an image appeared in Long Chen's mind. Julie characters flowed into the defend character. Chapter 5629 Breaking Through the 9th Barrier. The shield that Long Chen exploded, but Long Zai's attack was also halted. Long Zai was left dazed by the backlash, stars spinning in his eyes. He was completely shocked. The attack containing his newly comprehended Julie immortal characters was actually blocked. You little bastard, it seems that you didn't learn your lesson. Long Chen was originally holding back his irritation at being unable to comprehend this barrier. Now this fellow came as well. The power of his 8 stars instantly ignited. Long Chen character at Long Zai, swinging Evilmoon through the air. Long Zai hastily blocked with his spear, only to be sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Long Chen found that this fellow's guts really were too big. He had at most covered 60% of his core energy, while Long Chen had recovered close to 80%. For him to dare to sneak attack him at this time, he was practically courting death. Long Chen clenched his teeth and shot after Long Zai. Long Zai was shocked and enraged. He hadn't expected Long Chen's recovery to be even faster than his own. His divine wings suddenly shook. A ray of divine light shot out. This light wasn't aimed at Long Chen. It shot at Long Tianrui. Long Chen was outraged. With a flash, Long Chen appeared in front of Long Tianrui, shattering Long Zai's attack. By that time, Long Zai had already vanished. Long Chen felt like he would explode. This fellow was incredibly sinister. He even used such a shameless move. He was truly a vicious character. Just wait. Long Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He couldn't chase after Long Zai. The space on the 9th level was completely twisted. It was impossible to tell where he was hiding. Time was limited. He couldn't waste that time on him. Furthermore, he wouldn't feel comfortable leaving Long Tianrui here alone. If he did pursue Long Zai and Long Zimo took that chance to cause trouble for Long Tianrui, that was entirely possible. The Long clan was filled with bad eggs. In another area of the 9th level, Long Zai's figure reappeared. He had coughed up a mass of blood onto his chest. I didn't want to tell you where he was for your own good. Now do you believe it? Seeing Long Zai's wretched state, Long Zimo shook his head. However, while Long Zimo's expression was indifferent, he did feel a bit glad inside. He had also wanted to sneak attack Long Chen. Fortunately, he hadn't. He had chosen to distance himself a bit. Then Long Zai had ended up breaking through the 8th barrier and seeing him. He immediately asked if he had seen Long Chen. Long Zimo was quite the schemer. He refused to tell him at first, saying that he wasn't a match for Long Chen, essentially using reverse psychology to provoke Long Zai. Long Zai had ended up directly threatening Long Zimo with the Dark Demon Spear, and then Long Zimo, helplessly, ended up telling him where Long Chen was. Now seeing Long Zai's state, Long Zimo was actually quite shocked. He understood Long Zai well. He might seem to be a brash fool on the surface, but it was just an act. For him to make a move, he should have had a high chance of success. Long Zai shouted furiously before leaving. He was most likely finding a place to recover before considering the 9th barrier. Long Zimo shook his head disdainfully. He then continued searching for his chance to break through the 9th barrier. Once Long Zai left, Long Chen calmed his emotions. He felt an immense pressure now. Long Zai had already grown much stronger after breaking through the first 8 barriers. What would he gain if he broke through the 9th one? Wait, if he could gain this much power, I should be doing the same thing. I'm not inferior to him. Hold on, my defend character. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. Just now, seeing Long Zai's attack containing Julie characters, Long Chen had a stroke of inspiration, and also did the same thing. He managed to condense a shield that blocked Long Zai's attack. It was a simple defend character, but it was countless times stronger than any magical art or divine ability. It was practically miraculous. Could it be that the way to break through the 9th barrier is related to this character? Long Chen suddenly had a brazen thought. Long Chen sat down in front of the barrier and formed hand seals. Countless runes flowed in his mind. The surrounding space twisted. The Julie characters slowly condensed a defend character in front of him. The barrier in front of him quivered. Countless characters flowed out and enveloped Long Chen. He found himself in a world of divine characters. Long Chen ignored the changes occurring around him. His mind sank into that defend character. At this moment, he forgot about everything else. He was focused entirely on the defend character. He patiently sensed this character, feeling its pulse. Long Chen felt like he was watching over an egg and waiting for it to watch. Time slowly flowed by. An incense stick's worth of time later, the character began to quiver lightly. Following that, a scene that astonished Long Chen appeared. The defend character split in two. The 2 defend characters quivered, and a third one appeared between them. Space quivered, and millions of defend characters appeared all around, filling the entire space. This is the essence of the Tao. Long Chen murmured to himself. If the first character was Yang, then the second character was Yin. With just Yin, there could be no life. With just Yang, there could be no growth. It was the merger of Yin and Yang that produced all things. The third character was the energy that allowed Yin and Yang to mix. Previously, Long Chen had always thought that Yin and Yang were opposites, just like right and wrong, good and evil. But seeing this transformation, Long Chen gained another understanding of Yin and Yang. Yin held Yang, Yang protected Yin. They were not just opposites, they were also complementary existences that supported each other. Suddenly, the countless runes merged together and once more formed the defend character. To go from simple to complex and then reduce it back to simple was truly a grand Tao. This process contained countless profundities within it. More runes appeared around it. They underwent countless transformations around the defend character. Magical arts, divine abilities, formations, talismans. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of his head. He saw that the transformations of this single character enveloped all laws and Taos. A single defend character could be expressed in countless ways. There were countless usages. Long Chen was stunned. Suddenly, all of this vanished like it had never occurred. The 9th barrier was still standing in front of Long Chen. Long Chen slowly raised his hand. The defend character appeared on his palm. At this time, Long Chen was now capable of freely controlling this divine character's power. Long Chen's hand slowly pressed against the 9th barrier. The barrier shuddered, and Long Chen vanished. Chapter 5630 Brazen Thinking. The barrier shuddered. Long Chen appeared on the other side. He looked back at Long Tianrui only to see that there was only primal chaos behind him. He couldn't see anything. Once he entered this barrier, Long Chen felt an incredibly ancient and desolate aura. Long Chen followed that aura forward. Long Chen suddenly realized that he wasn't walking on dirt. He was walking on a mirror. The moment he noticed this mirror, the surrounding space once more changed. He was now standing in the blue sky. Above him and below him, there was only sky. There were white clouds. It was a pure world that looked cleansed of all worries. Long Chen felt like his own soul was being cleansed. He was amazed by his surroundings. He couldn't sense spatial energy here. He couldn't sense the flow of time. Even the power of the 10,000 Taos seemed to have vanished. He felt like he was in his own unique and isolated space, a space where time was frozen. In this place, there was no life, no death. It felt like a world of eternity. Long Chen suddenly looked up to see an ancient stone stele floating. Countless runes flashed around it. It was the Julie Divine Stele. However, at this time, the Julie Divine Stele was only 3 meters tall. Its enormous runes had also become tiny. Long Chen felt a wave of excitement. He slowly walked forward. When he got close to it, it began to buzz. Various runes flickered rapidly. According to Long Tianrui, when he saw the Julie Divine Stele, it would mean he had entered the inner world of the Julie Divine Stele. This world was unique to him. Anyone who broke through the 9th barrier would enter a unique space. Thus, here, he could comprehend the Julie immortal characters peacefully. Long Tianrui said that just comprehending over 10 of the 3,000 divine characters would allow him to potentially step into the half-step sovereign realm. But then what if you were to comprehend them all? Wouldn't you become the master of the 9 heavens? Long Chen eyed the divine stele. What kind of joke was that? Only comprehend 17, and who was he supposed to leave the rest for? Boss Long San would be taking them all. When Long Chen arrived in front of it, the Julie Divine Stele's runes became exceptionally active. With his previous experience, Long Chen knew that he only needed to use his spiritual strength to draw out one of them and he could commune with it. Long Tianrui told Long Chen that he had to carefully select what rune to comprehend. If he couldn't form any resonance with a rune, he should give up and look for a different one. If he were to remain in a stubborn battle with one rune, he might just miss his chance to comprehend any of them. Then that really would be a joke. What kind of joke is this? All of their fluctuations are the same. There's also no pattern to their orbits. How am I supposed to know which one has destiny with me? Long Chen was speechless as he stared at the swirling runes. Long Tianrui said that he just had to ignite his blood and he would quickly form a resonance with some of them. But Long Chen couldn't. His bloodline was mixed. This method wouldn't work for him. Seeing the countless runes flowing on the Julie Divine Stele, Long Chen's head quickly worked as he tried to think of something. He didn't know how much time passed. He suddenly clenched his teeth. Countless stars filled the sky. Ignite! Long Chen shouted, and flames burst out of the stars. Long Chen's astral energy was unleashed to its max. If I were to comprehend them one by one, how long would it take? Whether I'm a dragon or a serpent will be decided here. Long Chen clenched his teeth. A 7-color divine rune appeared. This was a core rune containing the essence of his 7-color supreme blood. He slowly pressed it against the Julie Divine Stele. The tablet quivered, and suddenly a wild burst of energy struck Long Chen. Long Chen's robes exploded, and his skin was ripped open. Blood mist exploded. Long Chen felt like he had just been cut by millions of blades. His bones were exposed in many places. That was close. Pain radiated throughout his body. His organs were destroyed, but this was still within his expectations. Having endured the first impact, he had taken his first step to success. The rune in his hand was on the verge of collapse. But now a whirlpool of stars appeared. A Julie Divine rune slowly flowed into the whirlpool. Even though he was prepared, Long Chen still screamed. A Julie Divine rune appeared in his mind sea. His mind sea was churning. His soul was ablaze. Although this burning didn't burn his core, the pain was intolerable. The skin on his face was gone, but what remained was twisted in pain. His eyes almost exploded out of their sockets. It was so painful that Long Chen almost gave up. The Julie Divine rune was burning his soul. It was millions of times more painful than any torture. It was so painful that it could make a person's will instantly collapse. Long Chen continued to roar, using this method to take his mind off of the pain. His spiritual strength circulated as he drew this divine rune towards the divine gate in his mind sea. When the divine rune entered the divine gate, it instantly vanished, reappearing within the starry sea in his dantian. Success or failure depends on this. Long Chen clenched his teeth and drew this divine rune towards one of the stars in his starry sea. The moment he placed his divine rune on one of the star shook, and then exploded. Damn, failure. A star was unable to endure the power of this divine rune. This path could not be walked. Perhaps it might work if he used the Feng Fu star or Aliath star, but if it did fail and that star also exploded, Long Chen would be truly unable to ever recover. Even Long Chen didn't dare to gamble with them. Just as Long Chen was preparing to give up, he suddenly shouted. He saw something where his star had just exploded. There was a tiny gold light. That's the star core. The star core didn't explode. Long Chen was overjoyed. The star core had not just exploded, but there was a divine rune embedded within it now. Long Chen shouted excitedly. This brazen thinking of his really did work. Long Chen directly drew a second divine rune into his spiritual space, and then a third, a fourth. Chapter 5631 3000 Divine Runes. One star after another exploded, leaving behind only the core. Afterwards, after merging with the divine rune, it formed an entirely new star. This star only had its core left. It was less than 1/10,000th its original size. But their auras were deeper and heavier. The divine rune seemed to have found a suitable land for it to grow in, while the star seemed to have been bestowed with new life, and also gave off different fluctuations. However, it seemed that this merger exhausted all the star's energy, and the star and the divine rune fell into a slumber. Long Chen was delighted to see the stars seem to undergo what looked like a phoenix's rebirth. Although he had to go through a hellish torture, it was all worth it. 7. 8. Long Chen absorbed over 30 divine runes into his body. But doing so left him dazed and dizzy. His spiritual strength was being exhausted. At this time, Long Chen suddenly noticed that the divine runes that had merged with his starry sea were showing signs of awakening. However, what was frightening was that they seemed to be trying to leave his starry sea and return to the divine steel. This discovery instantly made his heart sink. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps these 3000 divine runes needed to be moved over in one go. It was like they were one body. If he couldn't take them all at once, these runes would return to the steel. Long Chen had only just taken 30 runes, but his spiritual strength was exhausted. If this continued, he would definitely fail. However, his connection to the Earth Cauldron, Evilmano, and even the primal chaos space was lost. Obtaining their help was impossible. Long Chen began to panic. Just as he saw all his efforts slipping away, Long Chen suddenly turned to the Julie Divine Steel. Clenching his teeth, a 7-color blood rune appeared on his hand, and a whirlpool appeared. Blood-colored chains stretched out like veins from Long Chen's hand. He was surprised that there was absolutely no repulsion from the Julie Divine Steel. It didn't resist. The entire Julie Divine Steel was bound. Long Chen closed his eyes and used his full heart and soul to commune with it. He wanted to merge with the entire Julie Divine Steel. This was the only way to stop any rejection with the Julie Divine Steel. If the Julie Divine Steel stopped rejecting him, then the Julie Divine runes in his body would no longer be in such a rush to leave his body. That would buy him some time. This crude method was the only thing that Long Chen could think of. If this failed, he could only give up. The Julie Divine Steel began to quiver. Divine light flowed out, entering Long Chen's palm, flowing up his arm, and slowly enveloping all of him. Long Chen's began to shake. The world around him became transparent. He saw Long Tianrui, Long Zimo, Long Zai, Zhang Yue, Feng Fei. He also saw several other figures. But he didn't recognize them. They were seated around the Julie Divine Steel, and were in the midst of communing with it. What shocked Long Chen was that they were all right beside him as well, but they couldn't see him. Long Chen suddenly realized that anyone who could pass the 9th barrier and come to the Julie Divine Steel would enter the Julie Divine Steel space. But each space was also independent, so no one could see each other. In other words, after passing the 9th barrier, they were no longer in the same space. But now that Long Chen had merged with the Julie Divine Steel, he could see this world through its eyes. Long Chen gazed into the distance and saw countless figures outside the 9th barrier. There were tens of thousands of people who had reached the outside of the 9th barrier. There were millions of experts outside the 8th barrier, and even more outside the 7th. He was surprised to see a group outside the 7th barrier in particular. They were the Northern Alliance that he had saved before. They didn't have the bloodline of the divine clans, but had still reached this level. It had to be known that 90% of the people on this level were from the divine clans. Furthermore, essentially all of the Northern Alliance's experts had arrived here. Most shocking of all, there was a halo of light above their heads. Are they related to the divine clans? Long Chen was startled. However, he quickly rejected this hypothesis. Su Yu had already said that the Four Cardinal Alliance was not one sector clan. In order to survive in the Heaven Essence world, they had no choice but to group up. Even if some people were related to the divine clans, there was no way that they could all be. Furthermore, that divine light above their heads was odd. Even Long Chen couldn't tell what it was. After merging with the Julie Divine Steel, Long Chen could even sense that the Julie Divine Steel seemed to feel slightly impartial towards them. At this time, the starry sea in his dantian quivered. Long Chen was delighted to see a Julie divine rune actually merge with a star on its own accord. Long Chen's jaw dropped. He had only been planning on buying himself some time by merging with the Julie divine steel. He wasn't planning on using this method to absorb all the runes. He was just hoping that the runes that he had absorbed wouldn't leave on their own. However, unexpectedly, those divine runes found a channel to Long Chen's soul, and sensing the starry sea, they seemed to be curious, and followed this channel into his starry sessa on their own in search for a home. Long Chen almost wept with joy. If he had known it was this easy, he wouldn't have had to suffer all that spiritual torture. One Julie rune after another slowly flowed through this spiritual channel. Some roamed around for a while. Some passed through the divine gate and entered the starry sea. After swimming around the starry sea, they ultimately found a star that they liked and merged with it. Long Chen watched with joy as this happened. He no longer needed to do anything at all. He was just waiting for them to move over on their own. As the first few started, the others began to grow more active as well. Suddenly, he felt an intense fluctuation. He hastily looked over to see a rune flashing on Long Ziyeh's forehead. That rune then vanished, reappearing on both of his wings. Long Chen's heart shook. There were over 10 runes branded on his wings now. Fuck, how can he be comprehending them so quickly? Long Chen was instantly outraged to see this. He thought that he was the only one capable of cheating. But now there was another. Long Chen had an urge to charge over and slap him, but the two of them were not in the same space. He couldn't touch him. Long Chen's starry sea was constantly shaking. One star after another was exploding. There were over 600 Julie runes in his body now. As more flowed into his body, they seemed to pull at the remaining ones, causing more and more to enter his starry sea. After 2 hours, one final star exploded, and its core merged with a Julie rune. That was the final divine rune on the Julie divine steel. Just then, all 3,000 of those stars flashed. A mysterious energy connected them. They formed countless transformations filled with profundities. It was as if they were manifesting all transformations of the universe. Just as he was planning on looking at them more closely, their light faded. All 3,000 runes entered a state of slumber. It's done. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Chapter 5632 Shameless Bastard. Impressive. You're truly strong. But your guts are even stronger. You actually dared to carry out such a crazy idea to brand all the divine runes on your soul. Were you not afraid of your starry sea exploding? Just then, the earth cauldron's voice rang out. It sounded both impressed and worried. Clearly, it was clearer than anyone on the power of these divine runes. Long Chen had practically been messing around. The slightest slip could have crippled him. If it had been capable of communicating with him before, it would not have let Long Chen do something so foolish no matter what. Now, Long Chen had already finished, and it was still sweating for him. This had actually been incredibly dangerous. Looking at the 3,000 stars that had exploded until only their cores remained, the earth cauldron felt like its heart might burst. Of course, it didn't really have a body of flesh and blood, but the feeling was the same. "Senior, what happened? Why couldn't I sense any of you?" asked Long Chen, delighted to hear it. "The Julie Divine Steel's runes clashed with my own runes. Because I am still in the early stages of recovery, if I were to fight against it, not only would it exhaust my core energy, but it would not be beneficial to your comprehension. However, I never thought that rather than comprehending them, you would just brand them into your soul," said the earth cauldron. "Hehe, comprehension takes time. Branding them allows me to comprehend them whenever I have time," chuckled Long Chen. "Your appetite is voracious. You're greedy. With this, the power that should be yours has been exhausted. You will no longer be able to use the Julie Divine Steel's power to comprehend them. It can be said that there were benefits and drawbacks," said the earth cauldron. "No worries. Even without its power, I have the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. I'm not worried about not being able to comprehend them. If I only comprehended 10 divine runes here and lost my chance to comprehend so many others, that would be a huge loss," said Long Chen. Long Chen was not at all worried about this matter. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree could increase his comprehension power, letting him gain insights faster. He was extremely confident in this miraculous and mysterious tree. The space around Long Chen quivered. The Julie Divine Steel's runes ignited. Long Chen sighed when he saw this. This was the best moment to comprehend the runes. Regrettably, all the runes he had branded on his stars had gone into a slumber. He was unable to comprehend them for now. I should leave this opportunity to them. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He pressed his hands on the Julie divine steel. The divine light surging out of it slowly clumped together. On the 7th level, tens of millions of experts from the Northern Alliance were communing with the barrier, sensing their souls merging with the runes. The runes here were all the basic forms of the divine runes. Although they were elementary forms, they still contained the essence of heaven and earth. Comprehending them would be extremely beneficial to their futures. The Northern Alliance's experts were fully focused on comprehending these runes. They knew this was an incredibly rare chance for them. Just being able to come here was a huge opportunity. It had to be known that this place was practically owned by the divine clans. They had to comprehend as much as they could within a limited time. The moment the Julie Divine Steel's world closed, they had to run. They were worried about the divine clans making things hard on them. After all, for them to take a part of the divine clans, runes could easily make them envious. Just as they were doing their best to comprehend these runes, a wave of divine light shot out of the barrier and enveloped all of them. All of them were shocked. They lost their sight. Instead, they saw countless ignited runes pouring towards them. These are complete divine runes. They almost shouted. What they had been comprehending before were only elementary forms. They weren't the true divine runes. Now they saw one complete divine rune after another. They felt like they were dreaming. The fire of their souls was instantly ignited. Just then, all of them screamed. At first they just saw a mass of runes, but then they felt summons form specific runes. Those runes instantly merged into their souls. Their souls shuddered. These runes were like hot iron branding their souls. The pain of the soul was the most painful. Although most of the energy of these runes had been exhausted, the ignited power was still too much for them. They clutched their heads and screamed. Fools! This is the consequence of not knowing your own power. Did you think you ants could comprehend what belongs to the divine clans? Seeing the Northern Alliance's state, the surrounding experts of the divine clans sneered disdainfully. They had been a bit angry, and even a bit jealous to see the Northern Alliance reach this level. However, they had numbers, while they also wanted to get to the next level faster, so no one had touched them yet. Seeing them screaming, they thought that they had received a backlash from the barrier, and mocked them for their misfortune. This divine light was only visible to the Northern Alliance. These outsiders had no idea what was going on. This divine light faded. The Northern Alliance's experts were all as pale as paper. Their spiritual strength had been incinerated. However, all of them were filled with disbelief. After this wave of divine runes, many of them now had a complete divine rune branded on their souls. Shut your mouth. Their leader shouted angrily, forbidding that person to speak. When those divine runes faded, he saw a divine steel along with a figure beside it. Although that figure was a bit blurry, he recognized who it was. The inheritance of the divine clans isn't something that we can touch. We're leaving. Their leader waved his hand, and under the mocking stares of the divine clans, experts, they dejectedly left. However, the divine clans, experts didn't notice that while these people looked to be in pain and dejected, their eyes were full of joy and excitement. Long Chen watched as the Northern Alliance left. He smiled. These fellows were quite smart. At this time, the Julie divine steel behind him was becoming dark. Long Chen suddenly grabbed it just as it was collapsing, and smashing it where Long Zai was. The Julie divine steel in front of Long Chen exploded. The moment it exploded, a large hole appeared in space. Long Chen dove into this hole. Once half his body was through, he saw Long Zai's confused and astonished face. You shameless bastard, what are you looking at? Almost reflexively, Long Chen slapped Long Zai in the face. Chapter 5633 Since I've come. Long Zai was in the midst of communing with the Julie divine steel. A Julie rune slowly branded itself on his wings. His wings seemed to have a mirroring effect, and the rune became two. Long Zai smiled in satisfaction. Compared to the other experts of the four divine clans, he had a huge natural advantage when it came to comprehending Julie divine runes. This advantage stemmed from his wings. These wings came from beyond the heavens. They were obtained by an ancestor of the Long clan back in the Primal Chaos era. However, perhaps the wings had their own will, but after countless years, no one was capable of subduing them. It was only when Long Zai was born that these wings actually took the initiative to accept him as master. They became Long Zai's strongest weapon. These wings possessed boundless power. Even now, Long Zai didn't know just how strong they were. Although the wings had recognized him as master, he was only capable of drawing out a tiny amount of their power. He didn't know if this amount was 1% of their power or 1/10,000th, or even less. However, there was one thing he was sure of. Once he could awaken this pair of divine wings, he would ascend to the peak of the 9 heavens. Currently he was using the power of his divine blood to strip one rune after another from the Julie divine rune and pass them to his divine wings, letting them merge with them. He had already merged 56 runes. He was extremely satisfied with himself. That ancestor of the Long clan had only comprehended 17 runes to ascend to the half-step sovereign realm. He had already comprehended 56 runes. He would definitely surpass them. To him, all the heavenly geniuses of the 4 divine clans, even the one monarch read the war goddess Xianxia, were unable to enter his eyes. This moniker of war god was a specific heavenly Tao mark from the primal chaos era. Those who possessed this mark were blessed by the heavens and ultimately said to be unrivaled. However, the era had already changed. This title might no longer be recognized by the heavenly Taos. Furthermore, even if it was, so what? Even if she pushed herself to the limit comprehending these runes, how many could she possibly comprehend? Long Zai refused to believe that anyone could be faster than him. Just as Long Zai was continuing, the space in front of him shattered like a mirror. The face that he hated the most appeared right in front of him. Long Zai was shocked and enraged, but before he could react, Long Chen's hand slapped him in the face. Long Zai was sent tumbling into the distance. However, this slap didn't manage to injure him at all. Instead, Long Chen felt a stinging pain on his hand. Long Chen was shocked. The moment his hand touched Long Zai's face, while Long Zai didn't react, the runes on his divine wings flashed, raising a layer of divine light. Long Chen's slap was blocked by that divine light. Although he managed to send him flying, he was unable to deal any substantial wound to him. What powerful wings! Long Chen was amazed. With this pair of wings, killing Long Zai was truly difficult. At this time, Long Chen felt a trace of regret. Just now, he should have been aiming to kill this fellow instead. He was growing more and more powerful. Don't be so greedy. Even if you were to try to kill him, ignoring whether or not you could, you would be too badly injured to leave alive even if you did win. The Julie Divine Steel feels the smallest rejection towards you. Did you think that was because you were strong? It's because you were the first to enter its inner world. The second one to enter faces double the rejection, and so on and so on. It gets harder the later you come, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen hadn't known this. It seemed that the reason he managed to merge with the Julie Divine Steel just like that was because he was the first to arrive. After slapping Long Zai, before he could chase him, the space around him twisted, and a powerful suction force pulled him out. He was rejected from the space that Long Zai was in. Long Chen had borrowed the final power of the Julie Divine Steel in his space to break through its space and arrive where Long Zai was. The master of this space was Long Zai. Long Chen was an outsider. He was immediately rejected when the Julie Divine Steel sensed this intrusion. Long Chen tried to resist, but he was unable to contend with the Julie Divine Steel's power. Fortunately, he had already merged with it, and this space only tried to reject him instead of killing him. Although it was powerful, it was not violent. Just as Long Chen was about to be expelled, he suddenly had a thought. Since I've come here, I can't just leave empty-handed, right? Long Chen waved his hand, and 7 colored blood chains wrapped around the divine steel. You bastard, what are you doing? Long Zai had only just gotten up in time to see this. He roared, and the dark demon spear immediately smashed towards those blood chains. Long Chen pulled with all his might. A crackling sound rang out. The blood chains tightened before Long Zai's spear could reach them. The chains actually covered up over 100 of the Julie Divine runes. Long Zai roared furiously and charged at him. Don't worry, with your speed, you nerve would have been able to absorb this many divine runes. Don't be so wasteful. Long Chen retracted the chains, not forgetting to insult him before leaving. Long Zai roared. His spear finally smashed down. However, he struck only space. Long Chen had already vanished. Furthermore, smashing the spatial walls here instantly caused a backlash that made him cough up blood. Furthermore, this attack caused this space to shake. He was horrified to see the runes on the Julie Divine Steel ignite. His Julie Divine Steel had entered the final countdown. Long Chen, you rat bastard, I cannot live under the same heavens as you. Long Zai let out a beast-like roar. Long Chen's interference had not just resulted in him seizing over 100 runes from him, he had also exhausted a huge amount of the Julie Divine Steel's energy. He no longer had much time left. Long Chen's space had already vanished. Space twisted around him. He was being ejected from this realm. Long Chen grabbed his net with both hands and pulled. This net was ripped in two. Long Chen sent both parts of his net flying in different directions. The void was torn through by them. After completing that, a powerful force expelled Long Chen. When his vision recovered, he saw that he was outside the first barrier. Chapter 5634 Appearance of the Reverse Scale. Long Tianrui was calmly comprehending her Julie Divine Steel. What a disturbance made her open her eyes. This place was an independent space unique to her. How could the sounds of the outside world reach her here? Just then, she heard a furious roar. She was stunned. She thought that she was hearing things. This roar came from Long Zai. Suddenly, the void exploded. 7-colored divine light flashed. One Julie Divine rune after another appeared in front of her. She was stunned. The wild will of these divine runes had already been erased. They didn't need to be comprehend. They could be directly absorbed. Long Tianrui didn't have time to think about it. She immediately formed hand seals. Dozens of runes instantly merged with her soul. 7-color blood, Long Chen. Long Chen's face appeared in Long Tianrui's mind. She could even see the naughty smile on his face. In this unique space of the Julie Divine Steel, there were actually two people. They were Zhang Yue and Feng Fei. Zhang Yue had used an enormous amount of energy in order to draw Feng Fei into her space. It was an immense price to pay, but she didn't regret it. Feng Fei was her most trusted confidant, her best sister. Feng Fei's power was her power. At this time, their eyes were boggling at the divine runes covered in 7-color divine light in front of them. They covered their mouths, not daring to believe what they were seeing. How did this fellow do this? Zhang Yue was completely flabbergasted. We just heard Long Zai cursing. It seems that he's once more using other people's things as gifts, chuckled Feng Fei. Once more, this fellow does it quite often. Big sister, hurry, absorb these masterless runes now, urged Feng Fei. We'll split them, said Zhang Yue immediately. My talent is limited. Even if I absorb them, it would be a waste. Big sister, don't decline. Is there a need for this kind of courtesy between us? Quick, while Long Chen's bloodline power hasn't dissipated yet, urged Feng Fei. Zhang Yue didn't argue any further. She formed hand seals, and absorbed the dozens of runes in front of her. After merging with them, she was overjoyed. She felt like she was dreaming. After all this time, she had only merged with 37 runes. She had already felt that this was enough. However, Long Chen had sent 62 runes to her. That was almost double what she had absorbed. What excited her the most was that none of them were duplicates. In other words, she had merged with 99 Julie Divine runes. This was something that she hadn't dared to dream of doing. It made her feel like this wasn't real. She was afraid that she was dreaming and might wake up at any time. Sister, am I dreaming? Asked Zhang Yue, her voice quivering. Even if it's a dream, it's a beautiful dream. But to Zhang Yue, it's probably a nightmare, said Feng Fei with a laugh. Just what kind of existence is Long Chen? Zhang Yue couldn't help asking. It seemed that Long Chen had given them a bit too much. No. Every rune is a priceless treasure. He actually gifted such priceless treasures to us. Asked Zhang Yue. Long Chen doesn't like owing favors. It can be said that he has repaid our favor. I already said that a favor from Long Chen is priceless. But why would he do this? Why not use these runes for himself? Is there really such a fool in this world who would do such a thing? Long Chen isn't a fool. If he sent them to us, it means, Feng Fei suddenly paused here, as she thought of a possibility. That's impossible. Zhang Yue's eyes widened. She knew that Feng Fei was thinking. Feng Fei took a deep breath to calm herself down. Big sister, none of that matters for now. Our time is limited. Every single rune we can comprehend is an increase in our power. Let's not waste time talking about such meaningless things. Let's hurry up and comprehend a few more runes before the Julie Divine Steel recedes. Zhang Yue nodded. The two of them closed their eyes and continued to meditate. However, Long Chen's methods had truly shaken this lofty and solitary war goddess. Senior, can I re-enter the Julie Divine Steel space and kill Long Zai? Asked Long Chen. It's useless. The Julie Divine Steel can only open 10 spaces at once. Those spaces have already closed. You'll only be able to reach the 9th barrier again. If you were to force it, you could enter, but it would take too much energy, said the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen, don't listen to it. How will you know if you don't try it? Since this old cauldron refuses to try, you can try it with me. I refuse to believe that I can't cut apart that stupid barrier, said Evilmoon decisively. It's only a simple Long Zai. Don't tell me you're afraid that you won't be able to handle him once he grows more. Demanded the Earth Cauldron. Who's afraid of him? What the fuck do you think you're saying? When have I, Evilmoon, ever been afraid of anyone? Demanded Evilmoon. Long Chen could naturally tell that the Earth Cauldron was using this method to change its mind. But the Earth Cauldron was right. Could it be that Long Chen would really be afraid of Long Zai? So what if he was strong? He was also getting stronger. Could it be that Long Chen would really fear that he was being surpassed? After thinking of that, Long Chen came to his decision. Alright, then I won't kill him today. Let him grow as much as he pleases. Then, Old Cauldron, watch closely as we cut him to pieces, said Evilmoon. That's right, we'll let him grow. Next time, I'll beat him up with an arm tied behind my back, said Long Chen. Why just one arm? You can tie up all your arms and legs, declared Evilmoon arrogantly. Then how am I supposed to fight? Asked Long Chen. Take off your pants and flick him in the face so hard that his head goes flying, shouted Evilmoon. Stop, that's enough. Long Chen was speechless. When did Evilmoon become so dirty? Although you've obtained all the runes, you simply swallowed them without learning anything. It hasn't increased your power. Right now, you should think of a way to awaken the power of those runes. You should awaken the power of the first divine rune you awakened. That first divine rune is actually the key to unlocking the Julie Divine Steel. In truth, you've only comprehended the slightest bit about it. You're far off from unlocking its complete form. But Long Zai and the others are different. Their bloodlines are pure. They don't receive any disturbance from things like your violet blood and dragon blood. With the help of the Divine Steel, the speed and depth of their comprehension is far beyond yours. When they come out, they will be completely different people. If you don't take this chance to increase your power, the next time you run into Long Zai you'll definitely suffer, warned the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded. He stared at the enormous Julie Divine Steel in front of him. Just as he was about to leave, the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's voice rang out in his mind. You don't have time to comprehend them. The Emperor Reverse Scale has appeared. The experts of various paths are already rushing over. The bloodbath is about to begin. Chapter 5635 Ultimate Form. The Emperor Reverse Scale has appeared. Long Chen was startled. Just as he was about to ask about it, the world shuddered. As the world shook, an ancient and desolate aura rose from a far-off distant location. Even from this immense distance, Long Chen could clearly sense the supreme divine might contained within this aura. This aura was sacred and majestic. It was an aura that made people's souls shake. In a few breaths' time, a ripple reached him, covering all of heaven and earth. The moment it passed over his body, Long Chen's dragon blood was set ablaze. His dragon blood battle armor automatically activated. His dragon scales quivered, and divine light continuously flashed from them. Long Chen felt an icy killing intent. Senior, this is... Long Chen was shocked. Why would the Emperor Reverse Scale be releasing killing intent? Did the Emperor Reverse Scale want to kill him? The Emperor Reverse Scale has already escaped the control of my will. To use your human race's understanding, you can say that it is an independent body with its own personality. The reason you sense killing intent is because you have the same bloodline source. This blood can be considered its past. In order to obtain its freedom, it severed its past, said the Dragon Sovereign. Long Chen's heart shook. Did that mean that if he encountered the Emperor Reverse Scale, there would be a battle to the death between them? Just then, the void exploded. A divine bird tore through the void, leaving countless astral winds in its wake. This divine bird was releasing waves of divine light. 9 heaven vein dragon cheese could be seen around it, with 4 giving off peculiar fluctuations. It was another peak expert. It didn't even look at Long Chen as it flew over his head. It ignored the Julie Divine Steel that was not too far as well. Its enormous body vanished quickly. It was headed towards the Emperor Reverse Scale's fluctuations. Long Chen glanced back at the Julie Divine Steel. It was now starting to grow dim. It was showing signs that it was sinking into the earth once more. It seemed it wouldn't be long before it was gone. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's back, and he transformed into a streak of light headed in that direction as well. Long Chen had flown for an incense stick's worth of time when the void suddenly rumbled. A streak of light came from behind him. This was a 9-vein heaven saint devil bird. Its heaven vein dragon chi was ignited, and it exuded torrential devil chi. All the land beneath its wings collapsed. The devil bird was so fast that it instantly caught up to Long Chen. It shot right at him and opened its mouth. An enormous wind blade sliced towards him. Astral light flowed on Long Chen's fist, and he swung it back. The wind blade shattered. The devil bird was astonished. It hadn't expected a solitary human to possess such terrifying power. It had actually misjudged. Its sharp claws reached towards Long Chen. Despite its enormous body, it wasn't the slightest bit awkward or clumsy. It was incredibly fast and agile. Its sharp claws ripped a giant hole in the space where Long Chen had been. Long Chen was gone. Foolish human. The devil bird snorted, thinking that Long Chen had just been wiped out of existence. Just as it sneered, it felt a burst of pain in its soul. Its head sank, and an icy voice rang out. If you don't want to die, you'll obediently listen. If you want to die, just say the word. The devil bird was astonished. Its soul was completely sealed. It was like an invisible hand was clutching it, and a single hand could crush it. It quivered, shocked and enraged. But with its life in Long Chen's hands, it didn't dare to resist. Bring me to where I want, and I'll set you free, said Long Chen. HMPH, do you think the human race's word is worth crap? Raged the devil bird. Do you have a choice? Asked Long Chen coldly. The devil bird fell silent. Ultimately, under Long Chen's threat, it helplessly carried him forward. Long Chen hadn't been rushing at full speed precisely because he was waiting for an opportunity to get some expert query him. That way, he could use the time traveling to comprehend Julie divine runes. After his fight with Long Zai, Long Chen felt immense pressure. Long Zai's power had increased so much after comprehending those Julie divine runes. But he hadn't comprehended anything. This was a dangerous state. Long Chen sat on the devil bird's back. The defense character appeared. The 3,000 stars in his dantian quivered slightly. The faintest light started to come from them. These stars were still in a slumber. Just getting them to light up was difficult. This was already their limit. Long Chen concentrated himself on the defense rune in front of him. This was the first original Julie immortal character he had learned. It was formed of 36 symbols. These 36 signals affected each other, and while it could look like a character, it could also look like a painting. As its parts flowed, it vaguely looked like it was backed by some mysterious formation. Various transformations continuously appeared. It gradually grew more and more complicated. Long Chen tested out moving the first symbol's position and how it affected the entire divine rune's power. Then he tested the second, third, fourth. Long Chen found that this divine rune had endless transformations. Although it was just a simple defense divine rune, it had multiple meanings. It could mean to block, but also to unify forces against one threat. When it was defending, the shield it formed could seal heaven and earth. When it meant to unify against one threat, the 36 symbols were like 36 experts that were led by Long Chen's will. They could form various formations capable of both offense and defense. Long Chen was immersed within these boundless transformations. It felt like he was seeing a corner of the boundless universe. Through this one corner, he peered at the profound secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. As the divine rune in front of him continuously changed form, the power of heaven and earth also began to change due to its influence. It was as if this one character could wield the power of the 10,000 Daos. Long Chen forgot about everything else. He forgot about himself. He forgot about his goal. He was entrusted in these free and beautiful transformations. This was the optimal state to comprehend this divine rune. When this divine rune transformed into one state, the starry sea in his dantian suddenly quivered slightly. Long Chen instantly grasped this transformation. Long Chen's eyes suddenly flew open. He changed his hand seal, and the defense divine rune froze in this state. His starry sea once more quivered. The 3,000 stars seemed to be pulled in by some kind of power. Long Chen had a thought, and sent this defense divine rune into his starry sea. The 3,000 stars once more quivered. They then surrounded it. They slowly circulated around it, forming a barrier enveloping it. Could it be that this is its ultimate form? Wondered Long Chen. Just then, a startled cry rang out that made him open his eyes. A giant claw covered in scales fell upon Long Chen and the devil bird. Chapter 5636 Core Heaven Vein. The devil bird was an enormous existence already, but this enormous scaled claw was even bigger than its whole body. What shocked it the most was that it was flying at full speed, but this claw still silently caught up to it. Dragon might raged, causing its soul to shake. This attack was strong enough to kill it. Just as this dragon claw was about to fall upon it, an enormous shield appeared that covered the devil bird. The dragon claw crashed into the shield and emitted an ear-piercing explosive sound. However, the shield quivered a few times, and didn't explode. It managed to block the dragon claw. Seeing this, the devil bird flapped its wings, and with a few flashes, it shot away. At this time, the void split open, and an enormous figure appeared. Due to its enormous size, Long Chen could only vaguely see that it was a two-winged black dragon. A pair of icy eyes stared at him like two suns. The devil bird shot away as fast as it could, vanishing without a trace. I didn't think that a divine rune was capable of unleashing such power, thought Long Chen. He had been in the midst of comprehending the defense divine rune when he was suddenly sneak attacked. He had instinctively defended with this divine rune's shield. At the time, he had taken out Evilmoon and been prepared for the shield to break. However, the shield was actually incredibly powerful. The energy of heaven and earth was sucked into it, allowing it to block that dragon's attack. It had to be known that this divine rune was still not at full power. He had barely comprehended the barest superficial bit of it. Long Chen knew that wielding this divine rune would require him merging his own power into it. He could use bloodline power or spiritual strength, but he had to unleash the rune's power through his own power. When the rune was unleashed, it instantly drew in the power of heaven and earth. That was the basic principle of magical arts and divine abilities. A single person's power was limited, but the power of heaven and earth was limitless. If a person's skill was great enough, it was capable of unleashing hundreds or thousands of times their power. This divine rune hadn't even merged with his own power, and was thus only able to instinctively absorb the power of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. However, even such a shield was both hard and soft enough to easily block that powerful expert's attack. It had to be known that the one to attack them was an extremely terrifying existence. Although they didn't seem to be on par with Long Zai, they had reached that level. "That fellow is terrifying. Should we split up?" asked the devil bird, its voice quivering with fear. That was a shadow evil dragon. It has a divine ability for concealing itself. It didn't catch up to us, but just got irritated at being passed by you, so it launched a sneak attack. "Ignore it. If it wasn't so slow, I'd have already replaced you with it," said Long Chen indifferently. Although he hadn't actually recognized this dragon back then, after thinking about it, it matched the description of the shadow evil dragon. This dragon was enormous, but could hide in the void, using the power of heaven and earth to travel instead of exhausting its own energy. Due to its enormous body, it exhausted its own power rapidly. Thus, the majority of time it hid itself in the void to conserve energy. Furthermore, with its power, it truly wasn't able to enter Long Chen's eyes. Although he wouldn't say that it would be easy to kill it, it also wouldn't take that much for him to kill it. Hearing that, and considering that Long Chen had easily dealt with its sneak attack, the devil bird relaxed slightly. You shouldn't underestimate that shadow evil dragon. Although it only condensed 2 core heaven veins, their race is famous for being foolish. When their explosive tempers are triggered, they will pay their own life as the price to temporarily increase their power by 10 times, warned the Earth Quadrant. 10 times? That really is strong. Wait, you said core heaven veins? Asked Long Chen. Those core heaven veins are those strange heaven veins that you've seen. When cultivators reach the 9-vein heaven saint realm, they can use heavenly Tao energy to excavate their core energy's potential. However, 99% of cultivators cannot endure the impact of having their core energy merged with their heaven vein dragon chi. Thus, they have to use karmic luck to support themselves. If they don't have that support, then forcibly doing this will only result in them killing themselves, and their Tao coming to an end. Only an exceedingly small number of experts are capable of doing this. When their cores merge with their heaven vein dragon chi, their core energy becomes that which commands the heavens. Their heaven vein dragon chi mutates, becoming core heaven veins. Your human race also likes to call them karmic luck dragon veins. But however you call them, it's just a name. You don't need to bother with this. The likes of Long Zai and Zhang Yue immediately started merging their core heaven veins, becoming true experts, explained the Earth Cauldron. Then does that mean that I've skipped the process of condensing 9 veins first, and jumped to condensing core heaven veins? Asked Long Chen. You also can't say that. Your merger has already deviated from the original path of the 9-star line's inheritance. You cannot judge yourself according to other people's standards. You have gone down a path that no one else has walked. Branding 3,000 divine runes into your starry sea has also produced more variables. No one can predict your path. Other than that, you also have 3 bloodlines, but curiously, there was no reaction from them as you condensed your heaven vein dragon chi. In theory, they could have also each taken a share of your heaven vein dragon chi in preparation for condensing core heaven veins. But it's like they're sleeping, and they're not doing anything. It's entirely against their survival instincts. Even the Earth Cauldron couldn't understand what was going on with Long Chen's triple bloodline. No matter what though, everything does seem to be going smoothly for now. You can just cultivate in peace. There's also no rush. I am in the midst of rapidly recovering. As the seals on my runes are undone, my memories slowly awaken. I'll figure out this problem, said the Earth Cauldron. Your memories still haven't awakened? Asked Long Chen. There are still some memories that are sealed. But I also don't know what rune they are sealed in. Furthermore, I clearly recognize Evilmoon, and Evilmoon also definitely recognizes me. But we don't have any of our memories relating to this. But I believe that as my runes are unsealed, I'll find those memories, said the Earth Cauldron. They knew each other, but didn't have memories of each other. Dragonbone Evilmoon was a weapon from the mortal world originally. How could the Earth Cauldron possibly recognize it? Although Evilmoon had gained a new body in the immortal world, Long Chen's soul told him that Evilmoon was still the same Evilmoon. Its soul hadn't changed. Suddenly, as the devil bird flew forward, a terrifying chi wave struck them. Both Long Chen and the devil bird grunted and were blasted back by this chi wave. Chapter 5637 Time of Crisis. What shocked Long Chen was that this chi wave actually contained a pure heavenly Doyan energy. This energy which he had scraped together to condense his heaven veins was actually blasting out crazily. Ripples continued to surge out like angry waves. The surrounding mountains and forests were instantly flattened. Smoke and dust billowed. In front of this torrential power, people seemed incredibly insignificant. At the same time, Long Chen's dragon blood grew more active. He looked in the direction of these waves. He sensed an ancient and desolate aura. It's there. Long Chen's heart shook. He could sense the aura of the Emperor Reverse Scale. Its aura was deep and resounding. But it also lacked the destructive will of the dragon race's experts. It was as if it was still slumbering. Long Chen jumped off the devil bird, spreading his lightning wings once more and charging into the surging chi waves. Based on Long Chen's experience, the appearance of the Emperor Reverse Scale should cause waves that continued for a certain time. At this time, the devil bird became a hindrance. It would be faster for him to move forward himself. Seeing that Long Chen had kept his promise and hadn't killed it, the devil bird turned and flew off in the opposite direction. Long Chen pushed against the tide. The astral winds were like blades cutting his face. Suddenly, his vision darkened. An enormous figure smashed into him. The appearance of this figure was all too sudden. There were no spatial fluctuations. Long Chen jumped and hastily unleashed a palm. That huge figure screamed. Only now did Long Chen realize that it was an expert of the demon race. Long Chen's palm struck its butt and blew apart its lower body. What surprised Long Chen was that this demonic beast was actually only an ordinary 6-vein heaven saint. It hadn't condensed any core veins. How did it go against the current with its power? Long Chen was baffled, but he quickly realized that this demonic beast had probably been in the vicinity when the Emperor Reverse Scale appeared. Unable to endure the power of the astral winds, it had been blasted out, coincidentally smashing towards Long Chen. This fellow was quite unlucky. Long Chen blew up its lower body, and it didn't even see Long Chen before it was blown away by the astral winds. I should hurry up. There were already people close to the Emperor Reverse Scale. This alarmed Long Chen, and he immediately quickened the pace. The Dragon Sovereign had said that the Reverse Scale had birthed its own spirit. It was no longer under its control. The Dragon Sovereign couldn't make it go to him. He would have to obtain it through his own power. Long Chen stamped on the void and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed was shocking even through this tide. After rushing for an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly saw countless figures flying around. The stench of demonic chi crashed into him. They had the same auras as that unlucky fellow just before. There were hundreds of thousands of them gathered here, all of them holding chains in their hands. They were only able to resist the astral winds thanks to those chains. It's the Heaven Demon Alliance. Long Chen saw that those people also had a conspicuous mark on them. He recognized this mark as that of the Heaven Demon Alliance. When Long Chen flew by this group of people, one of them directly slashed a sword in his hand at him. "Don't!" A startled shout rang out from the front just as he did so. This person was their leader, someone who had condensed a core vein. He saw that Long Chen was not someone they should provoke. However, the others were unable to see this, and seeing Long Chen fly past them, one of them casually attacked. Long Chen was originally planning on just ignoring these ants. Dealing with them was entirely a waste of time, but he hadn't expected them to be so brave that they would attack him first. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon down, and an enormous saber image tore through this space. This attack did not just pierce through their group, it also shattered the chains that they were holding onto. They were sent flying by the astral winds. Damn human! Their leader was the only one who still held on. A battle axe ignited with heaven vein energy. This battle axe was originally stuck into the ground like an anchor. Their chains were bound to it, which was what allowed them to hold on here. Once Long Chen shattered the chains, they were all sent flying. Only the leader clenched his teeth and charged at him. Evilmoon slashed the battle axe. With an explosive sound, the battle axe exploded along with its master. Chapter 5638 Hu Tianwu. Long Chen was charging forward when the space in front of him lightened. Following that, he saw countless figures roiling like the tide. There were millions and millions of them. In front of them was an enormous spatial channel. There was a 10,000 dragon nest in front of this channel, blocking it off. This 10,000 dragon nest was the priceless treasure of the dragon domain. Divine light flowed all around it. All on its own, it managed to block them from entering this channel. What shocked Long Chen was that he didn't see any of the Dragonblood warriors, but Tang Wan'er was leading the hidden dragon warriors and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts, protecting the 10,000 dragon nest. In particular, Tang Wan'er was facing off with a man in gold robes. Tang Wan'er and the rest of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts were covered in blood. Her opponent was wielding a golden staff. He was actually a full head shorter than Tang Wan'er, but the demonic chi exuding from him was torrential. He had 6 core veins behind him. Every single one of his core veins looked like it had been made of pure blood. Golden blood chi filled them. Even Long Chen felt a suffocating pressure from them. This channel was made by the Dragonblood Legion. If you want to take a share, we'll have to see if you have that ability. Tang Wan'er sneered. Divine energy fluctuated around her. There were countless wind blades around her. She had 4 azure core veins. Those core veins exuded a sacred chi. 4 core veins and against 6. Tang Wan'er was definitely at a disadvantage there, but the sacred chi coming from her core veins made it so that she didn't seem to be the slightest bit suppressed by her opponent's powerful aura. Take a share. You're wrong. Hu Tianwu, don't share. I hear that your Long Chen is very arrogant, right? He actually dares to challenge the Heaven Demon Alliance. Today, I'll teach him what real power is. First I'll kill his brothers, then I'll capture his woman. I'll make him regret coming to this world. Hu Tianwu sneered, his tone like that of an emperor looking down on peasants. Who do you think you are? If Big Brother Long Chen came, you would be kneeling and begging for mercy. Sneered Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu had also condensed a core vein. In fact, there were 18 experts amongst the Hidden Dragon Legion who had condensed a core vein. The rest were all 9 vein heaven saints. You're asking for it. Hu Tianwu raised his hand, and golden light flashed. The space around Xiao Yu twisted into a whirlpool. Tang Wan'er raised her sword, but just as she was about to attack, the whirlpool vanished, startling Tang Wan'er. Could it be a feint? Just then, a brick smashed into Hu Tianwu's head, and he was sent flying. The hidden dragon warriors all cheered when they saw him. The Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts' blood was set ablaze as well. The Wind God Sea Pavilion numbered 30 million experts. They were here at their peak power, but their enemies outnumbered them by hundreds of times. Furthermore, the other side had plenty of powerful experts. The immense pressure was suffocating. They all knew that their chances of survival were low. However, Tang Wan'er swore to protect the Dragonblood Legion even with her own life. They could only thicken their face and fight a bloody battle. To say that they weren't afraid was a lie. Now that Long Chen had appeared, their confidence instantly rose, and their fear faded. After sending Hu Tianwu flying, Long Chen didn't even look at him. He came to Tang Wan'er's side. Their souls touched, and Long Chen instantly learned what happened. When the Dragonblood Legion first entered the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, they had actually come directly here. Using their dragon blood power, they awakened the Emperor reverse scale. This was a slow process. They had exhausted their core energy, their bloodline energy, and their spiritual strength. Furthermore, resisting the dragon might with just their willpower severely overdrafted their essence, chi, and spirit. Now that the Emperor reverse scale appeared, 8 channels appeared around it. Endless power was gushing out of these 8 channels. This was the best time for them to recover. But just as the channel opened, countless demon race experts rushed over like hyenas that smelled fresh meat. The ordinary dragonblood warriors had long since passed their limits and fallen unconscious. Ji Yu Yang and the others hastily sent them into the 10,000 dragon nest to recuperate. Ji Yu Yang and the others fought against these demon race experts, but their numbers continued to grow, and stronger ones kept showing up. They had long since sent out an aid request. However, all communications were being suppressed by the Emperor reverse scale's power. Those messages could not reach far. Fortunately, Tang Wan'er happened to be in the vicinity, and seeing the Dragonblood Legion in danger, she immediately joined their side. Thanks to Tang Wan'er arriving in time, Ji Yu Yang and the others managed to retreat back into the 10,000 dragon nest to recover their energy. Ji Yu Yang told her that as long as she held on for a bit of time, they would come out once they recovered 50% of their power. But the Heaven Demon Alliance's people continued to gather here. It was unknown what kind of communication method they had, but there was an unending tide of them rushing over. It had already been 2 hours since Tang Wan'er got here. The ground was soaked in blood, but things only continued to grow harder for them. However, when Hu Tianwu arrived, their fighting slowed down. That was what gave them a chance to breathe. Damn dogshit, how dare you sneak attack me? Hu Tianwu wasn't injured despite being hit in the head. He wore a crown, and the crown flashed when the brick struck his head. It seemed that it had protected him. Although his body wasn't injured, the mental humiliation was strong. He roared and raised his golden staff. Golden light filled the sky as he smashed it at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't look back. Evilmoon appeared in his hand. Starlight flowed around it. His astral veins appeared. He accurately slashed Evilmoon at the golden staff. Golden light exploded. Hu Tianwu was knocked back several steps. Upon seeing that, the Heaven Demon Alliance's experts' expressions changed. They were aware of just how strong Hu Tianwu was. But he had actually been knocked back by this person. Long Chen slowly turned back to look at him. While it looked like Hu Tianwu was weaker than him thanks to this one exchange, he knew that this was coincidence. Hu Tianwu hadn't sensed his power yet, but Long Chen could tell that Hu Tianwu's power was definitely on the same level as Long Xiaye's. In front of this powerful opponent, Long Chen stopped holding back. He directly entered his strongest state. Chapter 5639. The mountain is owned by the tiger. An astral sea lit up above Long Chen. His divine ring spun. 8 stars as bright as suns illuminated the sky. Long Chen's aura instantly rose to its limit. He slashed Evilmoon at Hu Tianwu. This was an incredibly powerful expert. He had 6 core veins. His realm was actually even higher than Long Xiaye's. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. Huo Tianwu's heart shook when he saw the skyful of stars. Golden light flowed around him. A golden gate condensed behind him. This gate was like the gate to the heavens. An immense pressure shook the world. Hu Tianwu also summoned his manifestation, resulting in his 6 golden dragon chis growing even more blinding. His staff smashed at Long Chen. Boom! Divine light exploded in huge waves. So you're a 9-star heir, shouted Hu Tianwu. So you're a monkey. Long Chen hadn't looked at him more closely before, but now Long Chen realized that his face was covered in golden fur. He had large eyes and a small nose, as well as a sharp mouth. It was the very picture of a monkey's face. Hu Tianwu roared. His staff blazed with light. The immense force instantly knocked Long Chen back a few steps. Long Chen was startled inside. Hu Tianwu did not look muscular at all, but he actually possessed such immense power. So what if you're a 9-star heir? Anyone who dares to blaspheme the great heavenly demon golden monkey race will die. Flashes of golden light filled the air as Hu Tianwu seemed to teleport through the air. As expected, you're the golden monkey race. Little 9, sorry for this. Long Chen snorted. After confirming this fellow's identity, he suddenly stamped his left down. The void exploded. He slashed his saber. Their divine weapons once more clashed. Long Chen and Hu Tianwu were both sent flying at the same time. Blood flowed out of their hands, dyeing their weapons red. Long Chen, there's no rush. We're buying time for the Dragonblood warriors to recover, transmitted Tang Wan hastily. Hu Tianwu was truly powerful. It was said that he was the leader of the junior generation of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. Although Long Chen was a 5-vein heaven saint, his 5th heaven vein dragon chi was not fully condensed. In this state, it would truly be unwise to clash with Hu Tianwu directly. If he could just stall until the Dragonblood Legion recovered their fighting power, they would have better odds. Most importantly, more of the Heaven Demon Alliance's experts were gathering. Even if Long Chen beat Hu Tianwu, it would be meaningless. It might even result in them launching a ferocious assault in advance. Everything is under control, responded Long Chen in the middle of his fight. Evilmoon once more clashed with Hu Tianwu's staff. The two of them were once more blown back. The earth exploded and the void was covered in cracks, but space was surprisingly stable. This was the influence of the Emperor Reverse Scale's power. The space here was much more condensed, limiting their destructive power. Should I launch a sneak attack? Maybe we can kill him together. Tang Wan suddenly had a brazen thought. Previously, when the Wind God Sea Pavilion had been fighting the demon race's experts, she had actually been holding back her power. It was only when Hu Tianwu appeared that she had to start fighting for real. But then Long Chen appeared. Hu Tianwu still had no idea of Tang Wan true power. No need, I'm testing him out right now. You just protect the 10,000 dragon nest, responded Long Chen. Hu Tianwu's realm was even higher than Long Zaiye's. He also had various magical arts and divine abilities. He had countless trump cards. Killing him in his first clash against him was unrealistic. Hu Tianwu was no fool. The minute things took a bad turn for him, he would definitely run. Even if he didn't run, he had other choices. He could order them to attack the 10,000 dragon nest, or to attack the hidden dragon legion. In that case, Long Chen and Tang Wan would instantly be forced into a passive state. It wasn't worth it. Furthermore, in a battle against an expert on Hu Tianwu's level, trying to intentionally stall for time would be instantly seen through. Although Tang Wan was very powerful, in terms of combat experience, she was still lacking at the moment. Suddenly, the earth exploded. Long Chen and Hu Tianwu fell from the heavens to the earth, flying through the earth. The two of them vanished from sight. The earth once more exploded. An enormous golden dragon tail pierced out of the ground. Following that, 4 astral pillars exploded into the sky. The ground exploded. A golden dragon tail tore out of the ground. The enormous dragon head was firmly caught between the 4 astral pillars. It struggled crazily, but was unable to escape. There was an enormous caught golden dragon, but they still didn't see Long Chen or Hu Tianwu's figures. They had no idea what was going on. The golden dragon and the astral pillars suddenly exploded, transforming into specks of light. They finally saw Long Chen and Hu Tianwu once more. The two of them stared at each other in the sky. The motes of light from their crumbled attacks drifted through the air. Everyone watching was shaken. 9-star heirs do have some ability. In my era, I was very regretful to find that there were no 9-star heirs to fight. But although you have some skill, that's all it is. If this is all you have, then I can take your head in just 3 moves, said Hu Tianwu, his gaze arrogant and confident. Prince Tianwu is mighty. Prince Tianwu will definitely slay this 9-star heir to show the heavenly demon golden monkey race's might. Shouts rang out. There were millions of experts there. These people all possessed powerful auras. There were hundreds of them who possessed core veins. 2 of them even had 5 core veins. These people were the experts of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. They cheered for Hu Tianwu, while also showing off their power. As expected, following their lead, the countless experts of the Heaven Demon Alliance immediately began to shout Hu Tianwu's name. His name was like a tsunami echoing throughout the 9 heavens. Seeing this, Tang Wan heart sank. As expected of the leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance. This lineup was truly impressive. However, Long Chen ignored their cheers. He looked at Hu Tianwu coldly. The mountain is owned by the tiger. When there's no tiger, even a monkey can call themselves king. Long Chen's words were like a slap in the face of the entire heavenly demon golden monkey race. Their cheers vanished. Icy killing intent filled this space. Chapter 5640. You really piss me off. To the heavenly demon golden monkey race, saying such a thing was taboo. Hu Tianwu clenched his teeth and gloomily said, "Human, do you know that your human race was nothing more than slaves at first? They were a commodity to the rest of the 10,000 races, the prey of our demon race. What right do you have to mock the great demon race? Clearly, Long Chen had truly and fully antagonized them. Hu Tianwu even throughout the human race's tragic history. The great demon race, what a joke. If you were that great, why would you take human form? Why would you undergo the human emperor tribulation? If you have the ability, go ahead and skip that step. You look down on the human race, but still imitate the human race's cultivation, and still take the weapons forged by the human race. You really are nothing more shameless, honorless animals, sneered Long Chen. When it came to cursing people, Long Chen had never accepted his inferiority to anyone, let alone a bunch of brainless demonic beasts. Hu Tianru clenched his staff so hard that it was creaking. A vein throbbed on his forehead. You fool, because you are a 9-star heir, I was planning on letting you live a bit longer. Are you in such a rush to reincarnate? Demanded Hu Tianwu. Fool, there's no need to waste time. With your intelligence, there's no way you'll be able to figure out my power. Don't vainly try to obtain any secrets of the 9-star line from my mouth, said Long Chen. He pointed Evilmoon at Hu Tianwu. Hu Tianwu's thoughts were easily read by Long Chen. He intentionally paused to try and make Long Chen speak. For someone with this level of intellect to try to gain information from Long Chen's mouth, was that not a fantasy? After being exposed, Hu Tianwu looked even angrier. Flames almost burst out of his eyes. He sinisterly said, "Damn human race, if you don't want to speak, then I'll force you to speak." Golden flames suddenly exploded out of his body. The entire battlefield was covered in a golden sea. Hu Tianwu vanished. Just as Hu Tianwu vanished, Long Chen also vanished. Suddenly, golden light condensed in front of Tang Wan-er. Hu Tianwu's figure appeared in front of her without any warning. Xiao Yu and the others cried out in shock and instinctively attacked. "Fuck off, you ugly monkey. Don't scare my woman." Just as Hu Tianwu appeared, a brick smashed into the back of his head. That golden light exploded, and Hu Tianwu was sent flying. Hu Tianwu was originally planning on capturing Tang Wan-er in order to force some secrets about the 9-star line out of Long Chen. However, how could Long Chen possibly not see through this? He instantly knew what he was up to. With the heaven-flipping seal in hand, no matter how fast Hu Tianwu was, Long Chen easily caught up to him. Long Chen immediately put away the brick and raised Evilmoon, shooting after Hu Tianwu. He immediately unleashed a tempest of attacks, every attack containing his wild astral energy. Hu Tianwu roared and defended with all his might. He blocked 18 slashes, but he failed to block the 19th attack. Evilmoon sliced across his waist. However, no blood appeared. Evilmoon was actually blocked by some mysterious power. Hu Tianwu took that chance to jump back and escape Long Chen's chain of attacks. Long Chen didn't pursue him. Having lost this chance, trying to continue the chain was useless. It went without saying that Hu Tianwu was still a powerful existence. Even after Long Chen got up close, he managed to block 18 of his attacks. His combat instincts were truly sharp. High-speed attacks like that couldn't be clearly seen with the naked eye. Experts could only rely on feeling and instinct. This instinct had to be piled up through slaughter. You're even wearing the armor of the human race. If it weren't for this soft armor, you would have been cut in two. Don't forget to thank the human race, or you would be a dead king now, said Long Chen disdainfully. His mocking was truly sharp. Hu Tianwu looked down on the human race, but he wielded a weapon from the human race, and wore armor from the human race. Hu Tianwu was shocked. Long Chen's attacks were unpredictable and ferocious. It gave him no chance to breathe. It felt like he couldn't even fight back. He looked at his waist. There was a large cut on his golden silk armor. Blood slowly oozed out. This armor was a treasure of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. It was made from the primal chaos era's golden spirit silkworm silk. After adding on the runes, its defensive powers were astonishing. It was almost impossible to damage. However, this armor had still been sliced through by Evilmoon. He could sense his armor's divine energy rapidly dissipating. This divine item had been ruined just like that. Hu Tianwu was filled with pain over this. This golden spirit silkworm had long since gone extinct. This was a truly one-of-a-kind treasure, and now it was destroyed. With his armor ruined, it also meant that if Long Chen managed to get close to him again, he really might be cut in two this time. He had never expected this saber to actually be so shockingly sharp. With his armor ruined, Long Chen's mocking instantly made him explode. Your human race is nothing more than slaves that we caged and raised for food. Making you forge items for us is only natural. Back then, you offered up your souls and blood to us. Your mouth really is irritating. Again, if you have such pride, why do you take human form to cultivate? Taunted Long Chen. Isn't it because of that bastard, the 9-star master? He was the one who changed the laws of cultivation. He broke the rules. Do you think anyone wants to take human form? Roared Hu Tianwu. Long Chen was shocked. Previously, he had heard that the secret behind the human emperor realm was related to the human race. Hu Tianwu was an expert from the primal chaos era. It was highly likely that what he was saying was accurate. It seemed that the human race, that the 10,000 races were locked behind the human emperor realm, was definitely related to the 9-star master. Could it be that this was done intentionally by the 9-star master? But what was his goal? You really piss me off. Hu Tianwu roared, his body shaking. Blood strands appeared in his pupils, and his golden fur began to ripple. Sharp fangs appeared out of his teeth. Human, you've really pissed off the great prince. All that awaits you is death. Seeing Hu Tianwu like this, the heavenly demon golden monkey race's experts cheered at Long Chen. Shut your mouths. Capture those women. Hu Tianwu suddenly gave a new order. You really are courting death. Long Chen was instantly angered. Astral flames ignited around him. A powerful pressure crashed down. Chapter 5641 Crystal Monster. Long Chen had never expected Hu Tianwu to be so reckless. Even in such dire circumstances, he was still obsessed with the secrets of the 9-star line. As countless experts charged toward the hidden dragon legion, Long Chen's killing intent erupted. Without hesitation, he swung his saber at Hu Tianwu. It seems that these women are very important to you, sneered Hu Tianwu. Hu Tianwu's sinister grin widened as he saw Long Chen go berserk. He believed he had discovered Long Chen's weakness and intended to exploit it. Yet, he didn't dare to be careless. His bloodline power surged, and his golden staff buzzed with energy as he smashed it toward Evilmoon. However, as Hu Tianwu unleashed his attack, he sensed something was off. Long Chen's saber strike looked powerful, yet it lacked the deadly aura he expected. You cheater, Hu Tianwu roared, realizing too late that Long Chen had tricked him. The saber strike was a feint. Under its cover, the slash changed into a precise thrust aimed at Hu Tianwu's stomach. You're just stupid, responded Long Chen. Hu Tianwu hastily twisted his staff to block the thrust but miscalculated. Long Chen's strike appeared fast but was deceptively slow. As a result, Hu Tianwu's hurried block overshot, and just as his staff missed its mark, Evilmoon suddenly accelerated. This simple attack from Long Chen looked ordinary, but it was actually a manifestation of all his life's experience. Tricking an expert of this caliber was incredibly difficult, but Long Chen still managed to do so. A cold light flashed on Evilmoon's tip, and it instantly pierced through Hu Tianwu's chest, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. Blood sprayed from Hu Tianwu's mouth as he was sent flying back. The sudden turn of events caused everyone from the Heaven Demon Alliance to jump in shock. In an instant, Hu Tianwu had suffered a grievous injury. Yet, Long Chen was sighing. Hu Tianwu was too strong. The moment that Evilmoon pierced his body, his bloodline power erupted, forming a sealing power. To not give Hu Tianwu any chance to seal Evilmoon, Long Chen couldn't allow Evilmoon to pierce any deeper and had to detonate its power prematurely. While Long Chen couldn't deal a fatal wound to Hu Tianwu, this level of injury was good enough. Hu Tianwu's ribcage was shattered, and his aura wavered precariously. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chen unleashed a devastating crescent slash. The saber's radiance filled the battlefield, descending upon Hu Tianwu with unstoppable force. Caught off guard, Hu Tianwu spat out golden blood onto his staff, igniting its runes. It suddenly expanded, becoming an enormous heavenly pillar. In front of this enormous staff, Long Chen looked as tiny as an ant. Evilmoon smashed into the golden staff, unleashing colossal shockwaves. As a result, the staff's runes dimmed and crumbled as its divine aura dissipated. Behind it, Hu Tianwu spat out more blood. He had used his essence blood to forcibly awaken his staff's power, but Long Chen's attack still injured him and seriously damaged his staff. The staff shrank back down and fell from the sky, becoming rusty iron in front of Long Chen. Though the staff absorbed the brunt of the attack, its connection to Hu Tianwu left him gravely injured. His essence blood was severely depleted, and his aura fell significantly. Long Chen closed the distance in an instant, ready to finish Hu Tianwu. The latter felt incredibly sullen at the moment. He had an arsenal of amazing divine abilities that he had yet to unleash, but Long Chen had seized one opening to take the upper hand. Hu Tianwu could only watch as Evilmoon descended like a grim reaper's scythe. However, Just before the strike landed, an enormous tortoise shell materialized, intercepting the attack. A bald man from the divine tortoise race emerged, radiating immense power. He was another sealed expert from the primal chaos era. With his 5 core veins, his aura wasn't much weaker than Hu Tianwu's. The divine tortoise race had always relied on their thick reserves of bloodline power to build up an unbreakable defense. However, even going all out to defend, this damn tortoise couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he staggered back, yet his intervention bought Hu Tianwu precious time to recover. On the other side, Long Chen was forced to retreat momentarily due to the backlash. Long Chen had no time to feel angry. Using his left foot as a pivot, he spun in another direction. Like a phantom, Long Chen went around this expert of the divine tortoise race, causing afterimages to appear in his wake. Long Chen was 90% confident he could kill Hu Tianwu, so he just ignored this expert of the divine tortoise race. His target was Hu Tianwu. Long Chen wanted to kill Hu Tianwu because he was the leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance. Eliminating him would basically decapitate the Heaven Demon Alliance, and that was the best way to resolve this problem. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race was leading the Heaven Demon Alliance's assault on Tang Wan-er and the others. However, Tang Wan-er wasn't counter-attacking. Forming hand seals, she summoned a giant barrier around everyone in the 10,000 dragon nest. At the same time, the 30 million disciples of the Wind God Sea Pavilion also formed hand seals and chanted, pouring their energy into the barrier. Thanks to Tang Wan-er, they could pool their power into the barrier. Countless attacks fell on the barrier but simply bounced off without even managing to cause a ripple. There was no sign that it would break. "Don't stop, we have numbers, we can exhaust them," shouted one of the top experts of the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race. As they assaulted the barrier, they felt extremely anxious. After all, Long Chen was far more formidable than they had given him credit for. If they couldn't capture Tang Wan-er and the others, they wouldn't be able to quell Hu Tianwu's rage. Seeing the situation, Tang Wan-er also felt anxious. More and more experts gathered, and Long Chen was caught in a fierce battle. She wanted nothing more than to rush to his side. However, she had to protect the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples and ensure the Dragonblood warriors within the 10,000 dragon nest remained undisturbed, leaving her with no choice but to grit her teeth and persevere. Helplessly, she could only watch as Long Chen fought bitterly. Amidst the chaos, Long Chen bypassed the expert of the divine tortoise race and attacked Hu Tianwu from a strange angle. The strike left no room for Hu Tianwu to recover. But all of a sudden, a golden claw tore through the void toward Long Chen, shattering the laws of the world itself. It was a devastating strike from a golden great pung. This golden great pung was another expert with 5 condensed core veins. It had taken its true form and concentrated all of its power into this claw. Fury surged within Long Chen. Time and again, his chance to finish Hu Tianwu was thwarted. He hadn't seen these experts before, which could only mean one thing: they had been hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, their presence was a direct challenge to him. Against an expert on this level, Long Chen had no choice but to give up pursuing Hu Tianwu. With a slash of Evilmoon, divine light flashed, severing the golden claw in a single stroke. Golden blood rained from the sky as the golden great pung let out a screech of agony, retreating hastily. Long Chen didn't waste his time to pursue it. With starlight flowing under his feet, he shot after Hu Tianwu. At this moment, Hu Tianwu had retrieved his golden staff, and the bloody hole in his chest had also healed. A heavy weight settled in Long Chen's heart. Whatever secret art Hu Tianwu had employed, it had restored him and his weapon to full power. Even so, there was no turning back. Long Chen had to eliminate Hu Tianwu, and he had to do it fast. "You want to kill me? Keep dreaming." Bloodline summons. Demonic ancestor. Hu Tianwu bellowed, tossing his golden staff into the air. After that, his hands came together in a forceful clap, igniting his bloodline. A pillar of light surged into the staff, which began to spin in the air rapidly. Above it, a whirlpool emerged in the void, expanding at an alarming rate. A grand and desolate aura flowed from within, as though a being from the primal chaos era was about to emerge. Long Chen's instinct screamed danger. Whatever Hu Tianwu was summoning could not be allowed to manifest. Yet, just as the whirlpool seemed to solidify into a spacetime gate, it wavered. The rotation of the staff slowed, and the whirlpool started to shrink. Hu Tianwu's expression grew unbearably ugly. With a thunderous crash, Long Chen's attack descended upon Hu Tianwu. The golden staff flew back to Hu Tianwu's hands, but it was too late to switch techniques. Forced to defend, Hu Tianwu intercepted the blow. Clearly, this technique was a failure. As Hu Tianwu had received consecutive injuries and lost his precious essence blood, he no longer had the ability to use this technique. The clash shattered Hu Tianwu's hands, sending shards of bone and flesh flying. The force of the impact drove his golden staff into his face and crushed his jaw. He let out a bloody groan as the impact hurled him backward, blood spraying in his wake. Just then, thunderous laughter rang throughout heaven and earth. Emerging from the shadows was a monstrous figure, its body covered in glistening crystals that shimmered ominously under the light. Long Chen's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the creature. This was no ordinary enemy, it was something far worse. Chapter 5642 Blood Crystal Demon Lizard Shui Yingfang. Blood Crystal Demon Lizard, exclaimed Long Chen, recognizing this man's status at a glance. After all, he had crossed paths with other members of the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race before. This race wielded earth energy with a special quality that was called crystal energy. The newcomer's body was encased in crystal scales, which formed an armor-like carapace. Blood-colored runes flowed across its surface, creating a natural formation. When he appeared, the earth trembled and the land's energy converged toward him as if he were its emperor. Unlike other members of his race, he had crystalline eyes that exuded an aura so cold it felt like they could freeze a person's soul. Behind him loomed 7 massive crystalline dragon chi, which made him the strongest heaven saint Long Chen had encountered to date. Hovering in the air, his solitary figure radiated an oppressive might greater than any army. He was just like a monarch ruling over the heavens. His gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering briefly on Tang Wan and Long Chen before finally settling on Hu Tianwu. His crystalline face then twisted into a mocking smile. Hu Tianwu, you claim to be the peerless heavenly genius of the heavenly demon golden monkey race, the heir to an emperor's legacy. Is this really all you amount to? Beaten this badly by a mere human? Hey, in that case, you're unworthy to lead the Heaven Demon Alliance. Why don't you step down gracefully? Mocked the newcomer. His voice reverberated through the heavens, sending shivers through the hearts of countless Heaven Demon Alliance experts. The Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race was a force with ancient roots. During the Primal Chaos era, they were overlords, dominating the demon domain alongside the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race, Violet Pupil Nine-Tail Fox race, and others. While all the demon races of that time paid allegiance to the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, their subservience was nominal at best. As long as they avoided provoking the dragon race, they were left alone. But times had changed. The Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign had vanished, and the once united dragon race fragmented. With no one to restrain them, the demon races started vying for supremacy. The Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race was powerful, and they were backed by a deep-rooted foundation. Through sheer strength and strategic bribes, they established the Heaven Demon Alliance, drawing countless factions under their banner. Despite their might, many races viewed them as powerful but intellectually lacking and chose not to join them. Among these dissenters was the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race, a force equal to the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race and recognized as one of the Emperor races within the demon domain. Naturally, they refused to submit. Unfortunately for the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race, they reacted too slowly. By the time they mobilized, the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race had already amassed an overwhelming number of allies, tipping the balance irreversibly. Both sides had discussed it several times, and the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race refused to become the monkey's subordinates. The Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race scorned their rivals as arrogant and self-absorbed, while the Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race viewed their refusal as ungratefulness and ignorance of the situation. Frustrated, the monkeys issued a written war challenge. The Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race naturally wasn't afraid of their challenge. If they wanted to fight, then they'd fight. However, they had severely underestimated the cunning of their opposition. The monkeys lacked intelligence, so the allied factions within the Heaven Demon Alliance devised strategies on their behalf. Rather than engaging in direct combat, they wanted a war of attrition, gradually seizing the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race's territory piece by piece. Furthermore, the monkeys had set up schemes to eliminate the lizards' new members. Like a swarm of ants overpowering an elephant, this relentless strategy left the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race unable to sustain such losses. The Heavenly Demon Golden Monkey race was already powerful on its own, making the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race's position increasingly dangerous. If the conflict continued, they would be worn down to the point of no return. Faced with such grim prospects, the blood crystal demon lizard race ultimately chose to go into hiding. Knowing this, the heavenly demon golden monkey race became even more arrogant. The neutral demon races that had been watching from the sidelines felt they had no choice but to join the Heaven Demon Alliance. If even a powerhouse like the blood crystal demon lizard race had to bow its head, no other faction dared to oppose them. The monkeys refrained from pursuing their vanquished foes. Despite their triumph, they understood that the lizards hadn't gone all out yet. They didn't want to push the lizards too far. After all, a desperate counterattack from the blood crystal demon lizard race could have catastrophic consequences. Even if the heavenly demon golden monkey race managed to wipe them out, the cost would be an irreparable blow to their own strength. More importantly, the heavenly demon golden monkey race wasn't without other rivals. Who knew if the other emperor races within the demon realm were waiting to strike? If they emerged from the conflict too weakened, their hard-earned dominance could crumble, and they might even face extinction themselves. Thus, the two races settled into an uneasy truce. The blood crystal demon lizard race kept a low profile, silently rebuilding their strength over the years. But in the last century, things changed dramatically. They became increasingly active, their ranks brimming with exceptional heavenly geniuses. In fact, whispers started to circulate among the blood crystal demon lizard race, some going so far as to claim that the heavenly demon golden monkey race was in decline. Some said the monkeys lacked worthy successors, and it was only a matter of time before the blood crystal demon lizard race replaced them at the pinnacle of power. Now, the culprit had stepped forward, provoking them openly. The sight of him almost made Hu Tianwu explode with rage. Shui Yingfeng, shut up. Hu Tianwu snarled. You are the so-called #1 expert of the blood crystal demon lizard race's junior generation. I've heard all about your shamelessness. To cultivate faster, you send your juniors running around, scavenging heavenly Doyan divine marrow, sacrificing their time and effort just to elevate yourself. And you dare talk about leading others? I, Hu Tianwu, would never stoop to such selfishness. If you were to lead the Heaven Demon Alliance, you'd just have them hiding like cowards. What a joke. Unfazed by the ridicule, Shui Yingfeng smiled coldly. Beaten senseless by a mere human, and you still have the gall to spout such nonsense. Now that's the real joke. I could suppress him with a single hand. Even as he mocked Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Long Chen, his blood crystal-covered palm reaching out to strike. But before his hand could touch Long Chen, a palm shimmering with astral energy viciously slammed into his face. I'll suppress your sister, you dumbass. With an explosive sound, Shui Yingfeng was sent tumbling back in front of countless shocked gazes. Chapter 5643 Terrifying Crystal Energy. Long Chen slapped Shui Yingfeng right in the face, sending him tumbling back. He had underestimated Long Chen. He had thought that he had the chance to instantly subdue Long Chen. In truth, Shui Yingfeng was exceptionally prideful. He always thought himself clever. As he mocked Hu Tianwu, he silently circulated his power, using a domain to lock down the space beside Long Chen. That way, he could directly teleport there and launch a sneak attack. However, his little trick had long since been seen through by Long Chen. But against an expert like Shui Yingfeng, launching a killing blow would be useless. If he sensed it, he would immediately abandon his attempt. Since he couldn't actually do anything that endangered him, he chose to instead hurt his soul. This slap was quite strong, but the resulting backlash left his hand bloody. It felt like he had just slapped iron rock. Shui Yingfeng's face cracked like he was wearing a broken mask. Long Chen was both surprised and delighted by this result. He was shocked that Shui Yingfeng's crystal energy was actually so powerful that his slap couldn't even break it. But he was delighted because once he killed him, he would have his heavenly Dao fruit. He could then give it to Li Qi or Songming Yuan, and they would be the one in possession of this heaven-defying power. After sending Shui Yingfeng tumbling back, Long Chen swung Evilmoon with his left hand. A cracking sound rang out. Shui Yingfeng's entire head was almost sliced in two. However, everyone was astonished to see that Shui Yingfeng didn't seem affected at all. He roared and unleashed a double punch at Long Chen's chest. Long Chen was also startled by this. It seemed that the head was not a weakness for Shui Yingfeng. Shui Yingfeng's hands seemed to be covered in crystalline gloves. 7 qi currents flowed within those crystals. Those were the power of his 7 core veins. This attack contained immense power, so much that Long Chen didn't dare to receive it barehanded. He immediately recalled Evilmoon and held it in front of him. Long Chen's arms shuddered. He spat out blood. This attack contained all of Shui Yingfeng's power. His 7 core veins were fully unleashed. The difference in realm was shown here. Long Chen had 5 core veins. That would be considered the mid-stage. But Shui Yingfeng's 7 core veins put him at the late stage. The difference between the mid-stage and the late stage was not just that of quantity, but of quality. This was why, despite the blood crystal demon lizard race being like water and fire with the heavenly demon golden monkey race, Shui Yingfeng still dared to come here alone. It was because he had taken this step before everyone else. After forcing back Long Chen, the cut to Shui Yingfeng's face instantly healed. It was like he had never been injured. However, Long Chen's slap still enraged him. He had spent a lifetime dominating all his opponents. No one had ever been able to match him, or humiliate him like this. This time, so many people saw his humiliation. He almost went insane. Shui Yingfeng roared. His 7 core veins ignited, enraging flames ignited, filling heaven and earth. Shui Yingfeng charged forward like an angry bull. He wielded no weapon. His body was his weapon. His entire body was covered in crystals. He was like a fiend in crystalline battle armor. Let's see who dies first then. Seeing Shui Yingfeng charging at him like a madman, Long Chen also got angry. So what if he had a realm superiority? Evilmoon, kill him. Long Chen raised Evilmoon high. His starry sea condensed into a starry river flowing into Evilmoon. The entire starry sea actually flowed into Evilmoon. The surrounding experts were all shocked. All their souls shuddered. An intense sensation of death enveloped each and every one of them. Even Hu Tianwu was shocked. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be capable of unleashing such a powerful attack. Long Chen roared and slashed down Evilmoon with his full astral energy. Long Chen was gambling everything on this one attack. Shui Yingfeng no longer seemed crazy. Sensing Evilmoon's destructive will, his heart sank. He was already locked down by Evilmoon's terrifying aura, and there was no running. Shui Yingfeng suddenly wrapped his arms and legs over his head, transforming into a crystal sphere. 7 dragon marks flowed on top of it, along with millions of crystals. He had chosen to enter a state of absolute defense. Evilmoon slashed down like a heavenly saber. The crystal ball instantly exploded. Countless crystals flew through the air, blasting holes in the void. A wretched figure also came flying out. Shui Yingfeng's domineering air had long since vanished. He now only had half of his body left. He hacked up blood as he fled. He didn't die. Long Chen was startled and enraged. He had ignited his full astral energy and merged it with Evilmoon's power. It was the strongest attack, but it still failed to kill him. Long Chen roared, his dragon blood erupting. With his astral energy exhausted, he had to switch to his dragon blood. He still has energy. The demon race's experts were all shocked. Long Chen had dealt critical wounds to Hu Tianwu, the Golden Great Peng, and the expert from the Divine Tortoise race. Now he ever made Shui Yingfeng flee, but he still had energy left. A majestic dragon cry rang out. His dragon blood was like lava roiling through his veins. His dragon blood power had become extremely violent. He didn't know if it was due to the Emperor reverse scale in the vicinity, but his dragon blood was no longer acting as it did before. However, he couldn't bother with this. He had to eliminate Shui Yingfeng here and now. A giant dragon claw extended out of Long Chen's divine ring. Shui Yingfeng was horrified to see it coming for him. He had not recovered from Long Chen's previous attack, and there was no way he could block this one. Human race, don't be so arrogant. That expert from the Divine Tortoise race surprisingly interfered, his tortoise shell shield appearing in front of Shui Yingfeng. Chapter 5644 Mammoth Devil Elephant. This interference made Long Chen enraged. Was this tortoise not on Hu Tianwu's side? Why would he help Shui Yingfeng? However, Long Chen quickly realized that this bastard was playing both sides. He could tell that Shui Yingfeng's potential was terrifying. Who could say whether or not he might usurp Hu Tianwu and lead the demon race? By saving him now, he was buying a favor. Other than that, even if Hu Tianwu did criticize him for this, he could say that Shui Yingfeng was still a member of the demon race. If he was to be killed, it had to be Hu Tianwu who killed him. How could they let a human race interfere in their internal matters? With that, Hu Tianwu also wouldn't be able to blame him. Long Chen hadn't expected this tortoise to have such smarts. The dragon claw struck the tortoise shield and exploded, leaving 5 deep claw imprints on it. The divine tortoise expert also spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the damage to his tortoise shell, he was aggrieved. This shell was his race's priceless treasure. Now it had been damaged by Long Chen. It probably wouldn't recover without over 1,000 years of time and effort. However, he still managed to block Long Chen's killing blow. This bought time for Shui Yingfeng. Shui Yingfeng's destroyed body recovered. His body was covered in crystals. Although his aura had fallen, destroying half of his body didn't seem to threaten his life. HMPH, the heavenly demon golden monkey race, the blood crystal demon lizard race, you're all trash. The light of your ancestors has long since extinguished. It's time for the demon race to have new leadership. A cold voice rang out. A powerful pressure unfurled, shaking everyone's hearts. They looked over to see a mass of massive figures walking over. It's the mammoth devil elephant race. The demon race's experts were all astonished to see these newcomers. These people were taller than 3 meters and extremely muscular. They possessed both demonic chi and devil chi. Even before seeing them, their sinister auras made their hair stand on end. The mammoth devil elephant. Their origins could no longer be properly traced. There were too many stories about them. However, there was one thing that they knew. In the recent era, the mammoth race had somehow become infected with devil chi, producing a new race. They not only possessed the demonic beast race's terrifying power, they could also control the devil race's divine abilities. The mammoth devil elephant was a new race that had only appeared in the past few millennia. But they soared like a shooting star, rising high within the ranks of the devil and demon races. Due to both sides viewing them as nothing more than outsider mutants, they were looked down upon. But the mammoth devil elephant race continued to rise. It could be seen that their power was not ordinary. However, the mammoth devil elephant race had been very mysterious, and rarely revealed themselves. Now, millions of them appeared at once. That shocked everyone. The mammoth race's experts were normally very large. But their leader was larger than any of the others. They only reached his armpit. His arms and neck were covered in veins. It was like thousands of tiny serpents were wriggling beneath the surface of his skin. It felt like his power was concentrated to the point that it would make his body explode. The clash of devil chi and demonic chi made him seem like some monster that had walked out from between both worlds. His icy gaze was full of disdain towards all others. Another person with 7 core veins. Upon seeing his heaven veins, the demon race's experts were astonished. Just what was going on? Were they after Hu Tianwu? First the blood crystal demon lizard race appeared, and now the mammoth devil elephant race also showed up. Both of their realms were higher than Hu Tianwu's. Was this to compete for the leadership position of the Heaven Demon Alliance? Long Chen's heart sank. The demon race's foundation was truly deep in the Heaven Essence world. At this time, the 10,000 dragon nest was flashing rapidly. That showed that the Dragonblood warriors had reached a critical point in their recovery. If they were woken up now, rather than actually getting better, they might receive an irrecoverable injury. As for Ji Yuyong and the others, worried about Tang Wan'er's safety, they hadn't fully closed off the 10,000 dragon nest. If someone were to attack it, they would forcibly cut off their recovery no matter what for a decisive battle. This action caught Long Chen in a difficult position. If Ji Yuyong had completely closed off the 10,000 dragon nest, then he could rely on its powerful defenses. These people were incapable of damaging it. At most, they could kick it out of this spatial channel, but they wouldn't be able to harm anyone inside. However, now it was different. They were caught in a very passive position. Long Chen's astral energy was already exhausted. Although his dragon blood power was sustaining him, against this many powerful experts, even Long Chen felt powerless. He thought back to Feng Xinyue's warning. Now he realized what it meant to suffer if one did not listen to their elders. The heavenly demon golden monkey race. The blood crystal demon lizard race. You former emperor races are now a joke. Fantianda has already taken control of the channel on the other side. No one dares to take a step into his territory. But here, there is a group of the demon race trying to take control of this passageway, but they are blocked by some lowly humans. What an embarrassment. The leader from the mammoth devil elephant race stepped forward, looking down on everyone. The demon race needs a new leader. Since all of you are so powerless, then I, Shang Tu, shall take control of the demon race. Shang Tu, who the hell do you think you are? Some race with unknown origins can't possibly unify the demon race. You must be dreaming, sneered Hu Tianwu. In just a few short breaths' time, Hu Tianwu had already mostly recovered. He couldn't help mocking Xianxia for his arrogance. Our origins aren't important. What is important is that the footsteps of the mammoth devil elephant race cannot be stopped by a few humans. Since you couldn't do this yourselves, let me do it. Xianxia snorted and waved his hand. A white bone elephant tusk appeared in his hand. Slaughter all the humans. Xianxia snorted and stepped into the battlefield, arriving right in front of Long Chen, his 7 veins fully ignited. Long Chen was forced to block with all his power, but he had already exhausted his energy, while his opponent was in peak condition. He was instantly sent flying. Ant of the human race, time for you to die. Xianxia smiled derisively and suddenly threw his weapon at Long Chen. Tang Waner cried out. She was about to charge out to help him, but Long Chen signaled not to. This barrier was only being maintained thanks to Tang Waner. Without her, it would instantly collapse. If a single person managed to get through them and enter the 10,000 dragon nest, everything would be for nothing. Long Chen suddenly put away Evilmoon. He formed hand seals, and a giant shield with the defense character appeared. The elephant tusk instantly pierced through it. Long Chen's heart shook. With his astral energy exhausted, even the defense character's power weakened. However, although it was broken, it managed to block this attack. The elephant tusk stopped only a few inches from Long Chen's nose. Suddenly, a hand grabbed it and shoved it forward. The shield exploded. Xianxia had charged after his weapon. Despite his large body, he was extremely agile. He shoved his weapon at Long Chen's head. Evilmoon once more appeared in Long Chen's hands, and he accurately slashed the tip of the rusk, causing its path to deviate. Xianxia was startled, not having expected Long Chen to react so quickly. He actually staggered sideways, but he reacted quickly, and he bent his elbow, smashing Long Chen with his shoulder. However, just as he did this, Long Chen slapped him in the face, and with an explosive sound, Xianxia's enormous body stumbled back. This attack was not intentional. When he saw his opponent's face right in front of him, he instinctively slapped him. This clear sound caused the jaws of all the demon race's experts to drop. They stared in disbelief. Chapter 5645 Injury for Injury, Life for Life. The demon race's peak experts, monsters that had been sealed in the primal chaos era, geniuses that stood at the peak of all heavenly geniuses, existences that could look down on all others, were still unable to escape Long Chen's devil hand. Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, and now even Xianxia were all unimaginably powerful. But the other thing that they shared in common was that they had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. Just what was a slap in the face? It was an exceedingly humiliating act. The stronger the person, the more prideful the person, the more they couldn't tolerate such a humiliation. However, let them experience this humiliation thoroughly. Ignoring whether or not Long Chen died today, just these 3 slaps alone were enough to make a name for himself. In truth, Long Chen hadn't been thinking about slapping Xianxia. He wasn't in the mood. A slap wasn't able to bring him any advantage. However, since Xianxia had thrown his face right at him, Long Chen could only fulfill his wish. After slapping him, Long Chen swung Evilmoon, his dragon blood power erupting. The bad thing though was that his dragon blood was now exceptionally violent, and wasn't fully under control. His saber swayed, leaving phantoms around it. That was a sign of its power being too scattered. His dragon blood power was not able to be fully unleashed. As expected, Xianxia casually blocked it, and Long Chen was sent reeling back, more blood spraying from his mouth. It was like his dragon blood found an opening, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Long Chen was shocked, and hastily circulated his violet blood to suppress it. His violet blood wasn't as violent as his dragon blood. It was exceptionally gentle, and his dragon blood instantly became a bit more gentle. The blood that Long Chen spat out turned into clear smoke that actually flowed in the direction of the 10,000 dragon nest. However, it went around the 10,000 dragon nest. It was absorbed by the giant channel. Long Chen's heart shook. His essence blood was actually absorbed by the Emperor reverse scale. Long Chen suddenly thought of a chilling possibility. Just like how he wanted the Emperor reverse scale, the Emperor reverse scale also wanted the essence blood in his body. You damn insect, how dare you blaspheme me? Die. Xianxia might not be injured by this slap, but he felt a stinging pain on his cheek. His fury exploded, and his elephant tusk spear pierced towards Long Chen. Xianxia's attack made Long Chen grumble. His astral energy was exhausted, and his dragon blood couldn't be used, while his violet blood was placating his dragon blood. 7-color light flowed on top of Evilmoon. In this circumstance, Long Chen could only use his 7-color supreme blood. The 7-color divine light exploded, and Evilmoon went flying out of his hand. Long Chen's right hand was turned into a bloody pulp. Tang Wan cried out. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. She wanted to save Long Chen, but then she would be putting the Dragonblood warriors in danger. If she saved Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors died for it, Long Chen definitely wouldn't forgive her. However, if she didn't do anything, Long Chen would die to Xianxia. Tears streamed down her face. Her mind went blank. She quivered, not knowing what to do. With Evilmoon sent flying, Long Chen was completely open. Xianxia's weapon had exhausted most of its power in this attack, but it wasn't stopped. It continued onwards and pierced Long Chen's chest. The elephant tusk pierced through Long Chen's body. Seeing him injured, Xianxia raised his hand to clutch Long Chen's throat. He didn't want Long Chen to die that quickly. Xiao Yu and the others shouted. They almost went crazy and were about to charge out of the barrier. Just then, Long Chen suddenly extended his left hand. A strange leaf appeared in his hand. Black lightning swirled on top of it. An incredibly sinister aura was unleashed. Long Chen smiled sinisterly and smashed this leaf onto Xianxia's abdomen. Xianxia's fingers had just touched Long Chen's neck when an intense sensation of death enveloped him. His hair stood on end. He felt like he had just been dropped into an icebox. By this point, it was too late to dodge. Divine light gathered in front of him. His 7 core veins appeared in front of him as well, forming a shield. Blood exploded. Xianxia's shield instantly shattered, and a hole was pierced through his thick chest. With an explosive sound, both Long Chen and Xianxia were sent flying. This was a practically suicidal exchange that shocked the demon race's experts. Now they understood why Long Chen had let go of Evilmoon. It was intentional. His goal was to use Evilmoon to partially block Xianxia's attack and reduce it to the level that his physical body could endure it before launching a counterattack. Thinking back, it almost seemed like Long Chen had intentionally used his chest to receive Xianxia's attack. His left hand had been behind him at that time. No one had noticed this detail before, but thinking back, it seemed like this had all been planned by Long Chen. He had used this method to bait Xianxia into close range and deal a lethal attack. What shocked them the most was that Long Chen had even factored in the fact that Xianxia didn't want to kill him immediately. It was only thanks to Xianxia wanting to capture him alive that his hand had gone for his throat. That was what gave Long Chen the optimal opening. Long Chen had just gambled with his life, and he had won. Most terrifying of all, his gaze hadn't so much as twitched in all of that. That icy calm terrified them. You, PFFT. Xianxia pointed at Long Chen, wanting to say something. But blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth. A disgusting stench came from this blood. He was shocked to find that black lightning continued to continuously damage his body at the wound to his chest. Even his heavenly Doyan energy was unable to stop it. Suddenly, the experts of the mammoth devil elephant race formed hand seals together. Devil chi erupted, enveloping Xianxia. Black lightning appeared around all of them. They were using their collective power to help Xianxia counter this strange power. With this black lightning spread around all of them, black chi appeared on their faces like they were poisoned. But split between all of them, the mysterious vine's power was no longer fatal. However, although its power was split between all of them, Xianxia was still in a difficult state. He wouldn't be able to recover immediately. Die, you foolish human race. Just then, golden wings covered the sky. The expert from the Golden Great Peng race took advantage of this timing to attack. Even if I grow old and injured, I, Long Chen, would never die to trash like you. Long Chen was already injured and seemed powerless to resist. But just then, he shut one eye and prepared to use the Purgatory Eyes. This was his final trump card. He could only hope to eliminate one of them. But even then, it was meaningless. The Heaven Demon Alliance still had so many experts. But one was better than none. Who dares to bully my big brother Long? Just then, a heaven-shaking roar rang out. It was like the roar of an ancient barbarian god. A pair of enormous golden hands stretched out of the void and grabbed the Golden Great Peng. The Golden Great Peng was so enormous that its wings covered the sky. But in front of those hands, it looked like a tiny bird. Before it could even resist, it was ripped apart by those hands. Blood rained down as the Golden Great Peng was ripped in two. Chapter 5646 Unmatched Wild. The Golden Great Peng was one of the Heaven Demon Alliance's strongest experts. But it was ripped in half just like that. Suddenly, an enormous head appeared from the clouds. Its mouth opened, and in front of countless shocked gazes, the golden great pung was stuffed inside. Blood splattered through the air. People gulped as they finally saw that enormous figure. Wild. This giant figure was now covered in golden light. Barbarian runes flowed across his body like golden dragons. He was like a primordial beast. But his aura was all too familiar to Long Chen. He felt a wave of emotion. This foolish oaf had actually gotten this strong. Big brother Long. Wild saw Long Chen covered in blood, with a hole in his chest. He immediately let out a beast-like roar. All of you will die. Wild immediately raised his foot and slammed it down towards the closest demonic beasts. The ground beneath his foot exploded. A golden chi wave burst out in every direction. Countless demonic beasts were blasted apart. It was unknown how many of them died in that one attack. Damn barbarian, fuck off. Bloodline ignition, ancestral demon descent. The recovered Hu Tianwu immediately roared. The space behind him collapsed, and an enormous figure appeared. That was an enormous golden demon. Its body was not at all smaller than Wild's. Hu Tianwu's golden staff appeared in its hands. The golden staff once more grew to the same size it had been when it blocked Long Chen's full power attack. This greater demon was the heroic spirit that Hu Tianwu had summoned. He had tried to use it before in battle against Long Chen, but he had been too injured to unleash it. This time, he succeeded. The greater demon released a primordial desolate air. It smashed the golden staff at Wild. At this time, Wild had gone crazy due to seeing Long Chen injured. He charged forward, resulting in the staff striking him in the head. Long Chen turned pale. How could this foolish oaf not see that attack coming? He didn't dodge or block. He was still stamping his foot down on the demonic beasts running around. An explosive sound rang out when the staff struck Wild's head. His body shuddered, and the ground beneath his feet exploded, and he sank down to his knees. A large bump rose on his head. Wild clutched his head in pain. Only then did he realize that there was a giant greater demon in front of him. That greater demon seemed to possess its own consciousness. After this attack, it stared foolishly at Wild, seemingly unable to believe its eyes. Holding the bump on his head, Wild roared. A bone club appeared in his hand. This bone club seemed to be the leg bone of some beast. One side was thin, and one side was thick. It was covered in golden runes. The world shuddered when it appeared, and a terrifying pressure was unleashed. Wild smashed this bone club at the greater demon. The greater demon seemed to be chanting something with the staff in its hand. Golden light covered its body as it raised the staff to block this attack. Semicolon dot. As a result, that heroic spirit instantly exploded and the golden staff was sent flying. Hu Tianwu spat out a mouthful of blood, filled with shock. This was his strongest trump card. Although he had taken repeated injuries resulting in his offering being weaker, limiting this trump card's power, this was still a heroic spirit of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. He summoned it to show Shui Yingfeng and Shangtu who the true leader of the demon race was. However, he had never expected his heroic spirit to be crushed by one attack from Wild. He himself received a large backlash, and his aura withered. Wild instantly saw Hu Tianwu behind the heroic spirit. His bone club smashed towards him. Just then, a tortoise shell appeared. That expert from the divine tortoise race reappeared. As a result, that expert was smashed to bits along with his tortoise shell. Although the divine tortoise race's expert possessed immense defensive powers, as well as an ancestral tortoise shell to defend with, that shell had already been weakened by Long Chen's dragon claw. In truth, even if it was in its peak state, it wouldn't be able to block Wild's club. You were the ones who injured my big brother. All of you are bad people. Wild was slowed down by the divine tortoise expert's attack. His gaze swept towards Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, and Shangtu. He saw that the three of them were strongest, and their auras were unstable. They looked like they had just fought a large battle. Wild gave them no chance to explain. His golden bone staff swept towards them, covering all three of them in its path. Golden monkey drives the heavens. Blood crystal shield. Devil elephant heaven razor. Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, and Shangtu all shouted. They were all shocked at how such a terrifying barbarian appeared out of nowhere. All three of their divine abilities were crushed by Wild's attack. All three of them tumbled back into the distance, hacking up blood. The three of them were infuriated. They had already been injured before, resulting in all three of them together being unable to deal with Wild. Damn barbarian, if I wasn't injured, I'd definitely slaughter you today. Hu Tianwu shouted angrily, but he had already fled. He was actually the first to run. Seeing this, Shang-Tu and Shui Yingfeng also fled. Wild was just too powerful. If they were still in top condition, they would be able to fight him. But if they didn't flee now, they might never be able to leave. You gutless cowards, you attacked Big Brother Long Chen consecutively, but did he complain? Xiao Yu shouted back at Hu Tianwu as justice for Long Chen. Countless demonic beasts were running in every direction, but they still heard Xiao Yu's words clearly. They suddenly recalled that Long Chen had first fought Hu Tianwu, then Shui Yingfeng, and Shang-Tu, in addition to the interference from the experts from the Divine Tortoise race and the Golden Great Peng race. Long Chen hadn't once said anything about how it was unfair. They couldn't help looking back at that figure who was covered in blood and had a bloody hole in his chest. Despite his injuries, his expression was still cold and indifferent. That disdainful gaze made their souls shudder. Wild roared furiously. He wanted to chase, but the three of them went in different directions, and he didn't know who to chase. Wild, don't pursue them. Let Big Brother take a look at you. Long Chen tried to suppress his feelings, but even so, his voice was choked with emotion. Chapter 5647 Mysterious Youth. Wild's body shrank back down to a normal size. Long Chen was surprised to see that he was actually smaller than before. He was not just 2 heads taller than him. When Wild came up to Long Chen, seeing Long Chen's familiar appearance, Wild suddenly hugged him and began to cry like a lost child that finally found his family. Wild no longer looked ferocious at all. He looked purely like an innocent child. Good brother, don't cry. We should be happy, not sad. Long Chen patted Wild's shoulder. Feeling Wild's familiar aura, although Long Chen said not to cry, he himself was tearing up. Wild's origins were a mystery to him. He had always been alone. He had suffered a great deal back then. He was always starving. When the two of them met, Long Chen always treated him like his own brother, and had him call his own mother Mom. Last time, the two of them had barely seen each other before they had to part ways. Although knowing that Wild was safe was good, he knew that Wild's intellect was limited. He was always worried about him being used by others. Long Chen felt a weight lift from his shoulders when he saw him safe and sound. The Heaven Demon Alliance had long since fled. There were no longer any enemies. The barrier was still there, but Tang Wan and the Hidden Dragon Legion's warriors walked over. Tang Wan also teared up when she saw Wild. In the Dragonblood Legion, everyone viewed Wild as a little brother that they had to look after. Seeing him again, Tang Wan was too emotional to speak. The Hidden Dragon warriors didn't know who Wild was. But having seen him rip apart the Golden Great Peng and blow apart the Divine Tortoise, as well as defeat 3 peak experts with one smash of his club, they were all extremely reverent. However, seeing him crying like a child, they were stunned. Was this really the same ferocious beast that they had just witnessed? Good brother, tell Big Brother how you found us. Long Chen waited for Wild to calm down a bit before asking. Only then did Wild stop crying and explained what had happened. When Wild entered the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, he had come along with tens of thousands of experts from the Blood Barbarian race. However, Wild got annoyed with how slow they were, and ignoring their advice, he ran off on his own. After running around for 3 days, he suddenly realized that he had no idea where his big brother Long was. Just how was he supposed to find him? After that, he ran back to find his group. But when he ran back, he couldn't even find where they had originally been. He had long since gotten so lost that he couldn't tell north from south. He ended up staying where he was waiting for them, but no one showed up. He panicked. He thought about how all those people back then had shouted at Long Chen. He had to find his big brother Long quickly. As a result, he started running around randomly again. Whenever he encountered anyone, he would ask if they had seen his big brother Long. All of those lifeforms were baffled by his existence. Some of them directly attacked him when they saw that he was alone. If it was members of the human race who attacked him, Wild would just run. He knew that Long Chen was also a member of the human race, so he wouldn't easily kill them. However, if they were from the demon race, devil race, or other races, he wouldn't stand on courtesy. He'd directly crush them with his club and devour them. After that, he continued running around. When he got hungry, he would hunt down the wild beasts within the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. Once he was full, he'd continue running around. The Heaven Vein Mystic Realm was full of wild beasts. Most of them were guarding their own territory, and when someone got close, they would intentionally release their aura to scare them off. That made them easy to find. As for the treasures that they were guarding, Wild didn't even recognize them. After getting full, he would run off. Just like that, Wild ran all over the Heaven Vein mystic realm without finding Long Chen. He cried several times. There was one time when he was crying on a mountain when a strange person showed up. His manifestation had a giant dice inside of it. Hu Feng. Long Chen cried out excitedly upon hearing that. Wild slapped his leg. Yes, Hu Feng, that's his name. But I didn't remember his name back then. Was it really Hu Feng? Asked Long Chen. Maybe, I'm not sure. Wild once more grew hesitant. Long Chen was speechless. Wild's power had grown increasingly terrifying, but his intelligence had not improved at all. He clearly knew Hu Feng, so how could he not be sure? Long Chen asked some more questions. This person with the dice behind him was actually a youth who looked to only be around 16 years old. Wild didn't even remember what Hu Feng looked like, but he did remember that dice behind him. When he saw that youth, he immediately asked, "Have you seen my big brother Long?" That youth was baffled, and looking at Wild more closely, he asked, "Do we know each other?" Wild said that they should know each other, but he just asked once more, "Have you seen my big brother Long?" The youth asked who this big brother Long was, and Wild simply said, "You know him too." That youth was speechless. He asked several questions, but Wild didn't have any logic behind his words, leaving him increasingly baffled. He had no idea what Wild was trying to say. In the end, he used the dice behind him. He seemed to perform some kind of divination, and then pointed in a direction, telling Wild to go in that direction without going in any detours, and he might obtain what he wanted. Without hesitation, Wild ran off in that direction. He didn't dare to pause. After rushing for a full day, he finally sensed Long Chen's aura. That aura was like the sun to Wild. He immediately charged over, managing to save Long Chen at a critical time. "Long Chen, do you think that it was Hu Feng?" Tang Wan was filled with disbelief. Back then, in the final battle of the Martial Heaven continent, Hu Feng had died. Everyone saw it. Hu Feng, Ling Yunzi, Ku Zhongying, the old man, Li Tianxuan, they all died. They still felt pain over their loss. Long Chen and Tang Wan were both stunned to hear of this youth. The gambling heavenly Dao has always been a mysterious legacy. Even though I've pored through the tomes of the immortal world, I haven't found much valuable information about them. It doesn't matter whether it is him or not. I believe that it won't be long before this riddle is undone. Long Chen suddenly went through a coughing fit. The wound on his chest ached. "Big brother Long," Wild cried out. He wanted to chase down those beasts that had done this to him and kill them. "I'm fine, I just need to rest." Long Chen hastily comforted Wild. The way the vein on his forehead throbbed was very frightening. Just then, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered. Its runes lit up. A powerful current flowed out of the spatial channel behind it. The Emperor Reverse Scale's power is being released. Long Chen's heart shook when he saw that. Chapter 5648 Opportunity. Energy poured out of the enormous channel. The 10,000 dragon nest floating in front of it was shaking from this immense output. What pure heavenly Doyan energy! Tang Wan was delighted to sense this energy. Their enemies had already gone. All this energy was theirs. "Long Chen, you have dragon blood power. You should be able to activate the 10,000 dragon nest. Go see how Ji Yu Yong and the others are," said Tang Wan. Long Chen nodded. He patted Wild's shoulder. "Wild, you stay with big sister Wan here. I'm going to take a look at the 10,000 dragon nest." Wild looked at Long Chen reluctantly. He didn't want to leave him out of sight. Seeing this, Tang Wan knew that Wild was worried that Long Chen would leave and it would be a long time before they met again. She hastily comforted him, telling him that Long Chen would be back soon. Only then did Wild give his innocent smile. "That's right, Wild, do you have enough rations?" asked Long Chen suddenly. Wild was different from other people. He couldn't have an empty stomach. The moment he did, his combat power would plummet. If it lasted too long, he would enter hibernation. "I don't have that many rations left, but it's enough for a bit." Wild opened the strange sack hanging on his waist. Long Chen and Tang Wan looked inside and shivered. It was packed with rank 5 divine emperors and above. There were devil beasts, demonic beasts, as well as some lifeforms that even Long Chen didn't recognize. There had to be over 100 of them. This sack was called the Universe Pocket, and was created through a specific spatial demonic beast's hide. The interior space was enormous. These mountain-sized beasts were as small as chicken eggs inside of it. Over 100 high-ranking divine emperor beasts were only enough to last him for a bit. Wild's current consumption was truly shocking. Upon learning that he still had rations, Long Chen relaxed. He told him to stay here and listen to Big Sister Wan before returning to the 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen used his dragon blood power to open the 10,000 dragon nest's barrier and entered. As soon as he entered, he saw Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the dragonblood warriors seated on the ground. Divine light enveloped their bodies. Their eyes were closed. They were still in a meditative state. Long Chen's divine sense swept over the 10,000 dragon nest. He quickly found the dragon domain's experts in another location. What shocked Long Chen was that all of the dragon domain's experts were lying on the ground in a complete mess, their faces as pale as paper. Their bloodline power had been almost sucked dry. They looked to be on the verge of death. What happened? Long Chen was shocked. I guided them here to draw out the Emperor reverse scale from below. However, drawing it out comes at a price. At this time, the primal chaos dragon sovereign's voice rang out in his mind. Is the price their lives? Asked Long Chen in disbelief. This is a trial. If they didn't have the courage to give up their lives, how could they even touch the power of the Emperor reverse scale? Said the dragon sovereign. Long Chen's heart shook. It seemed that the dragon sovereign was not satisfied with these descendants. It was extremely harsh with them. If they didn't pass this trial, it wouldn't let them get any benefits from the Emperor reverse scale. At the time, I gave them a choice. They could offer up their blood, soul and life energy to aid the Dragonblood Legion, or they could part ways with the Dragonblood Legion forever and search for their own paths, said the dragon sovereign. Senior, you're too ruthless. Long Chen smiled bitterly, sacrificing all that would essentially leave them half dead, if they survived. Most importantly, that was the foundation of a cultivator, and sacrificing too much would affect their future potential. Their realm might freeze, or even drop. To any genius, that was worse than death. From the appearances of Mo Yang, Kai Wufeng, and the other powerful heavenly geniuses of the dragon domain, he saw that they had truly been emptied of their energy. They had used their own lives to help the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen couldn't help feeling angry with the dragon sovereign. The dragon domain's disciples have exhausted their blood soul power and their life energy in order to activate the Emperor reverse scale's bloodline power. Their lives are only being sustained by the 10,000 dragon nest. But this is just the first. In order to draw the Emperor reverse scale out from its world, the Dragonblood warriors needed to use their powerful wills and dragon soul energy, so the Dragonblood Legion has also exhausted their power. But this is also a huge opportunity for them, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign. A huge opportunity. If Wild didn't show up, we would have all died, exclaimed Long Chen. You only wound up in such a desperate situation because you were too foolish. When you beat Hu Tianwu and Shui Yingfeng showed up, that was already an unfair fight. You should have just summoned the six-horned fiend fly, but you instead chose to just foolishly fight them one by one until you were exhausted and didn't even have the power to summon the six-horned fiend fly, snorted the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Long Chen instantly shut his mouth at that. He really did still have that powerful trump card, but his pride did not permit him to unleash it against experts in the same realm as him. By the time he wanted to use it, he had already exhausted his bloodline power and spiritual strength, making him incapable of activating the curse art controlling it. He had not thought that far. If Wild hadn't come, he really might have died today. To use the primal chaos dragon sovereign's words, today's matter was entirely caused by his own foolishness. Fine, I admit that I was dumb. But you also know that there is an arrogant will inside of my soul that does not permit me to do such a thing. Long Chen could only thicken his face and blame someone else. The primal chaos dragon sovereign didn't say anything in reply to that. It said, I had them exhaust their energy for their own good. The Emperor reverse scale has awakened. Its core energy is being released. Their bodies are currently empty, which is the best time to absorb this energy. Out with the old, in with the new. This will cause them to completely transform. Long Chen finally understood the primal chaos dragon sovereign's intentions. He instantly felt bad about accusing it of wrongdoing. Previously, Ji Yuyong wanted to use the 10,000 dragon nest's power to recuperate, but I stopped them. They not only didn't get to recover, but their remaining energy was also sucked away by the 10,000 dragon nest just so that the best thing was left for them. You currently have two choices. You can let them absorb the Emperor reverse scale's power right now, or you can let them continue to stay in this state. When the Emperor reverse scale truly awakens, when its Emperor space is released, you can let them absorb a core energy 100 times purer than this. Of course it's the second option, said Long Chen. However, at that time, everyone will enter this space. All your enemies will be there. Are you sure you can protect them all at that time? Long Chen was instantly left at a loss for words. Chapter 5649 Abandon the 9 stars. Through fighting Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, Shang Tu, and the others, Long Chen learned just how many monsters existed in this world. The main thing was that they were just one part of the Heaven Demon Alliance. If all the experts of the Heaven Demon Alliance were gathered, who knew how many monsters there would be? Although Long Chen had the trump card of the 6-horned fiend fly, this trump card was a one-time use. Once used, it would be gone. Furthermore, just because he had such a trump card didn't mean that other people didn't have a similar one. Just a single Heaven Demon Alliance was able to cause so much trouble for Long Chen. Fantian De, Li Chengjing, Long Zai, and the others would make it much worse. At that time, he would have to face all those experts, as well as defend the Dragonblood Legion. Worst of all, he had no idea how many experts on that level existed here. Even if it was just them, who knew how many terrifying trump cards that they had? Who could say that they hadn't obtained some shocking legacy in the Heaven Vein Mystic realm? Thinking of that, Long Chen felt immense pressure. But no matter what, he first had to make sure that the Dragonblood Legion received the best baptism. Long Chen was extremely unwilling to let them only absorb second-rate power. Senior, can you give me some pointers? Asked Long Chen. For now, abandon condensing your astral veins. Instead, cultivate dragon blood heaven veins, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign immediately, as if it had predicted Long Chen's question. Long Chen was baffled. Abandon his astral veins to condense dragon blood veins. There are 2 reasons. One is that your astral veins require too much natural energy. It will take you too long to condense them. The second reason is that the 8-star battle armor still has many flaws. It has not reached its peak yet. Before that, you will not be able to see how to change its form. Your 9-star hegemon body art has been taken on an entirely new path. If you don't change the 8-star battle armor's form, you will not be able to unleash your full astral energy. Long Chen was startled. The primal chaos dragon sovereign's vision was truly sharp. It was right on point. Ever since he condensed the 5-star battle armor, he had forcibly changed his cultivation path. He had put himself on a path unique to himself. The 8-star battle armor was in its most basic state right now. Furthermore, it had not reached its peak yet. Long Chen and his 8 stars had yet to reach their full power. He didn't dare to try changing the form of his 8 stars in this state. Doing so in this state was extremely dangerous. He had to wait until his current 8-star battle armor reached its peak. As for what that peak was, Long Chen also didn't know. He only had a feeling that once he reached it, he would know. For now, all he felt was that the 8-star battle armor was still lacking something, but as for what it was, he didn't know. Thus, his current thought was to finish condensing his astral veins before anything else. However, the primal chaos dragon sovereign's advice made him indecisive. According to the primal chaos dragon sovereign, he didn't have that much time left. When the time came, if everyone else had condensed 9 core veins while he was stuck at 6 or 7, wouldn't he be beaten like a dog? There's no need to rush your astral veins. I'm just saying to give up on them for now so you can deal with the current crisis. The primal chaos dragon sovereign seemed to see through Long Chen's concerns. Then I'll do as Senior says. I'll cultivate dragon blood heaven veins. Can Senior guide me? Long Chen clenched his teeth and ultimately decided to abandon his astral veins for now. There was no way around it. He needed to deal with more pressing matters. He believed that the primal chaos dragon sovereign wouldn't harm him. However, his astral energy was in the midst of rapidly growing. Having him give up on it, even if it was just temporary, was still difficult. I will transmit a technique to you. Once things settle inside and outside of the 10,000 dragon nest, you can immediately get started, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign. A rune appeared in Long Chen's mind. Is this an original Julie Immortal character? When Long Chen saw that rune, he didn't recognize it, but his intuition told him that it was an original Julie Immortal character. Ignore it for now. Settle things outside and calm your heart. I will teach you how to comprehend it, said the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Long Chen nodded and pressed his hand on the 10,000 dragon nest. It quivered, and countless runes flowed on top of it, forming millions of chains. Now the 10,000 dragon nest had entered its strongest defensive state. With this, even if people did attack the 10,000 dragon nest, it wouldn't disturb the people inside. Even though Tang Wan was constantly cajoling Wild, he was still uneasy. Seeing Long Chen come out, he was overjoyed. Wild, you just fought a large battle. You should rest. Go to sleep. Long Chen saw weariness in Wild's eyes. I'm not tired. I'm worried that once I go to sleep, I won't see you again. Wild shook his head fervently. There were countless times that he saw Long Chen in his dreams, only to wake up. Long Chen felt a wave of pain when he saw Wild like this. This child was as pure as ever. Even now, he was afraid that he was dreaming. Wild, go to sleep. Otherwise, when the bad people return, you won't have your power. Be good and sleep. We'll guard you, and if there's danger, we'll wake you up. Long Chen patted Wild's shoulder. His voice also became slow and heavy. Wild instantly felt even more tired. With a few pats, he fell asleep. Long Chen arranged for 4 of the hidden dragon warriors to look after him. He understood Wild very well. His power was shocking, but his energy consumption was even more shocking. Thus, he had to sleep a great deal in order to reduce his energy consumption. Otherwise, his rations really would only last him a few days. Then he would be starving and be weak in battle. Once Wild was asleep, he called over the Wind God Sea Pavilion's experts. At this time, they looked at Long Chen like he was a god. Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, Shang Tu, every single one of them was an incredibly powerful monster. In front of them, they felt like they were as weak as ants. But these terrifying experts were still beaten one by Long Chen. Although Wild came in the end to save him, it did not affect Long Chen's image in their hearts. All of you were willing to risk death to protect my brothers. I, Long Chen, will remember this favor. After saying that, he turned to Tang Wan. The Emperor Reverse Scale has started awakening. Heavenly Doyan energy is gushing out. It's the optimal time for everyone to power up. Long Chen waved his hand, and an enormous tree appeared. The 7 treasure-colored glass trees' divine light illuminated the world. 3,000 stars circulated within its crown. Upon seeing those runes, Tang Wan covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 5650 Blood Merger Art. The Hidden Dragon Warriors had seen some original Julie Immortal characters under Tang Wan's guidance. However, due to time constraints, they hadn't been able to comprehend them. In a flash, those characters had vanished, leaving them filled with regret. At the time, only Xiao Yu and a few select individuals had managed to seize the opportunity and grasp a handful of characters, yet even that was enough to transform their lives. These runes had not only reshaped their cultivation paths but also granted them some karmic luck, allowing them to condense their own core veins. Hence, when they saw so many original Julie Immortal characters before them, they were very excited. Long Chen had Tang Wan arrange for everyone to comprehend them together. However, he also had a few warriors stand guard in case other forces arrived. Long Chen himself never had the time to study these 3,000 divine runes. So, whether they could grasp them now depended entirely on their luck. After making the arrangements, Long Chen stepped into the spatial channel. The heavenly Doyan energy here was full of majestic dragon might, forming a powerful current, one that only someone with dragon blood could withstand. Fortunately, the raging energy was colliding with the 10,000 dragon nest, creating a buffered region, an optimal place for cultivation. In this region, the 7 treasure-colored glass trees' light washed over everyone's souls, purging their negative emotions and helping them enter a state of profound focus. This tree was a heaven-defying treasure, capable of clearing the mind and elevating comprehension. With its power, their chances of success skyrocketed. After organizing the scouts, Tang Wan immediately sat down to comprehend the runes. She noticed Long Chen had also entered a meditative state within the spatial channel. Ripples of sacred energy pulsed from the channel, its aura continuously intensifying. Long Chen followed the Dragon Sovereign's instructions, calming his heart. Initially, he had planned to replenish his energy first, but the Dragon Sovereign told him there was no need, he could start immediately. Release your violet blood's power. Stop using it to suppress your dragon blood, the Dragon Sovereign's voice echoed in his soul. Long Chen had always relied on his violet blood to keep his dragon blood in check. Hence, without its suppression, his dragon blood went berserk, surging like a rampaging beast. It clashed violently with his 7-color supreme blood, its rebellious nature on full display. Blood-colored scales erupted across Long Chen's body. His dragon blood battle armor activated on its own, but this time, its power was uncontrollable, wild and destructive. It felt as if it was trying to shatter his body and escape his control. "What's going on? Is it rebelling?" exclaimed Long Chen. A wave of shock coursed through Long Chen. He had controlled this blood for years. Why did it suddenly want to abandon him? He had not expected the dragon blood that he had controlled for so many years to actually want to leave him. It seemed to be mercilessly and violently abandoning him. "You are not a real dragon," the primal chaos dragon sovereign explained. "Your dragon blood submitted to you only because you suppressed it and my will kept it in check. Now that it senses the call of the Emperor reverse scale, it's natural for it to want to leave you." After pausing a bit, the dragon sovereign continued, "The real trial starts now. Listen well. Focus on the rune I've transmitted to you." Long Chen steadied himself and peered into his soul, where a glowing rune appeared before him. It resembled a towering mountain, composed of over 10 smaller runes. Those runes flowed around like dragon-shaped lifeforms, and Long Chen sensed a fiery aura from them. The dragon sovereign instructed, "Use your heart to sense it. See if you can call out its name." Without hesitation, Long Chen whispered, "Merge." The glowing runes suddenly exploded, transforming into millions of tiny runes. As they scattered, they spread from his spiritual space to his limbs. When these runes flowed into Long Chen's veins, his violet blood and 7-color supreme blood quivered slightly but didn't react much. On the other hand, his dragon blood erupted. As it was set ablaze, it roiled through Long Chen's meridians, causing Long Chen to grit his teeth in pain. Fortunately, Long Chen's pain tolerance was high, so he could maintain his focus, concentrating on the movements of these runes. These runes were chasing down his dragon blood, setting the latter ablaze. As Long Chen's dragon blood ignited, smoke started appearing in his meridians, as if they were being charred. Impurities. Long Chen was startled. The black dust left on his meridians were the impurities of his dragon blood. Within them, he sensed anger and resentment. When Long Chen sensed this, his heart shook. He had believed that, after all these years, the blood had fully merged with him. Yet now, it was clear it had never truly submitted. It had only been waiting for a chance to break free. Cold sweat beaded on his back. If this hidden resentment had erupted in battle, he would have been doomed. In the end, what doesn't come from your father and mother has its own motives, Long Chen sighed. His violet blood came from his mother, while his 7-color supreme blood came from his father. These two bloodlines had always silently protected him. Although his 7-color supreme blood had once been stolen from him, once it returned, it became an unshakable part of him. Realizing this, Long Chen missed his father and mother even more. Perhaps this was the most selfless love in this world. These runes continued to chase down the remaining impurities in his dragon blood. As a result, the flames grew stronger. His dragon blood was shrinking, drying up. In the end, all that remained were some pure bloodline runes. The blood merger art is a vital step in the sovereign dragon race before reaching the human emperor realm, explained the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Through this process, impurities accumulated from slaying powerful beings are erased. The sovereign dragon race is safeguarded by its sacred energy, preventing resentment from invading the soul. However, since your dragon blood was never truly yours, it was vulnerable to corruption. Now, through the blood merger art, it is at its purest state. Pure, sure, but it looks like it's barely clinging to life, Long Chen muttered, eyeing the weakened dragon blood runes. There's no avoiding it. To remove a tumor, you must cut away the flesh. But now, your dragon blood has truly become a part of you. Your control over it has reached a whole new level. It will no longer clash with your 7-color supreme blood, nor will it require your violet blood to suppress it. The time has come. Your dragon blood's core has been wounded, it must be repaired. Activate your divine ring. The moment Long Chen summoned his 8-color divine ring, endless energy poured into his blood. Chapter 5651, I Want It All. Long Chen's divine ring was like a giant mouth crazily devouring the energy gushing out of the channel. In an instant, the withered dragon blood in his body was revitalized. It was like a parched traveler suddenly thrown into a crystal-clear stream, drinking in the nourishment with unrestrained greed. Don't intentionally absorb everything. That will introduce more impurities, as well as the will of the Emperor reverse scale. Just let the runes absorb it. They will instinctively pick what suits them best. Now that your dragon blood has fully merged with you, there's no longer any risk of it developing a will of its own, advised the dragon sovereign. Originally, Long Chen had planned to devour all the energy using his divine ring, but hearing this, he immediately adjusted his approach. Instead of forcefully absorbing everything, he simply opened a window, allowing his dragon blood to select the energy it desired. What it rejected was expelled through the divine ring. His dragon blood runes were quivering, they were the final products of the blood merger art. Those tiny runes were like bottomless pits absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Gradually, his withered dragon blood recovered, now transformed into something wholly different. As it surged through his veins, Long Chen could feel it responding seamlessly to his will. For the first time, his connection to his dragon blood was absolute, a harmony he had never before experienced. With every pulse, he felt his strength multiply. Suddenly, a surge of dragon blood energy erupted. His body had reached full saturation. Long Chen extended a finger and casually swiped through the air. After that, a sharp crack split the void, releasing an ear-piercing explosion. How does it feel? The primal chaos dragon sovereign's voice rang in his mind, feigning nonchalance, but unable to mask its pride. Terrifying, Long Chen admitted, his voice trembling with excitement. In this state, I'm already stronger than when I used the dragon blood battle armor before. All of a sudden, a wild thought struck him. If he were to summon the Scarlet Dragon battle armor now, would its power surpass that of the 8-star battle armor? As if reading his mind, the primal chaos dragon sovereign said, based on your power, your dragon blood battle armor would indeed surpass the 8-star battle armor. Unless you can refine your 8-star battle armor in the future, the 9-star hegemon body art will gradually lose its significance to you. The 9-star master was powerful, but he was unable to pass down his full strength. The dragon sovereign explained, your race occasionally produces peerless geniuses who elevate it to incredible heights. The 9-star master was one such figure, the strongest of your kind and perhaps the strongest among the 10,000 races. He raised the human race to an unprecedented level. But your race has a fatal flaw, its inheritances. Unlike my dragon race, which engraves knowledge into our very bloodlines, your people rely on words, techniques, and intent to pass down power. That makes it all too easy for legacies to be severed. The 9-star master is the perfect example. His strongest disciple couldn't inherit a tenth of his abilities, not even one of his world-shaking techniques. When he fell, the human race plummeted with him, nearly to the point of annihilation. Long Chen was shaken. This was the first time he had heard such details about the 9-star master from the primal chaos dragon sovereign. He could tell that the dragon sovereign deeply respected the 9-star master, but it also seemed to disapprove of the latter's legacy. The human race never recovered from that fall, the dragon sovereign continued. Although it wasn't enslaved again, the unity has already shattered. Betrayal became commonplace, but all of that is meaningless now. What matters is your choice. I want you to inherit my dragon race's divine abilities, but I cannot force you. The dragon blood battle armor does not clash with the 9-star hegemon body art, so you can choose which path to walk. What's important is that you survive. Long Chen was shaken. It was his first time hearing about such details from the primal chaos dragon sovereign's mouth. He could tell that it admired the 9-star master but didn't entirely approve of his style. Although the dragon sovereign didn't explicitly say it, how could Long Chen not tell the other meanings behind its words? The primal chaos dragon sovereign viewed Long Chen highly and wanted him to inherit its legacy. Even though he was from the human race, the dragon sovereign still gave him everything. Although the 9-star master was very strong, he could never pass down his legacy. This meant that the 9-star master had to be a peerless genius because he could just eat and learn his abilities. Furthermore, Long Chen had already set foot on his own path, one without a master to guide him, without past experiences to draw from, and without any clear guidelines to follow. He was feeling his way forward in the dark, forging ahead through sheer will. Yet, the dragon sovereign never voiced this belief. Perhaps it was unwilling to impose its own will upon Long Chen. Perhaps its pride refused to allow such interference. Instead, it merely offered a reminder sometimes, the hardest part of life was making a choice. However, the dragon sovereign didn't want to say that, nor did it want its own selfish motives to pull Long Chen from his path. It was only telling Long Chen that sometimes people had to make difficult choices in life. Long Chen was silent for a long time before smiling bitterly. How could I not know Senior's hopes? However, whether it is you or the 9-star master, you have both saved my life more than once. Whether it's you or the 9-star master, both of you have saved my life more than once. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, if not for the 9-star hegemon body art, I would have perished long ago. It was that very technique that gave me the chance to defy the heavens and rewrite my fate. In a way, this life was gifted to me by the 9-star master. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, if it weren't for the 9-star hegemon body art, I would have died. It was the 9-star hegemon body art that gave me a chance to defy the heavens and change my fate. It can be said that this life was given to me by the 9-star master. You also know that I don't like owing debts. It doesn't matter if the path of the 9 stars leads to an end, and it doesn't matter what price I have to pay. Even if I have to die 100 times, I will walk this road without regret. Long Chen paused here and clenched his teeth. You also know I am a very greedy person. I want the 9-star legacy, and I want Seniors. I want everything that can make me stronger. Are you not afraid of biting off more than you can chew? I'm not afraid. My teeth are strong, and my appetite is good, chuckled Long Chen. The Dragon Sovereign simply sighed at that. Fine, in that case, I won't force you. I will transmit a secret art of the Sovereign Dragon race. It's time to condense new heaven veins. Chapter 5652, 5 Dragon Blood Heaven Veins. The Dragon Sovereign's voice resounded in Long Chen's mind. The human race's heaven vein dragon chi requires condensing the karmic luck of heaven and earth, along with their sect's karmic luck, their family's karmic luck, their personal karmic luck, etc. They merge all the karmic luck with heavenly Doyan energy to form their heaven veins. But for the dragon race, especially the sovereign dragon race, we are already symbols of karmic luck. Heaven vein dragon chi is even named after our race. Heaven, earth, and man, there exists heaven veins, earth veins, and mortal veins. But all of them take dragon form. My sovereign dragon race is not just the ruler of the dragon race but also one of the commanders of karmic luck in this world. Although my race has declined, unless the 9 heavens are destroyed, the karmic luck of heaven and earth must still take dragon form. However, I must warn you, while condensing your heaven veins, no matter what discovery or insight you gain, you cannot tell others of it. Otherwise, you will not just be harming them, but also yourself. Toward the end, the primal chaos dragon sovereign's voice grew extremely severe. Long Chen nodded. The moment he uttered those words, both he and the primal chaos dragon sovereign fell silent. Calling himself disciple, struck the primal chaos dragon sovereign in the softest part of its heart. In the era when it led the dragon race, it shook the heavens, yet for certain reasons, it had never taken a disciple to inherit its legacy. Now, hearing Long Chen claim that title had an immense impact on it. The dragon sovereign had known Long Chen for a long time and was profoundly aware of his character. Long Chen was wildly arrogant and prideful. He laughed and joked on the surface, but his domineering nature was even greater than when the dragon sovereign was in its youth. The dragon sovereign often sighed over the fact that Long Chen was a 9-star heir. With his personality, he was the perfect inheritor of its legacy. Yet, the dragon sovereign had never lowered itself to vie for someone else's disciple. Furthermore, Long Chen had just refused to abandon the 9 stars. Now, Long Chen had called himself its disciple on his own accord. The dragon sovereign found itself overwhelmed by emotion, unsure of what to say. What kind of existence was the primal chaos dragon sovereign? If others knew it had been so affected by a single acknowledgement, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Long Chen himself was startled. In truth, he had long since regarded the primal chaos dragon sovereign as his master. Though it had never been spoken, the bond had always been there. It was just that neither of them had put it into words. Long Chen knew that the primal chaos dragon sovereign was most likely in an awkward position. After all, the earth cauldron had told him a little bit about it. For an existence as lofty as the dragon sovereign, accepting a disciple carried weight. If Long Chen misunderstood its intentions, it would be a blasphemy to their relationship. In reality, the primal chaos dragon sovereign had already seen Long Chen as a disciple, just as Long Chen had seen it as his master. Yet, due to various awkward circumstances, neither had been willing to pierce the veil between them. After a while, the dragon sovereign emotionlessly instructed, "Circulate your bloodline power and focus it on your forehead." Long Chen slowly smiled when he heard its intentionally cold voice. "What are you smiling about? Be serious." The primal chaos dragon sovereign's roar rang out in Long Chen's mind. Long Chen jumped and hastily focused. Acting according to its instructions, he concentrated his bloodline power. After that, a dragon rune appeared and flew off of his forehead. The moment it left his body, it suddenly grew, rapidly absorbing the energy in the air. Within half an incense stick's time, the new dragon vein had grown to an astonishing size, stretching for miles. Feeling the immense power emanating from it, Long Chen was stunned. This dragon blood heaven vein was even stronger than his astral vein. A blood-colored dragon coiled behind him, its presence surging through his body. His battle-intent soared. He was eager to find a powerful opponent to test his strength. How is this dragon blood heaven vein stronger than my astral veins? Asked Long Chen. The dragon sovereign explained, your astral energy comes from beyond the heavens and does not belong to the classification of heaven, earth, and man. While your astral energy is theoretically limitless, summoning it requires energy. When you summon your battle armor and connect to the stars beyond the heavens, you are already expending power. In other words, even before the battle begins, your energy starts draining. That's why you can't sustain it for long. But this dragon blood power is different. It exists within the 9 heavens and is a symbol of karmic luck. When you condense it, the 10,000 Taos must heed its call. Naturally, the power is both strong and sustainable. But I feel like, silence, you fool. Did you forget what I just said? Shouted the dragon sovereign. Long Chen's heart trembled. The moment he had begun to speak, a bone-chilling sensation had seized him. It felt as if some terrifying entity had locked onto him. Yet the instant he shut his mouth, the feeling vanished, as if it had never been there. Long Chen quickly apologized, cursing himself for his carelessness. The dragon sovereign had warned him so sternly, yet he had nearly made a grave mistake. Seeing Long Chen apologize, the dragon sovereign stopped scolding him. Instead, it said, some secrets must remain unspoken. Until you reach a certain height, voicing them will mean certain death. Long Chen hastily nodded. After condensing the dragon blood heaven vein, he had sensed something peculiar and wanted to ask about it, but in his curiosity, he had forgotten the warning. Despite his lingering doubts, he kept them to himself. Gazing up at the sky, a flash of comprehension flickered in his eyes, but he said nothing. Now, condense the second dragon blood heaven vein, instructed the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Long Chen did not delay. Following the same method, he started condensing his second dragon blood heaven vein. Long Chen's new vein absorbed the heavenly Doyan energy and karmic luck energy of heaven and earth rapidly. Thanks to the Emperor reverse scale stimulation, the next heaven vein rapidly grew. In just 2 days, Long Chen had successfully condensed 5 dragon blood heaven veins. This progress left him overjoyed. It was practically cheating. Suddenly, Long Chen's gaze snapped toward the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. The next moment, his body vanished. Chapter 5653, just the start. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree stretched across the sky, its starlit leaves shimmering as runes flowed through its crown. Its gentle divine radiance cascaded down, enveloping everything beneath it. Seated at the tree's base, Tang Wan and the hidden dragon warriors were in deep meditation. Azure runes swirled around her, merging with the immortal characters she was comprehending. Tang Wan expression was tranquil. 7 azure heaven veins had appeared, coiling around her like divine serpents. The reason behind her astonishing progress was none other than Feng Xinyue. Under Feng Xinyue's guidance, Tang Wan had unearthed the long-lost legacy of the Wind God line. It was a key that unlocked an immense treasure trove of knowledge. With it, Tang Wan gained access to its immense wisdom. The more she comprehended, the wider the crack became. As a result, her core heaven veins condensed at an accelerating rate. As Tang Wan formed hand seals, divine runes circulated above her head, their divine light illuminating her face. She looked like a goddess, an existence others both loved and didn't dare to approach. Beside her, Xiao Yu and the others were cultivating peacefully. To Long Chen's surprise, Xiao Yu had condensed 4 core veins, while the others had condensed 3. Every single person in the Hidden Dragon Legion had condensed a core vein, but their core veins were still in the midst of growing. Among the 30 million heavenly geniuses of the Wind God Sea Pavilion, tens of thousands had successfully condensed core veins, while millions more hovered on the brink, their 9 heaven veins intertwining as they neared a breakthrough. However, whether they could succeed depended entirely on their comprehension and fate. Meanwhile, hundreds of Wind God Sea Pavilion disciples patrolled the perimeter, their divine senses sweeping the surroundings. They remained vigilant, unwilling to lower their guard for even a moment. Meanwhile, beneath the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, Wild was snoring peacefully, lost in a dreamland of delicious food. Occasionally, he would roll over, smacking his lips as if savoring a feast. It was at this time that a sudden change shattered the surrounding peace. A sharp sword chi pierced through the void, headed straight at Tang Wan-er's head. Before it could reach her, a hand appeared, 5 heaven-vein dragon chis coiling around its fingers. In an instant, the sword chi dissipated without a trace. The attack had been swift, but its end was even swifter. Other than the patrolling disciples, no one was disturbed. Life hunter fools. Long Chen stepped forward, a cold smirk on his lips. The moment these assassins had drawn near, he had already sensed them. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist, and the space before him collapsed. In an instant, multiple figures were forcibly dragged into the open. Hundreds of assassins appeared. They wore skin-tight black leather armor and wielded thin swords. They were all powerful experts who had condensed core veins. Among them, one had even formed 4 core veins, marking him as their leader. Long Chen flicked his wrist, summoning a vortex that sucked them in. Panicked, the assassins scattered in every direction. The leader slashed the void with a streak of sword chi, creating a rift before vanishing into it. The others were not as fortunate. A dragon claw emerged from within the vortex, crushing them all instantly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes at the fleeing figure but ultimately let him escape. Long Chen could have easily killed him, but doing so would have required unleashing the full power of his dragon blood veins. That immense power would definitely startle everyone awake. If disturbed, it would be difficult for most people to enter this state again. Hence, the time wasted wasn't worth the life of a 4-vein heaven saint. Furthermore, given that person's power, he should be some small fry in the life hunter race, not a real leader. Killing him was meaningless. The patrolling Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples were all red. They immediately came to Long Chen, ashamed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we're too useless. Don't blame yourselves. Those assassins are skilled in hiding, and they once dared to challenge the Violet Blood race. It's normal that you didn't notice them. Don't worry, they definitely won't dare to return. Just keep patrolling, said Long Chen. Hearing that, they felt much better and immediately continued patrolling the surroundings. How was it? The Dragon Sovereign's voice rang out in his mind, unable to cover up its pleased tone. Strong. It was really strong, replied Long Chen, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Long Chen hadn't expected his dragon blood power to grow to such a level after condensing his dragon blood veins. His dragon blood now moved freely, and killing those assassins was as easy as killing ants. If he were to summon the dragon blood battle armor, how strong would he become? Long Chen didn't even dare to believe it. This is just the start. Keep condensing your dragon blood veins, and I will teach you to condense the divine ability runes. When you use the dragon race's divine abilities at that time, you won't need hand seals. You'll be able to freely unleash them. Long Chen was incredibly excited at that prospect. The dragon race's divine abilities were all extremely powerful. If he didn't need to use hand seals, he could cast them much faster. In a battle between experts, they were fighting for the slightest chance. Long Chen was already skilled in close-range combat. If he could freely unleash the dragon race's divine abilities, wouldn't his combat power soar? Long Chen returned to the spatial channel. He let his blood calm down before acting his divine ring and entering his cultivation state. Long Chen's 6th dragon blood vein quickly appeared. The moment this embryonic form appeared, the embryonic form of a rune also appeared in Long Chen's mind. There was no need for the primal chaos dragon sovereign to say anything. Long Chen quickly formed hand seals, and a blood-colored rune appeared on the tip of his finger. That rune was identical to the one in his mind. The human race's comprehension ability really is monstrous. The dragon sovereign was originally worried for him, and their runes passed down through the bloodline. Expressing it through words, that was incredibly difficult. Furthermore, even if you were to accurately express it, the other side's understanding of it might not be accurate. However, unexpectedly, the moment Long Chen saw that rune, he understood its meaning. Is it due to the Julie divine steel? Asked Long Chen. The dragon sovereign suddenly had a thought. If that's true, this is going to be a great opportunity. Chapter 5654, Dragon Sovereign Heart Devil. One blood-colored rune after another appeared on Long Chen's fingertip. They transformed into clumps of fire before entering his rapidly growing dragon blood veins. This was the method the dragon sovereign had taught Long Chen. It was also the result of crazy thinking. Long Chen wasn't a member of the dragon race. His physical body was much smaller than theirs, especially considering that some of them were many thousands of miles long. The amount of dragon blood in his body was limited. Even if he blew up his own body trying, he wouldn't be able to contain that many bloodline runes of the dragon race. The dragon race's divine abilities were unleashed throughout their life. A simple divine ability usually required hundreds of runes to activate. A higher level one might take tens of thousands. As for the kind of peerless divine abilities that Long Chen wanted to cultivate, they would require even more, too many to count. Long Chen's physical body was incapable of holding that much. Thus, his workaround was to use his dragon veins instead, branding these dragon blood runes onto his dragon veins. That way, he could still unleash the dragon race's divine abilities. However, there was an extremely strict requirement to do so. Long Chen had to truly and fully comprehend the essence of those runes in order to do this. The difficulty of this could be considered heaven-defying. Even the dragon sovereign was prepared for a long wait to achieve this level. It wanted Long Chen to grasp only the most basic runes so he could start with the simplest divine abilities. However, Long Chen's comprehension ability astonished it. The rate at which he branded these dragon blood runes onto his dragon veins was much greater than even the pure-blooded heavenly geniuses of the sovereign dragon race. His sixth dragon vein continuously grew, and the scales were like scales. As the number of runes increased, his dragon vein began to rumble. "Fool, slow down, you're condensing them too fast. The dragon vein cannot endure it." The primal chaos dragon sovereign scolded Long Chen. "How can you call me a fool? I'm going according to the pace you set. You gave me the runes, so I'm branding those runes," said Long Chen, aggrieved. So you learned how to talk back, huh? Disciple doesn't dare." Long Chen was speechless. What could he say? The primal chaos dragon sovereign also seemed a bit embarrassed. This truly couldn't be blamed on Long Chen. It had tossed him a pile of runes, thinking that Long Chen would be stumped by them for a long time. If he encountered any runes that he couldn't comprehend, it could help him a bit. However, it hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to comprehend them so fast that he was too fast. Its voice softened slightly. "The sixth dragon vein is strong, but it can't endure this many runes. There's no rush. The reason I waited until you condensed 6 dragon veins to brand these runes is because this is the minimum strength for them to withstand the dragon blood runes. The next dragon vein will be able to endure more. Once all the runes are branded, they will spread out to different dragon veins, and none of them will be any weaker or stronger than the others." Long Chen nodded. He had been rushing just now, treating each dragon blood rune as a treasure. This time, his battle against Hu Tianwu, Shui Yingfeng, Shang Tu, and the others had left him extremely irritated. This chance to get so much stronger instantly made him go as fast as possible. Of course he was absorbing as much as he could. It had to be known that each rune represented an increase in power. It wasn't long before the 6th dragon vein was fully condensed. At this time, the first 5 dragon veins coiled around it. Just as the dragon sovereign said, all 6 of the dragon veins gradually split up all the dragon blood runes. The 6th dragon vein was instantly relieved by the pressure after these runes were taken away, seemingly still getting used to these runes. With the 6th dragon vein condensed, Long Chen directly started the 7th dragon vein. The primal chaos dragon sovereign seemed to have an endless number of runes for Long Chen. He was constantly condensing more and more of them. Time passed rapidly as Long Chen condensed these runes. It was a cycle of condensing these bloodline runes, completing the dragon veins, and then having that bloodline power returning to his body. This dull process lasted a full month. Even Long Chen felt like he was going crazy by this point. Long Chen didn't even know how many bloodline runes he had condensed. Although his dragon blood power was continuously circulating during this time, his spiritual strength was heavily taxed. Once the 9th dragon vein appeared behind Long Chen, he felt endless dragon blood power surging within his body. At this moment, Long Chen felt like everything was worth it. "I'm finally in the Great Circle, ha ha ha." Long Chen laughed excitedly. He felt full of power. He was itching to find a powerful expert to fight against. "The full circle, are you sure?" asked the dragon sovereign lightly. "What do you mean?" asked a baffled Long Chen. "If you were only inheriting the ordinary divine abilities of the sovereign dragon race, this would be the full circle. But you are inheriting my legacy. Just like your 9-star hegemon body art, 9 is not the full circle. Are you saying that I'll have 13 dragon veins? Exclaimed Long Chen, but I feel like my dragon veins are already fully satisfied, and it's impossible to condense more. The reason you condensed these dragon veins so quickly is thanks to the Emperor Reverse Scale. To put it frankly, this chance was given to you by the Emperor Reverse Scale. Remember, this was given to you. What's next is for you to take for yourself, said the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, its voice heavy and profound. Long Chen looked into the depths of the spatial channel. Ripples continued to come from there, causing him to feel like he could hear a powerful heartbeat. He also sensed a suffocating pressure. He realized the moment he had chosen to use the Emperor Reverse Scale's power to condense his dragon veins. Everything had already been set in stone. He wanted the Emperor Reverse Scale, as only with it could his dragon veins reach the true Great Circle. As for the Emperor Reverse Scale, it also wanted Long Chen. Perhaps it was because he had the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign say. That was what it wanted more than anything. Now, Long Chen no longer had any other option. Only he or the Emperor Reverse Scale could exist in this world. Do you feel it? I feel it. That is an extremely sinister, evil, cruel will. Long Chen nodded. In truth, it is my heart devil, said the Dragon Sovereign heavily. Chapter 5655 Terrifying Heart Devil. Long Chen almost jumped when he heard this. This was beyond anything he had imagined. The Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's explanation completely upended his understanding of the world. He had always believed heart devils were unique to the human race, yet even the mighty dragon race could produce them. Moreover, the stronger their sacred energy, the more formidable their heart devil would be. Each dragon lineage had its own methods to counter these inner demons, the most common being a combination of the sacred dragon pool and a totemic blessing to seal the infant heart devil. However, this method had a major drawback: sealing the heart devil often affected the true self, potentially stunting one's talent and limiting future growth. Later on, the dragon race developed various divine abilities to restrict heart devils, preventing them from getting stronger and influencing their true selves. Ultimately, they discovered that using the power of heavenly tribulation was the best method, suppressing and weakening the heart devil without harming the body. Hence, the dragons abandoned the practice of sealing heart devils, instead using heavenly tribulation to keep them in check. The Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, however, was an extremely prideful existence. It didn't use the power of heavenly tribulation to suppress its heart devil. Instead, it allowed its heart devil to grow, keeping it in check through sheer force of will. It even used its heart devil as a sparring partner, honing its strength against an opponent that grew alongside it. However, after reaching the Eternal Realm, it found that its heart devil had given up on growing stronger. Knowing that it couldn't win anyway, it schemed in the shadows, plotting to kill them both. Sensing imminent danger, the Dragon Sovereign took action during its Emperor Tribulation, forcing its heart devil into its reverse scale and sealing it away. But something unexpected happened. The reverse scale that carried the sealed heart devil slipped from its control and vanished into the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm. Within the Mystic Realm, the heart devil spent eons devising a way to break free. It found that by channeling the natural energy of heaven and earth, it could gradually weaken the seal. However, it was a slow process. According to the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign, each time the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm appeared, it released a fraction of the seal's power. Even if the Dragonblood warriors hadn't lured it out, it would have surfaced eventually. It was just a matter of time. The reason the Dragon Sovereign had arranged for it to come out early was for Long Chen's sake. Historically, the Emperor Reverse Scale was the final treasure to appear in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, drawing all the realm's top experts into a final battle. By then, nearly all of them would have unlocked 9 veins, leaving Long Chen at an immense disadvantage. Against such overwhelming foes, he would have no chance to claim the Emperor Reverse Scale's power for himself. By accelerating the process, the Dragon Sovereign ensured that while the scale would still attract countless experts, only a fraction of the most powerful would arrive in time. This was Long Chen's best opportunity. Only now did Long Chen realize how much effort the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign had put into paving the way for him. Though it never voiced its intentions, he could see the depth of its support. The Dragon Sovereign said, "The Emperor Reverse Scale is a priceless treasure. The dragon blood it contains can temper their bones, and the dragon soul energy can stimulate their spiritual strength, triggering a second awakening. The scale is also ideal for refining one's Tao heart, and the sacred aura surging from it, it contains emperor laws that drive countless experts to madness. Comprehending even a fraction of it can grant them easy entry into the human emperor realm. Drawing over all these people isn't just to weaken the seal, is it? Asked Long Chen. Correct. When they fight over the emperor reverse scale, it will be a bloodbath. As these experts are killed, their powerful resentment will become a great source of nourishment for the heart devil. It is using the emperor reverse scale as bait to absorb their negative emotions. It is both weakening the seal's power and strengthening itself. This time, it will finally have enough power to break free. A chill ran down Long Chen's spine. The heart devil had orchestrated a grand scheme, using the greed of others as fuel for its own resurgence. The dragon sovereign continued, as for you, you need to obtain my true dragon blood power. But that means you must defeat my heart devil. This reverse scale is unlike any before it. When I sealed it, it took almost a third of my bloodline power. A third? Long Chen was shocked. From what he knew, when a dragon shed its reverse scale, it was a symbolic farewell to its past. Usually, it would only carry an eighth of its core blood. But the primal chaos dragon sovereign had sacrificed a third of its bloodline to seal this heart devil. That spoke volumes about the threat it posed. My bloodline power was concentrated into the seal, the dragon sovereign explained. But over the years, the heart devil has absorbed most of it. Long Chen's expression darkened. If it absorbed that much, shouldn't it be able to break the seal easily? No, that's the trap I set. The more of my bloodline power it absorbs, the more tightly it is bound by the seal. It only realized the danger too late. By then, it had already taken in too much, so it changed tactics, releasing the seal's power instead. Long Chen shuddered. The dragon sovereign had gone to such extreme lengths to suppress its heart devil, yet it still managed to grow into an unfathomable threat. As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, the dragon sovereign said, "You claim to be unrivaled in your realm. Then prove it. This is my heart devil from before I advanced to the emperor realm. Its cultivation is at the peak of the heaven saint realm. If you can defeat it, only then can you truly call yourself unrivaled. Do you understand?" Long Chen took a deep breath. He had declared himself unrivaled before, but he knew that claim only applied to this era. Against the true monsters of the primal chaos era, he wasn't so sure. Although he had defeated Hu Tianwu, Shang Tu, Shui Yingfeng, Long Zai, terrifying geniuses of ancient times, the battles had been quite close. He had already encountered so many fearsome beings in the heaven vein mystic realm. Who could say there weren't even greater monsters lurking in the shadows? And now, he had to face the heart devil of the primal chaos dragon sovereign. The dragon sovereign smirked. "What, are you afraid?" Long Chen's lips curled into a grin. "Afraid? Hey, I'm more worried that you'll be embarrassed when I beat it." At first, Long Chen had been a bit nervous, but thinking about how he could exchange blows with the dragon sovereign's heart devil, he started to get a bit excited. Chapter 5656 Heaven-Shaking Dragon Blood. I've already transmitted all the dragon blood runes. As for the divine abilities themselves, I won't teach you, said the dragon sovereign. Why not? Asked Long Chen. The dragon sovereign explained, the dragon race's divine abilities are born from these runes. If I were to teach you specific techniques, it would limit you. You would be able to imitate the form, but the soul of the technique would be missing, and your imagination would be limited by what I taught you. You've already learned the cloud dragon immolation claw, the divine dragon tail pendulum, dragon roars at the 9 heavens, and the sovereign blood seal. Rather than learning more, you should learn to extrapolate from what you already know. Grasp the essence of divine abilities and forge your own path. The human race's greatest strength lies in its intelligence. The dragon race's techniques might not suit you perfectly, so you should develop divine abilities that truly belong to you, Long Chen. What is mine will always be mine, just like how the 9-star master's skills are ultimately his. Others can only imitate him, never truly become him. The same goes for you. You've walked your own path since the mortal world. Countless people revere you and wish to be you, but true experts are unique existences. They cannot be replicated. Long Chen nodded. I understand. The primal chaos dragon sovereign's speech made him feel enlightened, as if his vision had suddenly cleared. In truth, the dragon sovereign subtly hinted that Long Chen had been stuck in the form of the 9-star hegemon body art for too long. As a result, his thinking had become rigid and inflexible. Ultimately, form was just that form. It wasn't the true essence of the technique. Long Chen had been overly fixated on what his final 8-star battle armor would look like, never truly considering the deeper meaning of the 9-star hegemon body art itself. But now, he grasped the crux of the matter. With a flash, Long Chen appeared beneath the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. He scanned the gathered disciples and saw that nearly all 30 million members of the Wind God Sea Pavilion had managed to condense core veins. However, 80% of them had only managed to form a single core vein. Long Chen sighed. He had given them an opportunity, but in the end, he couldn't change their fates. For most of them, 1 core vein was likely their limit. However, a few among them stood out exceptionally talented individuals with shocking comprehension abilities. Some had already condensed 3 to 4 core veins. Core veins determined the full potential of a heavenly doyen's power. Those who possessed them stood leagues above other heavenly doyens. The difference between the two could not even be compared. Turning his gaze to the hidden Dragon Legion, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that every single one of them had condensed 6 core veins. Xiao Yu and the others had even reached 7. A surge of pride welled up within him. All these warriors had been handpicked by Tang Wan and trained by Yu Zifeng. This group of steadfast and resolute women had endured the brutal and bloody training of the 7 treasure space. They had faced death countless times but had lived up to his expectations. Although Long Chen had provided them with the best cultivation conditions, their achievements were ultimately the result of their own determination and courage. Others trained diligently. They cultivated as if their lives depended on it. That was why they had reached heights that they could truly take pride in. When Long Chen turned to Tang Wan, he was so shocked that he had to count on his fingers. 1, 2, 8, 9, 10. 10 core veins. Long Chen was stunned. 9 was supposed to be the limit, the pinnacle. Any further progress required stepping into the human emperor realm. But Tang Wan had already condensed 10 core veins. Did you think you were the only one who could surpass the limit and condense 13 core veins? The Wind God's legacy is strong. Furthermore, their karmic luck has never been severed. Since Feng Xinue has placed all of that karmic luck onto Tang Wan, it won't be long before she condenses her 11th core vein. Her speed will far surpass yours, said the Dragon Sovereign. Long Chen chuckled. Hee, that's perfect. With such a strong wife, I can just relax. Under the shade of a giant tree. Grow up, the Dragon Sovereign scoffed. Long Chen merely shrugged. Having a strong wife was also part of his talents. What was there to grow up about? Moving silently, Long Chen approached the base of the 7 treasure-colored glass tree. There, he spotted wild snoring like rolling thunder. However, beneath that deafening snoring was another rumbling sound. Long Chen listened carefully and then smiled. It was Wild's stomach growling. Even in deep sleep, Wild was still consuming energy. It wouldn't be long before hunger woke him up, and he would need to eat again. Seeing that everything was peaceful, Long Chen didn't waste any more time. He closed his eyes and focused. Under the shimmering light of the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, 9 blood-colored dragons manifested behind him. They were different from other people's indistinct heaven veins. These dragons looked lifelike, and divine light shone in their eyes. Runes adorned their scales, the very bloodline runes that the primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign had bestowed upon Long Chen. Even their horns, claws, fins, and fangs had these runes on them. Long Chen didn't intentionally place the runes there. They simply found a place for themselves and stopped there. The 9 dragons coiled around Long Chen, causing the light of the 7 treasure-colored glass tree to pass through them before landing on Long Chen. He was immersed in a sacred aura. Comprehension was an elusive thing. Sometimes, it arrived like a sudden windfall. Other times, no matter how much effort one put in, nothing came of it. But regardless of the outcome, one's heart had to remain clear. Anxiety and impatience would only lead to madness. Long Chen trained calmly as time passed. He neither forced the process nor rushed it. Unbeknownst to him, the 9 dragons surrounding him were growing increasingly solid. Their scales shimmered with a new radiance, while their fangs and claws gleamed with razor-sharp light. Then, without warning, the void trembled. A sudden shockwave rippled through the space, jolting everyone awake. Even Long Chen was forced out of his meditation. His eyes snapped open. A deafening explosion echoed across the realm. The spatial channel had collapsed. Chapter 5657 One Family. Space collapsed. The world began to shake violently. A terrifying aura suddenly gushed out. Strange ripples appeared in space. Long Chen's expression twitched when he saw those ripples. With a flash, Long Chen appeared in front of the 10,000 dragon nest and slammed his hands on it. The 10,000 dragon nest quivered, and its gates blew open. Before anyone could grasp what was going on, a powerful suction force drew them into the 10,000 dragon nest. Big brother Long Chen, what's happening? Xiao Yu and the others cried out. Suddenly, powerful astral winds struck the 10,000 dragon nest. The entire nest was shaking violently. Long Chen activated the 10,000 dragon nest's vision. Blood-colored wind blades were slicing through the sky, leaving behind countless horrifying cracks. It was like hell on earth. Tang Wan and the others were all shocked by what they were seeing. Fortunately, they had all entered the 10,000 dragon nest, or those terrifying wind blades would have taken the lives of an unknown number of them. These wind blades filled all of heaven and earth. There was nowhere to run. Based on Long Chen's estimates, someone who had condensed 3 core veins would barely be able to survive within them. Someone with 2 core veins would have to depend on luck to survive. Even someone with 3 core veins could easily be heavily injured or killed by these wind blades if they were caught off guard. Long Chen slowly smiled derisively as he stared at these wind blades. He sensed an evil aura from them. This was the Emperor Reverse Scale's sinister scheme. It had already fully woken up. That indicated that a bloodbath was about to start. Now that it had awakened, it was using itself as bait to draw over the various heavenly geniuses to free itself. The reason Long Chen could sense the danger beforehand was because his dragon blood power had sensed the Emperor Reverse Scale's killing intent. You use sinister schemes. That's not the style of the prideful dragon race, snorted Long Chen. When it came to the primal chaos dragon sovereign's heart devil, for the first time, Long Chen felt disdain. From this aura, he sensed its sinister and evil nature. It was willing to use any means necessary to achieve its goal. Long Chen's dragon blood and the Emperor Reverse Scale's dragon blood all came from the primal chaos dragon sovereign. He felt like he could see a pair of evil eyes staring at him through an endless space. When Long Chen looked in that direction, the contempt on his face increased. His blood heated up, the wind blades continuously raged. The 10,000 dragon nest was being blown back. However, it was incredibly solid, and even without entering a defensive state, this kind of attack was unable to cause any damage to it. The Emperor Reverse Scale's attack lasted 2 full hours. The 10,000 dragon nest was continuously blown back. Long Chen had no idea how far they had been blasted. When the storm stopped, the gushing dragon blood power also stopped. The 10,000 dragon nest could no longer absorb more energy. At this time, Ji Yuyong and the others woke up. They were all delighted. At this time, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others had all condensed 8 core veins. Dragon Qi was practically exploding out of them. The other Dragonblood warriors had at least 6 core veins, with squad leaders mostly having 7 core veins. All of them possessed blood qis as vast as the sea. The hidden dragon warriors were shocked just looking at them. Although they were allies, standing in front of them, their incredibly sharp auras still made their souls quiver. Where are Shaola and Shishi? Little Nine, Shaola, and Big Sister Shishi all sensed things within the Heaven Vein mystic realm calling to them. They went off on their own. We have been here calling out the Emperor Reverse Scale the whole time, but they never came back, said Sha Chen. Sha Chen had 8 core veins slowly moving behind him. His core veins were different from other people's. Looking closely, it looked like they were talismans plastered on top of each other. Each talisman was filled with dragon blood power, so much power that it felt like they might explode at any moment. They gave people an incredibly dangerous feeling. Boss, what happened to the Heaven Demon Alliance? We should kill those brutes right now. They are absolutely hateful. Guo Ran clenched his teeth. They had exhausted their energy to draw out the Emperor Reverse Scale, when the Heaven Demon Alliance appeared in front of them like jackals that smelled meat. The Dragonblood warriors were already exhausted, and having to fight them at this time was incredibly aggravating. Now they had recovered, and condensed core veins. They wanted vengeance. Revenge will have to wait until you awaken your core veins, said Long Chen, pointing at the Heaven Vein Dragon Qi behind Guo Ran. Following Long Chen's finger, they stared at the 8 Heaven Vein Dragon Qis behind him. The Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples all stared oddly, looking like they wanted to laugh. Guo Ran finally turned around. He turned speechless. Everyone else's Heaven Vein Dragon Qi was swirling behind them, but his Heaven Vein Dragon Qi was motionless. It just sat there like it was dead. If that was all, that would be one thing. However, his Heaven Vein Dragon Qi was also snoring. There were 2 bubbles expanding and shrinking from their noses. It looked like a very sweet sleep. Guo Ran was enraged and raised his hand to swat them, but Long Chen grabbed his arm. Those people have already fled. Let them sleep. I suppose it can be said that they're conserving their power. Long Chen explained what had happened quickly. Hearing that there had been such a dangerous battle, everyone shuddered. It was a good thing that Wild had managed to arrive in time, or the Dragonblood Legion really would have been in trouble. Ji Yuyong clenched his teeth and said, "We'll definitely have to make the Heaven Demon Alliance pay a bloody price. Revenge will have to come later. Come, let me make the introductions. These are our sisters from the Hidden Dragon Legion. In the future, we will be one family." Long Chen exchanged a smile with Tang Wan. The Hidden Dragon Legion's female warriors blushed. Chapter 5658 Grow Old Together. The Dragonblood Legion and the Hidden Dragon Legion was finally formally introduced. Just hearing the names of the two legions was enough for them to understand. The Hidden Dragon Warriors had always been very curious about the Dragonblood Legion. They had highly anticipated meeting them, but now that they finally met, they were too nervous to speak. They were all too red to even look at them. Even the fierce Xiao Yu who killed decisively on the battlefield was now too bashful to look. However, the Dragonblood Warriors were no better off. They had followed Long Chen for many years. How could they not know what Long Chen was thinking? However, these warriors that climbed mountains of blades and dove into seas of blood were now also nervous. Even Guo Ran didn't know how to break this awkward scene. They're done for. Long Chen couldn't help being speechless upon seeing this. Hee, if their faces were half as thick as yours, they wouldn't be single, giggled Tang Wan. Is that praise? Tang Wan just giggled and didn't reply. But they definitely had to shatter this awkward atmosphere, or they wouldn't be able to mingle. This 10,000 dragon nest is our home. Shouldn't we show our guests around? Maybe they can use some of the amenities we have, prompted Long Chen. Only then did Guo Ran recover. He hastily said, "Fairies, please follow us. We'll show you around." Even Guo Ran's mouth became stiff at this time. However, as long as it was understandable, it was fine. The Dragonblood Warriors immediately welcomed them. The Hidden Dragon Warriors nervously followed them without being able to even look at them. The 10,000 dragon nest was enormous, with countless marvelous things inside. There were countless rooms that contained their own minor worlds. They contained countless secrets of the dragon race. Long Chen knew that the majority of the Dragonblood Warriors and Hidden Dragon Warriors were all complete novices at love. They needed a shared starting point in order to get along. The dragon race's divine abilities were the best starting point. That way they would have something to take about. Perhaps they could even exchange pointers. Once the conversation started going, they would no longer be so nervous around each other. Some of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples were oblivious and started joining, but the ones who did see what was happening blocked them. "Brothers, you also have free reign to roam the 10,000 dragon nest. This place has the dragon race's divine abilities, trials you can challenge, and various martial stages. If you are interested, you can also study them," said Long Chen with a smile. They were all overjoyed at that. The dragon race had always been a mysterious existence. But Long Chen was sharing their secrets with them. It could be seen that he now viewed them as being one of his people. Long Chen did not just share the original Julie divine runes with them, but also the secrets of the 10,000 dragon nest. They were all moved. Compared to their gains, they cherished Long Chen's trust in them the most. Long Chen was a peerless figure in their hearts. Such a genius was someone they could only look up to. To gain the trust of someone like that was a supreme honor. The Dragonblood Legion acted as guides, bringing the Hidden Dragon Warriors into the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest and explaining how they had beaten the terrifying existences guarding the treasures inside and what kind of divine abilities they had obtained. The Hidden Dragon Warriors did not just learn about the Dragonblood Warriors' hardships through word of mouth. They could also attempt the trials themselves. The Dragonblood Warriors also personally displayed the divine abilities that they had obtained inside. Conversing with the Hidden Dragon Warriors, both sides began to corroborate their own insights. The two sides quickly got closer. One was a group of hot-blooded men, one was a group of kind and honest women. They had stepped foot onto the path of cultivation to change their fates. They had all experienced pain and great dangers. Their goals were aligned. They had many shared topics of conversation between them. A bond quickly formed between them. The Hidden Dragon Warriors were all nervous at first. They knew that every single one of the Dragonblood Warriors was a terrifying powerful expert, one that would cold and aloof in any sect. They were all people who looked down on people like they were lesser than them. However, after getting to know the Dragonblood warriors, they found that they were a group of passionate and loyal men. They could put down their guard around them. They felt safe in a way that they hadn't before. In the past, for their cultivation, the Dragonblood warriors didn't dare to think about matters of romance. Even though Long Chen had said more than once that as long as it was true love, then that was also one part of the heavenly Tao's, and loving a person could also be considered a kind of cultivation. However, the Dragonblood warriors had personally seen Yi Ziqiu and Yu Qingshan die in front of them. That kind of pain was something that they could never forget. Long Chen's expression at that time had stabbed them in the heart. Someone as powerful as Long Chen was unable to protect who he loved. In that case, how could they? If they couldn't even protect their loved one, they didn't know if they would have the courage to keep living. Thus, even after so many years, the Dragonblood warriors were entirely focused on cultivation. They had severed any desire for romance. But today, these pure faces and kind eyes slowly melted that resolve. Long Chen and Tang Wan'er were sitting together, watching the scenes of the Dragonblood warriors and the hidden dragon warriors holding hands that were projected on the wall. Tang Wan'er held Long Chen's hand and leaned her head against his shoulder softly. If only there wasn't fighting and killing. Then this 10,000 dragon nest might be the paradise of our dreams. Long Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her in. He smiled slightly. As long as the heart contains this, isn't anywhere paradise. Tang Wan'er also smiled. This fellow really knew how to talk. I wish we could go back to when we were all together. Can we really all grow old together? Long Chen, suddenly I miss them a lot. Tang Wan'er suddenly teared up. She thought of Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yi Ziqiu, and the others. She was no longer the Tang Wan'er that only knew how to be jealous. After experiencing so many trials, she had grown up. Thinking of how her sisters had looked after her and forgiven her, she felt a wave of shame. She leaned against Long Chen and felt his embrace. But where were the others? Who knew if they were even alive? After thinking of that, she felt like her heart would shatter. Long Chen also felt a burst of pain. Thinking of how their whereabouts were all unknown, he also felt like his heart was breaking. I have to get stronger. I must obtain the Emperor reverse scale. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He knew that only by getting stronger could he reunite with everyone sooner. He immediately sent the 10,000 dragon nest flying towards the direction of the Emperor reverse scale. Chapter 5659 A Test. Long Chen was in no rush to get there. The primal chaos dragon sovereign had already said that the Emperor reverse scale was extremely crafty and sinister. Its goal was to draw over more experts and have them die in order to absorb their energy. Before this, the Emperor reverse scale had only wanted to break free of its seal. However, now it had another goal. That was to devour Long Chen's dragon blood. In theory, the sooner that Long Chen went, the better. There were many experts scattered throughout the Heaven Vein mystic realm who were still fighting for their own legacies and opportunities. If he waited until those people obtained their own legacies and came here, the competition would be even fiercer. The pressure would be many times greater. However, Long Chen knew that obtaining the Emperor reverse scale would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. With his bad luck, obtaining it through luck or coincidence was a fantasy. Furthermore, Long Chen had a feeling that no matter what he did, in the end, he would be unable to avoid a battle with all the peak experts here. In that case, Long Chen gave up on thinking about dealing with them. In the worst-case scenario, even if he was surrounded by countless enemies, he would still have to obtain the Emperor reverse scale. The 10,000 dragon nest slowly moved forward, but inside there were cheers. The Dragonblood warriors and the hidden dragon warriors were practically dancing and singing. It felt like they had returned to their youth and found that childish innocence once more. Long Chen had Sha Chen set the direction of the 10,000 dragon nest before he went into seclusion. He went into a secret room in the 10,000 dragon nest. This place was pitch black. Not even a trace of light could enter this place. When Long Chen appeared in this darkness, a pair of large eyes locked onto him from behind. Those eyes were filled with malice. This was the strongest training room in the 10,000 dragon nest. Back then, Ji Yu Yong challenged at 17, risking his life with every attempt, and only barely managed to pass in the end thanks to some luck. This was the dark evil dragon race. An evil dragon's discarnate spirit from the primal chaos era stood guard over this place. Seeing Long Chen appear, its eyes turned sinister. Just as it was about to transform into human form and attack, Long Chen coldly said, "Don't move. I want to use your eyes to make a test." Just then, the evil dragon was astonished. It suddenly felt a powerful force lock onto it, freezing it. Sovereign blood pressure. How can you? Shut your mouth. Long Chen frowned. The dark evil dragon's discarnate soul instantly went silent. It didn't dare to speak. Long Chen sat down, facing it with his back. Don't resist. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes. The dark evil dragon's eyes also closed with him. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes. There was now only darkness in his eyes. The only light came from 3,000 runes glimmering. They gradually formed a six-sided star diagram. The 3,000 runes in his starry sea also moved in a similar way. The six-sided star in Long Chen's eyes was their projection. Whether or not I can succeed depends on this. Long Chen took a deep breath. This was an extremely brazen idea he had come up with. Suddenly, the six-sided star spun in his eyes. The dark evil dragon's eyes also had a six-sided star diagram within them. But they were spinning the opposite direction. The spinning stars suddenly came to a stop. An image appeared in the dark evil dragon's eyes. It was an image of endless blood. Within this sea of blood was a mountain composed of countless piled-up bones. This mountain was enormous and rose high into the sky, but within this endless bloody sea, it looked as tiny as a single drop of water. At the bottom of the blood sea, it seemed possible to see countless resentful spirits roaming around. It almost felt possible to hear their wails. At the peak of the bone mountain was a throne. It was vaguely possible to see a white-robed man sitting on it. The white-robed man seemed to sense something, and suddenly looked up. Ah! The evil dragon's scream rang out. Its eyes exploded, dragon blood flowing out. What was that? It roared, its voice filled with terror. The six-sided star diagram slowly faded from Long Chen's eyes. He smiled. After saying that, Long Chen returned to the main hall of the 10,000 dragon nest. Things had calmed down now. The Dragonblood warriors, the hidden dragon warriors, and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples had once more started cultivating. Thanks to the 10,000 dragon nest continuing onwards, the Emperor energy returned. They naturally wouldn't give up this chance to get stronger. The energy in this region was even stronger than what had been coming from the channel. The 10,000 dragon nests formations automatically gathered this Emperor energy inside. This energy did not just contain dragon blood power. It also contained the laws of heaven and earth, as well as a powerful sacred aura. To any race, this was of great nourishment. If they missed it, they would regret it for a lifetime. Everyone was celebrating their major increase in power, but they all knew they couldn't waste time. If they didn't work hard to continue growing, everything would be mercilessly stripped away. Their joy would become endless pain and regret. Only by becoming stronger could they protect that beautiful feeling. That was the cruelty of cultivation. As long as you hadn't reached the peak of the 9 heavens, then everything that you had could turn to dust the next day. Only Sha Chen wasn't in seclusion. He was in control of the 10,000 dragon nest and keeping an eye on the outside. It seems that you've completely transformed this time. Long Chen patted Sha Chen's shoulder and smiled. His voice quivering slightly, Sha Chen said, "I've already condensed my core veins. I really have completely transformed this time. I feel like my springtime has come." "That fast? Congratulations," said Long Chen, surprised. "Ah, cough, boss, maybe you've misunderstood. This springtime isn't the springtime that you're thinking about," said Sha Chen awkwardly. Long Chen had thought that Sha Chen had already found someone he liked in the Hidden Dragon Legion. After all, Sha Chen had already gone through something tragic in that area, and had never truly recovered. It seemed that he had gotten excited for him for nothing. "I meant that my divine runes have been condensed in my core veins. As long as my core veins exist, the divine runes cannot be extinguished, and as long as my bloodline power remains, I can release endless talismans," said Sha Chen. Long Chen was surprised at that. That was truly amazing. Using bloodline power to condense runes, and then with the support of dragon souls, he would have an endless supply of talismans. Sha Chen's talismans were truly mighty. But there was a major drawback, which was that inscribing them required an enormous amount of time. After every battle, Sha Chen would use up all his stock and then have to inscribe more. In the entire Dragonblood Legion, he was definitely the busiest. A formation master with no formation discs or talismans was like a tiger with no limbs or teeth. However, now Sha Chen could condense talismans with bloodline power. That was astonishing. It was no wonder he was so excited. His springtime had truly come. There's people fighting up ahead. There's humans. Sha Chen suddenly shouted. Through the 10,000 dragon nests formations, he grasped the fluctuations of a battle, as well as the aura of the human race. Let's go take a look. Chapter 5661 Zhaoshan. Rumbling sounds began to appear up ahead. Although they were still quite a ways away, through the 10,000 dragon nests formations, Long Chen was able to see what was happening. There were two groups of human experts fighting each other. The ground was already littered with corpses. Fresh blood dyed the land red. It was an extremely ferocious battle. While both sides were from the human race, Long Chen was unable to recognize their origins from their robes. One side had tens of millions of people, with hundreds of thousands of them who had core veins. They had already taken an absolute advantage on the battlefield. The other side had less than half their numbers, and many were injured. As the battle progressed, they took more and more casualties. They were trying to break free of their encirclement, but everywhere was blocked. They were fish caught in a net, and no matter how they struggled, it was useless. All that awaited them was death. Clear River Gate, you won't have a good death. Just wait for our Heavenly Gate Manor's retribution, roared a nine-vein heaven saint amongst the defenders. Long Chen was extremely surprised to see that this person had actually condensed 9 core veins. But his aura was unsubstantial. His heavenly Doyan energy fluctuations were also strange, as if he had immense power but was unable to wield it. He was surrounded by experts attacking him, but even the strongest of those experts were only 7 vein heaven saints. Of course, the 7 here referred to core veins. Although there were over 10 of them, let alone 10 7-vein heaven saints, even 107 vein heaven saints would be unqualified to challenge a single 9-vein heaven saint. Long Chen quickly noticed some clues. This 9-vein heaven saint had most likely used some kind of external power in order to make a forceful breakthrough. He had either used some secret art or encountered some special opportunity to condense 9 core veins in one go. However, those 9 veins would require a great deal of growth. Without that period of growth, he would be unable to wield the power of 9 veins. His opponents had seen this, which was why they had attacked. Wan Zhaoshan, how can you say such childish things at such an age? Retribution? What retribution? Today, you will be completely wiped out. Who would know who did this? Even if someone knew, so what? Clear River Gate has already joined Divine Venerate Brahma's side. Can your Heavenly Mountain Manor take revenge against the Brahma line? Senior apprentice brother Fantian De has already said that he will kill any humans who don't join the Brahma line in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, said a man fighting him. He wielded a strange sword. This sword had sawteeth on the front part, while the middle part had 2 teeth. Embedded into it, it was also a very rare flexible sword. His sword was like a snake wriggling through the air. His techniques were strange and vicious. Amongst all his attackers, he was the one who gave Wan Zhaoshan the greatest pressure. Fuck your Lord Brahma, that rat bastard only knows how to cause more internal conflict amongst the human race instead of dealing with our enemies. The Heavenly Gate Manor might be small, but we refuse to join that coward's banner. Roared Wan Zhaoshan. Just as he roared, the distraction allowed that man's flexible sword to snake over to his head from an inconceivable angle. Although he managed to twist his head at the last second, the tip of the sword cut his forehead, causing blood to turn half his face red. Fool, those who don't adapt to the times will be mercilessly eliminated. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Again, hand over your treasures and we'll spare you. You can count on the word of Tian Wenjing, shouted that man loudly. Long Chen instantly knew that this Tian Wenjing was no good fellow. He was relying on the name of Lord Brahma to openly and brazenly plunder people. Anyone who hadn't joined the Brahma line that they could beat were robbed without hesitation. It went without saying that he was quite a sharp-eyed, sinister fellow. He saw through the problem with Wan Zhaoshan's realm. What he wanted was not just their treasures. He also wanted to know how Wan Zhaoshan condensed 9 core veins. Although this kind of opportunity couldn't be repeated, there was always a chance. Fuck you, Tian Wenjing. Who would believe a liar like you? I'd rather believe a dog's fart than your words. Heavenly Mountain Manor will not bend. Even if we all die, we will not submit. Roared Wan Zhaoshan. Wan Zhaoshan already knew that there was no getting out today. All he could do was kill as many of them as he could. He directly ignited his Heaven Vein energy and unleashed a flurry of blows. The moment Wan Zhaoshan started going all out, his attackers switched to defense. They didn't want to clash with him directly. As long as they managed to through this one wave of attacks, Wan Zhaoshan would enter a weak state, and would only be prey. As expected, in just a few moves, Wan Zhaoshan's aura plummeted. Wan Zhaoshan was filled with resentment and helplessness. He knew that he couldn't fall into their hands, or he would be tortured with no hope of escape. Just as he was preparing to kill himself, a large figure covered the sky. An enormous dragon might radiated from it. Everyone fighting suddenly sank, their souls shaking in front of this existence. They involuntarily raised their heads. They saw an enormous 10,000 dragon nest. It was like a mobile fortress. It gave off such immense pressure that it made all of them stop fighting. The Brahma line is dealing with matters of the human race. Do our friends from the dragon race have any opinion about it? Tian Wenjing shouted loudly, thinking that it was just experts of the dragon race passing by. He threw out Lord Brahma's name while also pointing out that this was an internal affair. It went without saying that his skill in speaking was quite decent. He not only managed to cover up how he was killing people for their treasures while both threatening the other side and maintaining humility. The Brahma line, more like the dog line. Die. Sha Chen's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. An ear-piercing explosive sound rang out throughout every corner of the battlefield. Divine light exploded. A golden streak of light instantly pierced Tian Wenjing's head. It was only after this light pierced his head that they saw it was actually a talisman. This talisman was emitting divine light. It looked almost like a scale. It was incredibly sharp. Tian Wenjing looked forward. He only said a single word before his body slowly fell. He was killed in one attack. Just then, the scale talisman that was hovering where he was exploded, transforming into countless fragments. Those fragments accurately pierced the heads of the surrounding experts, bringing with them sprays of blood. Chapter 5661. A single talisman's might. Splatters of blood slowly fell. Wan Zhaoshan stared in shock. It felt like he was dreaming. One body after another collapsed. Their expressions before death were just like Tian Wenjing's. They all looked lost and confused. Hundreds of experts were instantly slain. These were all the top experts of the Clear River Gate. Including Tian Wenjing, they were all killed. It all happened so suddenly that it felt like they were dreaming. But for Wan Zhaoshan and the others, it was a beautiful dream, while it was a nightmare to the Clear River Gate's experts. Well done. Long Chen gave Sha Chen a thumbs up. Seeing him kill so many experts with a single talisman, he was impressed. Sha Chen was a grandmaster when it came to formations and talismans. However, he had to be frugal with his talismans. There was no way around it. His spiritual strength was limited, and he didn't dare to waste the slightest bit. After condensing his core veins, he managed to replace the spiritual strength requirement with heavenly Doyan energy. Adding on the support of his dragon soul, his core energy had essentially just increased 1,000-fold. This new power didn't cause him to lose control over his talismans. Instead, his control over his talismans rose to an almost monstrous level. A single talisman could tear through the void, twist space, and bewilder everyone's senses. Even an expert like Tian Wenjing was killed in one blow, his sense of danger not even going off. Furthermore, after this talisman killed Tian Wenjing, it used his essence blood to detonate itself, transforming into tiny talismans. Despite their small size, their power was still shocking. What was most amazing to Long Chen was that all those talismans accurately pierced the heads of the surrounding enemies. That control was incredible. Sha Chen instantly wiped out Clear River Gate's strongest experts. The 10,000 dragon nest continued onwards. Sha Chen couldn't be bothered with the small fry of the Clear River Gate. Many thanks for saving our lives. Please, tell us your name. I, Wan Zhaoshan, will definitely repay this favor, shouted Wan Zhaoshan when he saw the 10,000 dragon nest flying away. Help me kill these small fry, said Long Chen directly, not standing on courtesy. Ha! Wan Zhaoshan was dumbfounded. This was how the other side wanted repayment for saving their lives. However, the 10,000 dragon nest was already gone. Wan Zhaoshan clenched his teeth. Kill them all. Don't let a single one get away. Fantian De really is arrogant. He actually wants to unify the human race in the heaven vein mystic realm, said Sha Chen. The Brahma line's people are all piss. Those so-called sons of Brahma are especially so. They are so arrogant that they don't even have brains, said Long Chen disdainfully. However, with such a powerful backer, it seems that they don't need brains. We aren't even qualified to be that arrogant, said Sha Chen with a slightly bitter smile. No matter who sat in Fantian De's position, they could get whatever they wanted just by reaching out their head. In that position, it seemed that there really was no need to use their brain. The brain would also atrophy if it wasn't used long enough. Thus, incredible existences were raised. Despite clearly sitting in a high and aloof position, they always said and did incredibly stupid things. No matter how powerful the backer is, it can still collapse. Nothing stays the same in this world. Other people's power ultimately belongs to others. Only the power that you can control in your hand is the most reliable. No matter how strong Lord Brahma is or how illustrious the Brahma line is, what does it have to do with Fantianda? Once I cut off his head, he'll still have the same stupid expression on his face, said Long Chen indifferently. Sha Chen laughed. After following Long Chen for so long, he had witnessed countless so-called heavenly geniuses fall to his hands. Their expressions in death were truly all the same. Thinking about it, it was rather ironic. Why did so many people suddenly wake up to reality right before death? By that time, it was already too late. Boss, you're already a 9-vein heaven saint. We can definitely sweep through the heaven-vein mystic realm. We'll beat the crap out of Fantianda, said Sha Chen, clenching his fists. The Dragonblood Legion could not exist under the same heavens as the Brahma line. The final battle of the martial heaven continent was all caused by the Brahma line. The deaths of the Dragonblood warriors in the battle had always been a needle of pain through his heart. It never faded no matter how much time passed. Instead, it only seemed to dig deeper. This time, he wanted to annihilate the Brahma line here. Since there was no way to get back what they had lost, he would have to just continuously reap some interest. It's not so easy. Long Chen shook his head gravely. At this time, Long Chen's power had reached an unprecedented point. Having followed Long Chen for so long, he understood his power better than anyone. However, even after becoming so strong, Long Chen suddenly became cautious. He found it incomprehensible. You were drawn over here to awaken the Emperor reverse scale. You didn't encounter any of the monstrous experts of the various races on your way. But I have encountered them. They are truly terrifying. Long Chen's voice grew a bit heavy. He had gotten stronger, but others hadn't been slacking either. All of them were given important missions. They definitely had many trump cards. The reason that they hadn't used them against him was either because they weren't strong enough to release them or because their opportunity hadn't come yet. However, their trump cards still didn't escape Long Chen's senses. The dangers that he could see weren't dangerous. It was what he couldn't see which was most dangerous. Whether it was Long Zai, Fantianda, Li Changging, or Netherdragon Tianfeng, they all had things that could kill him. Although Long Chen had now condensed 9 dragon blood veins, although he was still confident that no one in the same realm could defeat him, those fellows wouldn't care about any rules. Once the fighting started, it would be a group battle or a continuous battle. Although Long Chen was confident in himself, he wasn't that conceited to think he could crush them all single-handedly. Most importantly, those were only the experts that he knew of. The heaven-vein mystic realm held countless other experts. Who knew how many terrifying existences like them existed? Long Chen was under immense pressure. Thus, Long Chen had to give Sha Chen a warning. You had to be wary of danger even when things seemed peaceful. The higher the height, the more cautious you had to become. Sha Chen was startled by what Long Chen said. He hadn't expected there to be so many terrifying monsters within the heaven-vein mystic realm. Just as the two of them were talking, an explosive sound rang out. The 10,000 dragon nest shuddered, and was actually forced to come to a stop. Sha Chen was shocked. At some point, a stone wall had appeared in front of them. The 10,000 dragon nest smashed into it and shattered it, but the powerful backlash caused the 10,000 dragon nest to come to a stop. Enemies really are destined to meet. Long Chen, come out and face your death. If you don't come out, I'll shatter this tortoise shell of yours. Just then, an arrogant and familiar voice rang out. Chapter 5662 Enemies are destined to meet. This voice was powerful, but also coarse and ugly. It was like rubbing stone. Enemies really are destined to meet. Long Chen was surprised by this voice. It was actually the blood crystal demon lizard race's Shui Yingfeng. At this time, Shui Yingfeng had 8 core veins behind him. He exuded a powerful force field. Compared to their last battle, the pressure he exuded was much stronger. Boss, let me deal with him. Sha Chen's desire to battle was instantly triggered. This was his first time witnessing such a powerful opponent. He wanted to test his new power. Such an opponent was optimal for him. No, this fellow has to be mine, said Long Chen. What, boss, are you afraid that I'll lose? I'm 80% confident I can beat him, said Sha Chen hastily. Even if you won, it would be meaningless. Long Chen shook his head. Sha Chen didn't understand what Long Chen was saying. At this time, countless blood crystal demon lizards appeared in front of them. Sha Chen gasped when he saw their numbers. There had to be tens of millions of them. They surrounded them like a flood. Furthermore, there were other demon races behind them. They extended beyond the horizon. The blood crystal demon lizard race had come with their own goals. They had secretly started pulling in allies long ago in preparation for a clash with the heavenly demon golden monkey race. They wanted to take the position of leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance. Previously, Shui Yingfeng had fought Long Chen in front of the spatial channel. Although he hadn't defeated Long Chen, the power that he displayed was not at all inferior to Hu Tianwu. In fact, it might even surpass him. As a result of that, the Heaven Demon Alliance's experts began to sway. Some of them began to lean towards the side of the blood crystal demon lizard race. The demon race might possess huge bodies, and their heads weren't small, but the intelligence inside those heads wasn't much. Their line of thought was very simple. They would follow whoever was stronger. Furthermore, they had gotten enough of the way that the heavenly demon golden monkey race ordered them around arrogantly, and wanted a new leader. The battle in front of the spatial channel had resulted in the Heaven Demon Alliance being trampled by wild. Shui Yingfeng had raised the banner of the blood crystal demon lizard race, promising many benefits. That instantly pulled away quite a few factions within the Heaven Demon Alliance. It wasn't just Shui Yingfeng. Shang Tu was the same. The two of them had taken away almost a third of the Heaven Demon Alliance's factions, enraging Hu Tianwu. After Shui Yingfeng pulled those people away, he joined them with his original forces. Those included some factions that were originally loyal to the blood crystal demon lizard race. As a result, Shui Yingfeng came to lead an enormous army here. Shui Yingfeng had already led his people here to fight with an army of the devil race and seize another spatial channel. The two sides fought, and were too evenly matched for a winner to be decided. They all knew that continuing like this was meaningless, thus both sides ended up taking a step back, drawing a line between them and sharing the energy coming from the channel. However, it wasn't long before another group came. Then more. The constant battles resulted in a complete mess where no one was able to peacefully cultivate. Ultimately, they ended up drawing multiple boundaries between themselves. Over 10 factions jointly absorbed the energy coming from the Emperor reverse scale. This battle exhausted a great deal of energy from all sides. Shui Yingfeng had only just condensed his 8th core vein when the spatial channel exploded and sent everyone flying. However, the blood crystal demon lizard race possessed great defensive prowess. In order to protect their new followers, they had summoned their strongest defensive barrier. They managed to protect everyone from the demon race, but the blood crystal demon lizard race also paid quite the price to do so. The majority took injuries protecting them. The demon race's experts were all extremely moved by this protection, and immediately swore to be forever loyal to the blood crystal demon lizard race. Seeing that they had reached a new level of unity, Shui Yingfeng's confidence instantly inflated. It felt like he had already become the leader of the Heaven Demon Alliance. After recovering, they once more set off towards the Emperor reverse scale. They encountered quite a few factions on the way, and Shui Yingfeng immediately ordered the demon race's army to attack. They swept through them, giving Shui Yingfeng a sense of glory. Just as he was feeling extremely pleased, he saw the 10,000 dragon nest slowly approaching. He instantly recognized it as Long Chen's 10,000 dragon nest. He immediately moved to stop it. When the 10,000 dragon nest stopped, Shui Yingfeng stood in front of him, hundreds of top experts behind him, the weakest amongst them having 7 core veins. But there were over 30 of them who possessed 8 core veins like this. This could be said to be a shocking lineup. The ground was shaking from Shui Yingfeng's immense pressure. Countless crystals sprouted from underground. Endless power was flowing out of the earth and into Shui Yingfeng. He felt like the king of the world, like he was the master of everything here. Long Chen, come out and die, shouted Shui Yingfeng. Long Chen stepped out of the 10,000 dragon nest. His figure looked slightly frail in front of the demon race's enormous bodies. However, his gaze was calm. Shui Yingfeng's pupils shrank. The current Long Chen didn't give off the slightest dragon chi fluctuations. There was no heavenly Doyan aura. Even his blood chi was extremely obscure. His wild astral energy was gone. Long Chen looked like he had gone from a raging sea to a quiet pool. However, What lay behind that quiet pool made Shui Yingfeng's soul quiver. The current Long Chen had become even more frightening. The first time that he fought Long Chen, he had 7 core veins, while Long Chen only had 4.5. This time, he had 8 core veins. His power had multiplied by tens of times. Based on his estimate, Long Chen had at most 6 core veins now. The odds that he had condensed 7 core veins was minuscule. The more core veins that you condensed, the more energy it took. The time to condense them increased exponentially. He had a realm advantage, so the moment he saw Long Chen, he wanted to attack. Even if Long Chen had become a 6-vein or even a 7-vein heaven saint, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, when Long Chen appeared, his soul shuddered. His burning desire to fight had a bucket of ice water thrown over it. His expression faltered. A falcon-eyed man eyed Long Chen questioningly. He was a new member to the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard Races group. He had thought that Shui Yingfeng was challenging some major expert, but it ended up being this frail-looking human. How can an ant from the human race require Lord Yingfeng to personally deal with him? Let junior brother capture him. The falcon-eyed man was also an 8-vein heaven saint, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He suddenly vanished. The moment he vanished, Long Chen's hand extended into the void, and a ripple appeared. Long Chen pulled his hand out. He was now holding that man's throat like he was a chicken. Shui Yingfeng's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Chapter 5663 Blood Lizard Battle Axe. Long Chen grabbed the falcon-eyed man's throat and dragged him out of the space he was hidden. That man's falcon eyes were full of terror. His eyes contained a spatial power that made him specialized in launching sneak attacks. As an 8-vein heaven saint, he didn't even place Long Chen in his eyes. He didn't even summon the power of his core veins. One reason was to attack faster, while the other reason was so that Long Chen wouldn't be wary. He wanted to capture him in one go. However, he had only just appeared beside Long Chen in his cloaked space when Long Chen caught him. Remember, you weren't killed by me. You were killed by your own stupidity. Long Chen stared at the horrified man in his hand and tightened his grip ever so slightly. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The falcon-eyed man's body quivered, and then the light in his eyes extinguished. His spiritual strength dissipated. Long Chen tossed him into the primal chaos space. His corpse transformed into a giant bird. Normally, Long Chen would devour his body with the black soil, but since Wild had returned, he decided that this body would be Wild's food. Just as Long Chen said, this falcon-eyed man didn't die to Long Chen, he died to his own foolishness. He had taken his opponent too lightly. Shui Yingfeng also hadn't warned him. Shui Yingfeng was planning on using him to test Long Chen. But this fellow was so overconfident that he lost his life for nothing. Shui Yingfeng, are you afraid? Long Chen clasped his hands behind him and looked at Shui Yingfeng disdainfully. He saw the fear in his eyes. Just now, who was the one shouting for me to come out and die? Now that I'm here, where is he? Long Chen's mocking made Shui Yingfeng clench his fists furiously. He was the prince of the Blood Crystal Demon Lizard race. He was their pride. Crystalline dragons appeared behind him. The immense heavenly Doyan power made the entire world start shaking. His aura was dozens of times stronger than when he was a 7-vein heaven saint. Foolish human race, you only narrowly won last time thanks to using a sinister scheme. If that barbarian didn't come in the end, you would have been torn to pieces. Although I don't know why your aura has changed, I'm telling you that no matter what scheme you have, you will definitely die today. Shouted Shui Yingfeng. He extended his hand. The void exploded. Divine light filled the sky. A long pole battle axe appeared in his hands. Both the head and the pole were covered in jewels. Every single jewel had blood-colored runes swirling inside of them. Long Chen's hair stood on end when this battle axe appeared. It felt like some primordial beast had just set its sights on him. An intense sensation of danger rose within him. Wow, it seems that this is your real weapon. I'm curious, why didn't you use this weapon before? Asked Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Shui Yingfeng raised his head and laughed. At that time, you weren't qualified to die to its hands. I see, so you either didn't have it or didn't have the power to use it back then. If it's not one of those reasons, I'll cut off my head and give it to you, said Long Chen scornfully. Last time, Shui Yingfeng had been beaten badly by Long Chen and would have potentially been killed if it wasn't for interference. Then he had even been chased away by Wild. He was almost crying for his daddy and mommy. If he had such a thing before, he would have long since used it. Long Chen refused to believe he had been holding it back by that point. Shui Yingfeng was enraged, but had no way to argue. This blood lizard battle axe was a priceless treasure of the blood crystal devil lizard race. It was a divine emperor divine weapon. It was only once he condensed his 8th core vein and his core energy multiplied explosively that he was just barely capable of awakening it. Even now, he still couldn't control it fully. But wielding even a fraction of its power made him feel like no one else could match him. Now that he had taken out the blood lizard battle axe, his confidence instantly surged. Cut the crap, your companions are in the 10,000 dragon nest, right? Hehe, don't worry, once I kill you, I'll hack apart your 10,000 dragon nest with this blood lizard battle axe. I'll send your companions to accompany you in hell. But I'm sorry to say that divine daughter of the wind god sea pavilion had drawn my eye. I'm not willing to kill her here, haha. Shui Yingfeng rested the blood lizard battle axe on his shoulder and laughed. However, his laughter was quickly cut off by an explosive sound. Long Chen appeared in front of him like a phantom and slapped him in the face. Shui Yingfeng's crystalline head exploded just like that. This sudden turn of events made the demon experts jump in shock. 9 dragon veins appeared on Long Chen's palm. But after blowing apart Shui Yingfeng's head, those 9 dragon veins vanished without a trace. Are you a pig who can't remember their lesson? Sneered Long Chen. Shui Yingfeng's head was gone, but he didn't die. He flew back, and his head regrew. You damn ant, I'll crush you to dust, roared Shui Yingfeng. Shui Yingfeng raised his divine weapon. His 8 heaven veins ignited. Their power poured into the battle axe, causing its crystals to light up one by one. The battle axe shook the heavens as it slashed down on Long Chen. This attack contained Shui Yingfeng's full power. Shui Yingfeng also knew that he wasn't a match for Long Chen in close-range combat. His combat experience was inferior to Long Chen's. If he wanted to beat Long Chen, the best method was a single decisive blow. He wouldn't let Long Chen use any tricks. There are many people who want to kill me. The question is whether or not you have the necessary power. Long Chen sneered. The space behind him suddenly quivered. Dragon cries rang out as 9 giant dragons appeared behind him. Stunning dragon might crashed down. All the demon experts felt like their souls were shattering. A dragon cry rang out in their ears. This sacred dragon might made them incapable of moving. 9 core veins. Shui Yingfeng was shocked to realize that Long Chen was actually a 9-vein heaven saint. But he didn't have time to be shocked. He poured all his power into his divine weapon. Against Shui Yingfeng's devastating attack, Long Chen didn't use a weapon. He raised his hand in front of countless shocked gazes. Dragon scales appeared on his palm. 9 dragon runes flowed on top of them. He reached out towards the giant battle axe just like that. Chapter 5664 Obtaining the Heavenly Dao Fruit. The sky exploded as the blood lizard battle axe containing Shui Yingfeng's full power slashed onto Long Chen's palm. The demon experts were shocked to see the enormous head of the battle axe stop right in midair. All its destructive power had vanished. Long Chen had one hand behind his back. His other hand was holding the blood lizard battle axe. He was like an immovable boulder in the air. The void beneath his feet had shattered. Those cracks spread far and wide. Time seemed to freeze. Heaven and earth lost all sound. Suddenly, fresh blood dripped down the battle axe. Long Chen's injured. The demon experts suddenly cried out excitedly, but that excitedly quickly faded. Looking closely, they saw that there was barely a cut on Long Chen's palm. On the other hand, Shui Yingfeng was as pale as paper now. His body was shaking. It was unknown if that was from fear or from overdrafting his strength. He had a terrified expression now. He couldn't believe that Long Chen had condensed 9 core veins. Furthermore, they were dragon blood heaven veins. Now he finally understood why when he looked at Long Chen, he felt a sense of unease and terror deep inside his soul. The demon race had always been subordinates to the dragon race. They were the dragon race's subjects. Now that his dragon blood veins appeared, his body was being suppressed to the point that it didn't listen to his orders. Suddenly, Shui Yingfeng shot back. He actually abandoned the blood lizard battle axe. Just as he vanished, the void quivered, and a crystalline barrier appeared. He bounced back upon running into the barrier. Shui Yingfeng was shocked. He was using a unique escape art of the blood crystal demon lizard race. But it had actually failed. I destroyed your head first and set up this barrier using your own core energy just to guarantee that you couldn't escape. I've been waiting to take your life for a long time. Long Chen chuckled. The blood lizard battle axe flipped around in Long Chen's hand. He stepped forward and unleashed a slash. No! Shrieked Shui Yingfeng. Shui Yingfeng's tough crystalline body was unable to stop the blood lizard battle axe. He was cleanly cut in two and killed. Once he died, his body exploded, transforming into specks of dust scattering throughout the air. Long Chen nervously checked on the primal chaos space. He stared at the heavenly Dao fruit. Finally, a heavenly Dao fruit with crystalline marks appeared. Long Chen sighed in relief. "Warriors, it's your turn now," shouted Long Chen excitedly. The gates of the 10,000 dragon nest opened. The Dragonblood warriors, the hidden dragon warriors, and the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples came flooding out. The Dragonblood warriors were like tigers descending upon a pack of sheep. They specifically picked out the strongest demon experts to attack. Sha Chen had long since been holding himself back. He specifically picked out the expert whose power was second only to Shui Yingfeng's. Countless talismans were tossed out like they were free. That 8-vein heaven saint didn't even see where his enemy was before he was blasted dizzy. His defenses were unable to stop these talismans, and he was quickly covered in wounds. "Take it a bit easier. These are wild snacks. Wild doesn't like drinking porridge," shouted Long Chen when he saw Sha Chen blasting his opponent apart. The weaker demonic beasts might be worthless to Wild, so they could be killed as they pleased. But it was best to leave the stronger ones with an intact corpse for him. Ji Yu Yang's spear pierced towards an 8-vein heaven saint, when a streak of sword chi suddenly sliced through the air. That 8-vein heaven saint's protective divine light was cut apart as easily as tofu, and they were cut in two. "Wan shouted Long Chen. I was just trying it." Tang Wan had cut that fellow in two. Seeing Long Chen's expression, she hastily tried to explain herself. What was she trying? She was already a 10-vein heaven saint. With 10 veins, she could try it 10,000 times, and this fellow would die 10,000 times. Even if she were to try something, shouldn't she be using the power of 8 veins? "Sorry." Seeing Long Chen's speechless appearance, she hastily apologized. But while she apologized with her mouth, she didn't seem sorry. Instead, she seemed very pleased with her power. At this point, she was a 10-vein heaven saint. Her cultivation base was the highest of everyone here. Who could possibly order her around? If he pressed her, perhaps she would cut him in half too. "Long Chen, how was that attack?" Tang Wan came to Long Chen's side and giggled. "It was absolute overkill," said Long Chen with a bitter smile. It went without saying that a 10-vein heaven saint was simply too powerful. She didn't even need to summon her heaven veins to unleash their power. This attack was only the tip of the iceberg of Tang Wan current power. If Tang Wan unleashed the full power of her 10 veins, Long Chen could not imagine just how strong she would be. There was a huge gap between 9 veins and 10 veins. It could be considered a major dividing line. Although Long Chen could sense Tang Wan was powerful, whether or not that power exceeded his was still uncertain to him. For him, he judged people's power based on the sense of danger that they gave him. But no matter how strong Tang Wan became, she couldn't bring Long Chen any sense of danger, so he was unable to judge her true power. The Dragonblood warriors tore through their enemies. There was practically no one who could receive a single attack from them. Their fierce and domineering attacks caused even the hidden dragon warriors' hearts to quiver. Although they had already become true warriors through Long Chen's guidance and had experienced trials of life and death, in front of the Dragonblood warriors, they still seemed immature. The hidden dragon warriors still required exchanging multiple moves with their opponents in order to accurately target their weak points. But the Dragonblood warriors took their enemies' lives with one blow. They didn't need to probe them before finding their weaknesses. The Dragonblood warriors now acted entirely instinctively. These instincts were the result of experience accumulated through countless brushes against death. It wasn't that the hidden dragon warriors weren't strong, or talented, or lacked determination. The difference between them and the Dragonblood warriors was their combat experience. The Dragonblood warriors' power stimulated the hidden dragon warriors' fighting spirits. They were also slaughtering the experts of the demon race. The demon race's experts had never encountered such ferocious humans. In an instant, corpses littered the ground. With Shui Yingfeng dead, other than the top experts by his side, the rest of the blood crystal demon lizard race became the targets of the Dragonblood warriors. The blood crystal demon lizard race might claim to be the descendants of the demon emperor, but against the ferocious Dragonblood warriors, they could only be slaughtered. Although their numbers were many times greater, they were unable to even fight back. Most importantly, the most terrifying existence, Long Chen, was not even joining in. Seeing this, the demon experts quickly gave up resisting and fled. The battle was over before it even started. Quite a few of the Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples didn't even get a chance to kill anyone due to being too slow. Isn't this too monstrous? The Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples felt bitter. It had to be known that they were experts sealed in ancient times. They were once peerless heavenly geniuses. But now they had reached the point that they didn't even get to do anything. This impact was enormous. Li Qi, Mingyuan, come over. I have something for you. Once the battle was over, Long Chen took out a heavenly Dao fruit, a bright light in his eyes. Chapter 5665. A good person. Within the 10,000 dragon nest, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's hearts shook as they stared at the heavenly Dao fruit in Long Chen's hand. This heavenly Dao fruit had a crystalline pattern on its skin that was emitting boundless earth energy. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan instantly recognized just how precious this heavenly Dao fruit was. This is Shui Yingfeng's heavenly Dao fruit. If you eat it, you'll have the same power as him, said Long Chen. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's pupils shrank. During Long Chen and Shui Yingfeng's battle, they had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of his crystalline power. There are plenty of heavenly Dao fruits with this power, but Shui Yingfeng's heavenly Dao fruit is the only one that contains a different power. Perhaps this different power stems from his emperor bloodline. The two of you should discuss who will take this heavenly Dao fruit, said Long Chen. I think it should be Li Qi, said Song Mingyuan without hesitation. Mingyuan, why? Asked Li Qi. In truth, it would be the same no matter who consumed it. He wanted to give this chance to Song Mingyuan. Long Chen spoke before Song Mingyuan could. Mingyuan is entirely correct. You are the one most suitable for this heavenly Dao fruit. I was originally just going to give it to you, but I also care about Mingyuan's opinion. Boss, what are you talking about? Asked Li Qi. Earth power. The earth is what gives birth to all things. All living beings live from the earth's blessing. It is something that gives life. Both of you are influenced by this, giving you calmer natures. But Li Qi, your character is sharper, and your earth energy contains more of an offensive nature than Mingyuan's earth energy. He is more suited to the earth's softer side. This crystal energy is a kind of killing power. It is sharp and hard. It is more suited to your character, and your dragon soul is also more suited to it, explained Long Chen. But I feel like I'm taking advantage, said Li Qi, scratching his head. We're all brothers. Don't you think it's unreasonable to feel such a thing, said Song Mingyuan. Long Chen smiled. Don't worry about it, I will transfer your original earth energy to Song Mingyuan. That can count as your compensation. But doing this will cause you to lose your heaven veins. You will need to condense your heaven veins again. You can do such a thing? The two of them were both shocked. The three of them sat down in a private room in the 10,000 dragon nest. Li Qi pressed his hands on Song Mingyuan's back. Long Chen pressed his hands on Li Qi's back. Long Chen's dragon veins swirled behind him. Dragon qi gushed out of them. Li Qi's body shuddered. Stripping you of your original heaven veins will be very painful. Try to endure it, said Long Chen. Boss, just go ahead. Li Qi clenched his teeth. Suddenly, his body shuddered. His heaven veins appeared, and were then shattered by Long Chen's 9 dragon veins. Li Qi let out a pained grunt. Blood oozed out from how hard he clenched his teeth. However, Li Qi remained firm. His heaven veins were shattered. He had to resist his instincts and not resist. The shattered heaven veins transformed into a clump of energy that flowed through Li Qi's hands and into Song Mingyuan's body. 2 hours later, Long Chen's face was a bit pale, but he sighed with relief. Everything had gone relatively smoothly. Li Qi had now passed out. He looked like he had been sucked dry. The power of his heaven veins had been transferred to Song Mingyuan. Song Mingyuan felt this earth energy circulating throughout him restlessly. The immense increase in power made him extremely uncomfortable. Li Qi, wake up. Long Chen shook Li Qi. Li Qi's eyelids fluttered. It felt like they weighed thousands of tons. No matter how he tried to open them, he was barely able to open them a crack. Concentrate. Focus on absorbing the heavenly Dao fruit's energy and guiding it to your dantian. Long Chen opened Li Qi's mouth and squeezed the heavenly Dao fruit to pulp, sending its juice into Li Qi's mouth. Li Qi was like a dry riverbed. When these juices entered his stomach, his eyes suddenly flew open. He immediately devoured the heavenly Dao fruit. His aura began to change. It grew hard and sharp. An octangular crystalline rune appeared in his eyes. One small piece of crystal after another appeared on his face and body until it looked like he was wearing crystalline armor. Li Qi's aura was completely different now. Although his heaven vein dragon chi was gone and he had returned to the basic heaven saint realm, his aura was no inferior to someone who had condensed a core vein. This is a bit frightening. Song Mingyuan sucked in a cold gasp of air. As a fellow Earth expert, no one knew better than him just how terrifying Li Qi's potential was. The current Li Qi was truly no longer the old Li Qi. Suddenly, a dragon image appeared in Li Qi's crystals. It began to swim through his crystals. It seems that it likes your new power, said Long Chen with a smile. Boss, Mingyuan, thank you. I definitely won't disappoint you. Li Qi was so moved that his voice quivered. This crystal energy was practically made for him. Even his dragon soul had automatically appeared. It seemed delighted by this crystal energy, and took the initiative to pour its power throughout every crystal to help him merge with it. Long Chen also handed the blood lizard battle axe to him. This was the priceless treasure of the blood crystal demon lizard race. Outsiders were unable to wield it. However, after Long Chen brought it into the primal chaos space, the item spirit's memories were erased by the primal chaos space. Long Chen preserved the item spirit itself, but erased its memories. It was like a blank piece of paper. With his new crystal power, Li Qi could easily use it. Shui Yingfeng really was a good person. He even prepared a weapon for me. Li Qi held the blood lizard battle axe. Sensing its immense power, he was delighted. He had now gained crystal energy and such a terrifying divine weapon. He was like a tiger who had gained wings. Even though he lacked a single heaven vein, he was still extremely confident. Alright, then you should peacefully condense new heaven veins in the 10,000 dragon nest. Remember, you have to start from the beginning. But with this divine weapon's assistance, I feel like the speed at which you condense your heaven vein dragon chi will definitely be fast, said Long Chen. Li Qi immediately sat down, placing the blood lizard battle axe on his knees. He formed a hand seal and began newly condensing heaven vein dragon chi. Long Chen and Song Mingyuan left. When the doors closed behind them, Song Mingyuan turned back inside. In the future, Li Qi will definitely soar like a shooting star. Chapter 5666 Their Own Paths. You're not losing out either. Li Qi's core veins have been given to you now. His years of comprehension have all merged with you. Your power will definitely grow explosively after this merger, said Long Chen with a smile. Song Mingyuan smiled. The foundation that Li Qi had built up over so many years had actually been transferred to him. He had also profited. With the addition of Li Qi's power, your own cultivation direction also needs changing, said Long Chen solemnly. What kind of change? Song Mingyuan was surprised. His power had already reached this point. Everything was already set. Changing direction at this time, it was almost impossible. If I recall correctly, your dragon soul is called the Profound Earth Fortune Dragon, correct? Asked Long Chen. Yes. Song Mingyuan nodded. This dragon is an auspicious symbol in legends. It contains its own karmic luck when cultivating in dragon veins, and anywhere it goes becomes a land of fortune. The dragon of fortune, the dragon of the earth, the blessing of the land, the virtuous dragon. As Long Chen said this, Song Mingyuan's heaven veins automatically appeared. They were drawn out by Long Chen's words. Song Mingyuan's heaven veins transformed into a 3-foot dragon that flew over to Long Chen. It actually rubbed its head against Long Chen's shoulder. Damn, although he's my boss, I'm still going to get jealous like this. Seeing his dragon soul actually be so affectionate with Long Chen, Song Mingyuan couldn't help cursing. When they had undergone their merger, they became life and death companions. This was his closest battle companion. It had to be known that every Dragonblood warrior had a dragon soul, and they were all different. They also didn't communicate with each other. However, now his dragon soul came out to express its affection for Long Chen. Song Mingyuan didn't know what he felt about that. Long Chen patted the dragon soul's head and smiled. It's not that my brother doesn't understand you, but that he also couldn't do anything about it. As a captain of the Dragonblood Legion, he can't just live for himself, but also for his brothers. Everyone dislikes killing, but we had no other choice in order to live. The dragon soul nodded sadly. It slowly left Long Chen's shoulder and returned to Song Mingyuan's side, disappointed. However, that was in the past. Now it's different. Mingyuan, in the future, don't force yourself to kill if you don't have to. The dragon soul's eyes brightened. It stared at Long Chen in disbelief. Long Chen smiled. Currently, of the 4 captains, 3 are now specialized in offense. What we need is a captain specialized in defense who can control the rhythm of the battle. In other words, the 3 of them will be in charge of attacking, while you will be in charge of defense. With this, the Dragonblood Legion will be capable of attacking and defending, advancing and retreating. Our endurance and safety are now guaranteed. The dragon soul's whole body began to shine. Its eyes were full of disbelief. Of course it's true, said Long Chen. The dragon soul was delighted by this. It spun around Long Chen several times before returning to Song Mingyuan's body. Boss, can I really do this? Asked Song Mingyuan. Long Chen nodded. In the past, the Dragonblood Legion was focused on offense. But while our killing power was shocking, it also came with a high level of energy consumption. If we couldn't beat our enemy in one go, we would be in danger. At that time, the Dragonblood Legion relied entirely on the 4 of you to support it. Not one of the 4 captains could be missing. However, now, the Dragonblood warriors have immense combat experience and their cooperation is flawless. With Guo Ran and Sha Chen directing them, that's enough to control the tempo. That means that the 4 captains can now fight freely. Your thick earth energy has the blessing of the Fortune Dragon's soul. It dislikes killing, so it's difficult for you to unleash its power for offensive purposes. But if you use its power for defense, it will be blessed by its fortune, and that will be the strongest defense of the Dragonblood Legion, said Long Chen. Boss, I don't quite understand. How is that different from before? Long Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes. Our healing warriors are wood element experts. They are the central pillar of the Dragonblood Legion. If anyone suffers any injury, they will be instantly healed by them. But their healing power is their core energy. Once exhausted, they won't be able to heal anyone. Wood is born from the earth. You will not just be our greatest defense, you will also be able to provide earth energy to our healing warriors. They will not have limitless power through you as long as you have energy. With the Fortune Dragon's blessing, their healing efficiency will also multiply. As long as they aren't killed in one attack, the Dragonblood warriors will essentially have undying bodies thanks to this. Now do you understand? Song Mingyuan nodded. He finally understood. In other words, he would no longer need to directly fight anyone. He would be in charge of defense over the entire battlefield. If anything unexpected happens, he would protect everyone. To kill was against the Fortune Dragon's innate nature. But it could unleash its maximum power for defense. Its blessing was also a sacred kind of life chi, and greatly beneficial to the healing warriors. Although I'm a bit unwilling, I'll listen to boss's arrangements. Song Mingyuan smiled somewhat bitterly. As a captain of the Dragonblood Legion, he was always part of the vanguard. Now he became the backup on the battlefield. It did feel like a loss. Every person has their own role. This is yours. When you stop killing, your dragon soul will finally give you its true power. Only then can you perfectly merge. Get to know it properly, said Long Chen. Throughout the entire Dragonblood Legion, only Song Mingyuan's dragon soul didn't like killing. The others were all battle fanatics. Of course, Guo Ran's hidden dragon was an exception. But it wasn't that it didn't like killing, it was just that it was too lazy. Originally, when Long Chen first saw Shui Yingfeng, he was wondering who to give this opportunity to. But when he saw Song Mingyuan fighting afterwards, he knew that this fruit had to be given to Li Qi. The Fortune Dragon's power was unquestionable, but it did not approve of Song Mingyuan's fighting style. Thus, its power was unable to show itself. Only by changing his fighting style could the Fortune Dragon's power merge with Song Mingyuan's power. If he were to go against its essence, it would only weaken him. Now, Song Mingyuan and Li Qi's paths were set. Long Chen was looking forward to their future. Long Chen knew that from today onwards, the two of them would become the Dragonblood Legion's strongest spear and shield. Chapter 5667 The Dragon Sovereign's Silence. A Dragonblood warrior walked over to a giant blood crystal demon lizard and slashed its skin. Sparks flew. Boss, can this thing really be eaten? Long Chen had them gather them as Wild's food. But their appearance made them somewhat hesitant. At this time, Wild's voice rang out. He walked out of the 10,000 dragon nest. Wild woke up from hunger. Seeing the piles of blood crystal demon lizard corpses, his eyes sparkled. An odd leather bag appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the corpses, and its runes activated. Those corpses were instantly sucked inside. Wild reached into his bag and pulled out a blood crystal demon lizard. Its enormous body had shrunk until it was 1 foot long. Wild opened his mouth and threw it in. Crunching sounds rang out as he chewed. The Dragonblood warriors shivered. The blood crystal demon lizard's terrifying defenses were crushed in front of Wild's mouth. His teeth were truly frightening. It's delicious. It was unknown if it was actually tasty or if he was simply starving. Or perhaps it was simply that the immense amount of energy within the blood crystal demon lizard corpse was just a delicacy to Wild. In any case, Wild began to pop them into his mouth one by one. He consumed over 10 of them in a short moment, happily chewing away. Wild, eat a bit slower. We've prepared a lot of food for you. The food will only get better later. Seeing Wild eating like he was starving, Long Chen started to worry if he could even digest all that. After all, those were blood crystal demon lizards. They were once an emperor race. Even with his special constitution, could he really eat that many that fast? Wild assented, verbally, but his hand continued to continuously reach into the bag and pick out more. Now that Wild was awake, Long Chen had everyone gather the corpses and hand them to Wild. Even though his bag contained a huge space inside, hundreds of thousands of corpses entered it now. It was almost full. Wild was overjoyed by this. This would be enough for him to eat for a month. After all, the ones that the Dragonblood Legion had slain were all powerful experts. The stronger the demonic beast, the greater the energy contained in their body. That was the best food for Wild. With these rations, Wild wouldn't need to keep sleeping. Long Chen was now fully confident. They returned to the 10,000 dragon nest and continued onwards. Long Chen once more summoned the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, summoning the 3,000 original Julie runes as well for the Dragonblood warriors. Although the Dragonblood warriors were a bit late when it came to comprehending them, their comprehension ability was shockingly high. This wasn't a problem. Furthermore, they had the support of their dragon souls. They would instinctively come to comprehend these original Julie runes. Just a few days should be enough. During these days, they could comprehend as much as they could. But what they still didn't comprehend by this time would probably be impossible for them to gain insight into no matter how much time they spent. The 10,000 dragon nest advanced slowly. Long Chen didn't rush it. Countless factions went around them when they saw the mighty 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen, shouldn't you take this time to comprehend the divine runes of the Julie divine steel, as well as the runes that I taught you? Seeing Long Chen peacefully staring outside as the 10,000 dragon nest advanced, casually sipping a cup of tea, the primal chaos dragon sovereign couldn't help speaking up. Ever since Long Chen condensed 9 dragon veins and merged with the dragon blood runes, he acted like there was nothing for him to do, baffling the primal chaos dragon sovereign. It had to be known that whether it was the dragon blood runes or the Julie runes, although they were in Long Chen's hands, he didn't have insight into them, and thus they couldn't really count as his. He was still unable to draw out their power. In theory, at this critical juncture, Long Chen shouldn't be wasting any time. I've already comprehended it, said Long Chen. Ah, what does that mean? This time, even the primal chaos dragon sovereign didn't understand what he was saying. What did he mean he had comprehended them? The original Julie divine runes and the dragon blood runes were all incredibly profound. How could comprehending them be this easy? Failure was normal. Only by failing could you narrow down the possibilities to the right answer. How could he give up just because he didn't immediately comprehend them? Whether it is the Julie divine runes or the dragon blood runes, the moment they entered my body, I gained a partial comprehension of them. They've already merged with my soul and bloodline. Although it's less than a tenth of their totality, I feel like it's enough, said Long Chen. Even the primal chaos dragon sovereign found this hard to believe. If that was true, it was completely inconceivable. The Julie divine runes that entered my starry sea seem to feel like they have returned home. They feel close to me. They are willing to share their power with me. However, their power is too strong. Even though they are willing to be controlled by me, I can't control them. As for the dragon blood runes, when they entered my body, my spirit bone heated up and drew those runes over. Those runes ended up branded on it. I don't know what exactly happened, but once those runes were branded on my spirit bone, it's like they all fell under my control, said Long Chen. The primal chaos dragon sovereign fell silent. Long Chen was also silent. This kind of phenomena was outside the realm of common sense. Furthermore, Long Chen seemed to once more feel the pill sovereign's will. When the Julie runes entered his body, the pill sovereign's will seemed sorrowful. It was a sorrow that made Long Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. There were several times that Long Chen wanted to ask the primal chaos dragon sovereign about it, but he held himself back. He knew that the primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign wouldn't tell him the answer. The primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's current silence corroborated what he was thinking. This feeling of familiarity and sorrow was one of Long Chen's clues. However, Long Chen didn't bother asking about it. He just drank his tea, staring at the outside world. He was keeping his inner heart calm. That was because during this time, his state wasn't very good. It wasn't suitable for further comprehension or cultivation. It just so happened that he also had to stand guard so that everyone else could peacefully cultivate. Big brother Long, you should eat some too. They're really delicious. Seeing Long Chen staring blankly outside, Wild couldn't help walking over and offering his bag to Long Chen. Long Chen eyed the blood crystal demon lizard corpses inside of it. The stench of blood washed over him. Long Chen shivered and hastily said, "Thank you, but I'm not hungry. You should eat it yourself." Wild obediently sat down beside him and continued munching away. "That's right, Wild, you said that the experts of your race would find you. But there's been no sign of them coming after so many days. Why is that?" asked Long Chen. Wild had followed his people into the Heaven Vein mystic realm. But he had gotten lost. They had to be panicking over this. But for them to not appear after so many days, Long Chen couldn't help getting worried. Could it be that they were in danger? "I don't know either. I feel like they always managed to find me when I got lost before," said Wild. Long Chen was speechless. The past was the past. The present was now. This place was the Heaven Vein mystic realm. There were countless dangers. The heavenly Daos were also different. There were many secret arts that were ineffective here. However, since this was the case, Long Chen couldn't possibly bring Wild looking for his people. He would have to first obtain the Emperor Reverse Scale before doing anything about that. The 10,000 Dragon Nest was continuing onwards when there was a rumbling sound to their left. A group of experts appeared and actually flew towards the 10,000 Dragon Nest. They were clearly provoking them. When Long Chen saw who it was, he couldn't help frowning. It was another group of familiar people. Chapter 5668 Peak Arrogance. A group of horsemen in golden armor appeared. They were incredibly fast, and caught up to the 10,000 Dragon Nest in an instant. But instead of passing by, they flew alongside it. When Long Chen saw them, he narrowed his eyes. These people were the Golden Armor Horseman Legion. They had two leaders, one man and one woman. He recognized the woman. It was Lu Qingxuang. As for the man, he was handsome and tall, so tall that he was a whole head taller than Lu Qingxuang when they were both sitting on their horses. He wore an ancient battle armor. Its aura was incredibly powerful. It was like a primordial beast. This was the dark golden battle armor. This dark golden battle armor had already recognized him as master. Its aura was one with the man's. He was a handsome man, but his gaze was somewhat sinister. He was also cloaked in arrogance. "Big brother Changfeng, this 10,000 Dragon Nest's origins are unclear. We shouldn't provoke them," warned Lu Qingxuang as she sensed the 10,000 Dragon Nest's immense dragon might. This man was precisely the Sacred Light Divine Sect's strongest heavenly genius, Yu Changfeng. When the Golden Armor Horseman Legion entered the Heaven Vein mystic realm, they split up into 4 groups. The group that Lu Qingxuang led was just one of those 4. The overall leader was actually Yu Changfeng. At that time, the Golden Armor Horseman Legion had entered the Heaven Vein mystic realm with 2 targets in mind. One was to find the Dark Golden Battle Armor, while another was to find the Slaughter Lance. This Slaughter Lance was now by Yu Changfeng's side. However, the Slaughter Lance was rusty, and its aura unclear. However, Long Chen could sense a strong scent of blood coming from around the rust. This was a powerful killing weapon that had slaughtered countless powerful lifeforms. The Slaughter Lance and the Dark Golden Battle Armor. When they were made, they were actually a set. Only when they were both in one person's hands could they release their full power. Yu Changfeng had obtained the Slaughter Lance before he, Lu Qingxuang, and the others reunited. He then obtained the Dark Golden Battle Armor. With both these divine weapons in hand, Yu Changfeng's confidence soared. He swept through countless heavenly geniuses. He was originally a powerful expert, but adding these 2 divine weapons instantly made him fearless and unstoppable. That made him so arrogant it seemed like he was intent on challenging the entire Heaven Vein mystic realm. Seeing Yu Changfeng's arrogance inflating, Lu Qingxuang had repeatedly warned him several times about it, but Yu Changfeng didn't seem to listen. He even started to get irritated with her. When Yu Changfeng saw the 10,000 Dragon Nest, he immediately led his army over. He was clearly provoking them. Lu Qingxuang couldn't help warning him again. Qingxuang, you're growing stronger and stronger, but your guts are always shrinking. Big brother Changfeng possesses heavenly power, and now he even has the dark golden battle armor and the slaughter lance. Who in the heaven vein mystic realm would possibly match him? It's time for the golden armor horseman legion to stand out. But you keep trying to ruin big brother Changfeng's goals and his excitement. Why are you like this? Once Lu Qingxuang warned him again, Yu Changfeng frowned. Before he could reply, another woman by his side spoke up. This woman had an extremely full body. Even her armor didn't cover it up. She was also bewitchingly beautiful. Her eyes in particular looked like they could seize a person's soul. The way she said big brother Changfeng was particularly flirtatious. An ordinary man would probably have their soul torn out of their body. When she looked at Lu Qingxuang, she was clearly provoking her. She was clearly inciting trouble between the two of them. This woman's name was Tu Meng. She was also an expert sealed in the Primal Chaos era, and one of the 4 lieutenants of the Golden Armor Horseman Legion. Her position was originally equal to Lu Qingxuang's. Both Lu Qingxuang and Tu Meng were Yu Changfeng's worshippers. So it wasn't odd for Tu Meng to target Lu Qingxuang. What do you mean? Lu Qingxuang's expression sank when this wicked woman interrupted. You're asking me what I mean? Our legion is united. We all follow big brother Changfeng. We will follow him into mountains of blades or seas of blood. We believe in big brother Changfeng's power, and we believe in big brother Changfeng's intelligence. He is our leader, and we should follow him without question. As for you, you are constantly questioning him and shaking his confidence. Tell me, are you the leader, or is big brother Changfeng the leader? Or do you mean to say that you want to take big brother Changfeng's place? Sneered Tu Meng. When it came to fighting with words, Lu Qingxuang clearly wasn't a match for Tu Meng. Seeing her sinister smile, Lu Qingxuang's whole body quivered with rage. Alright, that's enough, Yu Changfeng interrupted. The Sacred Light Divine sect has endured for many years between the cracks of the major factions. Now, our era has come. We must make the name of the Golden Armor Horseman Legion resound throughout the 9 heavens. In the future, no matter who it is, when they see the Golden Armor Horseman Legion, they'll have to back up or kneel. Yu Changfeng's words were extremely arrogant, but it set their blood ablaze with passion. The Sacred Light Divine sect's experts cheered his name. Seeing this, Lu Qingxuang sighed disappointedly. She felt profound helplessness. Yu Changfeng was no longer the old Yu Changfeng. The Golden Armor Horseman Legion was also rapidly changing under his guidance. Their greed was beginning to affect their minds. Suddenly, she felt extremely alone. Everyone ignored her advice. That was a painful feeling. She knew that the current Yu Changfeng was powerful. But she didn't believe that Yu Changfeng could sweep through the heaven vein mystic realm alone. If he provoked everyone, the Golden Armor Horseman Legion would face a calamity. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. That figure always had a bad smile on his face. Despite clearly being incredibly powerful, he didn't have any of the air of an expert. That style was a stark contrast from Yu Changfeng's arrogance. Just then, one of the horsemen received orders from Yu Changfeng, and pretended to suddenly go off track. He and his lance smashed into the 10,000 dragon nest. This was one of their elites who had condensed 6 core veins. His lance sparkled with divine light as it struck the 10,000 dragon nest's protective divine light. This was both a problem blow and a provocation. It was also a dirty trick that had grown tired countless years ago. His goal was just to see the attitude of the master of the 10,000 dragon nest. The moment this person's lance struck the 10,000 dragon nest's protective divine light, the 10,000 dragon nest quivered slightly, and a dragon cry exploded. 10,000 dragon figures coiled together, blasting apart that person along with his horse. Yu Changfeng seemingly hadn't expected the other side to be so tough. They actually directly killed him without saying a word. He was outraged. Chapter 5669 Green-Robed Youth. The enormous 10,000 dragon nest was like its own world. Suddenly, it smashed towards the Golden Armor Horseman Legion with immense power. Golden Armor Heaven-Raising Formation. Lu Qingxuang was the first to react. Following her shout, all the horsemen formed hand seals. Becoming one with their horses, their golden armor suddenly blazed with light which condensed into a giant formation. This formation had only just formed when it was shattered by the 10,000 dragon nest's divine light. Countless people spat out blood and were sent flying. The formation was instantly broken. If at this time, the 10,000 dragon nest attacked, countless people would be crushed to bits. Yu Changfeng was used to being arrogant. He had thought that his provocation would force the other side to come out to mediate. Both sides would say where they were from and show their power. They would see which side was weaker. However, this 10,000 dragon nest didn't even look at them before suddenly attacking them. Yu Changfeng summoned his 9 core veins. His dark golden battle armor rumbled. Unexpectedly, his dark golden battle armor and core veins were mutually supporting each other. The merger of his heavenly Doyan energy and karmic luck caused him to give off a powerful pressure. Yu Changfeng was preparing to clash with the 10,000 dragon nest when it slowly left according to its original path. A lazy voice rang out from within. I don't dislike arrogant people, but I dislike people who are more arrogant than me. I especially dislike people who lack any ability but still act arrogant. Lu Qingxuang felt like she was struck by a bolt of lightning. She almost couldn't believe her ears. The group that she led was also filled with disbelief. It's him. By now, the 10,000 dragon nest was far in the distance. Who is it? Demanded Yu Changfeng. He's the one who helped us obtain the dark golden battle armor. Lu Qingxuang sighed. Yu Changfeng was originally enraged and planning to chase after them. Long Chen's words had almost driven him crazy. However, Lu Qingxuang's explanation left him stunned. He clenched the slaughter lance, hesitating about whether or not he wanted to find that arrogant fellow and have a fight. Oh, so it's the one that Fairy Qingxuang called a good big brother. Tu Meng immediately spoke up. This Tu Meng was clearly a schemer. She had placed her own eyes in Lu Qingxuang's squad. She knew who Long Chen was. Our Fairy Qingxuang, a well-known icily arrogant beauty, didn't get angry at all after being teased by someone. Wow, how curious. Could it be? Tu Meng suddenly covered her mouth in an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Courting death. I'll kill him right now. Yu Changfeng was instantly provoked. This was the most taboo thing to any man. Considering that Long Chen had even humiliated him like that before, how could he possibly endure? Lu Qingxuang was incensed. She had an urge to tear off Tu Meng's mouth. This woman was truly malicious. Yu Changfeng, have you gone crazy? You were the one who provoked him in the first place. The other side was forced to counterattack, but didn't kill a single person. How is this even an issue? We were provoked 3 times on our way, and you decided to kill all of them. The other side can be said to have shown mercy, no? Without his help, would you be able to wear that dark golden battle armor? Even if you're not going to be grateful, you shouldn't be repaying kindness with enmity, said Lu Qingxuang furiously. She felt like he was going crazy by this turn of events. Lu Qingxuang's enraged response startled Yu Changfeng. His fury also vanished without a trace. In all his years knowing Yu Changfeng, it was his first time seeing her so angry. Tu Meng immediately grasped that opportunity, sinisterly saying, "Wow, you're so protective of that man." Suddenly, Lu Qingxuang pointed a dagger at Tu Meng. Everyone was shocked to see that dagger. "You damn bitch, you're the one inverting the facts and causing trouble. Since you hate me so much, then come. Accept this cursed blade, let us have a battle to the death," said Lu Qingxuang darkly. This cursed sword was also called the Sword of Adjudication. Both of their core runes had to be inserted into it to activate it. Once both their runes entered it, it initiated a countdown. If one of the two had not died by the time the countdown reached an end, then this sword would explode and kill both of them. This was a decisive battle to the death with no option of retreat. Some sects would be forced to use such a thing due to irreconcilable differences between the disciples. A leader of a corps was qualified to use the Sword of Adjudication when there was some kind of intense conflict that couldn't be resolved otherwise. Everyone was shocked to see her take it out. Even Yu Changfeng's expression changed. Tu Meng's expression twitched. She could see a burning killing intent in Lu Qingxuang's eyes. She and Lu Qingxuang had exchanged blows several times. The two of them were evenly matched. Neither one could say that they could definitely beat the other. If a battle started, it was all too likely that they would both die. Clearly, Lu Qingxuang was intent on dragging her down. "Qingxuang, what are you doing? Put away the cursed blade," shouted Yu Changfeng. However, Lu Qingxuang ignored him. She held the cursed blade towards Tu Meng, killing intent blazing. Lu Qingxuang had always respected Yu Changfeng. She had never defied him. However, this time, she was enraged. If this continued, the Golden Armor Horseman Legion would be destroyed by the two of them. She had to make Yu Changfeng see this. The best way to wake him up was to shut the mouth of Tu Meng. Otherwise, with her constantly trying to provoke trouble, Yu Changfeng would be drawn further and further askew. Lu Qingxuang refused to back down. Even Yu Changfeng couldn't stop her. Everyone was deathly silent. Lu Qingxuang and Tu Meng's subordinates clenched their weapons. If the two sides really started fighting, they could only choose to protect their own side. Just as everyone was tense, they heard some light footsteps. Startled, they hastily looked for the source of the sound. There was actually a person walking in their direction. They turned to see a green-robed youth walking over slowly. He looked only 15 or 16 years old. His face was delicate, like a scholar. His aura was unclear, but there was a large dice in the space behind him. This dice was perfectly square and 3 feet long. It slowly spun, the runes of the 10,000 Dao swirling around it. It was extremely eye-attracting. When he appeared, everyone was startled, including Yu Changfeng. This green-robed man had walked right up to them before they noticed him. Their senses had actually failed to notice him. The green-robed youth was looking down. There were a few bone tiles in his hands that were oscillating. He was frowning tightly. It was as if he was trying to calculate something. He didn't seem to notice Yu Changfeng and the others. This green-robed youth slowly walked just a few meters by them. Lu Qingxuang was astonished. Seeing this, Yu made her forget about her challenge towards Tu Meng. Suddenly, Yu Changfeng extended the slaughter lance and blocked that Yu's path. Chapter 5670 Dragon Devours Golden Python. Yu Changfeng was already feeling embarrassed that Lu Qingxuang refused to listen to him. Not a youth suddenly appeared and actually ignored all of them. He was angry. Yu Changfeng immediately blocked that Yu's path. Lu Qingxuang stared helplessly at him. Yu Changfeng had changed. Although that was partially because of Tu Meng, it was also his innate nature. After being sealed for so long, his brain had to have degraded. This youth looked like a weak scholar, but he was able to walk right up to them without any of them noticing. Even an idiot should be able to tell that this person was no average person. This youth had no enmity with them. What was he doing stopping him? Was he really so bored? The youth was staring intently at the bone tiles in his hands when he was suddenly blocked. Those bone tiles clattered to the ground. There were 6 bone tiles. When they fell to the ground, they lined up perfectly. The youth revealed his anger at being stopped. But staring at the arrangement of the bone tiles on the ground, he was startled. The dragon devours the golden python. Devoured by a loss of righteousness. Calamity. The golden armor horseman legion ignored his muttering. They immediately encircled him when they saw Yu Changfeng had blocked his path. Brat, why did you sneak up on my golden armor horseman legion? Tell me the truth quickly. Don't cause trouble for yourself, shouted one of the core experts of the legion. The appearance of this strange man managed to draw everyone's attention. They could use him to divert Lu Qingxuang and Tu Meng. My goals aren't your problem. You should worry about yourselves. The youth slowly picked up the bone tiles. He blew some dust off of them. Young brother, is this a divination technique? Were you after us? Lu Qingxuang saw that this youth was not ordinary. For the Golden Armor Horseman Legion, she had no choice but to set aside her grudge with Tu Meng. She put away the dagger and came up to the youth amicably. Lu Qingxuang saw that his eyes were a bright black and white. His eyes seemed to be able to see everything in her heart. She was startled inside. Gazing into her eyes, the youth was a bit surprised. Curious, you aren't within this fortune. Brat, stop spouting a bunch of nonsense. Tell us why you snuck up on us, shouted one of the experts on Tu Meng's side. This person saw Lu Qingxuang acting curiously, so he just had to act uncourteous. The youth didn't even seem to notice him. He told Lu Qingxuang, I was calculating a person's karma, but I wasn't able to find the slightest clue. When you blocked my path, the bone tiles scattered. That is your fortune, that is the karma you created. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Qingxuang's heart shook. She hastily asked, what did you mean by that fortune? The youth eyed Lu Qingxuang. Do you have a heavenly blood crystal? A heavenly blood crystal? Asked Lu Qingxuang. I have one. One of the experts in the legion stepped forward, holding a palm-sized crystal. Give it to me, said the youth. Why, that person couldn't help sneering. It costs money to read your fortune. You don't have to pay. Just get out of the way. I'm leaving, said the youth indifferently. This heavenly blood crystal was exceptionally priceless. It was something he had just happened to obtain in the Heaven Vein mystic realm. How could he possibly give it away just like that? He was about to mock him when he saw Tu Meng give him a look. Her meaning was clear. Give it to him. Then when he was done, they'd kill him and take it back. He threw it at the youth. The youth caught it and put it into his pocket before saying, "The dragon devours the golden python." Fortune can be simply explained as the dragon devouring its own descendant. The golden python obtained the true dragon's favor, using dragon blood to shed its former self and give birth to golden scales and sacred chi. Thus, the golden python became the most respected of all pythons. But the golden python then became greedy, thinking that the dragon race had not given it enough power. It wanted to directly transform into a dragon without bitter cultivation. It led a revolt. This is what it means to be devoured by a loss of righteousness. Those who forget right and wrong, those who forget kindness, will devour themselves. They will be devoured by their own karma. As for who the dragon is, it can be explained as the dragon race. It can also be someone with the long surname, or someone who cultivates the dragon race's divine abilities. The golden python is similar, and can be the python race, or someone with golden scales, anyone who forgets kindness and repays favors with enmity. Shut up. Yu Changfeng frowned more and more as he listened until he shouted angrily. How was this a fortune? Wasn't this clearly cursing them? Damn child, speak, what relationship do you have with Long Chen? Shouted Tu Meng, also angry. Long Chen, is it the big brother Long that big fellow mentioned? The one that I clearly didn't recognize, but who was capable of making me feel uneasy? I was near able to calculate his karma. The youth was startled and murmured to himself. Lu Qingxuang couldn't help being shocked as she stared at the youth. She even began to suspect that this youth knew Long Chen and had intentionally come to further insult them. However, what happened between her and Long Chen shouldn't be known in detail to others. Furthermore, with her understanding of Long Chen, he wasn't the type of person who liked to show off every little thing. Just because the two of them knew each other, she doubted that he would tell others. Most importantly, this fortune-telling had just mentioned someone forgetting kindness and repaying kindness with enmity. It had happened just now, so how could this youth know of it? Furthermore, this youth's gaze was clear. He didn't seem like a swindler. He didn't seem like he was joking either. Was this really something he had divined? In that case, that really was terrifying. Suddenly, one of them pointed a lance at his throat and shouted, "If you don't want to die, you'll obediently listen to orders." The sharp tip of the lance stopped less than 3 inches from his throat. It gave off an icy killing intent. The youth frowned at the lance. He slowly looked at its master and said, "All things have their own fate. You originally shouldn't have died by my hands. But if you act like this, I'll be very displeased. Fine, rather than money, I'll take your life." Yu Changfeng suddenly shouted. His aura was locked onto this youth the entire time. But this youth suddenly vanished from his lock. This was something that he had never experienced before. A ray of white light shot through that person's head, bringing with it a spray of blood. His life instantly ended. Chapter 5671 Gambling Heavenly Dao Hufeng. Yu Changfeng roared, and his slaughter lance shot forward like a bolt of lightning toward a figure in the distance. Though this youth had slipped from his lock, the slaughter lance could track his presence. A small bone tile struck the tip of the lance, and a massive hole appeared in space. The youth had vanished. Even the slaughter lance couldn't find its target. It was as if he had never been there. I divined your future with good intentions, yet you tried to kill me. Truly an ungrateful lot. The youth's voice echoed from afar. Originally, you had a calamity ahead, but if you changed your ways, you might have found salvation. Now, just wait for death. Damn brat, do you dare reveal your name? Yu Changfeng bellowed, his fury boiling over at being mocked after his failure. Gambling Heavenly Dao, Hufeng. Yu Changfeng's slaughter lance quivered as he attempted to trace the source of the voice. His weapon possessed the divine ability to lock onto enemies, even across space. But the youth seemed to anticipate his move. His voice drifted from another direction, throwing off Yu Changfeng's aim. The lance failed to find its mark. Yu Changfeng clenched his teeth. He had dominated every foe he encountered, especially after obtaining his new armor and lance. They had pushed his power to an unprecedented height. But then, he was insulted by Long Chen and now this youth. It was unforgivable. Lu Qingxuang watched in shock. She had initially planned to intervene, ready to offend Yu Changfeng if necessary. This youth intrigued her. She sensed no heaven-vein fluctuations from him, yet he radiated immense pressure. She wanted to see his strength firsthand. If he had truly been in danger, she would have acted. However, the battle was over before it even began. What unsettled her most was that Hufeng had killed one of their top experts, Tu Meng's strongest subordinate, a 6-vein heaven saint. Among them, only Yu Changfeng had reached the pinnacle with 9 core veins. 4 others, including Lu Qingxuang and Tu Meng, had condensed 8. Though this slain expert only had 6, his talent allowed him to challenge someone with 7 core veins. Yet he was slain instantly, without resistance. And the weapon that did it? A mere bone tile. It was 3 inches long, 1 inch thick, glossy like jade. It looked fragile, as if a touch could shatter it. Yet, it had pierced straight through the expert's golden helmet, leaving a perfect, razor-clean hole like a knife slicing through a radish. That same bone tile had blocked Yu Changfeng's slaughter lance. Though Yu Changfeng hadn't used his full power, the fact remained his ferocious divine weapon had been stopped by something so small. Hu Feng appeared to be only a teenager, and there was no aura of time upon him. In other words, he wasn't some ancient monster sealed away for eons but a genius of this very era. The realization sent chills down Lu Qingxuang's spine. A mere 16-year-old had already reached such terrifying heights. What a monster. Now, Lu Qingxuang couldn't help but feel powerless. Yu Changfeng really knew how to pick his opponents. In such a short time, he had managed to provoke 2 terrifying existences. Long Chen's strength was so unfathomable that none of them could gauge its depths, while the youth hadn't even unleashed his heaven-vein dragon chi yet still managed to slip away from their army, killing a 6-vein heaven saint in the process. However, Yu Changfeng showed no regret. His teeth gnashed in fury, his entire being radiating a murderous intent. He wasn't reflecting on whether or not his actions were correct. "Let's go," shouted Yu Changfeng. Yu Changfeng coldly waved his hand, leading the Golden Armor Horseman Legion away. Lu Qingxuang followed in silence, her expression numb, as though she had resigned herself to fate. Seeing her in such a state, Tu Meng smirked in satisfaction. The 10,000 dragon nest advanced steadily. Long Chen stood at its edge, gazing into the distance. The memory of Yu Changfeng's arrogance still irked him. "Come on, chase after us. Then I'll have a reason to beat you up," muttered Long Chen. Earlier, he had held back out of consideration for a familiar face. But seeing Yu Changfeng's utter lack of regard, he realized he should have simply dealt with this idiot outright. If only Yu Changfeng had given chase, Long Chen would have had the perfect excuse to end him. Yet, to his disappointment, the Golden Armor Horseman never appeared. "If you don't chase after us now, you won't get another chance," sighed Long Chen. Ahead, the space started to distort. Though they were traveling straight, the ever-shifting spatial currents ensured that everyone would end on a different path. Ultimately, the 10,000 dragon nest entered the twisting space. As soon as they crossed into it, the 10,000 dragon nest's divine runes ignited in brilliance. Like a miniature sun, it radiated an overwhelming luminescence. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy flooded in heavenly Doyan energy, sacred energy, the power of laws, and the essence of dragon blood. They were close. The Emperor Reverse Scale was near. Long Chen's anticipation grew. "I see, so this is why you're not cultivating divine abilities or comprehending the Julie divine runes because of him." The primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign's startled exclamation suddenly echoed in Long Chen's mind. Chapter 5672, Old Sixth reappears. "Senior, you're the Dragon Sovereign. How can you shout like that?" "I almost died of shock," said Long Chen speechlessly. He had been quietly observing the outside world when the Dragon Sovereign's voice exploded in his mind like thunder. The sudden outburst nearly made him jump out of his own skin. "Sorry, I forgot to control my voice," said the Dragon Sovereign awkwardly. Its excitement was normal. For the longest time, it had wondered why Long Chen wasn't seizing this opportunity to elevate his power. This was the optimal moment to come up with new divine abilities from the runes he had gained. "Is it because of him?" asked the Dragon Sovereign. Long Chen's heart trembled. His eyes darted around cautiously. "Relax," the Dragon Sovereign assured him. "We share core divine runes. He cannot eavesdrop on our conversation." Only then did Long Chen breathe easier. He nodded. "Yes, if I cultivate now, he'll copy everything I do. Every technique I learn, he learns. But I don't learn his techniques. That puts me at a major disadvantage. But you two are 2 bodies, your every move is under his gaze. He'll learn your techniques eventually. How about next time he appears, I help you suppress him completely?" The Dragon Sovereign offered. Long Chen immediately shook his head. "No, he is my heart devil. If you suppress him for me, he'll look down on me. I've already been looked down on once. I won't let it happen again. If I rely on external help, I'll never have true clarity in my heart." Even if I seal him away, a new heart devil will be born. I have to defeat him myself. Long Chen's pride burned fiercely. He would never forget the scornful look in the white-robed Long Chen's eyes when the latter had tricked him. Even after all these years, it remained a thorn in his heart. After that, Long Chen swore that he would beat his heart devil with absolute power. A heart devil was not necessarily a bad thing. He was actually Long Chen's strongest grindstone. With him present, Long Chen constantly felt a sense of danger, which drove him to get stronger. Back then, the Dragon Sovereign had done the same thing. It had raised its heart devil into a grindstone for itself. However, the Dragon Sovereign was simply too strong, so strong that its heart devil despaired. That was why it changed its goal and wanted to kill them both. If it weren't for that change, Long Chen believed that the Dragon Sovereign would have permitted its heart devil to exist forever. "Alright, I respect your choice," said the Primal Chaos Dragon Sovereign. A heart devil was the ultimate opponent, the ever-present shadow that forced the true self to evolve. This relentless pressure ensured that Long Chen would never slack off. "Senior, don't worry, everything is under control." Long Chen smiled slightly. Seeing that Long Chen was so confident, the Dragon Sovereign didn't say anything more. Although it didn't know what Long Chen was thinking, it chose to trust him. Though Long Chen often seemed unreliable, when it truly mattered, he was never careless. Originally, the Dragon Sovereign had planned to guide Long Chen in comprehending the dragon race's divine abilities, correcting him if he strayed from the right path. However, with his heart devil lurking, and Long Chen claiming to have his own method to handle it, the Dragon Sovereign decided to wait and observe. They continued their journey when, suddenly, Long Chen caught a flash of green light. It flickered for an instant before vanishing. "Green Old Sixth," Long Chen shouted in delight. Though the figure had disappeared in a blink, he had clearly sensed its fluctuations. It was a green parrot. The speed was astounding. In an instant, it was gone, leaving Long Chen uncertain if it had even heard him. Before entering the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm, he had coincidentally encountered this green trickster. He had swindled several Silver Wing Heaven Devils from its grasp, along with a powerful curse art. Suddenly, space quivered. The green figure reappeared, its emerald feathers shimmering with light. Its sharp eyes flickered back and forth as it examined the 10,000 dragon nest with suspicion. "Who is it? Who called me? Get out here," shouted the parrot. Long Chen grinned. "Damn, it really is you. It's been a while, I missed you." Stopping the 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen stepped forward. The parrot spread its wings warmly, looking pleased to see a familiar face. But then, its expression twisted. "Wait a minute, I remember now, you're the scammer. You stole my treasures and even forced me to teach you my curse art. You swindler, you fraud." Its hostility flared instantly, its feathers puffing up as it looked ready to peck Long Chen to death. "Hey, what are you saying? Aren't good friends supposed to share in both blessings and hardships? You had good fortune, so you shared it with me. And I also split my blessings with you," Long Chen argued. "Hey, when did you share your blessings with me?" said the parrot, not falling for it. "I tried, but you weren't there when I had blessings to share," Long Chen said helplessly. By now, Long Chen had approached the parrot, whose size was nearly equal to his own. Its aura was vastly different from before. Hence, Long Chen secretly studied it. Each of its feathers carried traces of ancient Julia mortal runes, which meant it had undergone a massive transformation since their last encounter. Although Long Chen didn't know its origins, the Earth Cauldron's previous reaction to it proved that it was no ordinary being. Hence, befriending it would be beneficial. "Nonsense. I'm here right now. Where are your blessings?" demanded the parrot. Long Chen reached out a hand and patted it on the shoulder, warmly saying, "Of course there are. Let me tell you, I've encountered a huge opportunity. If I can obtain it, I will be unrivaled beneath the heavens. As long as you can help me obtain it, then all treasures in the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm will be yours. I guarantee it." The parrot's sharp eyes narrowed. "Are you talking about that dragon scale?" When it saw Long Chen's expression twitch slightly, it instantly cursed. "Fuck off, you're trying to use me again. That dragon scale is useless to me. I'm not a dragon. Do you take me for a fool? But it's useful to me. And aren't we friends? My strength is your strength, right?" Long Chen coaxed. The parrot hesitated. "That does make sense. Wait. Hold up. When did we become friends?" Its eyes widened in realization. With a furious flap of its wings, it turned into a green streak and shot away at an astonishing speed. Its voice echoed from the distance. You're too sinister. I'm keeping my distance from you. Chapter 5673, Mobile Fortress. Senior, what's going on? When did that fellow get smart? Asked Long Chen. The green parrot flew off, leaving Long Chen baffled where he was. Last time, the green parrot had been rather dumb and easy to con. How did it suddenly become smart now? That's because your luck isn't good. This fellow's intelligence fluctuates, so perhaps you encountered it just as its intellect was at its highest, replied the Earth Cauldron. There's such a thing. Long Chen was speechless. This fellow is strong now. If I could have conned it into helping me, obtaining the Emperor Reverse Scale would be much easier. Unfortunately, that's not possible. It has sensed its own opportunity in this world. There's no way it would sacrifice its time to assist you, the Earth Cauldron explained. Fine, then I can only depend on myself. Back then, Long Chen had probed the Earth Cauldron for the green parrot's origins, but it had gone silent. Since he wasn't getting answers, he decided not to dwell on it. As the 10,000 dragon nest continued onward, the Emperor Reverse Scale's aura grew increasingly intense. Dragon blood power was being unleashed crazily. What a waste, muttered in frustration. The Emperor Reverse Scale was unleashing this immense energy to weaken the seal, yet he was powerless to stop it. The seal itself was forged from the Dragon Sovereign's core energy, a priceless force that was now being squandered. Regrettably, Long Chen's power was limited, and he could only watch as this energy was wasted. Although this energy was beneficial to the Dragonblood warriors, their absorption capacity was minuscule in comparison to the vast ocean of power being released. The Dragonblood warriors, Hidden Dragon warriors, and Wind God Sea Pavilion's disciples were diligently cultivating, absorbing as much of this energy as they could while comprehending the divine runes embedded within it. Long Chen checked on Li Qi, who had already condensed 3 core veins. Unlike before, he had skipped the process of forming 9 regular heaven veins and instead directly condensed core veins, saving quite a bit of time. These 3 core veins manifested as dragons with crystalline scales and ferocious eyes, exuding an astonishing aura. Li Qi's dragon soul was an ancient mutated dragon that possessed a bloodthirsty character. Back when the dragon souls had competed, it had triumphed over the other earth elemental dragon souls, giving it the first pick of hosts. However, it hadn't been particularly fond of Li Qi's temperament. It had only chosen him because of his immense power and willpower. Now that Li Qi had absorbed Shui Yingfeng's heavenly Dao fruit and gained his mutated earth element energy, this dragon soul instantly reached a high level of fusion with Li Qi's new power. It was freely fusing with him, causing his heaven veins to also possess its ferocity. The once stable earth affinity surrounding Li Qi had vanished, replaced by an air of decisive, sharp-edged killing intent, a will to slay demons and execute devils. As they drew closer to the Emperor Reverse Scale, the energy within the 10,000 dragon nest intensified. As a result, Li Qi's growth accelerated at a shocking pace. Next, Long Chen turned his attention to Tang Wan and was stunned to see that she had already condensed an 11th core vein. The emergence of this core vein made her aura even heavier. Even her wind element fluctuations became difficult to perceive, yet beneath that veil lay boundless power. Long Chen could sense that this new core vein had triggered a massive transformation in her. Just then, Song Mingyuan came out of seclusion, his eyes gleaming like stars. His aura surged like an unending tide, and waves of powerful energy flowed with every breath he took. "Haha, it looks like you've undergone a complete transformation," Long Chen said, pleasantly surprised. Thanks to Li Qi's support, Song Mingyuan had condensed 9 core veins, all at the Great Circle stage. His control over his heaven veins had reached extraordinary heights. Long Chen had also reached that realm, so he knew that Song Mingyuan was only missing the final step. All he needed to do was merge all 9 veins into one to reach the human emperor realm. "It's all thanks to Boss and Li Qi's support," said Song Mingyuan excitedly. Now fully fused with his dragon soul, he had finally grasped the true essence of the earth. It was as if a whole new world had opened up before him. Song Mingyuan was now at the peak of 9 veins and no longer needed to cultivate. He just needed to get accustomed to his new power. After Song Mingyuan woke up, Wild fell asleep. But unlike before, he wasn't conserving energy, he was digesting it. His stomach held an unfathomable amount of power, and sleep was the best way for him to refine it. Suddenly, explosive sounds rang out from ahead, and a mobile fortress flew by the 10,000 dragon nest. Almost crashing into it, although they narrowly avoided a crash, the protective divine light surrounding both constructs scraped against each other. The 10,000 dragon nest barely trembled, but the mobile fortress violently shuddered, nearly flipping over. Bastards, are you blind? Cursing rang out from that fortress, and a chilling devil aura came out with it. This fortress was clearly holding an army of the devil race. Who do you think you're talking to? Shouted Long Chen. Seeing that it was the devil race, Long Chen immediately got angry. The 10,000 dragon nest suddenly descended upon the fortress at full speed. The devil race's fortress had been moving rapidly, but due to the twisted nature of space in this region, controlling its trajectory was difficult. That was why it had nearly collided with them in the first place. Just as the devil experts inside managed to stabilize their fortress, the 10,000 dragon nest crashed into it like a meteor. The mobile fortress, significantly smaller in size, was like an egg smashing against a rock. In an instant, it was obliterated into countless fragments, exploding into bits. Chapter 5674, Supreme Power. Clearly, this fortress and the 10,000 dragon nest were not even on the same level. The former couldn't withstand the impact. The 10,000 dragon nest remained completely unharmed, but the fortress was obliterated. Countless devil experts were reduced to dust in the explosion, leaving only a small number of survivors. Originally built by the human race, the fortress had later been seized by the devil race. Though the devils had learned to operate it, their control over its mechanisms was crude at best. Under normal circumstances, they managed well enough, but in this distorted space, their inability to wield it properly led to its destruction. With the fortress gone, tens of thousands of devil experts remained. They were massive, with white horns protruding from their heads and bat-like wings on their backs. Their vicious fangs gleamed menacingly. What caught Long Chen's attention was the presence of 3 nine-vein heaven saints among them. The 9 veins represented their core veins. Hundreds more possessed 8 core veins, while the rest were 7-vein heaven saints. Any weaker devils had already perished in the blast. Long Chen stepped out of the 10,000 dragon nest and extended his hand. A vast net of thunderforce swept over the battlefield. The ground was littered with corpses. With a mere thought, he drew them into the primal chaos space. The devil experts were still dazed from losing their fortress. So, when they saw Long Chen brazenly harvesting their fallen comrades, fury erupted within them. Their leader roared, his 9 heaven veins flaring to life. A blood-red trident materialized in his grasp as he launched a devastating attack. Yet, Long Chen didn't even glance at him. He simply continued gathering the corpses. The trident hurtled toward Long Chen only to be intercepted mid-flight. A steady hand gripped the weapon, and Song Mingyuan's figure emerged. What? The devil expert's eyes widened in disbelief. He had unleashed his full might, yet the moment Song Mingyuan caught the trident, all its power vanished as if sinking into an endless sea. Suddenly, his 9 core veins ignited, unleashing a surge of destructive flames. The trident trembled violently as its immense force crashed toward Song Mingyuan. However, Song Mingyuan's grip remained unshaken. A faint tremor ran through his arm, and beneath his feet, ripples spread across the ground. These ripples were composed of countless runes, resembling gentle waves washing over the battlefield. He doesn't even need direct contact with the earth to redirect his opponent's power. He's completely mastered the essence of Earth's energy, Long Chen muttered, nodding in approval. Indeed, after merging with his dragon soul, Song Mingyuan abandoned his aggressive edge in favor of true mastery over Earth's power. While heavenly Doyan energy was rigid and unyielding, Earth energy embodied softness, absorbing and dissipating force rather than clashing head-on. This was a perfect example of using softness to counter hardness. Song Mingyuan didn't even need to use his core energy, he was simply draining his opponent's strength away. Song Mingyuan had completely transformed. He had given up his murderous aura and gained new stability and gentleness. No matter how the devil expert struggled, his weapon remained trapped in Song Mingyuan's grip. It was as if he were trying to uproot an immovable mountain. With this one casual move, Long Chen could tell that these people were a far cry from being able to match Song Mingyuan. The other 2 nine-vein heaven saints suddenly attacked Song Mingyuan, one from the left and one from the right, with tridents in their hands as well. Seeing this scene, Song Mingyuan held onto the first trident with his right hand while calmly forming seals with his left. 2 dark yellow shields materialized on either side of him, formed from dense earth runes. They were only 3 feet wide and half a foot thick. Both tridents slammed into the shields at the same time, their tips piercing precisely half a foot in. And that was it. Their attacks were completely nullified. Although they managed to pierce the shields, they couldn't harm Song Mingyuan. Long Chen's heart pounded. Song Mingyuan's transformation was beyond anything he had anticipated. The shield consisted only of basic earth energy, yet it effortlessly withstood the full power of 2 nine-vein heaven saints. If Song Mingyuan fully unleashed his dragon soul's might, his defenses would be unimaginable. The 3 devil experts froze, their expressions shifting from rage to terror. Only now did they realize what kind of terrifying existence they had provoked. Without hesitation, they yanked at their tridents, trying to retreat. But their weapons were rooted to the ground, refusing to budge no matter how desperately they pulled. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 golden arrows tore through the air, and blood splattered across the battlefield as all 3 devil experts dropped lifelessly to the ground. Long Chen was stunned. He turned to see Guo Ran standing atop the 10,000 dragon nest, wielding a massive golden crossbow. His grin stretched ear to ear. Suddenly, Guo Ran unleashed a clump of arrows all at once. These arrows were like a flood raining down on the devil experts. 1,000 arrow. With a triumphant shout, Guo Ran unleashed devastation. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, engulfing the enemy ranks in an area of absolute destruction. Every single devil expert was wiped out in an instant. Long Chen's jaw nearly dropped. What a terrifying move. Long Chen couldn't help jumping in shock. He had never seen this particular move. Beyond its devastating killing power, what truly shocked him was that Guo Ran hadn't even needed to activate his heaven veins. He had relied entirely on the crossbow and the arrows, sheer might to annihilate their enemies. Ha ha ha, didn't I say I'd show boss something stunning? Laughed Guo Ran. Guo Ran was overjoyed at Long Chen's reaction, his excitement bubbling over. This is something I painstakingly developed in the dragon domain. With Sha Chen's help, I finally perfected it. And after today's test run, hee, it's even better than I expected, Guo Ran explained, patting his crossbow proudly. Incredible. Even 8 vein heaven saints were wiped out instantly. This technique is practically heaven-defying, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't particularly like Guo Ran's smug expression, he couldn't deny the results. He almost found it hard to believe just how could it be so overwhelmingly powerful. Half a month's effort, gone in an instant. Just then, Sha Chen appeared, his tone laced with both pride and exasperation. Chapter 5675, Ruler, Minister, Assistant, Envoy. 1,000 arrow. This was Guo Ran's newest technique, a product of his relentless efforts. In truth, its full name was the 1,000-bladed Sun Mother Arrow. The technique revolved around merging 1,000 explosive arrows into a single projectile infused with spatial energy. When fired, the spatial energy fractured, unleashing the 1,000 arrows in a precise formation. Each arrow had a specific role and purpose. At the heart of this formation was the ruler arrow, the strongest and most devastating among them. Forged from over 3,000 different immortal metals and divine materials, it was inscribed with countless runes. Even Guo Ran had to be meticulous in crafting it. After all, a single mistake could trigger an explosion powerful enough to obliterate him. However, despite its overwhelming might, if directly shot at an enemy, its immense power would be detected, allowing the target a chance to evade. Thus, the ruler arrow required the support of the 72 minister arrows. 36 of these enhanced the ruler arrow's strength, while the other 36 concealed its aura, preventing enemies from sensing the impending danger. Adding to the complexity, there were 360 assistant arrows. They all had different attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, lightning, wind, etc. Their purpose was to overwhelm the enemy's senses with a chaotic influx of energies, further masking the true threat of the ruler arrow. Finally, the envoy arrows. They were the most numerous arrows and functioned as scouts. Though lacking in power, they played a crucial role in detecting enemy positions and guiding the ruler arrow to its most effective target. This engineering masterpiece was Guo Ran's pride and joy, the culmination of an unimaginable amount of effort. Hee, I'm not upset about the loss. If I didn't test it, how would I know if it worked? Guo Ran chuckled. While it took him half a month to craft a single set, the results justified the effort. A group of 8 vein heaven saints was annihilated in an instant. Though they had already sustained injuries and weren't at their peak, the attack was so sudden and precise that even in top condition, they likely wouldn't have survived. The regrettable thing was that there wasn't a single 9 vein heaven saint amongst them. Without one present, Guo Ran had no way to determine if the technique was powerful enough to take down such an opponent. Had there been a 9 vein among them, the ruler arrow would have undoubtedly prioritized them as its target. It really is amazing, praised Long Chen. When he learned about the complex principles behind this one arrow, Long Chen couldn't help but praise it. Guo Ran's creativity never ceased to amaze him. It is, but if Guo Ran had put this much effort into developing magical arts or divine abilities, he'd probably have made just as great a breakthrough, remarked Song Mingyuan. TCH, you know that it's impossible for me. Boss already said that every person has their own path. Who's to say that I, Guo Ran, won't forge an entirely new one? Guo Ran retorted proudly. Long Chen raised a brow. Did I say that? Ignoring his own question, he asked again, how many of these arrows do you have? I had 8 but used 1. So now there are 7. But you also saw their power. They are enough, replied Guo Ran. Enough? No. Long Chen shook his head. This fellow had no idea how many powerful enemies they would be facing. He actually thought that it was just the demon race. It's fine, boss, Guo Ran reassured. I've figured out how to mass-produce them. While the mass-produced versions only have half the power, I can make over 100 in a single day. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. Even at half strength, that was an astounding feat. 100 per day, that was practically heaven-defying. Then get to work, Guo Ran. Make as many as you can, the more, the better. We're preparing for an unprecedented battle. Boss, leave it to me. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, Guo Ran understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he rushed back to the 10,000 dragon nest to begin production. Long Chen gathered the enemy corpses and returned to the 10,000 dragon nest as well. Their forces continued their slow but steady advance. Boss, something's off. Why haven't we encountered any other factions on our way? Asked Sha Chen. Because we're going too slow. Most people have probably arrived at the Emperor reverse scale, replied Long Chen. Then why aren't we going faster? Asked Song Mingyuan. There's no need for that. Even if we got there first, we'd have to wait. Others can join sides with their own people, but we can't. If we were to arrive there first, we'd be targeted by everyone. Our people haven't reached their full power yet. We wouldn't be able to survive such a battle, answered Long Chen. Our new OS, arriving early might have given them more time to absorb energy, but it wouldn't make a difference in the long run. That was because they could not advance to the human emperor realm within the heaven vein mystic realm. It was because the laws here were different from those of the outside world. If they advanced here, they would be confined by the laws in this place, and they would have to advance to the divine emperor realm here as well. Since the heaven vein mystic realm only opened once every countless years, advancing here would be tantamount to throwing away their future. Thus, there was no rush. Reaching the great circle of the heaven saint realm along the way was just as effective. Moreover, the lack of disturbances made it a safer approach. Another reason for their slow advance was to buy time for Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, and Yu Zifeng to catch up to them. If Mo Nian also managed to join them, even better. Long Chen had a strong premonition that the battle for the Emperor reverse scale would be unlike anything they had ever faced before. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled violently. A thunderous dragon's cry echoed throughout the entire heaven vein mystic realm. Getting impatient, are you? Long Chen's gaze sharpened, his expression turning cold as he listened to the ominous roar in the distance. Chapter 5676, Immense Pressure. A deep, thunderous rumble echoed as the Emperor reverse scale pulsed with violent, unstable energy. It sent shockwaves rippling through space, causing the 10,000 dragon nest to tremble like a ship caught in a tempest. Are you trying to start things now? Long Chen murmured. Its evil energy is growing stronger. The Emperor reverse scale has absorbed an immense amount of death energy. It feeds on the desire to kill. The more lives lost, the greater its strength. It seems eager to take the initiative. If you don't reach it soon, it will break the seal and come for you, said the Dragon Sovereign. It has to wait for me. If it breaks the seal, the dragon power will vanish. How will my brothers advance to the Great Circle then? After saying that, Long Chen accelerated the 10,000 dragon nest. It eventually became so fast that it was like a shooting star. Previously, Long Chen had been buying time for the Dragonblood warriors so that they could all reach the Great Circle before arriving. But now, the Emperor reverse scale was growing impatient. If it had gathered enough power to force its way free, it would cease radiating its dragon energy. Just as the 10,000 dragon nest was speeding along, Ji Yu Yang's eyes snapped open. His aura had undergone a complete transformation. Now at the Great Circle, his blood chi roared like a surging ocean. Beneath his skin, veins pulsed with writhing energy, as if his body contained so much power it could barely be contained. Damn, what a powerful body! Exclaimed Long Chen, patting Ji Yu Yang's shoulder hard. Sensing his brother's explosive power, Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. One by one, his brothers were ascending. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Song Mingyuan, and now Ji Yu Yang all had reached the great circle of 9 veins. Long Chen felt an exhilarating surge of pride. With such a group of powerful brothers by his side, who could possibly stop him? The 4 of them looked at each other. Sensing each other's immense power, they were all excited. In the dragon domain, they had passed all the trials, and now, they had condensed their core veins and fully merged with their dragon souls. They didn't feel any fear about the upcoming battle. Instead, their blood boiled with excitement. After bitterly cultivating for so long, they were eager to show the world the Dragonblood Legion's power. Boss, do you have any strategy for this upcoming battle? Any instructions? Asked Sha Chen. Though Guo Ran was the general of the Dragonblood Legion, he and Sha Chen crafted their strategies together. In truth, Sha Chen often did more work behind the scenes, carefully analyzing every possibility, while Guo Ran had a habit of dramatizing things. This time, with Guo Ran busy crafting more arrows, Sha Chen took charge. Long Chen pondered for a moment. This battle won't be like the past. Although everyone is in the same realm, we're facing creatures from the primal chaos era. We may be strong, but we cannot afford to be careless. My goal is to seize the Emperor Reverse Scale, but to do that, I must first defeat the entity sealed within it. Once the battle begins, all the battlefield pressure will fall onto your shoulders. Boss, don't worry, if the fight is in the same realm, the Dragonblood Legion fears no one. Ji Yu Yang declared confidently. But Long Chen shook his head and gravely said, this time will be different. I already know of several existences who are no weaker than me. Several. Sha Chen and the others stiffened. They were the ones who understood Long Chen's strength best. From the mortal world to the immortal world, how many had ever truly matched him in a one-on-one battle? The only ones capable of such feats were ancient monsters who had suppressed their cultivation for countless years. And yet, Long Chen had just said there were several opponents on his level. That revelation sent a chill down their spines. They knew Long Chen wouldn't say this just to scare them. Most importantly, these were just the ones Long Chen knew of. Who knew how many more were lurking in the shadows? Then do you have a strategy? Asked Sha Chen. For now, not really. I'll only know what to do once I reach the Emperor Reverse Scale. The Dragonblood Legion should keep a low profile and conserve their energy. Even if you have to reveal your strength, hold off until I obtain the Emperor Reverse Scale. Sha Chen frowned. I'm just worried we won't be able to hold back. Do your best, Long Chen said. If things spiral out of control, just stall until I finish my battle. Boss, I'm not trying to defy you, but I don't agree. Are you saying that even with our full strength, we won't be able to stand our ground? Do we really need to wait for you? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's newfound power surged within him, fueling his confidence. If there were opponents capable of challenging Long Chen, so what? The Dragonblood Legion had transformed too. Their Dragonblood cross-slash was unrivaled, so Ji Yu Yang refused to believe they would be powerless. Sha Chen and Song Mingyuan shared the same thoughts, especially Song Mingyuan. While he might not be able to kill, when it came to defense, he had absolute confidence. However, out of respect for Long Chen, they had kept silent. It was Ji Yu Yang who finally voiced their doubts. Long Chen's gaze sharpened. If this were a battle fought purely within the same realm, I'd have no worries. But you need to understand not everyone fights without backing like we do. You mean? Sha Chen instantly understood what Long Chen was saying, his expression darkening. Song Mingyuan and Ji Yu Yang were both lost, so they looked at Sha Chen. Sha Chen took a deep breath and spat out a single name. Netherdragon Tianfeng. Ji Yu Yang and Song Mingyuan's faces twisted with realization. They didn't fear Netherdragon Tianfeng himself, but the one backing him was an existence that cast a shadow over all the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Nether Emperor will descend upon the Heaven Vein Mystic Realm? Asked Ji Yu Yang apprehensively. He won't descend in person, Sha Chen said. But Netherdragon Tianfeng is here, so he definitely has a way to channel the Nether Emperor's power through space. Otherwise, after Boss beat him to the point of crying for his daddy and mommy, how could he have the nerve to challenge Boss again? With that, They recalled how Netherdragon Tianfeng had challenged Long Chen back when they first entered the Heaven Vein mystic realm. I don't doubt the Dragonblood Cross/'s power. But are you sure it can kill Netherdragon Tianfeng when he is backed by the Nether Emperor's power? Asked Long Chen. That would be. Ji Yu Yong was speechless. Last time, they had beaten Netherdragon Tianfeng black and blue. Hence, for him to have the gall to challenge Long Chen again, he must have some trump cards. If they couldn't eliminate him in a single strike, the backlash would be disastrous. Expending all their energy early in the battle would leave them vulnerable when surrounded by countless enemies. Before they could dwell on the problem further, the 10,000 dragon nest suddenly shuddered. Its defensive runes blazed to life, forming a spinning vortex of energy. Invaders, Sha Chen shouted, but before anyone could act, a calm voice rang out. Relax, it's your own people. Chapter 5677, Arrogant Little Nine. Long Chen and the others were shocked to see the twisting space in front of them. Someone was actually breaking through the 10,000 dragon nest's defenses and entering on their own. However, their wariness turned to joy when they saw who emerged. Bai Shishi and Bai Shala stepped out of the turbulent space. The three-flower diagram in Bai Shala's eyes gradually faded, and the spatial distortion disappeared along with it. Bai Shala was brimming with excitement, and perched on his shoulder was the violet pupil nine-tail fox. Its violet eyes gleamed with an increasingly demonic light, and its aura had grown deeper and more profound. Bai Shishi, however, looked weary. Bloodstains marked her robes, clear evidence of a recent bloody battle. Seeing her in such a state made Long Chen's heart ache. She must have fought her way here with all her might just to return as quickly as possible. When their gazes met, Bai Shishi smiled softly, and a warmth flickered in her beautiful eyes. Long Chen didn't say anything, but she could read his emotions clearly. Big Sister Shishi, Tang Wan-er's voice rang out as she appeared beside them. No one knew whether she had just emerged from seclusion or had been waiting nearby, but she immediately welcomed Bai Shishi with a bright smile. This was the first time Tang Wan-er had properly met Bai Shishi. Their initial encounter had been marred by jealousy, creating an awkward situation. However, this time, she took Bai Shishi's hands warmly and addressed her as Big Sister. Because of this, Bai Shishi felt both touched and nervous. She had heard from Long Chen that Tang Wan-er was the most difficult one among his women. As a result, Bai Shishi, who had never feared bloody battles against demons and devils, suddenly found herself apprehensive about facing Tang Wan-er alone. Seeing Bai Shishi look at him, Long Chen smiled at her and indicated not to worry. Tang Wan-er had grown up. Tang Wan-er had deeply regretted her past behavior. After much self-reflection, she had come to dislike her own immaturity. Now, she saw this second meeting as an opportunity to make things right. Without hesitation, she pulled Bai Shishi aside, chatting warmly. Sha Chen observed Bai Shala's skill and muttered, "What a powerful spatial energy, even the 10,000 dragon nest's defenses couldn't stop it. If that had been an enemy instead of our own, the consequences would have been disastrous." Bai Shala's mastery of spatial energy had become so advanced that by the time Sha Chen sensed an intruder, Bai Shala had already entered the barrier. There had been no time to react. Hee, it wasn't just me, Bai Shala chuckled. Little Nine also found its own legacy. I'm just reaping the benefits. Curiously, Little Nine remained silent. Its violet pupils swept over Long Chen and the others repeatedly, sharp as blades. Sha Chen and the others frowned slightly. Little Nine seemed different. Boss, Bai Shala said awkwardly, Little Nine has merged with its ancestors' inheritances and core runes. It seems to be affected by their will, making it a bit eccentric. That was putting it mildly. Little Nine wasn't just eccentric, it was acting haughty. Long Chen looked at the violet pupil nine-tail fox and slowly smiled. He could see that this was the result of its confidence inflating. Affected by its ancestors, he murmured. No, this is the result of awakening its noble bloodline. Like a lost prince finally reclaiming his throne. At that moment, Little Nine finally spoke. Don't worry, with me here, no one in the Heaven Vein mystic realm can threaten you. Sha Chen, Ji Yu Yong, and Song Ming Yuan frowned even deeper. The sheer arrogance in those words was staggering. Bai Shala wasn't blind to this change. He knew that Little Nine had become too conceited, but there was little he could do about it. He looked helplessly at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. It seems like your power has reached an unprecedented level, Little Nine. That's good, now I don't have to worry. What do you have to worry about? Asked Little Nine, a trace of confusion entering its eyes. Your mortal enemy has appeared. The heavenly demon golden monkey race? Asked Little Nine, its gaze sharpened. A violet demonic aura erupted from it, suffocating even Ji Yu-yong. The sheer pressure left everyone momentarily shaken. Now they understood why Little Nine had become so arrogant it had the strength to back it up. That's right, Long Chen confirmed. And there are many of them. Their leader is Hu Tianwu, a prince of the heavenly demon golden monkey race. He's incredibly powerful. Where are they? I'll kill them right now, growled Little Nine, its voice filled with killing intent. No need to go looking for them. They'll be coming to us soon. Just maintain your peak state and be ready to wipe them out in one go. Good. Little Nine nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Bai Xiao let out a weary sigh. Boss. Seeing Little Nine's behavior, he felt both frustrated and helpless. He and Little Nine were spiritually connected, bound by a life and death contract. There was no abandoning each other. Hence, they could only endure. Ji Yu-yong and the others were irritated by Little Nine's attitude, but they also knew there was nothing they could do about it. Long Chen patted Bai Xiao's shoulder reassuringly. Arrogance isn't necessarily a bad thing. It means it finally has confidence in its power. That's exactly what you're lacking. You've spent your whole life getting beaten down, which has made you timid. The two of you complement each other perfectly. With Long Chen's understanding of Bai Xiao, if Little Nine's arrogance continued to inflate, then Bai Xiao might abandon Little Nine, abolishing their alliance. That was an extremely negative thing. To put it frankly, whether it was Bai Xiao or Little Nine, they were still childish. Hearing this, Bai Xiao felt much better inside. After that, he looked at the meditating Little Nine. I'm worried it will get too arrogant and challenge boss for his position. Long Chen, Ji Yu-yong, and the others burst into laughter. Long Chen grinned. That's fine. If it can defeat me, I'll gladly let it carry the burdens I've been shouldering. What is making you laugh so happily? At that moment, Tang Wan-er and Bai Shishi returned. Seeing Bai Shishi, Long Chen was taken aback. She looked different. Chapter 5678, Shadow Stone Spirits. Bai Shishi now wore a stunning golden dress that radiated both luxury and purity. The dress clung to her curves, accentuating them perfectly. While she was already a peerless beauty, in this dress, she seemed even more divine, like a goddess descending from the heavens. Bai Shishi's face was red, looking somewhat bashful, apprehensive, and excited. When she saw Long Chen's amazed expression, she was delighted. There was an indescribable joy in being admired by the one you loved. How does it look? Asked Bai Shishi, despite clearly knowing the answer. Beautiful. It's a perfect fit for you, praised Long Chen. Bai Shishi's beauty was already breathtaking, but in this dress, she seemed to transcend mortal limits. Wan-er made it, said Bai Shishi. Long Chen's jaw dropped. He turned to Tang Wan-er in disbelief. The craftsmanship of this dress was incredibly intricate. Just how much time and effort had she put into it? Tang Wan-er only winked at him, and a wave of emotion surged through Long Chen. He wanted to pull her into a tight embrace and pour out his gratitude. She had grown in ways even he hadn't expected. This was Tang Wan-er's way of extending goodwill to Bai Shishi, a gesture of reconciliation for their previous misunderstandings. Bai Shishi was extremely moved by this. She had been anxious about meeting the rest of Long Chen's women. She had only gotten close to Yu Qingshan before they were forced to part ways, and now she faced the daunting task of being accepted by the others. The thought had haunted her, making her worry that she might be rejected. The usually proud and strong Bai Shishi had shed tears in private. She realized that love wasn't only about sweetness, it came with its own pain and struggles. Now, Tang Wan-er's gesture melted that anxiety, filling Bai Shishi's heart with warmth. For a moment, she felt the urge to cry again, but this time, out of relief and gratitude. It's a bit much, isn't it? Muttered Sha Chen, unable to watch the three of them acting so lovey-dovey. Hearing this, Bai Shishi turned even redder. But Tang Wan-er suddenly turned to Sha Chen and said, "Don't think I don't know what's going on between you and one of my sisters." "There's such a thing. Who is it?" asked Long Chen, excited by this discovery. Had the cold-hearted Sha Chen encountered the second coming of spring? Cough. Big sister Wan-er, I have to say, this dress really is beautiful. It's very well made. It's simply indescribable, Sha Chen stammered, hastily changing the subject, his face turning red. Ji Yu-yong and Song Mingyuan burst into laughter at his awkwardness. Seeing them laughing so happily, Tang Wan-er's smirk widened. Ji Yu-yong, Mingyuan, should I talk about the two of you? Boss, I think we should discuss our battle strategy. I'll go plan something right now. Ji Yuyong blurted out before darting away. Song Mingyuan quickly followed suit, and Sha Chen also found an excuse to escape. Even Bai Shaola mumbled something about stabilizing his cultivation before vanishing. In an instant, only Long Chen, Bai Shishi, and Tang Wan remained. Long Chen didn't hesitate, he pulled both women into a tight embrace. Bai Shishi and Tang Wan let out startled cries, their faces burning as they instinctively buried them in his shoulders, closing their eyes. Feeling their warmth, hearing their heartbeats, Long Chen finally felt at ease. He had always been deeply grateful to Tang Wan and all the women by his side. Each one of them was an unparalleled beauty, yet they had chosen a man who couldn't promise them a stable future. And still, they were willing to give him their everything. Such love, even if he crushed his bones to dust trying, he would never be able to repay it. Bai Shishi and Tang Wan had been shy at first, but as they felt Long Chen's heartbeat, they relaxed. Slowly, they wrapped their arms around him in return. They knew that their journey was treacherous, filled with countless dangers. Each of them was like a candle flickering in the wind. But what was there to fear as long as their hearts beat as one? Life and death, joy and sorrow, they would face them together. As long as they had him, it was all worth it. Suddenly, the 10,000 dragon nest met powerful resistance. Countless figures emerged ahead, and pillars of divine light barred its path, slowing it down. However, these figures didn't launch any killing blows, as they didn't know the origins of the 10,000 dragon nest. Those attacks were just to slow it down, making it change direction. It was also a test for the 10,000 dragon nest. The romantic atmosphere directly vanished, and Long Chen had to let go of his two women. A shout rang out from ahead. Friends of the dragon race, are you looking down on the Shadow Stone spirit race by flying over our heads? Only then did Long Chen realize what these beings were: colossal stone giants, each towering over 10 meters tall. Their bodies were filled with dark runes that pulsed with sinister energy, blending into their dark stone-like skin. Until they moved, they had been nearly invisible against the ground. Now that they had risen, it became clear they covered the entire land, an unbroken sea of massive figures. This territory belongs to the Shadow Stone spirit race. They must have traveled far to reach this place, Long Chen murmured. They know a great battle is coming, so they've stationed themselves here to adjust and recover beforehand. The 10,000 dragon nest had merely been flying on its course, but these creatures viewed it as a provocation that demanded a response. What is the origin of the Shadow Stone spirit race? Asked Tang Wan. They belong to the spirit race, but they're considered evil spirits, Long Chen explained. Their defenses are exceptional, and their endurance makes them extremely difficult to kill. But their most terrifying trait is their hunger for bloodlines. They devour the essence of other lifeforms to strengthen themselves. Even among the evil spirit race, they are notorious. Hearing this, Tang Wan-er's expression darkened. Long Chen gave a simple order. Keep moving. If it had been another race, he might have considered taking a detour. But for such vile creatures, he saw no need to show courtesy. The Shadow Stone spirit experts roared in fury at the blatant disregard. Their dark runes flared to life, and they braced for battle. I'll handle them, Bai Shishi declared, golden light surging around her. But before Long Chen could respond, Li Qi's voice rang out from the 10,000 dragon nest. In the blink of an eye, Li Qi appeared outside. The moment the Shadow Stone spirits saw him, their expressions changed. Chapter 5679, Crystal Dragon Burial. When Li Qi appeared, all the Shadow Stone spirit race's experts felt a suffocating terror well up within them. At this moment, Li Qi had condensed 6 core veins, and every single one of them exuded thrumming killing intent. Their bloodthirsty eyes lacked any mercy. Moreover, Li Qi's once steady and gentle aura had transformed, now sharp as stone, yet as explosive as a volcano. Bai Shishi, Tang Wan, Ji Yuyong, and Sha Chen were stunned. The Li Qi before them was almost unrecognizable. Long Chen, however, simply smiled. He saw what the others didn't. Li Qi had finally unleashed his true nature. We're going, shouted the leader of the Shadow Stone spirit race. Feeling a deep sense of danger, he immediately signaled a retreat. You want to leave now? It's too late. Li Qi stepped forward, appearing in front of the leader in an instant. With no hesitation, he swung his fist. His hand was covered in radiant crystal, blazing like a miniature sun. The light was so intense that the shadow stone spirits couldn't keep their eyes open. You go too far. Since you want to die, fine, shouted the leader of the shadow stone spirit race. Despite the terror clawing at his soul, he chose to fight. He had wanted to avoid provoking Li Qi, yet the latter showed no intention of letting them leave. Roaring, the shadow stone spirit race's leader unleashed his full power. 9 core veins erupted behind him as he threw a punch. 9 veins against 6 veins. Tang Wan and the others tensed. Such a gap was overwhelming. They expected Li Qi to be at a disadvantage, but Long Chen didn't seem worried at all. The impact left everyone stunned. Li Qi's punch directly blew apart his target into countless stone fragments. Sha Chen's jaw nearly hit the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. Since when had Li Qi become this terrifying? A fully guarded expert with 9 core veins, wiped out with a single punch. Ah, I see. Li Qi's crystal energy counters the stone spirit race's power, exclaimed Song Mingyuan. Long Chen nodded. Exactly. Crystal energy and stone energy are both hard and explosive. But when they clash, the harder one wins. Simple. It was like smashing 2 stones together, the weaker one shatters. The fact that Li Qi's punch annihilated his opponent proved his crystal energy was on an entirely different level. The usual advantage of 3 extra core veins meant nothing to him. As the shattered remains settled, dark red energy rose into the air, the opponent's essence. The stone spirit race had no blood, and this was their stone marrow, the concentrated core of their life force. The moment it appeared, Li Qi's heaven veins devoured it. Instantly, his heaven veins turned a deep crimson, their aura surging violently. Even their eyes became bloodshot. This guy, he's turning into a monster, remarked Sha Chen. Sha Chen couldn't help being stunned by the wild aura of Li Qi's heaven veins. This fellow was a bit frightening now. Long Chen observed Li Qi closely. As expected, mastering this power would alter Li Qi's very nature. Crystal Dragon Burial, shouted Li Qi. Li Qi suddenly changed to hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground. The earth trembled as his 6 core veins surged downward, shooting to 6 different directions. Wherever these crystalline dragons passed, the ground solidified into gleaming crystals. The Shadow Stone Spirit Race's experts barely had time to react. Before they could even struggle, they detonated into fragments. A new OS. With a single attack, an entire force was wiped out. The battlefield was reduced to a wasteland of shattered stone, and the lingering stone marrow was instantly consumed by Li Qi's core veins. Sha Chen and the others stood frozen. This wasn't just strong, it was terrifying. If they had even the slightest ability to wield soft energy, the outcome wouldn't have been this one-sided, Song Mingyuan remarked, surveying the devastation. When it's hard against hard, it shows off just how powerful Li Qi is, said Long Chen. Sha Chen frowned as a thought struck him. But what if Li Qi encounters someone with an even harder power than his? His expression darkened. What had just been Li Qi's greatest advantage was now his greatest vulnerability. If someone else possessed crystal energy superior to his, wouldn't he face the same fate as these shattered shadow stone spirits? That won't happen, said Song Mingyuan firmly. Why not? Asked Sha Chen. Song Mingyuan smirked. Because he has me. Long Chen chuckled knowingly. From the very beginning, he had accounted for this. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had always been a pair, both earth element experts who had fought side by side for years. Among the Dragonblood Legion, they were strongest when working together. Now, their roles had solidified. One hard, one soft. One attacker, one defender. They would become the Dragonblood Legion's ultimate spear and shield. With them standing strong, Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and the others would have complete freedom to unleash their strength. The overall combat power of the Dragonblood Legion was about to soar to an unprecedented level. Suddenly, the core veins behind Li Qi started to flash and grow explosively. Startled, Li Qi hastily shouted, "Boss, my core veins are going to break through. I have to hurry and suppress them, sorry about this." Before anyone could respond, Li Qi vanished, retreating into the 10,000 dragon nest. His heaven veins had absorbed an immense amount of stone marrow. If he didn't control it in time, he would break through to the 9-vein realm immediately. But that wasn't his goal. Instead, he intended to suppress the energy, refining it slowly to strengthen his foundation. The battle had ended in an instant, yet its impact lingered in everyone's heart. Good, now we have even more confidence, remarked Ji Yuyong as he clenched his fists excitedly. If Li Qi was already this powerful with 6 veins, then once he condensed 9, who could predict just how terrifying he would become? Sha Chen exhaled in relief. It's a good thing only his aura changed, not his heart. For a brief moment during the fight, Li Qi had felt like a stranger. His sheer presence had been overwhelming, almost unrecognizable. But when he turned to look at them, Sha Chen saw it Li Qi was still the same person. Sha Chen had been worried that Li Qi's newfound power might inflate his ego, much like Little Nine's. That would have been difficult to handle. With a comforting smile, Song Mingyuan said, Little Nine will return to the right path soon. As long as boss is here, it can't stay overly arrogant for long. Besides, it's been with us for so long, when has it ever had a real chance to act high and mighty? With Shaola as its master, it never had a proper audience. Who wouldn't want to show off a little? The violet cupel nine-tail fox race was born arrogant. It had the bloodline of an emperor race, yet it had ended up with a master far weaker than it had expected. Naturally, it was very frustrated. It wanted admiration and reverence. But in the Dragonblood Legion, admiration was hard to come by. Reverence, impossible. The Dragonblood Legion was a brotherhood, a family. No one looked up at each other with fear or worship, not even Long Chen. Here, status and lineage meant nothing. That left Little Nine in an awkward position. It felt ordinary. Now that it had grown stronger, it was desperately seeking attention, hoping to prove its worth. Long Chen had once said, the more someone brags about something, the more they're missing it. Little Nine was a perfect example. Its arrogance wasn't pride, it was a mask to hide its sense of mediocrity. Understanding this, the group felt their worries go away. Instead of irritation, Little Nine's behavior now seemed almost cute. Just as they were talking, the 10,000 dragon nest suddenly trembled. They had crossed an invisible barrier. And what lay before them was a sight they would never forget. Chapter 5680, Violet World. A violet world stretched before them, its divine radiance filling their vision. This violet was not the eerie hue of demons, nor was it gaudy or overwhelming. Instead, it exuded an air of solemn majesty, as though everything within it was crowned with the glory of heaven and earth. Bathed in this light, all things seemed to wear an invisible crown that allowed them to look down on all others. Before Long Chen and his companions got in, the violet world seemed to only cover a few thousand miles, and Long Chen could clearly sense its borders. Yet, the moment they stepped inside, it seemed endless, as if it could encompass the entire heaven essence world. This contradiction was unsettling. Either space itself was twisted here, or time had been distorted. The very laws governing this place were unlike anything Long Chen had encountered before. At the core of this violet realm burned a blinding sun. Its brilliance was such that looking directly at it was impossible. Endless dragon runes coiled and danced around this celestial body, and from within its depths came the echoes of a dragon's roar, rolling like endless thunder. The sound resonated through their souls, shaking them to the core. Waves of dragon might pulsed outward, and this violet sun radiated an energy so sacred and immense that even Long Chen's heaven veins trembled involuntarily. The dragon energy within this space was so dense that it had condensed into a visible mist. Is that the Emperor reverse scale? Sha Chen and the others gasped as their gazes locked onto the violet sun at the world's center. Although they had been mentally prepared for the shocking power of the Emperor reverse scale, they had not expected it to be this mighty. In front of this violet sun, Song Mingyuan, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, and the others who had become 9 vain heaven saints felt like ants. The pressure was so great that it terrified them. This thing could probably destroy the entire heaven vein mystic realm, Tang Wan'er murmured, her voice shaking slightly. She was the only one among them who had secretly condensed 11 core veins. Her perception far surpassed the rest, and what she sensed from the Emperor reverse scale sent chills through her very soul. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Sha Chen, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. Bai Shishi, too, looked at Long Chen and then at Tang Wan'er. Her lips parted as if she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words. In truth, all of them were thinking the same thing, which was to give up on the Emperor reverse scale. They could finish absorbing the dragon energy here, become 9 vain heaven saints, and then leave. They were all experienced fighters. The moment they saw the Emperor reverse scale, they had a feeling that it was not something they could subdue, at least, not with the strength available in the heaven vein mystic realm. The aura emanating from the Emperor reverse scale was on an entirely different level. And with so many other forces lurking in the vicinity, the risks were beyond them. If they were to attempt to seize it, they would likely suffer huge casualties and fail to obtain the reverse scale in the end. Even their intuition screamed at them to back down. Yet, they also knew that Long Chen saw the Emperor reverse scale as a prize he couldn't abandon. As a result, no one dared voice their doubts. Long Chen stared at the violet sun, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, the sun trembled, and a searing heat burst forth. The temperature within the entire space spiked in an instant. Tang Wan Ji Yuyong, and the others' hair stood on end. They felt like the Emperor reverse scale's will had locked onto them. Long Chen met that presence head-on, a slow smile creeping across his face. Then, he turned to his comrades. He said, "Don't worry, we have a chance. How can you know something's impossible without trying?" Ji Yuyong and the others nodded. If that was their boss's decision, then there was nothing more to discuss. If they had to dive into the abyss, they would do it together. After all, death had never been something the Dragonblood Legion feared. The 10,000 dragon nest pressed forward. As Long Chen had predicted, the space surrounding the Emperor reverse scale was vast beyond reason. Even though the reverse scale looked close, the 10,000 dragon nest flew for 2 hours and only crossed half the distance between them. By this time, countless figures started to appear within the violet world. They were experts from myriad races, each guarding their territories as they used the dragon energy to cultivate. Rho vs. The violet divine light bathed everything in its sacred glow, but it could not hide the bloodstains beneath. The air was thick with the stench of battle. Clearly, every inch of territory had been fought over with blood and sacrifice. The closer they got to the Emperor reverse scale, the more intense the competition. The 10,000 dragon nest first encountered weaker factions that lingered on the outskirts, unable to claim better positions. These groups were wise enough to recognize power when they saw it. The moment the 10,000 dragon nest appeared, they quickly stepped aside, unwilling to provoke such a force. They understood the laws of this brutal world: either you moved out of the way, or you risked being crushed. Many sharp-eyed individuals grew excited upon seeing the 10,000 dragon nest, knowing that whoever was inside was clearly not to be trifled with. This meant that a bloody battle was inevitable, and there would be a spectacular show in a bit. They all understood their own limits and knew that the Emperor reverse scale was beyond their grasp. As mere spectators, they enjoyed seeing experts kill each other. "Oh, there are a lot of humans here," said Sha Chen. Sha Chen was surprised to see piles of humans stretching all the way to the Emperor reverse scale. Each pile consisted of millions, or even tens of millions, of people. The sheer number of experts gathered was immeasurable. As they advanced, the strength of individual factions increased. At first, experts with core veins were rare, with 9 core veins being almost unheard of. However, as they progressed, core vein heaven saints became more common. 9 core vein experts were no longer an anomaly; every faction had a few. By this point, these factions were no longer so willing to yield. The 10,000 dragon nest's intimidating aura had lost its edge against them. Instead of moving aside, they let the 10,000 dragon nest fly over their heads. They were confident, believing they could resist if the 10,000 dragon nest made a move. They feared that stepping aside would mean losing their position. If the 10,000 dragon nest took their spot, they would be forced to fight for a new spot or swallow their pride and retreat. The 10,000 dragon nest continued until it neared the dragon scale, and now, no one got out of their way. Instead, when the 10,000 dragon nest approached them, they all assumed battle stances. The factions here in the center were formidable, each boasting monstrous elites. Heaven saints with 9 core veins were no longer rare, as each faction had at least 10 such experts in their ranks. Even so, they remained wary of the 10,000 dragon nest, afraid it would target their spot. The 10,000 dragon nest pressed forward, and the experts in its path watched anxiously. "Guo Ran, go out there. It's your turn to show off," said Long Chen. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.